Today, S will introduce you to a truly fascinating novel. There's no dimension travel, no system. The protagonist isn't even a regressor from the start. The protagonist was born and raised in this world. Although his magic analysis abilities surpassed others, actually using magic wasn't so easy. Theory was just theory. The first time this young man used magic, he nearly died. The story begins in a lush, quiet forest where an incessant cry echoed. Deep within the forest stood a small cabin. A baby crying in a forest this deep? It must have been a wild dog. Vincent, a burly hunter, entered the storage room and grabbed an axe. They'll regret trying to break into my house. Of all places to choose a hunter's home. He quickly hid behind the corner of a wall to assess the situation. Evading traps and erasing tracks doesn't seem like an ordinary thief, but they can't fool my ears. I'll finish them off quickly. Vincent raised his axe high and rushed towards the source of the crying. It was a small stable inside the house. He looked around but found nothing unusual. There's no one here. Ever since I heard we couldn't have children, I've always heard strange noises. Vincent discovered a fair-skinned baby lying in the middle of a pile of dry hay for the horses. What is this? He hastily picked up the baby. Feeling the baby's faint heartbeat, Vincent sighed in relief. Just then, Vincent's wife Elena entered, her eyes sleepy. What's going on, Vincent? Why is it so noisy? Elena, did I wake you? But after seeing the baby, she rushed over in surprise. What is this baby? Well, Vincent struggled to find words. I think it's our baby. At that moment, the baby opened its eyes and waved its hand, and something magical happened. Wind blew, bringing clouds. Soon rain began to fall. The dry land became fertile, and the villagers sang songs of joy. The baby protected the village from menacing dangers, and thanks to its mysterious power, peace settled upon the village, and people no longer starved. However, the baby constantly studied to help the villagers. People considered his power magic, and so they called him a wizard. Are you reading, Sharon? Sharon, now 12 years old, heard his father's voice and smiled, calling out, Dad? Vincent had now reached 40 years old. He laughed joyfully, ran to Sharon, lifted him up and praised him. You're truly lovely. Dad's chopped all the wood. Let's go home and eat. Sharon quietly asked, Dad, how do you use magic? Magic? Vincent was slightly surprised by the question. Did I buy this boy these kinds of books? Magic is actually nothing special. If someone shoots a bear dead with a gun or fells a tree with an axe, isn't that magic? The children nearby heard his laughter and all looked over at once. Oh, it's Uncle Vincent. Sharon's with him. He's always just reading books. He won't even come play when we ask, what's that big book? Can he really even read it? Far from lowering their voices, the two children spoke loudly, as if intentionally for Sharon to hear. He's so skinny, he doesn't look like Uncle Vincent at all. My mom said Uncle and Auntie brought him from somewhere. He must have been abandoned because he was weird. Vincent trembled with rage upon hearing this. How dare they say such things about my son? He looked at Sharon with worried eyes, but Sharon, far from being sad, smiled brightly and said, If you can fell a tree with just an axe, that's magic, right? Yes, Dad, because I helped you a lot today, Sharon chuckled. Let's go to the city together tomorrow. You'll buy me your favorite fruit, won't you, Dad? Wow, really? I'm so excited. Vincent smiled at Sharon's excited demeanor. I'm sorry for my shortcomings, son, but no matter what anyone says, you are my son. Sharon looked down at the book in his hand, wanting to know more about magic. The scene shifts to an outer city of the kingdom of Tomia. Sitting in the carriage, Sharon constantly looked around. This is a city. It was completely different from the forest. People bustled, it was vibrant and full of all kinds of shops and goods sold on the streets. When the carriage stopped, Vincent quietly instructed Sharon, Sharon, you need to wait at Uncle Maun's shop. Don't go into any dark alleys or bump into nobles until Dad's finished his errands. Sharon smiled and replied, Understood, Dad. Don't worry. Even as Vincent drove the carriage, he constantly worried and looked back at Sharon. Next, at Uncle Maun's street stall, as Sharon took out paper and a pen and began to write, Maun continued to be astonished. My goodness, you can really write. Thank you. You didn't have to go to such trouble. Not at all. I just wanted to help you. Maun looked at Sharon and thought he's young but truly intelligent. Meanwhile, my own Maun just causes trouble wherever he goes. Just then, Sharon quietly called out, Uncle, Uncle, do you know about magic? Laws? Sharon, flustered, pulled out his magic book. No magic? How do you use magic? Uncle Maun laughed heartily. Oh, magic? I thought children's hobbies would be dragons, heroes, wizards, and finally bows in that order. Seeing Sharon's expectant eyes, Maun reluctantly said, I don't know much about magic myself, but there are many books about it over there. Saying that, he pointed to the bookstore across the street. A bookstore? Do you want to go? Make sure to come back after you're done. Sharon ran forward without hesitation. Really, I'll be right back then. Uncle Maun smiled as he watched Sharon's retreating figure, then took out the magic book Sharon had left behind and started reading it. I used to read stories like this when I was young. It brings back memories. Let's see. But as he looked at the contents and illustrations in the book, Maun's eyes naturally widened. What is this? Wait, did that kid just ask about how to use magic? At the same time in the bookstore, how dare you touch the books with your filthy hands? The proprietress angrily slapped Sharon's hand away and Sharon, bewildered, asked, Am I not allowed to look at the books? These expensive books aren't for poor commoners like you. These are different from the books in a regular bookstore. Don't touch them with your dirty hands. Just then, the shop door suddenly opened and a neatly dressed man entered. Have the books I ordered arrived? Sharon paid no mind, staring intently at the stack of new books before him. They're so expensive. Where does Dad get my books from? The proprietress's attitude changed immediately upon seeing the man. Oh my heavens, the butler has arrived, of course. Shall I bring them to you myself? Sharon took this opportunity to leaf through a few books. These books are the same, nothing special. Afterward, Sharon left the bookstore thinking gloomily, even reading books is this hard, and I even washed my hands, but he soon turned his gaze to another man not far away carrying a stack of books. Books, Sharon, excited, ran after him. Is that person a noble? Where are they taking those books? A short while later, Sharon blankly watched as the man dumped the stack of books. The place where the man discarded the books was none other than a massive junkyard. Sharon slowly picked up a book. So this is where Dad gets my books. He looked at two women dressed in fancy, expensive clothes drawn by the sound of their conversation nearby. Nobles, what's different between them and me? He recalled Vincent's earlier words. Don't bump into nobles. Why can they and I cannot? Just then, a hand abruptly rested on Sharon's shoulder. Hey kid, this isn't a place for the likes of you to loiter. Beyond this gate is a noble exclusive area. Where are you from? Where are your parents? Sharon looked at the two guards holding him, flustered. How, my dad's nearby, just a moment. Suspicious, this one doesn't look like a kid from around here, an orphan or perhaps an accomplice for thieves. Come with me for a bit, kid. But at that moment, only his outerwear remained in their hands and Sharon had vanished. Where did he go? Idiots, find him quickly, can't even catch one brat, how disgraceful. Sharon was hiding in a nearby flower bed. Are they gone? With a weary face, he peeled off the flower petals clinging to his clothes. His clothes were already dirty. Dad's going to scold me. In his carelessness, he dropped one of his shoes across the street. Sharon hastily ran to pick up his shoe. Just then, an unfamiliar voice came from beyond the wall. All right, what is magic? This is our discussion topic for today. Sharon, hearing that, was bewildered. Magic? This must be. Or isn't it? Principal, please show us some fire magic. A magic academy. Sharon hastily pressed his ear against the wall to hear better. Setting fires on school grounds is against the rules, but if you answer correctly, I will show you magic. What do you all think is the most important thing when learning magic? The children's voices loudly echoed. Knowledge, diligence, you have to learn magic your whole life, money. I heard you need a lot of things. No one has the right answer. Sharon thought to himself, not knowledge, not diligence, not money. Then does it mean you have to be a noble? The important thing when learning magic is clarity. What's that? Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 + 1 is? Who doesn't know that? It's 2. Then who can explain why it's 2? This peculiar feeling you're experiencing right now is clarity. There was once a time when people didn't know that 1 + 1 = 2. Many scholars worked hard to prove it. But even without concrete proof, can't we understand that 1 + 1 is 2? That's because it's a constant law existing in the world. That's why we don't need to learn it. We already automatically understand and accept it. Magic also existed in the world from the beginning. We can feel and accept it through clarity. That's why clarity is more accurate than knowledge and faster than diligence. Wow, so that's what makes someone a genius? Indeed, if you hone your skills, you too can become wizards that way. Without realizing it, Sharon thought, becoming a wizard, could I also have such an opportunity? But just then, the old man's voice was heard. That's right, child behind the wall. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sharon flinched in surprise. Did he discover me? Should I run away or should I answer? I'm so dirty right now. Who knows what they'll do? Just then, a thought flashed through Sharon's mind. If I don't cross this wall now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. And he was astonished by the sight beyond the wall, a massive school and a spacious lawn. Children sat gathered around an old man. And all of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. Headmaster Alpheus of the Magic Academy. Alpheus, a 4th-rank wizard, smiled faintly and asked, "Have you come to play with me?" Sharon's heart pounded, and he leaped over the wall with all his might. Beneath the blue sky, a long high brick wall stretched out, dappled with soft sunlight filtering through the leaves. Small and slightly disheveled, Sharon stood beside it. As soon as the children saw him, they loudly shouted, "Headmaster, he's not a noble, he looks like a commoner, he shouldn't be allowed in here, go away." Sharon, hearing their words, was bewildered yet flustered, not knowing what to do. Headmaster Alpheus smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. Did anything this old man said bring you here? Do you want to see magic? Have you never seen magic before?" Sharon answered honestly, "Yes, I've only read about it in books, I've never seen it in person." The children immediately rushed at him and said, "Liar, what commoner reads books?" Sharon paid no attention to the children and politely said, "Any magic is fine. I just want to see it with my own eyes." He laughed heartily and said, "That's very simple. I will show you the magic of creating wind." "Wind, that is." Sharon stood blankly on the spot. "Wind? Why is the wind blowing?" Soon after, a strong gust of wind swept over Sharon. The wind was so strong that it lifted all the children into the air. All the other children laughed with delight. "It's fun!" Only Sharon, terrified, screamed incessantly. Following that, the children could no longer stay lifted by the wind. They fell from that height. Sharon's limbs flailed wildly in fear and falling. He was so scared that he cried, preparing for a painful impact, but even after a long wait, no pain came. Instead, the children scoffed at him. Headmaster Alpheus, unable to contain himself, also laughed heartily and said, "How was that? That is magic." Sharon furrowed his brows and asked with difficulty, "What is magic?" He smiled at Sharon. Let's see, I'll give you an example so you can easily understand what magic is." Sharon hastily shouted, "It's okay, I won't understand it anyway. Just tell me the truth." The children heard his words, frowned and whispered, "Did you hear that? How dare he be rude to the headmaster? Even the teachers can't speak like that." Headmaster Alpheus looked at Sharon with a serious expression, and seeing his face was completely earnest, he chuckled slightly. "Then I'll explain it a bit more complexly. Magic is that which deviates from common sense, or to put it another way, an expansion of knowledge for exploring the truths of the world. If that's too difficult, Sharon completed his sentence. It's unrealistic, but perhaps because of that it feels closer to the truth. Alpheus chuckled as if amused. Was that written in a book too? No, I found commonalities across several books. Many ideas from great people were considered irrational and shunned by everyone, but they eventually accepted that information as newly discovered facts. If that's the case, then the truth is actually hidden within that very irrationality. That's what I thought. He nodded slightly. That could be. Sharon asked again with utmost seriousness. How do I learn magic? Alpheus didn't answer immediately, thinking to himself. A smart child, even if it's difficult, the boy strives to absorb, filter, and understand the information. Perhaps this boy is confident he can do it, but unfortunately he's a commoner. He felt a slight sense of dilemma. I'll show you to make it easier to understand. Suin, enter the mental world. A girl stepped forward. Yes, understood, principal. Sharon stared blankly. The mental world? Suin's eyes suddenly glowed. I have entered the mental world. The principal held out a clenched fist and said, all right, now guess. How many coins are in my hand? The girl answered without hesitation. 6, correct? Sharon was utterly astonished by this scene. How? As if understanding the boy's thoughts, he calmly explained. When a wizard concentrates, their mind becomes sensitive enough to perceive everything around them. Skilled wizards can even count the leaves on a distant tree. This is called an extremely sensitive state of mind, or the mental world. He continued to question Suin. This time the girl struggled slightly more to answer. There are 3 now, and the result was accurate. A wizard who can enter the mental world perceives the external world with superhuman abilities, and eventually, they can control reality itself. Sharon's eyes widened, and he thought, not just counting coins, but being able to detect every situation unfolding before one's eyes. Perhaps I too, the principal immediately said. Anyone can do it. Try practicing in a quiet place. First you must feel yourself and then clear your mind of thoughts. While everyone can do it, not everyone can achieve it. If you succeed, a new world will unfold before you. Do you understand what I'm saying? The boy replied. If I can't feel myself, I won't be able to clear my thoughts. Principal Alpheus raised an eyebrow slightly. This child continues to surprise me. Will you try it? Try it right here. After all, if the boy couldn't enter the mental world, he wouldn't be able to learn magic anyway. Feeling myself, Sharon concentrated his thoughts. What am I? Not the brain, that's just an organ. My senses and the reality I feel. I cannot transcend the concept of the brain. I must not grasp its meaning but feel each part directly. Erase everything I feel within me. It's not that my entire being becomes sensitive, but that only my spirit remains. A faint blue light suddenly appeared in the boy's mind. Sharon slowly opened his eyes. It was still the same scenery. Principal Alpheus asked, how was it? What did you feel? The boy's eyes were much brighter than before, and all points converged on one spot. Sound. I can hear every sound. Hearing this, the children burst into laughter all at once. Of course you can hear. Is that so? He slowly got up. So this child didn't succeed. As expected, what happens within the mental world is a matter of a different dimension. Synesthesia. Footnote. Synesthesia, the phenomenon of experiencing colors through sounds. This syndrome is a neurological condition where the brain processes information through multiple senses simultaneously, such as smelling sounds, tasting light, or feeling landscapes on the skin. He gently stroked the boy's head and said, well done. If you continue to practice, you'll be able to hear more sounds. All right, that's enough for the special lesson. Let's head back to school. Yes, principal. What a pity. He's a talented child. If he had been born a noble and educated from an early age, those other children could have reached a similar level. Well, there are many geniuses in the world. After everyone left, Sharon didn't linger either, and quickly climbed back over the wall. He jumped down from a height to the ground, panting for breath all over his body. Really? I really succeeded. I can hear shocking sounds. Is this truly the mental world? It feels like my body is torn into 100 pieces and scattered across the world. I am this world. Sharon couldn't help but shed tears. He quickly left the place. I can't help but tremble before this vastness. It was only for a moment, but I was unbound from my body and became infinite, running too fast and not looking properly. Sharon carelessly collided hard with someone else. He fell heavily to the ground, and his head struck a wooden barrel by the roadside hard. I'm sorry, but unfortunately the person he accidentally collided with was a burly group of thugs. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're annoying. He roughly grabbed Sharon by the collar. Are you crazy? Shouldn't you compensate someone if you bump into them? The boy was extremely frightened. I'm sorry. You think saying sorry fixes everything? You're with the wolf pack, aren't you? You're here to kill me, aren't you? Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Is something interesting happening? The thug heard the voice and shouted. Lady Amy, what brings you here? Are you bored again? Sharon stared blankly ahead. A lady, should I ask her for help? The girl with red hair stood out among the people. Is she a noble? Is she still young? The thug spoke in a softer voice, unlike before. This punk tried to kill someone, so I was just about to teach him a lesson. Sharon's eyes widened in indignation at being framed. No, I just accidentally bumped into him. What? Another thug silently rushed over and kicked the boy hard in the stomach. Shut up, do you think we'd believe you? Sharon fell to the ground, coughing continuously. The thug said triumphantly, You'll pay for this, brat. Where's your mom? She probably ran off after having a kid like you, right? Ha, look at him. His eyes have changed. Is he angry? The big adult swarmed around and started hitting the child. This damn brat keep glaring. Hey, don't hit his face. Sharon could only curl up and endure the beating. Amy slowly walked over. Stop, you'll kill him. Are you okay? Sharon struggled to speak. I didn't do anything. His eyes were unfocused and tears streamed down his cheeks. Amy, showing no pity, said nonchalantly, Yes, that's enough. Isn't there anything more fun? The thugs replied. We were thinking of beating this kid and then selling him to the southern village. He's just a commoner, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Sharon's eyes widened in horror. A slave? The girl looked him straight in the eyes and said, A slave shouldn't have any flaws, right? Then she laughed as if it were a joke. Shall I check myself? All the thugs burst into laughter simultaneously. You'll check yourself, lady. Hey, the lady said to take off his clothes. Do you want to get hit more? Amy's face flushed and she thought to herself, Take his clothes off, do they really mean it? These crazy thugs, I just wanted to see his expression. Thinking this far, she couldn't joke anymore. Besides, why are they acting like this? I was just going to mess with him a bit and then let him go. They aren't going crazy, are they? Sharon was completely confused. The boy's eyes shone brightly, and the thugs laughed joyfully, but immediately a fly buzzed between them. Not stopping there, crows and rats simultaneously appeared before Sharon's eyes. The scenery changed. He could see every movement of all things. A dazzling blue light burst forth. It struck like lightning, descending upon Principal Alpheus and the tree he stood beneath. I am in a memory, his voice echoed again. I will show you the magic of creating wind. Energy circles were rapidly generated. All of it appeared simultaneously in the boy's mind. Just then, the thugs angrily pulled Sharon, breaking his train of thought. You brat, are you deaf? Do I look like I'm joking? Sharon's eyes were no longer lifeless, but shining brightly. Amy immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, Wait, stop! But it was too late for everything. A powerful gust of wind blew the group of thugs high into the air. They continued to scream, and Sharon himself was astonished by this event. He watched blankly as the large burly men flew in all directions. Immediately after, they fell from a height to the ground. Sharon's eyes widened watching the unfolding scene. The thugs lay crumpled on the ground. Some were bloody, and others had twisted, seemingly broken limbs. Help me! Amy hurriedly ran to the boy. Hey, who are you? Her eyes glowed red, and she asked loudly, Where did you learn magic? How could a commoner like you? Sharon finally couldn't hold back his tears. Just then, other people heard the commotion and rushed over. Over there was a loud noise. Amy frowned and made a tisk sound. She quickly leapt high and fled. How can she fly? Someone's collapsed over there. Sharon was flustered, looking at the people lying stretched out on the ground. They definitely won't listen to me. He had no more time to think and ran with all his might to get away from there. I need to call someone. The world is too cold. The scene shifts to the Tomia kingdom's top noble family, the Kami's family. Amy entered, fuming with anger. Damn it, I can't believe I was caught off guard by that kid. Sakura, head of the Kami's family and Amy's father, heard her voice, raised an eyebrow and asked, You're home early today? Did you skip school again today? Amy brushed off the dust from her clothes, annoyed. I've learned everything, it's boring. Sakura sighed. When will you ever grow up? Even a genius shouldn't be so careless. One day you'll fall behind. His words struck her heart precisely. Sakura raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, why is she so quiet today? Normally she would have shot back. Dad, you have nothing to do anyway. Just then, Amy called out softly, Dad, magic. Magic, don't you know anyone at the Magic Academy, Dad? Can you recommend me? Chapter 4, Sharon. Sharon, where are you? A small snowy path led to peaceful small cabins amidst the winter wind. Inside one of the small cabins, Sharon's mother Alina heard a voice and replied, Sharon went to the logging site to get firewood. What? He went to get firewood while it's still snowing? I'll go look for him. Vincent frowned, looking at the old book in his hand. He slowly walked across the white snow, thinking to himself, All spring when I first took Sharon to the city, I almost lost him. He just said he got lost, but what really happened? At the same time, in front of a tall dry tree, there were axe marks all over it from top to bottom. The small-framed Sharon held an axe in his hand. He was so exhausted he was panting for breath. That magic that activated that day, I haven't been able to use it again. I instinctively succeeded in summoning magic. I didn't realize the intermediate steps were omitted due to my clairvoyant abilities. I had no knowledge of magic, but I can enter the mental world. Sharon's eyes shone brightly, and the scenery before him also changed. Everything took on a bright green hue. He could simultaneously sense its feelings, form, and smell. Everything related to this tree. Just then he noticed a small light in the middle of the tree trunk. What is this? I can't explain it, but I can feel it. Immediately he swung his axe hard at the glowing part of the tree trunk. With one powerful swing of the axe, the tree trunk immediately fell. To fell a tree with just one axe swing, Sharon couldn't hide his surprise. Is this magic? He was completely unaware of Vincent, who was hiding behind a nearby tree watching everything. Vincent's mouth hung open in shock. What did I just see? That was a lightning strike. Footnote. Refers to precisely striking a tree's weak point to fell it in a single blow. It's called lightning strike because of the thunderous sound it makes. Vincent stood up and continued to observe Sharon. The small-framed Sharon continued to cut the freshly felled tree trunk with a large saw that was half his size. After countless attempts, I finally succeeded for the first time. Just like that day of magic. Vincent couldn't help but shed tears. He clutched the old book tightly in his hand. What I need isn't luck but fundamental knowledge. Tomorrow and the day after I'll keep repeating it. Eventually an opportunity will arise. Before long 3 years had passed like wind. The young boy had now grown into a teenager. Sharon slowly stood up. He took out his axe. I can't see it with my eyes. I have to feel it. Sharon decisively held his axe and without looking struck the center of the tree trunk. Immediately after, a beam of light shone directly through the tree and the huge tree trunk fell straight down. He muttered softly, I almost went home after just 5 hours of meditation. It feels like I've become one with nature. The trembling bushes, the movements of insects, the way trees absorb nutrients, it's all too easy. 5 hours aren't enough to feel all of this. A new world will unfold. It was an apt description. Sharon cut enough wood and organized his load before heading straight home. As dusk fell, he saw 2 horses grazing in front of his house and a magnificent carriage, thinking, guess that carriage is really luxurious. He neatly placed the pile of dry firewood aside and went inside. I'm home, father. Besides his parents, there was another man inside. You're back, I am. Sharon, come here and greet this gentleman. This is Sir Tomia, the butler of the O family. The man raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Sharon. Pleasure to meet you. You may call me Tomia. Sharon bowed. It's my first time meeting you. My name is Sharon. Tomia slowly stood up. I came to meet you. He approached Sharon and lightly patted his shoulder. Let me see your face, Sharon thought to himself. The O family is the second largest noble family in the kingdom, so why is a noble's servant looking for me? He suddenly grabbed Sharon's face and asked in a low voice. Can you read? Sharon, slightly startled, replied. I learned a little when I was young. Tomia turned Sharon around and stared intently at him. Sharon frowned unwittingly. May I explain? You seem well educated. A woodcutter's son who can read, and a good child too. Wait, he continued. Are you interested in working for the O family? Sharon was completely surprised by this offer. What? We are currently moving books from the main library of the mansion. There are nearly 10,000 books in total, and among them are very important collected works. Within 2 years the transportation will be handled by others and the classification will be done by just you and me. Sharon thought blankly. The O family's library must be full of knowledge important to a wizard. But only your family will know about this. If even a single book is leaked or this news gets out, your and your family's lives will be forfeit. Sharon frowned, looking at the 2 people. So the reason my parents are worried is, Tomia added in a low voice, because your life is at stake. We will pay a lot of money. It's money you could never earn by hunting alone. So it's worth taking good care of your son. Vincent finally couldn't hold back and said loudly, I'm not listening to your request for money. I just wish for our Sharon to achieve his dream. He burst out laughing upon hearing that. What are you thinking so much about? What, you think that child will have a career? Dream on. If you're not doing it for money, then why are you asking for my son? Because you said the child could read books. Of course I said that. But even if the child can read, I can't supervise him entirely. You wish for the child to achieve his dream? Have you been deceiving your son for a long time? Vincent was completely stunned. He suddenly remembered Sharon as a young child. Is Sharon reading a book? Alina taught Sharon a few words for fun, but when he turned 6, the child began reading books to learn. The child was kind and lovely, but more importantly intelligent. Could he be the descendant of a noble? If the child had been raised by nobles instead of us, he could have gone to school. Vincent quickly shook off this thought. No, what am I thinking? Sharon is my son. It's only natural for a woodcutter's son to learn how to work in the forest, but when Sharon started working in the mountains he became worried. In the end, I raised him as a woodcutter's son. He then knelt and pleaded, forgetting a man's honor or pride. Do you need a commoner who can read? Please use my son. He could read from a young age and is very intelligent, but please let the child read books. Vincent unknowingly shed tears. He said in a trembling voice, I don't need money. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have pleaded like that. Get out of my house right now, Vincent shouted in a trembling voice. I don't need a single penny of your money. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have pleaded like that. Get out of our house right now. Tomia turned around without a moment's hesitation. How dare they sneer at our family for not having money? He thought with a sneer, truly hopeless. People who don't know their place. Just then, Sharon's voice was heard. No, father, I'll do it. Vincent had never expected his son to say that. Sharon, Tomia turned around to look at him and asked, Are you serious? I am not threatening you. I'll tell you now, even the smallest rumor will kill you. It's fine. Please leave it to me. Sharon answered firmly. I will never disclose anything, and even if something bad happens I will not resent it. He smiled and said, If you wish so, I will come for you in a week. If you change your mind and refuse before the deadline, that's fine, but once you step foot in the mansion you will not be able to leave until this work is finished. Saying that, he slowly departed. Vincent hastily asked Sharon, Sharon, why did you accept this kind of demand? Those damn bastards just need a scapegoat to die. This is my fault. I'll take responsibility, so refuse right now. But Sharon said in a low voice, Father, thank you for such a great gift. The two of them embraced, shedding tears. Don't worry, Sharon. Do you think I, your father, can't protect you? Return safely. I won't let them touch a single hair on this family's head, he asked himself. Did I raise you well, my son? Alina, standing nearby, also unknowingly cried with them. A week later, as promised, Tomia sent someone to pick up Sharon. Sign here. Yes, good. Vincent stared blankly for a moment at the paper that was snatched away. Sharon was also hastily put into the carriage. Time is ticking by the second, so let's go. This way. Leave your luggage here. The carriage door closed firmly. Inside, the two men who had come to pick up Sharon were chatting happily. Sharon paid them no mind, using his mental world to observe his parents and concentrate on his thoughts again. The two were now embracing and weeping. Mom, Dad. He reached out to touch them, but the carriage began to move. Sharon had no choice but to stop his hand. He calmed himself. Don't hesitate anymore. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Among these people with endless power, can I survive safely for 2 years? The carriage sped away and soon left the forest. The kingdom of Tomia, the capital Basuka. Beside it was the main residence of the O family, located within Chris Castle of the Tomia kingdom. The O family was a warrior family that produced official swordsmen. The former head of the family was a third-rank official swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Oz, was a fourth-rank official knight. In short, they controlled powerful factions within the castle, and that place was the Grand Avenue, a famous landmark of the O family. Sharon stared blankly outside. Amidst neatly arranged trees, golden leaves slowly fell, and a stone path leading to a large mansion unfolded. When the carriage stopped, he involuntarily cried out. The two men said, "Are you scared? Everyone in this family is a monster. Watch your words. Do you want to die? Let's go. We have to go this way." Sharon looked around blankly. It feels more realistic now. This is the home of the O family, a second-rank noble. After a not-so-long walk, I led him to a tower-shaped building next to the mansion. This is the administrative office and lounge for the butlers, and it's also where you'll be staying. Inside, Tamara was waiting. "You've arrived. I'll explain what you need to do. So follow me." Sharon took his bag and followed him. "I will do my best." The large wooden door opened. This is the grand library of the O family. The sheer volume of books was so immense that 3 or 4 floors had to be built to store them. Tamara didn't beat around the bush and immediately explained the job to him. "The books here will be moved to a new library, and your task is to classify them. You will receive a list every week, and you will have to find and collect the books on that list. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Other than that, you are free. You cannot go outside. You cannot enter the mansion without special permission. The regular butlers will teach you butler etiquette. Any questions?" He handed him a stack of documents as he spoke. Sharon thought to himself, "It's really worth risking my life for. When do I start?" "Tomorrow." The next morning, Sharon entered the library in neat clothes. He placed the stack of documents on the desk and thought, "Now I understand why they entrusted one person with organizing the books. The criteria for organizing books must be consistent. For example, if I were to organize a book called History of Swordsmanship, people would have different opinions on whether it should belong to the specialized swordsmanship field or the comprehensive history field. And another thing I realized as I experienced the classification system is that all knowledge is interconnected, and the key that connects them is history. Knowledge accumulates on a single thread called history. History is the skeleton of knowledge. By thoroughly studying history and using it to reinforce other fields, my learning speed significantly increased. Out of 10,000 books, about 850 were history books. I'll read all of them here for 2 years and achieve my dream of becoming a wizard." Just then, a small sound was heard. "Is that the vice butler?" Sharon quickly closed the book in his hand. "No one else should see me reading books, because I'm not supposed to." Indeed, Tamara quickly approached and asked him, "Have you organized it well? Are you working overtime again?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I am. You still have a long way to go. Don't get tired too quickly. You must take responsibility for everything you do." "I will never do that." He stared at him intently, and then suddenly turned around. Sharon was startled and thought, "What? Was I caught reading a book during overtime?" But Tamara merely brushed off some dust from his clothes. "Not only butlers, but also the lord and young masters come to this library. Pay attention to your uniform and do not lower the dignity of the O family." He frowned slightly and instructed him to tie up his long hair. "Yes, I understand. Good night." Outwardly smiling, he involuntarily trembled. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was it. I need to focus for 2 years. I must be careful and not cause any trouble. Should I tie my hair like father? Night had already fallen. Sharon sat alone in the library, the only light coming from the lamp on his desk. But the bigger problem is that it's too difficult. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms. The Tomia kingdom alone is difficult. So how can I understand all of this? Should I memorize it? No, to access the knowledge in books at any time. I need to clearly understand all the events within them. I just need to read one more line, but it's too late now. Sharon involuntarily blinked his sleepy eyes. He fell asleep right there at his desk, and then a hand gently pulled out the book that was under his hand. Tamara held a small lamp, skimmed the book, and said, "Foolish boy. Sticking to this one book for an entire month, does he think he can succeed just by studying? If he had tried to read practical books, I would have forbidden him from coming here during overtime. Fortunately, he came and left quietly. He's just a foolish boy with strong willpower." 3 months passed, and Sharon began working in the grand library of the O family. "Sharon, have you organized those books?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I have. You can take the entire set." Sharon gradually got used to this classification work. He also learned many other things from the maid. "Oh, I'll borrow this book. Didn't the second young master also borrow this book? But he hasn't returned the one he borrowed last time. If you happen to lose it, there could be a slight problem." The man scratched his head and said, "You're right, I keep asking, but they insist on returning it themselves. Honestly, nobles don't care if a book is lost or not. Only us butlers care. The most shocking fact is that they don't even care if a book is leaked." Sharon frowned and thought, "There probably aren't any important books in a library like this. But don't tell anyone I said that, but that doesn't make me any safer." The man smiled and bid him farewell. "I'm heading back now. Keep up the good work." Nobles only feel at ease when they genuinely care about commoners. But nobles don't even remember the things commoners risk their lives for. "You will be beheaded." Servants had to avoid even small mistakes becoming numb and cold. he forced a smile and said, "It doesn't matter whether nobles care or not, it's best to live quietly." Just then, the door suddenly opened. "Damn it, that old geezer!" Sharon stared blankly in that direction. "What now, that green hair? That's Count Rent's youngest son, Lan." Lan rushed inside frantically. "Nobody will care if I take a break today." Immediately after, another voice was heard from outside. "Lan, where do you think you're running off to? If I catch you, you'll have to run another 100 laps. Damn it." Lan hurriedly ran to Sharon. "Hey, don't you dare tell that old man I'm here." He didn't answer, thinking that guy is really big, and Lan hid himself under the closet next to them. "Lan," the long-bearded man shouted, "I know you're hiding here. Didn't that short blue-haired kid come this way?" Sharon heard that and thought, if a blue-haired kid is short, what would this old man think of me? He couldn't help but sweat as he replied, "He seemed like the youngest son to me, but if you don't mind my asking, who are you?" The man raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "I am the swordsmanship master. I am the master with the authority to hit that little brat, understand? You'd better tell me quickly. Or do you want an early dinner?" "Understood." Sharon pointed to under the bookshelf next to them and said, "The youngest son is hiding under that bookshelf." Lan hid and heard that and was startled. "Hey, are you crazy? Do you want to die?" But immediately after, the man pulled him out without a word. Lan hurriedly made excuses. "Master, this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" He forcibly dragged him away. Lan screamed terribly, and Sharon beside him frowned in surprise. The man dragged the sturdy young man away like that. "Come with me, you delinquent who neglected your training. You need to relearn discipline." Lan gritted his teeth, glared at Sharon and threatened him. "You'll pay for this," Sharon thought helplessly. "Since the master holds more authority than the family head, I had no other choice." And according to rumors, he was dragged to the mountains for training a month later. It took him 20 days to read the first book, but after fully understanding the first book, Sharon read all 82 books in a total of 4 months. He thought to himself while reading the books, "Just as I thought, only the beginning is difficult. There's no entirely new content. If I build a foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 will be easy to grasp." While reading history books about the origins of magic, Sharon began to have doubts. Is learning the history of magic now the right choice? But having previously learned about the formation of all things, he was even more certain this decision was correct. If a scholar creates a theorem, same applies to a wizard. However, they must actually apply that theory. Therefore, wizards are also like scholars. However, not all scholars are wizards. This is because they cannot enter a state of sacred sensory perception, the mental world within their consciousness. Therefore, if I absorb the vast knowledge contained in these books into my mental world, I can become a true wizard. Just then, the library door suddenly opened. "Hey, you damn bastard standing by the door," he shouted in a voice filled with rage. "I've crossed hell waiting for this day." Sharon was slightly surprised. "He's really persistent. Did you really come all this way for that?" He approached and shouted at him. "Or what? Do you know how much hardship I went through? Countless times I climbed rock walls, and every time my fingers went numb and I felt like dying, I thought about revenge." Sharon heard that and frowned. "It's more serious than I thought. His anger seems to have reached its peak." Lan continued to speak loudly. "Don't you dare say a word, or do you think I've only put in a little effort even after all this? I asked you for help and trusted you, but you betrayed me. I'm disgusted to see a coward like you," he replied in a low voice. "That's not true, I merely stated the facts." He grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Don't try to justify yourself. You should have said you couldn't help me then." Sharon glanced at him and thought, it seems difficult to reason with such strong-headed people. He couldn't help but sigh and asked in return, "Then what should I do?" Lan was slightly surprised by his gaze. "Why, looking at him, I feel like he's a butler working in our house, but what's with this calm attitude?" He suddenly smiled. "All right, you're looking down on me, aren't you? I'll show you who I am. Follow me." In the quiet night, the two pulled each other along like that. Sharon also reluctantly followed him. "This is a training ground, isn't it? Is he going to beat me until he cools down? It's better to just take the beating than to die. I can't lose this opportunity my parents risked their lives for." After that, Lan threw a wooden sword to Sharon. "Catch it." He blankly received it. "A wooden sword?" Lan also held another wooden sword in his hand. "A duel. I'm not a coward like you. You'll pay the price with my sword for looking down on me. Me who is destined to be a great swordsman." Sharon couldn't help but say loudly, What have I done that's cowardly? As a servant of the O family, it's my duty to protect it. I handed you over to your master because you were afraid of getting beaten. Is that really how easily you abandon those in distress?" He was slightly surprised when he met Lan's eyes. "His eyes have changed. The way my family looks down on me doesn't matter, but the way you treated me does. Draw your sword. The difference in our skill is too great, so I'll give you 3 chances to attack before I begin." "Those eyes are definitely the eyes of someone from the O family." Sharon gripped the wooden sword tightly in his hand. "A wooden sword is very hard. If I break a bone, I'll have to go home. What should I do? What can I do? This is all I can do. Let's try it. I have 3 chances." After that, he raised his sword and shouted loudly, but Lan pushed his entire body back with a single sword strike. 1. Sharon's hands trembled as he thought, what kind of power is this? But he had to continue. Sharon slashed one more time. Lan effortlessly blocked his attack. 2. He couldn't help but laugh a few times. "Do you even know how to wield a sword?" He gritted his teeth. "I only have 1 chance left." Sharon's eyes shone brightly. This is it. At this moment, he could see all of Lan's movements in the direction of his attacks. He could also see the sword's weak points. Sharon quickly raised his sword and charged. Lan took a defensive stance. "What kind of stance is that? If you don't put strength into it, it'll be hard to block." The 2 swords clashed forcefully. Lan, completely unaware that his wooden sword had cracked, said, "Alright, after this attack it's my turn." But immediately after, his sword shattered into pieces. He was utterly astonished and couldn't believe what had happened. Chapter 7. The two wooden swords clashed forcefully. Lan had not noticed that the sword blade had begun to crack. "Alright, now it's my turn." But immediately after, his sword shattered into pieces. Lan was utterly astonished by this sight. He stared wide-eyed at the broken sword, and at the same time Sharon's wooden sword also broke. He was panting, exhausted. "I succeeded. I detected with the first attack, calculated the opponent's timing with the second, and executed my intention with the third. This is the lightning strike I practiced for 3 years." Lan silently stared at the sword in his hand before speaking. "Hey," Sharon was slightly surprised. He looked at him with wide eyes. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" Sharon hastily explained. "This isn't swordsmanship. It's just the lightning strike. My father works in the mountains and I followed in his footsteps, cutting down trees. Since my stamina was too weak to fell trees by ordinary methods, I mastered this technique to make the work easier. Small woodcutters call this the lightning strike." Lan frowned, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? He mastered that technique by cutting trees. I've been wielding a sword for 15 years. You can't learn swordsmanship techniques just by cutting trees. A childhood memory of Lan suddenly came to mind. Even then his sword broke. But this time it was his older brother Guy who broke it. "Guy, you're truly amazing, unbelievable, to be able to use even deadly swordsmanship techniques. To know the O family's secret techniques at just 12 years old, you've surpassed your peers, so there's nothing more to teach you." People surrounded him, flattering him. At that time little Lan sat on the floor. His father paid no attention to him, busy only praising Guy. "Guy, you must inherit my genius. Let's throw a celebration party." Lan frowned, looking at them. He had never felt so wronged as he did then. "Why can't I catch up to him?" Lan snapped back to reality. Sharon called out worriedly, "Young master," Lan shouted in anger. "I cannot accept this fact." Sharon heard that and was startled. "Young master, did I offend you?" Before he could finish speaking, he cut him off with a loud shout. "Shut up." Lan took out a real sword, checked it, and then threw it to Sharon. "Catch it. Since both our weapons were destroyed, the match isn't over yet. If you've mastered a deadly swordsmanship technique, then I should treat you appropriately, shouldn't I? From now, 1 month later, we will fight here with real swords." Sharon's eyes widened and his face immediately turned pale. He looked at the sword in his hand with trembling eyes. "A real sword? I could actually die. Young master, please reconsider. I've never learned swordsmanship in my entire life." Lan looked at him with brightly shining eyes. "That's why I'm giving you time. If you can master a deadly swordsmanship technique just by cutting trees, you'll find a way. Because I will definitely surpass you." Scene change. The next morning in the O Grand Library, Sharon was in deep contemplation. "Ah, now I understand what's going on. People of the O family are known to have 2 hair colors, black and blue. The O family head bishop has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son with black hair is a 6th-rank swordsman. The eldest daughter with blue hair also has a special talent. She chose music instead of swordsmanship and currently works as a court musician. Second son Guy is also a genius. Lan is different from his gifted siblings. He's quite inept, despite having a private tutor. Everyone in the family knows this fact." Sharon clutched his head and said, "I've done something unnecessary. I should have just let him hit me. Now I've wounded the pride of someone who is always compared to his siblings within the family. Nobles always think they are more noble than others. I thought I wouldn't die unless it was for a question in a book, but if I die, my parents will. I don't have time for this." Sharon quickly collected himself. "Think. I will become a wizard. I was confident in my stamina since living in the mountains. If I learn how to defend, I can survive. I have to do everything I can." At the same time, white clouds drifted in the blue sky and a loud shout echoed. Lan charged like a mad bull. "I ran over 100 laps." His master Ketch couldn't help but feel proud. "You're faster than your previous record." "What? I didn't expect you to train so willingly." Lan, sweating profusely, shouted. "Damn it, what kind of training is this?" Ketch glared at him. "You're still standing on 2 feet. Isn't there a stronger method?" The master looked at Lan with suspicious eyes. "You, what happened?" "Nothing." He speculated inwardly. "Is it because of Guy again? Did Guy learn some new technique?" "But Guy has already opened the foundation of swordsmanship." Then he said, "Alright, if you die, don't blame me. Let's fight." The diagram. An illusion, a simple image of the human body. Wizards have the mental world and swordsmen have the diagram of power. Everyone has a picture of their own body, but the diagram of power can push their physical limits to the extreme. Mastering the diagram means being able to perfectly use and control every cell in one's body. Mastering the diagram is the most important thing for a swordsman. Sharon closed the book in his hand. "Wait, this is completely opposite to the mental world, isn't it? Should I give it a try?" He closed his eyes. He focused his thoughts in one place. "First, I must feel myself. This point is too simple. It's similar to the mental world. In the mental world, one must erase oneself at this point, but in the diagram one must delve into one's own existence. If you lift this black veil, you will complete a diagram. However, pouring all one's effort into a diagram which is clearly opposite to the mental world would be ineffective. Was that girl I met 3 years ago a diagram user? To reach such a high level at such a young age, she's truly unbelievable." And after finishing work, Sharon did not rest and took out his sword to practice. It would be good to learn a few basic swordsmanship techniques based on the mental world. "I should start with the 8-direction slash," he shouted, raising the sword in his hand high. First, he slashed from top to bottom. The sword struck the log in front of him forcefully. At the same time, elsewhere, Lan was also practicing swordsmanship with all his might. Lan, stop. He furiously slashed the log more than 10 times. You'll burn out your muscles like that. I haven't burned out yet. Damn it, why aren't my muscles tearing? Why aren't my arms breaking yet? Ketch looked at Lan with worried eyes, tears unknowingly welling up. Why can't I learn the diagram? Immediately after a hand blocked Lan's sword strike, he too spoke with tears. Lan, that's enough, let's stop here for today. Yes, master. Afterward, he carefully placed a stone on Lan's wound. What are you thinking so deeply about? Lan frowned and said, my arm is killing me. Lan, I didn't know you could put in this much effort. Yes, now you know. I must go further. Ketch looked at the distant sky. But I think you've done very well. Have you ever thought about what you were best at before? Lan replied in a low voice. I don't know, I only know what I'm not good at. Exactly, that's why you're not a genius. Lan unknowingly grew angry. Don't say that, I already know. Are you making fun of me? Ketch smiled faintly. Geniuses all know they are geniuses, and what they are best at. That's why when geniuses put in effort, they only act and practice when they are 100% sure they can succeed. What geniuses truly fear in others is diligence to achieve the impossible, a burning will and the challenge to the impossible. That will and determination are precisely the arch-nemesis of geniuses. Lan was bewildered upon hearing that. The arch-nemesis of geniuses. Among all the words of encouragement I've heard, these are the ones I like the most. Lan clenched his trembling hands tightly. Yes, if talent isn't something one is born with, then I will grit my teeth and train to acquire it through my diligence. I will definitely win. Lan clenched his hands tightly. The arch-nemesis of geniuses. If a person isn't born with talent, then they just have to work hard to acquire it. I will definitely win. What is swordsmanship? It is the process of learning the act of taking a life, but beneath that lies a high-level psychological battle and a life-or-death struggle. Imagine an unseen enemy. The enemy will attack from multiple directions. In actual combat, there are 8 major directions. For a month I practiced by myself, slashing in 8 directions, breaking through those 8 directions and engaging in single combat. After that, Sharon had to imagine himself fighting a real person and block all of the opponent's sword strikes. The two swords clashed incessantly, so fast that they created crescent-shaped flashes of light. Sharon's eyes widened, and he could see all the sword trajectories before him with the utmost clarity. He unknowingly chuckled a few times. So this is the path swordsmen choose. The world of swordsmanship is as boundless as magic. He put away his sword. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I probably won't be able to return, but I don't regret it. Although this path is a life-or-death struggle, I have seen a wonderful world. The inevitable had come. The 1-month deadline had flown by. Under the quiet night sky, illuminated by bright moonlight, the O family's training ground shone brightly. Lan slowly walked into the training ground. He looked at Sharon, frowned, and thought, to exude such an aura after just 1 month? Back then, his posture and balance were a mess. He probably hadn't even learned swordsmanship. Lan unknowingly gritted his teeth. And to be so calm, even holding a real sword for the first time. Does he have talent like Guy? I must win, Lan charged quickly. I must win. Sharon intently observed Lan's sword strikes. His swordsmanship is truly excellent. His technique is on a different level than mine, but I can feel the sword's direction. He quickly dodged Lan's first sword strike. Lan was utterly astonished by this fact. He gaped in disbelief. He's observing the sword. Is this guy not afraid of the blade? Sharon frowned. His eyes were filled with resolve. I am not afraid of death. The reason for the fear of death lies in the future, and that future has not yet arrived. If one cannot imagine the next step, one might as well jump off a cliff. It's not simply preparing for death. I felt as if I had complete control over my emotions. I am not afraid of death. Lan frowned. He continued to charge. But Sharon immediately grasped the attack coming from the right. Thus he could easily block Lan's sword strike. If I do that, there's a wall that cannot be overcome with tricks. The two continued to attack and defend repeatedly. Because Lan's sword strikes carried a lot of power, Sharon gradually grew tired. Lan's sword strikes were fast and heavy, and the speed at which he swung his sword grew progressively faster than Sharon's ability to sense its direction. Lan shouted, and taking advantage of Sharon's moment of carelessness, he slashed him across the chest. This time he couldn't block it. Damn it! Sharon's eyes flashed. I'm going to lose. This is a truly groundbreaking situation for him. Lan attacked without pause. He charged again. Sharon propped himself on the ground with one hand and blocked Lan's sword strike with his sword. He hastily retreated, too exhausted to breathe. Strange, how can this be? A few seconds later, Lan delivered another powerful sword strike. He unknowingly smiled, truly astonishing. You've noticed this is the great swordsmanship for cultivating swordsmanship. How can you withstand it? Every sword strike contains the effort that has seeped into my very bones. I will crush you with my power. Begin. There will be no breaks during the match, not even for a minute. How strange, Sharon thought to himself, frowning. If he had slashed upwards after attacking my chest, I would have been cut in half through my side. Why does he keep using only grand techniques? Sharon quickly realized. I see, his understanding of swordsmanship is lower than I thought. He's skilled in swordsmanship, but he doesn't fully understand how to use it. In that case, I need to reassess Lan's projected combat power. The two swords clashed forcefully, creating a tremendous roar. Sharon quickly changed his fighting style and revised his plan. This time he switched from defense to offense. Naturally, this was unexpected by Lan. What? He's suddenly attacking. Wasn't he exhausted? Damn it, they're all simple attacks, so why can't I block them? Sharon continuously launched sword strikes at Lan. It was a strategy to deplete the opponent's stamina while preserving his own. Lan stared at Sharon with wide eyes. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. That memory surged back. Guy, you're truly amazing. Unbelievable. To be able to use even deadly swordsmanship techniques. Let's throw a huge celebration party today. It had become an obsession and compulsion in Lan's heart. Guy's arrogant smile when he won was deeply etched in his mind. Lan snarled in rage. Damn it, I will become the greatest swordsman in this world. What? This time his sword strike was incredibly powerful. Sharon blocked it with all his might. What, has he given up? Is he without tactics? Be calm. I can't read the sword's direction. There are too many random sword directions. Lan continued to charge like a madman. As his sword strike came closer and closer to Sharon, Sharon gripped his sword tightly and watched. Clang, I can't predict the sword's trajectory. There are too many unpredictable elements, Lan shouted loudly and charged swiftly. As his sword came closer and closer to Sharon, Sharon's eyes shone brightly, and his sword slowly fell from top to bottom, embedding itself directly into the ground. Sharon gasped for breath, and just like that the victory was decided. Lan thought in disbelief, can this really be happening? The victor was Sharon. In the last few attacks, Sharon instantly changed his grip on the sword, pointing the tip upwards. What on earth is that guy? At this moment, Sharon was breathing heavily. He himself couldn't believe this fact. I actually won, but what should I do next? Although it was a match, he's a noble. I've crushed his pride yet again. He didn't know what Lan would do next, but Lan said in a low voice, I lost. He scratched his head and said, I lost again. You won, so I have nothing to say even if you kill me. Sharon stared at him with wide eyes and unknowingly couldn't contain his anger. What kind of joke are you playing right now? Lan didn't understand why he was acting that way. What? Sharon asked loudly. Do you really think you'd be safe if I actually killed you? What ridiculous things are you saying, young master? Lan said. No, but we fought with our lives on the line and I admitted that I lost, didn't I? You were the only one who wanted to risk your life in this. I want to live. In other words, I thought this match was truly foolish from the start. You ran away because you didn't want to train, young master. So why are you blaming me? Lan retorted loudly. Hold on, you damned bastard, who's blaming whom? It's all because you're timid. Even if this is our first encounter, you should show some respect in such a situation. Before Lan could finish speaking, Sharon cut him off. Respect my ass. What? Have you ever considered how much you annoyed me? I was caught between the family head's son and your swordsmanship master. If you were truly worthy of respect, you wouldn't have put someone who serves you in such a situation. Have you ever seen someone truly worthy of respect openly defying their swordsmanship master? Lan had never expected Sharon to think such a thing. From Lan's perspective, he was bravely issuing a challenge. Let this cowardly bastard risk his life in this match. But from Sharon's perspective, he was being threatened by his young master and forced to comply. You damned country bumpkin, once I'm done with you, even your parents won't recognize you. Lan, of course, didn't know this. Really? Sharon, exhausted, collapsed to the floor. I honestly thought I was going to die. Lan frowned, looking at Sharon. What is this? Don't people usually praise and encourage each other after a match? Where did the cold, ruthless warrior I just faced disappear to? For his eyes was only a frail young man on the verge of tears. What on earth is this? Seriously, he's clearly a genius, but he doesn't mock me like Guy. Instead, he faced me head-on with all his might. Hey, what's your name? Sharon was bewildered upon hearing that. Arian Sharon. I am Lan. He didn't understand why he was introducing himself. He even gave his family name. Then Lan extended his hand and said, how about we become friends? Scene change. The O family's grand library was constantly bustling with people. All of them wore the same uniform, carrying books in their hands and loading them onto carriages. So far, Sharon had finished classifying 728 out of 10,453 books. Tamara turned to Sharon and said, well done. He smiled and replied, thank you. I've worked in the O Grand Library for a year. As the number of books I need to classify has decreased, naturally my work efficiency has gradually increased. Furthermore, out of the 850 history books I aimed for, only 200 remain. Since I read about 3 books a day, I will soon complete the foundational knowledge I have long desired. Not only that, but I have also experienced swordsmanship and come to understand the essence of death. Thanks to that, the endurance of my mental world seems to have improved as well. Sharon sighed slightly. I truly thought I was going to die back then. Although the start was quite slow, as long as I don't give up, I will achieve my goal someday. But more importantly, Lan was sitting next to him holding a book. Wow, there are so many books. Has our family read all of them? There is nothing better than finding a good friend. Sharon replied softly, of course. The family head and the second young master often come to the library. Lan made a tisk sound upon hearing that and said, if you're smart, it must be fun. After getting to know Lan, I realized that despite his appearance, he had a very emotional and cute side. Or perhaps I should just say he's like a youngest son. Lan nonchalantly tossed the book in his hand aside. There are so many books they can read. He really acts like a youngest son. Sharon quickly caught the book and said, don't damage it. If it gets damaged, I'll die. Lan was slightly surprised, then burst out laughing again. Don't worry. A single book can't be worth more than a human life, right? Even if you burn down the entire library, I'll protect you, so don't worry. Sharon couldn't help but get a headache. Young master, it would be less annoying if you just stayed quiet. If you do nothing, I'll be safer. By the way, why are you here today? What about training? I just finished my basic training. I also told the family head that I wanted to study in the library. Sharon trembled with rage. Then hurry up and study. What exactly are you doing right now? Lan began to act childish. I'm bored to death. Sharon was filled with weariness and helplessness. Lan wasn't lazy, truly. Lan was like fire. Once a flame ignited, it couldn't be extinguished, and it would reignite at every opportunity. Needless to say, 10 minutes later the two sat facing each other. Sharon said softly, "Young master, you came here to study." "To study, I mean." Lan frowned, looking at the pile of books before him. "Sharon, didn't you say you want to become a wizard? Do you really have to read this many books?" 800 books? That's insane," he immediately replied. "Of course, in fact, I'm still very lacking. I didn't have the opportunity to study before coming here, but now I've read all 600 history books and I know almost everything." "Really?" Lan's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "Every time I see this guy, I'm amazed. How can he read books so fast? It's like he's going to be sucked into the book. And he's the same age as me but much more mature." Lan opened the book in his hand and bluffed, "Ahem. This book is quite interesting." The preface: I am convinced that everyone at some point in their lives has asked the question, who would win if a swordsman and a wizard fought each other? Sharon paused for a moment, trying to find the answer to that question. "I traveled the world. Even now, if I close my eyes, I can see the glistening light on the peaks of Athos 6,000 meters high. On that mountain there are carnivorous plants that feed on birds." After reading a few lines, Lan concluded. "This book is too boring," Sharon complained and cried out, "What are you talking about? I'm enjoying it." "Enjoying it? There are no pictures and nothing related to swordsmanship." He immediately ran to Lan and said, "You haven't even read a full page and you're saying that? Then according to the author, who wins?" Lan frowned slightly. "Are swordsmen and wizards crazy? Why do they fight so much?" Just then, Guy suddenly stood before them and said, "Of course, the swordsman wins." Both were slightly surprised. Sharon hastily stood up and greeted, "Young master, good day." Lan asked back angrily, "What? How do you know?" Sharon thought to himself, "Surely he didn't hear our entire conversation just now, did he?" Guy silently picked up the book Lan was reading. "A servant who speaks disrespectfully to a noble's child will not be easily forgiven." Lan tried to lead the conversation. "And how are you so sure you're not just taking the swordsman's side because you're a swordsman yourself, are you, brother?" He frowned upon hearing that. "Why am I so sure? I didn't realize you cared so much." "Just look at the status of wizards on the continent," Lan said with a smirk. "We're talking about a fight. What does that have to do with status? People choose their positions on the battlefield according to military rank. Surely you're not going to say something like that, are you, brother?" Guy ignored him and turned to Sharon. "That fellow standing there, is he ignoring me?" "What do you think?" Sharon was completely bewildered by being suddenly addressed. I thought carefully with caution. "What's his objective? I've known he's unpredictable for a long time. But right now I have other things to worry about, so it's even harder to guess his thoughts. I need to give an accurate answer." He replied in a low voice, "If a swordsman and a wizard have equal abilities, it would be difficult for the swordsman to win after the wizard enters the mental world. But if the swordsman uses their superior physical prowess to attack first, before the wizard can cast a spell," Before he could finish, Guy firmly cut him off. "No, you're wrong. The wizard will lose," he concluded with extreme certainty. Sharon was slightly surprised. Lan, who was next to him, also frowned. "It's always like this. Ever since he was young, Guy enjoyed trampling on what people held dear if he felt uncomfortable with them." He sneered. "You seem to like history. You must have heard of the ocean pouch, an artifact that disperses a wizard's mental world." "I'm talking about anti-magic," Guy sneered. "You seem interested in history? Then you must have heard of the ocean pouch, a sacred relic that can shatter a wizard's mental world." "I'm talking about anti-magic. A wizard's innate ability is the mental world. Fighting a wizard in their mental world is like fighting a school of sharks in the deep sea. However, there is something that can stir the waters and scatter the school of fish: anti-magic. If the mental world cannot be affected, then magic cannot be affected either. When equipped with a sacred relic possessing these properties, a wizard becomes powerless. Ultimately, this is just a hypothesis. In the past, anti-magic was a precious power created from the mana spring flowing from a dragon's heart. Moreover, due to frequency fluctuations, no matter how much money was spent, its effectiveness could not be increased. Even Archmage Iaga could only use 65 of the ocean pouch's power. So its value." Guy smiled and continued. "Of course, because of its historical value, each piece is worth the kingdom's annual budget." Lan pouted and interrupted. "Damn it, then how can swordsmen get stronger? The core issue is that the people who created anti-magic are wizards." "What? Why them?" "Of course, because there was huge demand for anti-magic. It was very easy to make money." He raised an eyebrow and explained. "Wizards are lining up to be hired, so there's no need to buy precious sacred relics, is there? Now do you understand the problem? A wizard is just a pathetic profession willing to sell their own weaknesses for money." Lan frowned. "That's too harsh," but Sharon suddenly smiled and said, "That is the very essence of a wizard." Both were surprised by his answer. "What? As you said, anti-magic was created by wizards. It is used to limit the power of magic in anti-magic zones. It is also effectively used to aid training in magic academies. Although anti-magic is used against wizards, it exists as an intellectual achievement for a good purpose. Therefore I find it somewhat narrow-minded to think that swordsmen are nobler than wizards for this reason alone." Guy frowned, ground his teeth, glared at Lan, and then turned to leave. "Listen, theory and reality are very different. In any case, a wizard will not be able to defeat a swordsman." As Guy left, both Sharon and Lan let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "I really thought I was going to die." Lan beamed and hugged him. "You're amazing, Sharon. It's the first time I've seen brother make a face like that. If your tongue were a sword, you'd definitely be the strongest swordsman in the world." That was so satisfying, Sharon thought to himself. As Guy said, theory and reality are very different, but exploration based on another's weakness. 6 months later, in Temura's room, he drank warm tea and said, "It finished faster than I expected." The man guarding the library reported that the library relocation plan was moved up by 6 months. After 20 years of neglect, the books are finally classified, which is truly a relief. But aren't you reluctant to lose such a capable person, my lord? We could extend the contract for several reasons, you know. Before he could finish, Temura firmly cut him off. What nonsense are you talking about? Just focus on your own work. My apologies, butler, Temura thought to himself. Arian Sharon, scene change. Oh, library. At dusk, warm sunlight gently streamed into the room where Sharon sat reading a book. Reading a book is an easy task, but reading hundreds of books is an entirely different matter. Like a dream, just then, Lan rushed in frantically. Sharon, I heard you finished your work. Did you go home? He was slightly surprised. Did you really read everything? Sharon replied with a smile. There's nothing left to read here. At least not on this side. Lan hugged him. Really, you're amazing. You really read it all? Congratulations. That's really cool, Sharon said. Lan, can I visit your house before I leave? He looked surprised to hear that. What, really? What's so surprising? Lan looked touched. I was just disappointed that you were hiding our relationship so well, but I didn't expect you to say this, really. He thought in embarrassment. Well, I also regretted this quite a bit. The library was where we met most often, so there were almost no opportunities to meet privately. I've lived here for a year, so I was curious about where he lives. Lan was extremely excited. All right, let's go. My family is all out today. Sharon didn't expect him to be so hasty. Right now, then he widened his eyes and looked at the sight before him. It's a little scary coming here. It's a huge house with so many rooms, unlike the warm weather just now. It was snowing here. Lan, is it really okay to go straight through the main entrance? Don't worry, my family won't be back before the afternoon. Sharon looked around. Inside this spacious house. There were only maids. It's too quiet. It's huge. Lan smiled and said, right, they're just servants. He observed everything and thought to himself, is that big door the bedroom door? One room here seems bigger than our entire house. Lan is truly a young master from a wealthy family, yet he's not arrogant at all. After passing through a long corridor, Lan said in a low voice, this is my room. Sharon was completely bewildered. Lan's bedroom was the smallest room at the end of the corridor, and it looked like a training ground. Make yourself at home. It's like a place to rest briefly after training. Does Lan live here? Yellow sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lan's small room. At this moment, his face was deeply frowned and sweat slowly trickled down. Unlike Lan, Sharon was smiling, even humming a tune. Lan gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm not playing anymore. I lost again. As it turned out, the two had just been playing poker. And Sharon had won again, of course. One more game, Lan trembled and complained. Hey, are you cheating with your mental world? Sharon heard that and said, What do you take me for? The young master always has a habit of keeping the ace at the very end, and his betting style when he has a pair is quite easy to spot. What? How did you notice that? He smiled slightly. Observation skills are effective when you don't focus too much on one thing. When observing an opponent, you must observe all their actions. Then you can guess what they are thinking, not just observing one thing but observing the whole. Lan had a headache. Then will this help me understand my strategy? He suddenly stood up. It might. It helped me enter the mental world too. I still half understand and half don't. Oh, interesting. He walked to the window and picked up a book that was there. Lan, I'm borrowing this book. I've been reading too many history books lately, so I want to read a novel and clear my head. But at this moment, Lan had fallen asleep, slumped over his desk, even drooling. My goodness. Sharon checked the time. He said everyone would be back in the afternoon. Just then, music was heard from somewhere. Piano music. Only one person in this mansion can play the piano. In a nearby room, Reina, the only daughter of the O family, was playing the piano. But a few seconds later, she suddenly turned her head towards the door and asked, How was it? My sonata, I mean? Sharon, hidden behind the door, was startled to hear that. I've been caught, he stammered. I thought it was truly wonderful. Inwardly he thought, what should I do? Reina asked in a soft voice. It's my first time meeting you. Are you newly hired? Yes, I've been in charge of classifying books in the library for about a year. Oh, so you're that little boy? I heard not just anyone can classify books. You must be very smart. Have you ever played the piano? No, I haven't. Sharon frowned and thought, I can't let my guard down. She's a professional who uses the diagram when she plays. Lan had told him that the person with the worst personality in this mansion was his sister. Reina smiled and pointed to a chair beside her. Then I'll teach you. Come here. What? Sit there, Sharon thought to himself. I can't let my guard down. She's a professional who uses the diagram when she plays. He answered her in embarrassment. It's all right. Although he said it was all right, his heart was in turmoil. Lan also said that his sister was the most difficult person in this mansion. She smiled gently as she looked at him. Then I'll teach you. Would you please sit here? After saying that, she placed one hand on the piano keys and tapped the seat next to her with the other. He was flustered by her invitation, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He remained tense, screaming internally. What? Sit there. Reina quickly noticed his tense expression too. She calmly reassured him. It's all right. I've given permission, so no one will blame you. He bit his lip and hesitated. Inwardly, he constantly debated. The young master keeps saying that, but I don't have the right to refuse. He had no choice but to sit down, feeling nervous, excited, and his heart pounding all at once. He told himself, besides, I won't get another chance to sit in front of a piano. He listened intently to her lecture on music theory. She passionately guided him through each note. Now there are the notes C, D, E, and there are symbols on the sheet music. She asked him to press these 3 keys simultaneously. He quickly followed her instructions. His 3 fingers gently pressed the keys at the same time. A single sound rang out and he was slightly bewildered. A clear, pure sound resonated in his heart. He marveled at the resonance. "It's truly beautiful." She turned to him and, surprised, said, "A good start." His heart was inexpressibly chaotic and he was flustered, unable to hide his awkwardness. "Excuse me, I know I'm asking too much, but may I try playing?" She was very surprised by his suggestion, but without much thought she immediately agreed. "All right." Sharon realized his action was somewhat impolite and bowed his head. He thought his recent suggestion was excessive and felt it wasn't good at all. "It probably won't be good." Reina smiled softly and said to him, "Everyone starts that way." But a question arose in her mind. "Does he know more music theory than what I just taught him?" Sharon placed his hands on the piano keys and carefully touched them lightly. He moved his fingers gently and flexibly, starting to press the black and white keys. Clear and captivating notes resonated one after another. Reina covered her mouth in surprise and stared intently at his hands. She was astonished. Unbelievable. This guy is playing all wrong, but he doesn't hesitate at all when pressing the keys. Should I stop him? Reina broke out in a cold sweat watching Sharon play, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. She focused on the song he was playing and her face was no longer stiff. Strange, this guy is playing completely wrong. Although the sound wasn't perfect and was a bit chaotic, she still enjoyed it. But then Reina suddenly noticed something, and her eyes watched his hands, which were moving skillfully over the keys in surprise. She realized with a start. It's exactly the same again. Sharon seemed to melt into the melody of the song. At that moment she realized he could perfectly mimic the feeling of the piece she had just played. The harmony of each note truly astonished and bewildered her. A jade-green light suddenly burst from his eyes. Sharon seemed to be immersed in a matrix of notes. He and she sat in the center, and the faint light created a mysterious and enchanting space. Under his skillful touch, melodies and sounds continued to resonate. His hands glided elegantly and smoothly over the keys. The notes seemed to dance around each melody. As Sharon's fingers descended, the keys sparkled and shone, further highlighting his flexibility and delicacy. At this moment, Reina frowned and her eyes became serious. It was as if he had entered the correct trajectory. She murmured thoughtfully, "It sounds like it's starting to be accurate." His hands moved up and down without rest like a true artist. She sat intently listening and enjoying each melody he created. Reina stared at the man before her in astonishment. What was unfolding before her eyes was truly unbelievable, and an inexpressible emotion welled up in her heart. Therefore, while it couldn't be called a performance, he seemed to be able to see through the most essential things. Reina observed Sharon's every gesture and action. Several questions arose in her mind. Why is this child a butler, especially since he looks like a noble? He noticed her contemplative demeanor and recognized it. "I'm sorry, Before he could finish, Lan's shout was heard. "Stop being so noisy, you annoying gremlin demon." His shout disrupted the gentle musical atmosphere, and Sharon's heart filled with unease. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Lan displayed an unpleasant attitude, and a hint of anger was in his eyes. He stood at the door to Reina's room, scratching lightly inside his clothes, revealing his firm abs. He continued to shout loudly, "Come home and rest, why do you keep doing crazy things?" Looking into the room, he saw not only her but also the person next to her, which bewildered him. He stared at him in surprise and incomprehension. "Oh, Sharon, you're here too." Meeting Lan in this awkward situation, Sharon's expression was somewhat awkward and shy. He awkwardly replied to him, Yes, that's right." Reina, sitting beside them, was also bewildered and didn't quite understand the situation. She asked, full of surprise, "Oh, you two know each other?" As Lan stood still, Sharon looked back and forth between him and her, making an awkward face. He stammered, No, sweating. He didn't know how to answer the question, and anxiety rose in his heart. "My friendship with Lan will be exposed. Don't I feel like I'm committing some kind of sin?" Lan, who was behind, scratched his head and said nonchalantly, "Oh, Sharon, you mean." He was now fully awake. His eyes brightened as he introduced Sharon to Reina. "He's my friend." He froze as if petrified, then slumped to the floor in terror, looking at him with astonished eyes. "What are you talking about, young Master Lan?" He must have known it clearly in his heart too. Perhaps Sharon was afraid that revealing their friendship would not be good. He smiled broadly, placed both hands on his hips and said to Reina. Lan reassured him, "Don't worry. The gremlin witch has a bad temper, but she doesn't care about things like that." Sharon's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard, and ripples spread through his heart. What? How can that be? Why wouldn't she care? Before he could figure out how to address her, Reina spoke first. "So your name is Sharon?" She crouched beside him, her demeanor gentle and kind. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, if Lan said you two are friends, then that's that. That boy can be a bit annoying, but he takes responsibility for his words." This side of her exceeded his imagination. It gave him a slight sense of unease. Reina wasn't interested in whether he and the boy were friends. What made her more curious was his thoughts. She asked out of curiosity, "So what were you thinking when you played? I really want to know." He was surprised by her words. Countless question marks arose in his mind about what she held. Lan was also surprised by her question. "What? Sharon played? I thought you were just doing crazy things in here, sis." Witnessing this scene, his 16 years of logic crumbled. The walls of his perception instantly shattered, and he kept wondering, doesn't she care that her brother is friends with a commoner? Sharon looked back at him. "And why did young Master Lan lie? Your sister is a beautiful and kind lady." Hearing his words, she couldn't hide her amusement. Unlike her expression, Lan's face turned pale. He showed a serious expression with a hint of fear in his eyes. What? Don't be fooled by her. She's a witch. Who knows when she'll follow you and eat you up? Hearing his words, he too couldn't hide his bewilderment. She approached him, covered her mouth with her hand, and gave an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, my brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has a friend like you. Please take care of him. He looked at Reina's face and smiled and replied to her. Not at all. In fact, I'm indebted to the young master. Her enthusiasm made him blush. Reina began to praise Sharon. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. Lan saw that and smirked slyly. If he's so cute, why don't you keep him? You could even bring him into our family while you're at it. Reina was surprised by Lan's suggestion. She gave an intrigued smile. You're that close, yet you're not afraid of losing your sister? Lan laughed gleefully. What are you talking about? I'm not worried about my sister. I'm worried about Sharon. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand tightly gripped his collar. The two fought each other and she showed no mercy, not even caring that he was her brother. She hit him with all her might. Just because your sister doesn't say anything, you think you're so great? The two wrestled on the floor and Lan could no longer bear it, crying out, Ow, that hurts. Sharon stood watching the siblings fight. The chaotic thoughts in his mind confused him. Just when I thought I understood nobles better, they became even harder to understand after being hit. Lan snorted coldly and complained to her. HMPH, why did you come home? You haven't been resting for long. She calmly dusted her hands. Didn't you know? Guy is preparing for his exam. I came to pick him up tomorrow. The two of us will go, and father went to meet a friend, so he'll be back later. Lan's mouth hung open in astonishment. What, are you crazy? He bowed his head and lowered his voice. So he's that far away? He saw the boy looking sad and kept thinking about what she had said. The certification exam was the standard and condition for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not only in the kingdom but across the entire continent. More than 1,000 people participated every year, but each time no more than 30 successfully completed it. Furthermore, there is an uncertified qualification. Graduating from a kingdom-recognized academy, such as the Anna's Magic Academy, offers the opportunity to become an uncertified M-rank mage. One can be promoted by earning performance points through organizations and guilds, and thousands of people flock here. The lines of people stretched far, with no end in sight, but where there is money and honor, people naturally gather. Even with an uncertified qualification, people constantly seek certification. It was the legendary exam that Guy was preparing to take at 18 years old, Lan said admiringly. As expected, geniuses are different. Moreover, he receives the full support of the family. He sighed. His mood sank. Reina approached him, stroked his head and comforted him. It's all right, I'll go prepare dinner. It's imperial seafood, so I have to prepare it myself. She turned to him with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, Sharon. See you next time. He stared at her blankly. Yes, have a good day, he thought to himself. Will I have a chance to meet her again? He recalled the scene where she had just taught him the piano. The feeling at that time was truly fantastic. He was leaving the mansion tomorrow, so he didn't know if he would be able to meet her again. Reina left Sharon and Lan and went outside. He turned and hesitantly began to speak. Young Master Lan, your sister. He looked at him and asked. He gazed into the distance, his eyes firm. He asked him, does she have a boyfriend? His question made Lan freeze for a moment and look bewildered. Seeing his expression, Sharon knew he had misspoken. He hastily tried to erase his flustered expression. It's nothing, Lan burst out laughing, his mouth wide open. His eyes twinkled with mirth. He quickly reacted to his attitude. I was just curious, please forget that question. Before he could finish speaking, he dashed out the door, shouting Reina's name loudly. Sis, knowing something was about to happen, Sharon followed, shouting, I said it was nothing. He gritted his teeth, his face full of anxiety. Seeing Lan almost reach the door, he quickly followed him. Anxiety filled his heart. He blamed himself for accidentally blurting it out and felt sadness. Meanwhile, he ran out at top speed. While running, he didn't forget his mission and shouted loudly. Sis, Sharon asked. Lan clung to the upstairs railing, leaning down, and shouted loudly, Sis, do you have a boyfriend? Reina was leading the maids to prepare the meal brought from the palace. His shout echoed throughout the hall. His words resonated once again. Sis, do you have a boyfriend? At those words, everyone was startled and turned to look at him. Sharon, from behind, tightly covered Lan's mouth and pulled him back, and Lan, surprised, made unintelligible sounds. Up here. He continuously hugged him tightly and covered his mouth, and the incomprehensible murmuring sounds made everyone below whisper. What, a boyfriend? Her heart pounded continuously. Seeing the maid turn to look at her, she gave an awkward smile, trying to hide her embarrassment and shame. She laughed out loud and said to them, They're just playing around, don't mind them. Reina and the maids continued walking, and as she walked, she said, Now that the detoxification is done, we need to steam it. They all replied in unison, Yes, lady. Behind a nearby wall, Butler Temera had been standing for a long time. All that had just happened had entered his eyes. He called the person behind him. Hannes, did the young master have a visitor today? He bowed his head and said, There were no pre-scheduled appointments, Butler. Upstairs, Lan still wanted to say more. Sharon says you're getting ready to cause trouble again. Then he quickly pulled Lan's hand. The butler coldly said to the man, I've heard that voice before, now I remember. He turned his face and his eyes were as sharp as blades. He ordered his subordinate. Tell Temera to come to my study immediately. He frowned and shouted. Now, a blue sky, a forest covered with tall trees. Lan's breathing and training sounds echoed in the air. A loud sound rang out. Lan, take a 10-minute break. He was exhausted and panting, holding a training stick in his left hand and constantly wiping sweat with his right. Ketch looked at him and stroked his beard. He thought about him. This guy has become passionate again. It's been about a year already. Seeing him train passionately, he recalled the last time. He lost interest quickly back then. He glanced at him and fell into thought, but when Guy goes to the Imperial Palace, this child will change. The problem is understanding the diagram. Sweat trickled down Lan's face. Suddenly a sharp shout was heard. "Young master!" He was startled and glanced in the direction of the shout. A man in a hat ran over, looking urgent and hurried. His voice echoed from a distance. "Young master, Lady Reyna said to return to the mansion immediately." He was about to put a water bottle to his mouth when he was annoyed by the man's words. "That woman, if she's going to praise my brother, I'm not interested. Tell her to do as she pleases." The servant firmly denied it. "No, the lady said it was Mr. Sharon who was in danger, not the young master. She said he could die." As soon as he heard that, Lan spat out the water he had in his mouth. Lan stood up, still holding the water bottle, and looked at the servant. His demeanor was filled with anxiety and worry. "What? Why? I thought he was going home today." The servant, who had run too fast, gasped for breath and sat down. The butler reported it to the family head. "I don't know the details, but the lady said it was because of your relationship with the young master." Lan hastily threw on his coat. He turned to Ketch anxiously and said, "Master, I need to go see my father." Ketch saw his agitated state and knew something was wrong. When he pressed him, "What's going on? You're a little too agitated." Lan spoke urgently, as if short on time. "The butler Sharon is my friend, and I think my father found out there's no time. If I persuade him, my father will forgive him. I'll train later." Before he could finish, Ketch stopped him. "No," he froze, stood up straight, and looked at Ketch. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What?" As Ketch stood before Lan with his sword, Lan exclaimed, "Master!" A magnificent and lavish mansion stood before a vast sprawling mountain. Inside the main hall of the mansion, Sharon knelt. Male and female servants lined up on both sides. In the center sat Bishop, the head of the O family, with Lady Reyna and young Master Guy on either side, and the butler standing behind him, kneeling on the ground. His heart was anxious and uneasy. The man's dignified voice echoed with power. "Arian Sharon." Bishop exuded the noble and elegant demeanor of an aristocrat. He held a report in his hand and looked at him with an angry expression, saying, "You will be executed." The mansion's grand hall erupted in commotion, with people constantly whispering. How could this happen? The maids were worried and afraid. One maid whispered to another, "How dare a commoner do such a thing to a noble?" The whispers grew louder, and another person thought he lacked discernment. No matter how ignorant, he should at least know this much about the rules. All the assessments and judgments were heard by Temura. He glanced at the maids and said nothing. Bishop sat in his chair holding the stack of documents in his hand. He was deeply focused on them. Guy sat beside him, looking somewhat arrogant and indifferent. Only Reyna seemed anxious, as if she had much to say to her father. Unable to hold back any longer, Reyna said with a nervous and urgent tone, "Father, please wait, I have something to say." Bishop flipped through the documents in his hand and asked again in response to her words, "What else do you have to say?" The stack of documents in his hand was information provided by the butler, which he meticulously examined. All the servants were lined up and all were uneasy. Bishop used the stack of documents to accuse him. Many servants' testimonies confirmed that this child had acted very carelessly in front of Lan. He turned to Reyna and challenged her, "You have read the contract details thoroughly, so you should have no objections. Do you have anything else to say?" Sharon lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I have one question." He raised his head and looked at him, his eyes filled with caution. "If the young master and I are friends, what will happen to the young master?" All the servants gasped in horror, all thinking he was finished this time. "This fellow, doesn't he even realize his own situation? He should be begging for his life," Bishop said angrily. "How dare you ask me such a question?" Reyna looked at her father, then at him. To have the courage to ask about Lan in such a precarious situation. She thought to herself, is he worried about Lan, even in this situation? Bishop scolded him furiously. "Truly foolish, like a commoner. Do you think anything would happen to a noble if they associated with the likes of you?" Sharon lowered his head, sighed and smiled. He raised his head, looked directly at him and clearly admitted, "Yes, Lan and I are friends." With everyone watching, he confessed once more, "We have been friends for a year, and we will be friends forever." The servants gasped in horror at these words. They trembled with fear. This fellow. Bishop's eyes flashed with killing intent. The servants also wondered, why isn't he afraid? Bishop warned him with a contemptuous tone, "Indeed, you seem to despise the name O." Bishop lost his composure and shouted, "Butler, deal with this quickly. Make sure no rumors about this incident leak out." He handed the stack of documents to the butler. The butler respectfully bowed his head and received the documents. Two soldiers approached, grabbed him by both sides and led him out to receive his punishment. Reyna shouted at Bishop, "Father, please wait. Please listen to me." She bowed her head, unable to hide her worry and fear from her angry father. Bishop, seeing her interfere with his decision, unleashed his fury upon her. "He has admitted it, and I, as the family head, have made my decision. Once a decision is made, it will not be reversed." The servants were uneasy, all worried about their own small lives. The blond man, feeling it was unfair, turned to the butler and said, "Butler, isn't this too harsh?" The plump man next to him also spoke up in his own defense. "Nonsense, there's no reason for all of us to lose our lives because of one person." The blond man's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he looked aside. He frowned and said, "This family is our life. To protect it, we must eliminate any minor conflict." As Sharon was being dragged away by the two men, he made a profound statement. "You may think it's wrong now, but later you will be grateful for this choice." Suddenly the door burst open and a scream echoed through the mansion's grand hall. I won't let that happen. Lan appeared in a hurry, his master's sword in his hand. Reina's face beamed with unconcealed joy. He's finally back. The burden in her heart lifted. She called out loudly to Lan. Contrary to her expectations, Bishop's face darkened. He crossed his arms and looked at his son solemnly, with no hint of joy. Sharon looked up at him, but his eyes held no expectation like Reina's. His gaze was resigned, as if awaiting all punishment. Perhaps he feared being a burden to Lan. With anxiety and rage, Lan shouted uncontrollably, "Who dares to harm my friend without my permission?" Bishop looked at him coldly and decisively, and he said calmly, "Ah." With just one word he amply demonstrated his authority and status in this family. Lan said all sorts of things below to defend him. He couldn't understand why his friend had to meet such a miserable end just for being friends. He challenged him. Why? He didn't do anything wrong. He just became my friend. Reina stood up anxiously. She too worried about him and her brother. Bishop was enraged to see his son challenge him for a commoner. He held human lives cheaply, believing one could die without committing a fatal mistake. Matters concerning nobles are extremely complex. You cannot even imagine it. Lan, filled with anger, shouted in defiance. His words were very sharp. Our family is resolving this complex situation, and I, as a noble's son, enjoy privileges. If that privilege forces me to kill my friend, then I don't need that privilege. Bishop looked at him with his autocratic eyes. He imposed his opinion on others, and his words strongly hinted at class distinction. Truly childish. Are you asking why he should be blamed? Being friends with a noble means that relationship must be equal. Seeing him being dragged away by the two soldiers, his indifferent gaze and his clear declaration from earlier angered Bishop even more. Looking at him, Bishop unhesitatingly uttered insulting and disrespectful words. Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? On what basis? There are too many people in this world who want to use nobles. Lan vehemently opposed his father's arrogant words, shouting, "Sharon would never do such a thing." Bishop glanced at him halfway, seemingly losing patience. Bishop looked at him, and his firm words dealt a great blow to his psyche. "How can I trust you? Prove that you and Sharon are truly friends." His words froze him in place. He thought blankly. Prove it? He worried inwardly. Damn it. Reina, standing beside him, also never imagined her father would ask such a question. She looked at him nervously. Bishop stared intently at him. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with triumph. His thoughts were chaotic. If I say I can't prove it, everything will be over. He felt pressured by this question and hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "My feelings." He wondered inwardly if one could prove human emotions. He fell into confused thoughts. But I can't speak carelessly, it seems. He put himself in that situation. If I were Sharon, I could have easily defeated him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if I were Sharon? He glanced at him, looking at his calm and relaxed face, devoid of worry or fear, but his eyes were extremely firm and intense. Looking at him, Lan fell into deep thought again. Those eyes seemed to accept everything. They're just like the eyes I had when I competed with him. Lan looked straight into those eyes. He recalled Sharon's previous words, thinking, Lan, sometimes if you don't focus on small issues, you can get better results. He traced his memory back to when he played cards with Sharon. When he didn't like his hand, he would put his hand on his head and make a bored and uninterested face, but Sharon's hand held an ace card. Sharon taught him that he shouldn't focus on small details of an opponent but observe the whole. He doubted Sharon's words. Observe the whole? Sharon flipped the ace card to show him. That way you can see their true intentions. He repeated those words inwardly. Lan seemed to gain courage. Look at the whole. Look at the whole. The person standing before me now, he is a second-rank noble, the head of the O family, a fourth-rank official knight who inherits the black-haired lineage. He tightly gripped the sword his master had given him. He was certain inwardly, yes, this is not an argument between father and son but a sword fight. Going back 30 minutes when he heard the news and was preparing to leave, he was stopped by his master. He shouted at Ketch, "Master, why are you stopping me? My friend could die." Ketch, despite his urgency, was calm and composed. "Yes, you're talking about that child who works in the library, aren't you?" Ketch hesitated for a moment, then continued. "But that child is a commoner." He was surprised and frozen by those words. "Master, I didn't know you were that kind of person. You taught me." He couldn't believe that his master, whom he had always respected, held the same autocratic and old-fashioned ideas as his father. At that moment his emotions truly collapsed. He shouted uncontrollably from his heart, "If one could communicate by wielding a sword, then anyone could be his friend." Ketch calmly looked at this disciple. He began to lecture him. "Lan, do you not know what is most important to a noble? A noble must naturally eliminate anything that threatens their family's status, must they not?" He explained to him the disadvantages to his family. "Have you ever considered the weight your friend must bear when his worth is no more than a fly?" When you became friends with him without thinking, he gritted his teeth and wept upon hearing these words from Ketch. His shoulders continued to tremble and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Each falling tear seemed to prove his helplessness and the pain in his heart. Ketch comforted him, his voice calm but firm. "Do not think you can resolve this issue with an argument." Lan clenched his fist tightly, his fingers continually clenching. He said to Ketch in a firm yet also helpless voice, "But I cannot stand here and do nothing. I was the one who suggested we become friends first." Lan raised his hand, his eyes burning with strong resolve, and said loudly to Ketch, "I don't want to be a coward." His words were like a challenge to adversity, his determination clearly evident in every gesture and glance. Ketch looked at him with different eyes, and he implicitly praised him inwardly. Good resolve. That child is very emotional, honest and pure, but he won't be able to become a great swordsman that way. I have high hopes for you, and I will support you. Ketch extended his sword to him. Take it. Fortunately, Ketch was not the kind of person who was truly old-fashioned and prejudiced about class differences. He also warned and advised him, if you come back with this I will let you go. But if you are not prepared for this, do not think of taking a single step out of here. He received the sword from his master, his eyes fixed on the blade, reflecting his firm and serious resolve. Lan now had to make the right choice based on his beliefs. His eyes shone, filled with unwavering confidence and determination. Master, I will never forget this kindness. Every word he spoke was like a vow etched deep in his heart and mind, serving as the driving force for him to face this challenge. The old man glanced at him and said, abandoning a friend is like abandoning a part of one's body. This was both a warning and advice. His heart was like a turbulent sea now, and this was a life-or-death sword duel. Returning to the present in front of the mansion's grand hall, Lan, having realized the truth of his master's teaching, held his sword, tilted his head back and laughed loudly. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the mansion, sending shivers down people's spines. You really are my father. I almost fell for your trap, he shouted in anger. You asked me to prove we're friends, I can do it. Because I believe Sharon and I are friends, he added that his very existence, his being Sharon's friend, was proof of their friendship. Bishop was enraged by such a powerful rebuttal. He gritted his teeth and snarled, nonsense, this isn't an argument between father and son, he shouted in fury. And now, the reputations of countless families are crumbling. His words greatly shocked the servants. He didn't stop his mad rant. If I can prevent the family's downfall, I am even prepared to sever ties with my son. As soon as he finished speaking, Reina and all the maids were astonished. Reina shrieked. Lan's 2 legs stood firm in a serious stance and his voice was resolute without hesitation. If that's what it takes at the cost of my friend's life, I will gladly leave. Everyone was terrified by his actions. Bishop stood up in a rage, his hands clenched tightly, veins prominently bulging. He yelled at him. You brat, draw your sword. If you truly believe this fellow is your friend, then stake your life here and now. He drew his sword without a moment's hesitation. The sharp clang of the sword echoed as if declaring that his father-son relationship would soon end. He couldn't believe his own eyes. His son was drawing a sword to fight him over a commoner. He stammered, looking at him. How dare you draw your sword and defy your father? He held his sword before him, its tip pointing to the sky, and his eyes gleamed sharply. I am not pointing my sword at you, father. I am merely demonstrating my conviction. Bishop clutched his chest, feigning helplessness. How can you make friends? You can't even get along with other noble families. Perhaps it's because you can't reach the level of other nobles, he said, trying to manipulate Lan's psychology. Right now, you are merely comforting yourself by keeping weaker individuals by your side. But no, he said, lowering his voice. This time, father, you are wrong. His eyes were burning, unwavering and firm. His gaze was filled with confidence and self-belief. He lowered his sword and said to him with a confident voice, Sharon is my friend and he is far superior to me. I want to help Sharon shine brilliantly in an even higher position. His resoluteness could not help but surprise him. Bishop was so angry that he pointed a finger at him in shame. He reproached him in an enraged voice. Did you deceive that boy? Did you persuade a commoner that he could be friends with a noble? His words pierced Sharon's pride like a sharp blade. He denied it. Lan also stood before him, shielding him, his voice filled with a desire to embrace and protect him. Sharon, stay still. I will protect you. Sharon knew this was a pivotal moment not just for himself, but for the friendship he cherished. He called Lan's name. Hearing his call, Lan froze. He took all the blame upon himself. Your Excellency doesn't need to take responsibility for everything. I will take responsibility for my part. He turned his head in astonishment and looked at him. Sharon remembered that moment. Lan's hand reaching out to grasp his. From the moment Your Excellency said you wanted to be my friend, I had a premonition that I would have to choose between being your friend and saving my life. His eyes were filled with emotion. He looked at Lan. Even if it means I die here, I will not regret being your friend. Lan bowed his head, his eyes brimming with tears. His sincere friendship did not disappoint him. His voice choked. That's right. Suddenly he lifted his head and shouted at Bishop. That is my intention. The words echoed as if powerfully affirming his friendship and unwavering resolve. His heart was filled with conviction and determination. He knew he had made the right decision. Lan once again declared his friendship to him. Even if I am isolated, we are friends. His eloquent and sharp words left him speechless, and he could only grimace and look at him. Reina, standing nearby, was also moved to tears by these sincere words. She thought to herself, even if we are immature, we are human beings with emotions. True friends do not turn their backs on us. The servants too were moved, all shedding tears. Everyone either had such a friend or wished for one. They were also weeping for their own lives because they could not resist fate and had to accept the class difference between commoners and nobles. Such barriers made them lose their own equal rights forever. The butler also glanced at Lan and Sharon. He frowned and made a tisk sound. Suddenly a cheerful laugh echoed throughout the mansion. How interesting. The people below looked up in surprise. Reina joyfully called out to him. Clan looked down from upstairs, vibrant and delighted, and praised. I didn't think I'd get to see such a touching scene when I have so few days left to live. Youth is truly the best. Reina, overjoyed, breathed a sigh of relief. Everything will be all right. She thought that if her grandfather was here, everything would be easier to handle. But contrary to her attitude, Bishop's expression was not so natural. He looked at Clam with suspicious eyes. Father, you've arrived. Reina said it would take a few more days. He opened his mouth. My friend ran off with a young woman, so I came early. After speaking, he sat in a chair. Sharon was also very surprised by his appearance. He stared blankly in his direction, unconsciously realizing his identity. That person was Tomia's general and a third-rank swordsman, Lan's grandfather. He sat with his legs comfortably crossed and his voice was lively. This place is still noisy though. Youth is truly the best. He was none other than the former family head, Clam. Oh, while he laughed and chatted with people, his son, the current family head, did not look pleased at all. He said to him with a displeased expression, "This situation is not good. Our family's reputation has already been ruined." He paid no attention to his son's appearance and instead turned his lively gaze to the people below in the grand hall. "Don't jump to conclusions. I've been watching quite a bit from behind. And clearly everyone here will have a lot to say. So how about we first hear each other's opinions on whether we've lost face or not?" He took the opinion of the first person, witness number 1, his eldest daughter Reina. She could not hide her joy at being able to present her thoughts on him. "Although I met Sharon for the first time yesterday, I could tell he is a very intelligent and talented young man." She stood and presented as if giving a speech. Everyone there looked at her all at once. They listened carefully to her words, evaluating him. He sat with his legs crossed. His hand cupped his chin and his expression showed that he expected his granddaughter to offer her opinion. Furthermore, Sharon fulfilled all the requirements of the contract and was scheduled to leave the family today. Considering such circumstances, it is difficult to say that Sharon approached Lan with any specific malice, and consequently, I do not believe his actions tarnished the family's honor. He stroked his chin as if understanding her intention. He snorted, "Then what does my second grandson think?" Next to offer his opinion was witness number 2, his second son, Guy. He hadn't said anything until now, but his expression was not at all favorable towards him. He frowned. Words leaked out from between his teeth. "I don't like that fellow." Bishop, who was next to him, was very satisfied with his answer. He smiled triumphantly, secretly praising his second son. "Yes, I knew I could trust you. But he never cared or was interested in things that didn't concern him before. But this matter has nothing to do with me." His ambiguous words surprised him somewhat, mixed with a slight disappointment. He shouted, "What?" Bishop's face darkened and he turned to his unprincipled son, saying in a somewhat chiding tone, "What do you mean? You say you don't like him, then you say you don't care." He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and spoke with an indifferent attitude, eyes slightly closed. "That's right, I don't like that fellow, but it doesn't concern me who Lan chooses to be friends with." He disrespectfully added, "I just wish this matter would end so we can depart for the Imperial Palace." Reina was also very surprised by Guy's attitude. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, look at my brother's attitude." He laughed heartily at his second grandson's opinion. "This is why there's no place like home." He stroked his chin and looked towards Lan. "Now let's conclude. There must be someone who has observed this Sharon boy the longest, so next I shall call the vice butler." Next was witness number 3, Vice Butler Temura. He cleared his throat, but his gaze was directed towards the butler. He raised his hand near his chin, signaling to him. Inwardly he thought, surely that person will notice. Judging by Bishop's attitude, his gaze also briefly flickered to the vice butler. His thoughts were so clear that he signaled to him. "We are not ones to express opinions, but to obey the master's will." The vice butler, after a long moment, spoke his name. "Sharon." He glanced at the butler and then offered his honest assessment of him. He performed the task I assigned and he completed it excellently. Furthermore, he finished the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words were like a bolt from the blue for the butler. He had not expected him to disobey his instructions. He gritted his teeth. "What on earth is he doing?" Bishop sat, sighing, his previous dignified appearance gradually fading. Clam looked at the vice butler and asked, "Did you know that those two boys were friends?" He placed his hand on his chest and politely answered his master's question. "I knew the boy often went out with the young master, but I didn't know they were friends. However, in my opinion, if that boy had been ill-mannered, he wouldn't have been able to classify 10,000 books." He was astonished and couldn't believe his ears. He never expected there to be someone in the mansion to advocate for him, besides Lan, his friend, and the kind lady Reina. It was the vice butler. Lan smiled and glanced at him. Finally, someone acknowledged his efforts and abilities. Reina cupped her chin with her hand, silently rejoicing on his behalf. Good, the atmosphere has completely changed. But her joy faded when she looked at her father. His eyes towards him were still unwavering. He frowned unpleasantly each time someone came to help him. Especially since Mr. Clam's return, everything had spiraled out of his control. She knew her father was the only one who wanted to punish Sharon. Suddenly, a low, dignified voice echoed. "No," he said, standing firm on what he had just said. "I cannot agree to this." As soon as he finished speaking, Guy and Bishop shouted simultaneously, "Father!" Reina couldn't understand why he had changed his mind at the last minute. She had relaxed, but now she was as fidgety as an ant stamping its feet, and he looked brighter. Mr. Clam quickly corrected himself. No, I understand that those two boys consider each other friends." Sharon and Lan stood before him, filled with worry and tension. He looked at the two of them and then fell silent. "But let it end here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread outside. And this incident could become a weakness for political rivals to seize upon and use against us." He listened more carefully as his father spoke. All his concerns were clearly explained by Mr. Clam. Guy, sitting next to him, still didn't care about anything. With an indifferent expression, he began to state his opinion. "Everyone in our family is an outstanding individual in the kingdom, and some are even preparing for the certification exam. Furthermore, countless families depend on me, so what can I do? The neatly standing maids also couldn't help but worry about their own and their families' fates upon hearing his words, because they were commoners, and it was an honor just to work for a noble. Sharon, you are a smart child, so I trust you understand my words. Reina looked back at him, wanting to say something, but it was stuck in her throat. But Lan could no longer sit still either. He gritted his teeth and stared at him. His gaze was resolute, unconstrained by anything. He looked at his beloved grandson with a face that neither cried nor laughed. He couldn't help but think, Lan, you seem to have quite a bit of potential and intelligence, but why can't you understand my words? His heart was equally conflicted. He wished Lan would understand the immense responsibility resting on his shoulders. You too know how heavy the burden is bearing the lives of countless people, do you not? He looked back at him then. He wanted to know how he felt at this moment. He also wanted to know what Lan had realized after becoming friends with him. Sharon, what do you think? Thank you for teaching my naive grandson what true friendship is. Your grandfather does not want this family to be criticized by others because of you. I am asking for your opinion, but can we end this here? Sharon lowered his head. He closed his eyes lightly but could not answer for a long time. Then he suddenly uttered two words, No, I cannot. This surprised both Mr. Clam and Reina. Bishop also did not expect him to be so stubborn and unable to distinguish between importance. Guy now also had to look at him with different eyes. Lan was also very surprised by his answer. He thought Sharon would beg for forgiveness for his life and cut ties with him. Lan did not expect him to be so brave. The moment Lan hesitated about to call his name, he saw the genuine sincerity in Sharon before him and called his name without hesitation. Sharon. Sharon placed his hand on his chest, looked at him, and spoke the words deep in his heart. If I become an obstacle to young Master Lan, I will not hesitate to never meet him again. But Sharon was no longer hesitant or afraid. He honestly laid out all his feelings. That does not mean I do not consider you a friend, young master, he asserted with a confident and assured tone. Lan and I are friends. He could not tolerate his friendship being bound by others or tarnished by someone's words. He said to Mr. Clam, If you would just consider these matters, I will follow any command. The sword in Lan's hand trembled continuously, and he felt deeply ashamed of himself. His tears flowed once more, and in his heart he reproached himself. He was relieved that Sharon hadn't died. To be honest, a part of his heart felt that way. But Sharon knew that abandoning a friend was like abandoning a part of himself. Lan looked at him with wide eyes. He could barely decide on the words his master had taught him during training. But Sharon was willing to lose his life to uphold those two words, friend. He felt so ashamed of himself and made a decision. All right, this issue isn't for negotiation anyway. He held his sword straight up to the sky and loudly, clearly, and resolutely shouted. His shout was like thunder. Here I declare. Mr. Clam and Reina were immediately startled and terrified by his next action. She cried out, I don't know what you're trying to do, but don't. Her reaction was due to her uncertainty about whether her younger brother would make a wise decision. Even a single mistake would significantly impact his fate and the entire family. She could not let him make such a hasty decision. His sword was driven straight into the ground, and the clanging sound was deafening to everyone's ears. He knelt, astonishing Sharon, and plunged his sword deep into the earth. He declared unequivocally before everyone, I, Lan O, third son of the O family, swear to become Sharon's sword from this moment on. His declaration echoed like thunder in the tense, suffocating space, and his father trembled with rage. He gritted his teeth, his face grotesquely distorted. He roared, You damn fool! The entire mansion seemed to shake with the force of his anger. His roar echoed in every corner. Foolish boy! The origin of a knight's oath dates back to when the kingdom of Tomia was first founded. In an age of chaos, small and large nations all fought to claim fertile colonies. The strongest among them succeeded in unifying everyone and proclaiming the kingdom of Tomia. However, the newly founded kingdom had to contend with powerful neighboring states. Therefore, instead of being purged during the kingdom's unification, defeated kings were allowed to govern their own territories directly, and in that process the Knight's Oath was created. The defeated kings knelt before the new monarch, swearing to become a sword that would only follow the master's commands, and in return, they were granted noble status. That was the origin of the Knight's Oath and the birth of the noble class. Therefore, breaking a Knight's Oath meant becoming more despicable than a mad dog. Lan looked around at the people and laughed playfully. What do you think? There's no turning back now, is there? Everyone was frozen in place. All were speechless at his sudden decision. He still held the sword tightly in his hand, one knee bent, the other leg up. At this moment he couldn't help but blame himself. Master, I think I've caused a big problem this time. Lan remembered his master scolding him angrily. I didn't give you the sword to do that. Sharon knelt beside him and took his hand. He was terrified. Lan, what on earth are you doing? He didn't answer, glancing at the people. Mr. Clam's voice rang out, his face hardened, his expression growing even more resolute. Lan, if I am truly witnessing you say you will become that boy's sword, then that boy must certainly be worthy of it, mustn't he? Answer me. Sharon helped him up and the two of them looked at him together. He continued to ask, Is that boy truly talented, or does he only seem talented in your eyes because of your incompetence? Hearing this, Lan relaxed a little. He wore a confident smile. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted loudly, A sword does not judge, it only protects. Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing his answer. Even Sharon was surprised. Suddenly a long laugh erupted in the tense space. He covered his face with his hand and laughed heartily, shaking his entire body. He acknowledged his words. Yes, immature fellows must be like this to become the best. His father helplessly rubbed his forehead, but his grandfather showered him with praise. Your eloquence is good too, but with your meager swordsmanship it's a pity for your friend to receive such a sword. Lan had not expected his words. He stammered, Gee, grandfather. He placed a hand on Sharon's shoulder. He laughed, comforting and reminding him. All right, it's all over. Although that boy is not yet the sharpest sword, Sharon, he will never betray you. Please take good care of my grandson. He patted his shoulder. Sharon closed his eyes, feeling this moment. Lan looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for acknowledging me. He gestured to the head butler and commanded. Since the two boys have sworn to be friends for life, you cannot simply let him leave. Head butler, use the carriage Sharon would have used to return home to bring his parents here. He immediately received his command. Yes, I'll go right away. The two servants looked at each other and laughed. Both wore hats. The head butler was still in utter astonishment. Inwardly he exclaimed, Is this really happening? White clouds floated leisurely across the blue sky. He was helpless even in thought. I truly cannot understand what nobles are thinking. Lan finally relaxed and laughed comfortably. An exclamation escaped his lips. Refreshing. He collapsed onto the bed, stretching out his arms, and Sharon sat beside him. He laughed and asked him, Did you see my family's expressions? They were truly something. Sharon felt deeply sorry in his heart. Lan, you didn't have to go that far with the knight's oath. Then he suddenly jumped up, startling Sharon. Sharon, I didn't do that because you're my friend. His eyes stared directly at him, firm resolve burning in them. I am different from my brother. You have the power to attract others, and I simply chose to stake my life on such a person. Sharon blushed slightly in embarrassment. Gee, guy. Right now he's a little shy. He thought inwardly, why is he saying that again so suddenly? He looked at him with admiration. I feel too burdened, he said to him with a flushed face, but if you want to protect me you'll have to train much harder. His words infuriated him. Sharon looked at him worriedly and asked, Why are you like this? He said dejectedly. It's nothing, you just touched a raw nerve. Raina suddenly opened the door and came in. She said loudly, Lan, is it true that you made a knight's oath to become Sharon's sword? As she entered she saw him lying in a pool of blood. She asked him how he was doing. What on earth happened? He told her with his last remaining strength. Outside, Sharon refused. What are you talking about? Just a moment ago you helped me so much, sis. Sharon invited her inside and said, Please come in. She said arrogantly, Yes, I brought important information from the other side, so you better snap out of it right now, she said with a slight hint of worry. Why, what are father and grandfather doing? She quietly sat on the bed and said to the two of them, They are truly bloodthirsty, but since you've already played the knight's oath card anyway. She delivered very important news to him. Father is thinking of enrolling you and Sharon in the Kai Ren Swordsmanship Academy. Sharon, didn't you say your swordsmanship talent was truly amazing? You said it yourself. He was flustered. Seriously, that far? She laughed. Of course, now you're also a member of the family. I told them all about your talent, just in case they wanted to invest something in you, you know. They hoped his talent could be used to help Lan, and clearly wanted him to succeed for Lan's future. Hearing this, he shouted at her, Who can send me to school without my permission? I've just barely been able to play freely with Sharon. She silently kicked him to the ground and stepped on him. She sighed and scolded, You're such an ungrateful wretch, you foolish boy. What more do you want after causing such a ruckus? He shouted in defiance. He turned his head and looked at her with eyes like blades. He shouted at her, Sharon won't go to a swordsmanship academy anyway. Sharon is a future wizard, and he's already opened his mental world. She looked at him with surprise and suspicion. What, mental world? Sharon opened it. Wait, that means you made a knight's oath to a future wizard? She looked at his words in disbelief and he shouted in rage. There's a limit to incompetence. Get out of here right now. His grandmother remembered Sharon and Lan having a swordsmanship duel. Rina said, So you used synesthesia to feel the mental world and read Lan's movements to win. She rubbed her chin in admiration. Isn't that a brilliant idea? With such high mental world energy it would have been quite possible, Sharon answered, flustered. Is that so? Raina continued to praise him. You're truly amazing. From what I learned in school, the more concentrated the energy, the stronger the mental world becomes, and being able to maintain that concentrated state while wielding a sword is truly remarkable. As soon as he heard that, his cheeks flushed and he gently rubbed his head with his hand. Raina and Lan had the same thought. Is he that shy from just a single compliment? She said. I'll tell grandfather about Sharon's path. Of course, I'll also tell him about your condition for entering the swordsmanship school. Lan was startled and shouted, What? Then what about my master? Raina replied. Teacher Ketch already knows about this. That's why he canceled the contract yesterday, and he'll say goodbye tomorrow morning. He was even more surprised. Ah, Lan gripped the sword tightly in his hand, feeling a slight sadness in his heart. He remembered his master. He was now preparing to leave this land. A butler opened the door and announced, Young Master Sharon, your family has arrived and is waiting in the drawing room. The family head said you may meet them first if you wish. Raina quietly asked his intention. Sharon, what will you do? He merely smiled at first, but then, unable to hide his emotions, he jumped up and cheered ecstatically. I'll go. Sharon ran down the stairs so quickly that the two butlers worried. Careful, the stairs, Sharon said, slightly flustered. You can just speak to me like before. Suddenly talking like this feels a bit strange. They hastily replied, Goodness gracious, no, please don't say that, otherwise we will leave immediately. He smiled and reassured them. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. They still firmly refused, saying no. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the drawing room door. Sharon, in a great hurry, opened the door and stepped inside, looking at the people he loved most. Seeing the two people inside, he cried out, "Mom, Dad!" They too were deeply moved and cried out his name simultaneously. Sharon! He dropped everything and ran like a little bird finding its nest, embracing his parents in their warm arms. The three hugged each other tightly in overwhelming happiness. Sharon's heart ached as he saw his family. They've grown thin. They must have suffered day and night worrying about me. Sharon's mother, though shedding tears, reassured him. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad are fine." Vincent looked puzzled. "But why did you suddenly call us? If your work is finished, you should come home," he suddenly asked repeatedly in an agitated voice. "Don't tell me they're holding you back and not letting you go home," he explained. "No, I just got a pretty good opportunity." He understood nothing. Sharon's mother also hesitated. "A good opportunity." After answering, he explained all the details and circumstances to his family in one breath. As soon as they heard it, they all froze, their faces pale. Their legs were numb. Vincent's eyes widened, his whole body stiff as he stared intently at his son. Then he forced a smile and said, "So you're saying our son worked in the library, became friends with a noble, that noble made a knight's oath to him, and so our son is now permitted to be friends with that noble?" Sharon answered nonchalantly. "Yes, that's right." Vincent suddenly lowered his voice. "Sharon, tell Dad honestly." Then he grabbed Sharon by both shoulders and shook him repeatedly. With tear-filled eyes he cried out, "How can a smart boy like you have such foolish fantasies? Who's been bothering you? Tell me, is that it?" Sharon was shaken to the point of dizziness, but he managed to say, "No, it's true." He hugged his precious son tightly, weeping sorrowfully as if it were a final farewell. "Oh my God, people say those who go to noble houses never return whole." Sharon's mother tried to calm her husband. "Vincent," just then the door opened and the butler announced, "Young master, the family head has arrived." At that moment 3 people entered. Bishop spoke first. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Bishop, the head of this family." Lan bowed slightly and said, "Hello, I am Lan." Sharon soared. Reina introduced herself gently. "I am Reina, the eldest daughter of the O family. I've heard much about you both." Upon witnessing this shocking situation, the couple's faces turned ashen. Immediately they bowed their heads and replied respectfully, "Hello, we are Sharon's parents. Why would humble folk like us?" Reina, standing nearby, heard this and asked curiously, "Oh, didn't Sharon tell you anything?" Vincent, in his bewildered state, asked in a trembling voice. Yes, were all those foolish fantasies he spoke of true?" Even while sitting at a dinner table laden with sumptuous delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. Unbelievable, unbelievable. In the end, Vincent was completely dazed, and Sharon's mother was at a loss. "Dear, there are too many dishes." Even after dinner, he still felt as confused as if he had fallen from the sky. "What on earth is going on?" Sharon's mother, sitting next to him, immediately offered thanks upon receiving a warm cup of tea. In this stifling atmosphere, Vincent wanted to scream in his mind, "What is happening?" His hand holding the cup trembled so much he thought he might drop it. "Even if I don't know what a knight's oath is, there's no way they'd treat a family of such low status so well. I need to clarify this." With that thought, Vincent spoke. "Excuse me, I appreciate your high regard for my son, but I am very concerned that a noble of the O family has made a knight's oath to Sharon." "I can't believe it." Bishop frowned and said, "Honestly, I am somewhat displeased myself," he continued. "However, for our O family, which adheres to militarism, a knight's oath is absolute. If we were to discriminate due to social standing, it would tarnish Lan's honor. Therefore, from now on, we will use polite language. Please do not take offense. And our family will fully support your son." Clom laughed heartily. "It's been a long time since I heard you say something so sensible," Bishop said irritably. "Father, you're too loud." Sharon thought to himself. The family head manages and decides all important matters of the household. His resolute and proud demeanor suits him well, although he struggled with the decision to protect a commoner. He subtly glanced at Reina, who winked at him. He saw Lan's bright smile and reconsidered, but he fears nothing. Bishop then returned to a serious expression and said, "To get to the point, your son is a mental world user. The mental world is not something that can be achieved merely through effort. Frankly speaking, it is an innate talent." He continued, "As I understand it, this child aims to become a wizard. Therefore, for him to obtain an unofficial wizard certification as quickly as possible, the Anna's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in our country, would be suitable." Bishop stroked his chin and began, "I'm not saying he can only become a wizard by going to that school, but if he doesn't, there will be a loss to that talent. And I don't recommend it. Therefore, to meet the O family's standards, the child must study at Anna's Academy." Clam reminded him, "Consider your son-in-law's level of understanding." Seeing Vincent's stiff expression, he immediately understood the meaning of his father's words. Bishop then cut to the chase. "If your son graduates from the Magic Academy, he will become a wizard." At this, Vincent finally understood and jumped up. "Our son will become a wizard." Vincent thought to himself. "A Magic Academy," he said in a trembling voice. "Unbelievable, this isn't a dream, is it, my son?" Bishop continued. "However, the biggest problem is your son's status." Vincent was startled to hear him explain, flustered, that the Magic Academy has a strict selection process and only allows children of noble families to enroll. Clam then took over. "There is only one option," he then said seriously. "We will adopt Sharon into the O family." Vincent stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. My mind was in turmoil. "What?" Clam resolutely explained his plan. "This is the only option our family has agreed upon." He presented an adoption agreement. I have a cousin who currently has no children. If we add the child's name to my cousin's family register, all problems will be resolved. Of course, we have no intention of taking your son away from you. It will only be a formality, but with this Sharon will become a noble, Vincent thought to himself. Sharon becoming a noble. One needs such luck to get an opportunity like this, but if I do that, I feel like I'm losing this child. With an imploring heart he looked at his son with an awkward gaze. Sharon, tell me, what should Dad do? Seeing Sharon's nonchalant expression, he became even more flustered. Could he have already decided? At that moment, Sharon subtly glanced at his father. He reached out and slowly took his father's large hand which had always toiled under the sun and rain for him, and he held it tightly. Vincent felt quite a bit of pain. Sharon, with resolute eyes, loudly refused. That's unbelievable. I am Dad's son. Cannot be adopted by someone else. Vincent was startled by his son's words and cried out. Reina, sitting across from them, explained, Sharon, this is just a formality. Of course we will still treat your parents as your biological parents. You can achieve your dream and nothing will change. Before she could finish, Clam took over. Boy, you will become a noble. An opportunity like this doesn't come around often. Sharon still spoke firmly. If I have to change my father, I'd rather live as a commoner, Clam shouted in anger. Commoners cannot enter a magic academy, Sharon answered resolutely. Then I won't go to school. Clam tried to manipulate his psychology once more. Then you won't be able to become a wizard. Bishop and Reina were both shocked. Sharon once again said firmly, Then I won't become a wizard. At those words, Sharon's mother and Lan froze. Clam, even more enraged, shouted, Sharon, why are you so stubborn? This world isn't so easy. There are things you must give up to succeed. If you can't do that, is your dream just a childish game? He answered nonchalantly, Perhaps so. At those words, Clam felt dizzy. What? Vincent already had tears in his eyes. His usually lively and vibrant face was now filled with awkwardness and sadness. Sharon spoke, No matter how wonderful my dream is, it came from my father and mother. If my parents are the roots, then my dream is like the sweet fruit that grows from those roots, nourished by them. He recalled memories spent with his family. Being able to read and getting the opportunity to work at the O family all happened because of the roots of my father and mother. This is just one of the opportunities I've received, and it's nothing compared to the countless opportunities my father and mother have given me. Sharon smiled resolutely and said, To ask me to deny my roots now is no different from telling me to die. I thank everyone for their offers, but I only have my father and mother. As soon as Sharon finished speaking, everyone in the room stood still and silent. Clam's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, What is this guilt? No, what this child is trying to say is, just then, Vincent suddenly bowed his head and said loudly, Please take Sharon as your adopted son. Please, I beg you. Sharon was slightly flustered. Dad, Clam from a distance said, I understand your intention, but what Sharon wants is, he ignored whoever was speaking next to him, simply bowed his head and painfully uttered a single sentence, Sharon is not my biological son. Sharon's mother heard her husband's words and cried out, Vincent, what are you saying? He still kept his head bowed and began to speak. We couldn't have children, he continued. We found Sharon through an unexpected event. As you must surely know, this child must be from a noble family. He is such a magnificent child. Clam and Reina grew more surprised the more they heard. Vincent continued to pour out his heart. If this child is adopted into a noble family, he will be returning to where he truly belongs. So this is not me abandoning his mother and denying his roots. Bishop thought to himself, Is that really true? He looked at their family and understood for himself. Perhaps everyone here must have thought so. Sharon doesn't resemble his parents at all. He stroked his chin and speculated. But does that mean he wants to give up his son? Sharon could listen no longer. He angrily grabbed his father's arm and shouted loudly, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you saying such things without telling me beforehand? Vincent merely avoided his son's gaze. Dad is sorry, but you're all grown up now, and it's time you knew. Sharon suddenly asked seriously, Did Dad think I didn't know? At those words, Vincent was utterly shocked. Sharon's heart sank heavily at this moment. Said with difficulty, The reason I didn't ask Dad is because a person only has one father and one mother. I want that too, but now Dad, you want me to have 6 parents? He was flustered, afraid, and heartbroken, his voice trembling. Dad just doesn't want you to give up your dream because of Dad. Tears began to stream from his eyes. Sharon cried out resolutely, Who's giving up on their dream? If I just work hard, opportunities will come. But he looked at his parents, weeping sorrowfully in his heartbreak, and asked, Has Dad ever thought about how I feel? What child wants to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent grabbed Sharon's hand tightly, his body trembling. Everything I've done is my fault, Sharon. Dad will never abandon you. As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged his young son tightly in his arms, as if fearing he would lose him forever. One person's loving tears gushed forth like a spring. Vincent sobbed and pleaded, Forgive your foolish father, you are everything to Dad. After that, they embraced each other tightly, expressing their feelings. Everyone around them remained silent, awed by their noble and profound family love. Bishop, seeing that scene, suddenly realized something. What I've done to my children could also hurt them. Clam replied, Being a parent is truly difficult. He asked, Didn't you struggle raising a child on your own? Bishop already had tears in his eyes and tried to cover them with his hand so no one could see. He subtly shifted his gaze to his son in front of him. Lan was also crying. He was touched by the deep emotions between Vincent and Sharon. Just then Bishop suddenly spoke. I heard there's a special consideration system at Alpheus Magic Academy. My father can help. Clam asked curiously, what can an old man like me do? How could I persuade that stubborn Alpheus? Did he refuse? You said he owes your father a debt, didn't you? Clam burst out laughing upon hearing that. Isn't being stubborn the best way with someone who adheres to all principles? Bishop also burst out laughing at this moment. He said, Father also made me family head using that method, didn't you? He replied somewhat evasively, It was all for you. 3 days later, after Lan had arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, the family head allowed our family to stay at the O Mansion, and Dad is still feeling apologetic towards me. I don't know how long it will last this time. Finally, Lan and I had some free time, and we both spent it sleeping. Lan looked at his friend lying next to him and laughed with great amusement. Sharon listened to his story and laughed with delight. And 3 days later, the two would have to leave home to go to the academies where they would fulfill their dreams. Sharon subtly looked back, gazing a little longer. At that moment, someone's sobbing was heard. It turned out Lan was weeping sorrowfully. Sharon spoke. Lan, don't cry, Lan said painfully. How can I not cry? If I get in the carriage, I have to go to the Swordsmanship Academy and we really have to part ways. The more he spoke, the louder he cried. Why can't I enroll next year like you? Sharon replied. I'm not even sure if I'll be accepted under special consideration. We can meet during holidays, can't we? I'll write to you every day. Lan suddenly placed his hand on Sharon's shoulder and called his name resolutely and loudly. Sharon, with all his might, cried out, You must become a wizard. I will also become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise. Before he could finish, Reina hit him hard on the head. Just focus on graduating. You're the one I worry about most. Then she turned to Sharon and said, Sharon, don't worry about anything. Just enjoy your time with your family. He will definitely help you get admitted. Sharon replied softly, Yes, thank you for your help. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head, expressing endless gratitude. Reina smiled and thought to herself, what an unusual child. At first I just thought he was a cute little boy. But he was very careful. Even in that terrible situation, he was able to firmly uphold his convictions. She suddenly looked at him and said again, Sharon, when you graduate. But after that she said nothing more and fell silent. She thought to herself, what is she thinking? He's a child who will have to live in a completely new environment at the Magic Academy. Then Reina stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, No, just do your best. You will definitely become a wizard. He replied, Please take care of Lan. After that she put Lan into the carriage and waved goodbye to Sharon. He climbed into the other carriage where his parents were sitting, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. The horses began to move and the two carriages sped away in opposite directions, growing further and further apart. He was sitting inside the carriage when he suddenly heard a loud voice from outside. Sharon! He immediately poked his head out to see who the voice belonged to. It was Lan O. He was shouting to him, When you get to the Magic Academy you have to surpass them. He burst out laughing at those words. After that, Sharon Arian also shouted back loudly in response, You too, young master. And the meeting of those two passionate boys would be remembered as the beginning of events that shattered the balance of the entire continent. By the roadside was a small bird's nest. A mother bird had just flown down to sit beside it, then soared high again. It flew over magnificent castles boasting grand architecture. This is Anna's Magic Academy. A man was setting a teacup down on a table. It was Clam. He forced a tired smile and said, You've been thinking for 30 minutes. The answer must be yes, Anna's replied. Even though we've been good friends for the past 50 years, I truly cannot accept your proposal. Clam shouted in displeasure upon hearing that. What are you talking about? Do you know how much I struggled when I was young because of you? Anna said. It must be quite an important matter for you to use such trite words, but special consideration is not a backdoor for nobles. We receive countless requests every year, but this system has its own criteria. The more he listened, the more displeased he became, frowning and muttering to himself, This cunning old man. Make me wait in vain for 30 minutes. After that, Clam burst out laughing and said, This time it's different. That boy surprised me a little. It's truly an important matter. It's been a long time since I've seen that expression on his face, Clam continued with a sly smile. I'm not asking you to accept an incompetent fellow, quite the opposite. That child is my youngest grandson's friend and he's truly talented. Do you know what I thought when I met him? He said seriously. I felt as if I was looking at you in your youth. Annas took a sip of tea and then raised a question. If that child is so talented, why couldn't he be admitted normally? There must be some problem, Clam explained. Still serious, there is a big problem. That child is not a noble. The old man was so surprised to hear that he exclaimed with a shock that even startled Clam. Impossible. After that, Annas accurately described Sharon's appearance. You mean the child with blonde hair and green eyes? Clam recalled Sharon's earlier words. Even if it means I die, I will not regret being his friend, he said. That was my first impression of that child. Truly audacious, he continued seriously. I initially thought that child was clever and knew how to manipulate adults. But when I proposed adopting him, he retorted, If you're asking me to deny my roots now, it's no different than telling me to die. Just recalling those words, Clam covered his face and burst into loud laughter. Isn't that truly logical? Who would refuse to become a noble? Annas gently stroked his beard. That child understands the natural law of cause and effect, Clam replied. Exactly. Without a cause there is no effect. But not everyone understands this law, so they easily lose themselves. New opportunities can always arise, But the moment one denies their roots, that person will lose everything and become unable to decide what they believe is right. Doesn't that remind you of your youth? Anas did not answer immediately and remained silent. After a long pause he said, their refusal to compromise means that while others might agree with what they believe is right, those same people can also criticize them. That is what I find dangerous. Clam clicked his tongue upon hearing that. Then he quietly asked, still, can't forgive yourself? You've done everything you could. You've taught countless talented individuals, haven't you? Isn't it time to forgive yourself? The old man laughed and said, I need to forgive myself, you're too arrogant, friend. Anas looked out the window and revealed his true feelings. The reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from reappearing, he continued with a sad expression. If that child is indeed like me, as you say, who can guarantee he won't walk a terrible path like I did? Anas, you were once a genius who appears perhaps once every 100 years, he continued. You, once considered the light of the Milchi family, nearly lost everything by walking down a single wrong path, but in the end you returned. Of course, who would have thought you'd become an academy head in such a remote place? Anas joked. What are you talking about? Heaven must have helped me. To think that an incompetent little brat became a third-rank official swordsman. I'm worried about the future of the Tomia kingdom. After that the two men burst into hearty laughter together. The old man suddenly stood up, walked to the window and looked at his school. Without a cause there is no effect. Clam poured more tea into his teacup and said, Is this fate? Who would have thought you would know that child? The child who was driven out 4 years ago has returned. The old man laughed and said, I don't believe in fate. Then he thought to himself, but for talented Sharon to have been trapped by the barriers of class, wandering for 4 years and now stand before me. Is this truly fate? Finally, the old man declared resolutely, I will accept Sharon. 3 years later in spring a carriage sped towards a small house nestled deep in the forest. Sharon, neatly dressed from head to toe, called out loudly, Mom, this is Aryan Sharon, now 17 years old. He said with an excited smile, I'll be back soon. Sharon's mother hugged him, praising him incessantly. My loving son, Mama will miss you, he promised. I'll write often. By the way, is my hair okay? I've never done it like this, so it feels a bit strange. She replied, Lady Jenna said short hair is in fashion among nobles. Just act naturally. Vincent coughed a few times and said, slightly embarrassed, didn't you forget something? Sharon waved his hand and said, Dad, I'm 17. A kiss is a bit much, he replied firmly. Hey, if you don't do it, I will. As he shouted, Vincent gently placed a loving kiss on his son's forehead, then lightly embraced him, expressing a father's heart. Sharon, Dad is proud of you. He too greatly enjoyed this warm feeling. Sharon then said, but will it really be okay? The family head also said he'd give me a house. Vincent replied seriously, goodness, you really? Your father is a hunter, isn't he? A hunter's home is the forest and fields. He was startled and thought to himself, is that really true? He walked him to the carriage and said, even though I've refused the allowance the O family offers you several times, they still insist on giving it to you. Sharon thought to himself, today is the joyous day I go to the Magic Academy, but Dad hasn't told anyone. The reason Dad refused to live in the city must be so I wouldn't become a target. Tamara was already outside and said politely, please board the carriage. I will escort you to the academy. Sharon climbed into the carriage, leaned his head out the window, and shouted loudly, I'll be back soon. And so my first day at the academy began. The carriage grew further and further away, leaving behind a couple seeing off their growing son as he departed to pursue his dreams. Inside the carriage, only Sharon and Tamara were present, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Upon reaching their destination, he opened the carriage door himself and called out to him, Young master, we have arrived. Tamara helped Sharon alight from the carriage. Surprise and fascination were clearly visible on his face. He continued, Anna's Magic Academy is bustling with many people coming and going right now, creating a lively atmosphere. The tall and magnificent school gates looked very noble. Tamara said, I will pay for the learning materials. Young master, you just need to study hard. Sharon was deeply moved. Thank you for escorting me, butler, he said seriously. I am merely doing my duty. He slightly bowed his head, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Now I finally have a chance to thank you. The reason I could come this far is because you, butler, held me in high regard. I will not forget your kindness. He smiled as he spoke the words he had always kept in his heart. Suddenly a remark startled Sharon. No matter how talented a commoner, they are still just a commoner and can never be superior to a noble. Opposite him was Tamara's stern and grim face. But after that he stated all his intentions, but not everyone gets such an opportunity. When you enroll in school, many nobles won't like you, he said with a cynical smile, but you must persevere. If you can persevere to the end, everything will work out. Sharon replied, moved. Thank you, I will definitely become a wizard. Tamara replied, then if you're ready, follow me. We need to register for admission. And so the two of them proceeded deep into the academy together. He thought to himself, Anna's Magic Academy, known as the Cradle of Geniuses, what will I learn here, and who will I meet? Inside, the guards uniformly shouted, we will serve with utmost dedication. In the training ground, people who had come to fulfill their dreams like Sharon were greeting each other. After completing all the procedures, Tamara instructed, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, contact me anytime. Sharon replied, yes, thank you. But he looked around and thought to himself, who will come to pick me up? Should I look around while I wait? Where? Suddenly, he found long, numerous bulletin boards attached to the wall. Anna's Magic Academy operates on a 10-grade system with a total of 420 students. Of these, 30 are in their final year. The number of students graduating each year is Sharon's eyes widened in surprise. Only this many? Suddenly, someone approached and said, "So this is Sharon?" As soon as he heard that, he turned around and immediately bowed politely. "Good day, Principal." Anna smiled and said, "We've met before, do you remember?" he said. "Thank you very much for that time." The old man patted his back and said, "It's all right. We can talk slowly while we walk." Anna's informed him, "You'll have to take an entrance exam." Sharon was flustered as he was completely unprepared. "An exam? What do I know?" the old man reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just a simple test to assign you to a class." Tamara asked, "Can you enter the mental world?" He replied, "Yes." The old man was very impressed to hear that. "Oh, truly impressive," the old man thought to himself. "Who would have thought that child could open the mental world on his own? It would have been truly wonderful if I had taught him since he was young. I almost missed out on the talent right before my eyes. Though it's late, I should teach him the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-old children, so if he goes early he'll lose face." So the old man suggested, "Would you like to take a tour of the school?" The two entered another area, and a young boy was reading 3 books suspended in the air. As the boy passed, Sharon noticed something strange that had just moved past him. He stammered, The place Principal Anna's introduced to him was a classroom where students studied." He looked up and exclaimed in admiration, "It's the freshman class." Class 18 was the introductory class. In Class 18, many children were using magic floating in the air. He stood blankly beneath those children who were joyfully throwing books and playing. Some children were gathered playing games or eating snacks. Sharon looked around curiously and exclaimed, "Everyone's using magic," Anna said. "That's right, but the place we need to go is a little different." The two continued towards Class 74, an advanced class. This place was very quiet, everyone studying seriously, not making a commotion. Sharon evaluated inwardly. "The atmosphere is different. Everyone around me is my age, but what are they debating so intensely?" A black-haired boy said. "If you condense a large amount of mana into the air and bring it down as ice points, wouldn't it be more effective to condense cooling matter? Anyway, the downside is that the reaction happens faster. Then how about this, if we control time instead of mana?" Sharon was so startled he almost screamed. "What?" He had a painful realization. "We're speaking the same language, so why can't I understand what they're saying?" Suddenly a loud explosion sounded from behind and a girl emerged from the smoke coughing. As soon as she saw Anna, she quickly bowed her head and greeted him. "Ah, good day, Principal." The old man smiled and said, "It seems there's a problem." The red-haired girl with glasses replied, "Yes, I was experimenting to amplify sound, but an error occurred." Sharon wondered inwardly, don't they care? Empaz mentioned that there seemed to be a slight imbalance in the input. After output, check if the current balances. She gave a vigorous thumbs up. "Thank you, Principal. I'll try again." He was very surprised. The principal didn't stop him either. Moreover, he was thinking of trying again. Sharon looked around with a bewildered and confused expression. It was as if he had come to a different world. As the two continued to look around, a girl with long attractive red hair passed by. It was Amy. The beautiful girl captivated the men around her. She enchanted the men around her. The two moved to another room. Something caught Sharon's eye. Was it a bulletin board? There was a yellow bulletin board on the wall filled with text. He looked at it and thought to himself, "The entire intermediate class rankings are listed here. First place is Cammy's. That's a first-rank noble, isn't it? More precisely, Amy Cammy's." He stood there blankly below it. His expression was fixed as if in disbelief. "Everyone listed here has the same talent as me and she's in first place." A strong desire arose in his heart. "I want to be like that too. I'll start learning from scratch here." Sharon's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Something stimulated him. "I have to change the rankings." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Amy, wait for me." The voice made Sharon turn around curiously, and he wondered to himself, "But is this Amy Cammy's first place in the intermediate class?" Suddenly, seeing the red-haired girl, something made him pause. Her face reminded him of a terrible dark past. It was when he was grabbed by the collar by bullies. They assaulted and beat others, and their leader was Amy. She fiercely pointed at his face like a mad little demon and furiously questioned him. "Where did you learn this magic? Why did a commoner return?" In fact, Amy had passed by him without saying a word, but she suddenly cast her gaze at Sharon. He immediately turned his face away. From behind, a girl with orange hair ran up and shouted loudly, "Amy, I told you to go together, you idiot." Sharon bowed his head and kept praying inwardly, "Please don't look at me, please." Then the two girls also passed by. Cyril looked back amused and said, "Did you see that guy we just passed? He was really handsome. Is he a freshman? But he doesn't look like it, does he?" She wondered again. "Maybe he's a transfer student." Amy replied, "Quite interesting. I feel like I've met him before." Cyril suddenly shouted loudly, "What? You're interested in him too? You're not interested in guys, quote, weren't you?" She retorted. "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that he feels so familiar." She heard that answer and, unconvinced, shouted, "Don't lie, you've fallen for him, haven't you?" Amy firmly refused. "No, I didn't say that." She was Amy Cammy's first place in the intermediate class. The most famous girl in the intermediate class. She had rejected countless confessions from seniors, juniors, and friends. She was an exemplary student among exemplary students, but he was the only one who knew her dark past. Empaz asked, "Are you cold?" Sharon, trembling, replied, "No." The third test venue of the Magic Academy was a sturdy and majestic building. The two entered. Anpuz said, "Oh, it doesn't seem to be over yet." The old man leaned towards Sharon and said, "Look closely at what that child is doing." In the center of a circle filled with 3 magic texts, a brown-haired child stands, and above are the judges. Anpuz provided Sharon with information. Once you enter the domain, the words on the wall will look different, and depending on how you feel them, you will know the size, power, flexibility, and tendency of the domain. He continued, "So just answer the professor's questions honestly." He replied, "Yes." His heart was filled with excitement. "This is truly interesting." Tat, who was sitting above, shouted, "So Cammy, can you use magic?" The child replied, "Yes." The boy explained his ability. "I can float objects in the air." The man praised him. "Ah, how lovely." "Well done. Now enter the domain," Cammy replied. "Yes." The boy closed his eyes and announced, "I've entered." Tat quietly asked, "Which number is the furthest away?" The boy replied, 6. A professor smiled and asked again, 6. Alphas explained, 6 means the diameter of the domain is 6 meters. Sharon immediately absorbed the knowledge. "I see." The brown-haired man continued to ask, "Do you think this color is the strongest?" Cammy replied, "Red. I feel like I'm entering a red world." The man recorded the divergence. "Like light and fire. This shows that this person has a very active tendency." After that, Anpuz explained again, "Divergence means his domain is much stronger than his age." A female professor asked, "Do you see a huge tower?" Cammy replied, "It's on the left." Now it's Sienna's turn. "How do you feel the temperature?" The boy replied, "It's a bit hot. I'm starting to sweat." After everything was finished, she said, "Well done, Cammy." The praised child ran off excitedly. Sienna admired. "This year's freshmen are truly impressive." Tat chuckled and said, "That's right, that student's domain size is 12 meters. It seems the student's level is getting higher every year." In the end, they wrote the following overall assessment: "Good domain use, but weak stamina." And then they called his name. "Next is Reincarnation." Alpheus put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Show them your skills." He smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." From above, Tat rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "That child is the one taking the special exam the principal mentioned." Sienna thought to herself, "It's a truly special choice, but he's a bit old and he's borrowed a noble's house. His family isn't quite famous, is it?" The document read, "Reincarnation, 17 years old, guest of a noble." She thought, "It seems his talent was discovered a bit late." Sienna looked at him and admired him inwardly. "Tisk, his appearance is truly special, but he'll soon be overlooked in this school." Tat asked, "Reincarnation, can you use magic?" He replied, "No, I haven't learned it before." The man replied, "Right, but even if you haven't learned it, you should be able to do a few things, shouldn't you?" Anpuz frowned slightly. "They'll think that magic is the act of bringing knowledge from one's mind into reality. Noble children learn various things so they can naturally use magic, but that child has no knowledge at all." Tat spoke again. "All right, now go inside the circle and enter your domain," the man asked. "Can you enter the domain?" Sharon hesitated and replied, "I'll try." Tat breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, it doesn't seem to be a serious case of domestic abuse." He gradually entered his domain and a blue light enveloped him. From above, a ray of light descended upon his head and the surrounding words began to move and float. He opened his eyes, felt the scene, and was surprised. So this is what it was like. Tat asked the familiar question, "Now Sharon, tell me the furthest number." He hesitated and didn't answer, and the man called him again. "Mr. Sharon." The brown-haired woman smiled and said, "The child seems shy." Anpuz said from outside, "Sharon, answer quickly. We won't judge you. We're just trying to find the best way to educate you." He still hesitated. Then he finally explained his current situation. "I can see numbers, but they're too long to read." Tat, unable to comprehend, said, "You can't read them. It's not about sight. It's about what you feel." Sharon explained in more detail, "No, that's not what I mean. I can feel them. But it's too long and it's still getting longer." Tat sighed and thought, "Indeed." Then he frowned and said, "Then tell me the first few numbers you can see." Sharon slowly focused on the result. His domain was incredibly long, and after the number 3.1415 there were other numbers. He summarized it as a single number and replied, 3.14. Tat exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Sienna was very flustered. "Sharon, we didn't put the number 3.14 there. Are you mistaken about something?" He frowned and replied, "Is that so? But that's what I saw." She thought to herself, "Really, of course, there might be cases where pi appears. That means the size of the domain has exceeded the range we set. Can that child really see up to 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked. "Then what color do you think is the strongest?" Sharon looked around and replied, "Blue. It's completely blue." Once again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. "If it's truly blue, that's a convergent type, isn't it? And yet his domain is that big?" Unlike divergent types, convergent types have better durability than domain size. Anpuz, who was standing next to him, also couldn't hide his surprise. "Gong, I understand now why you were so stubborn. But this isn't just good talent." He opened his eyes wide, sweat dripping from his forehead. They wrote the two words, "convergent type," on his file, followed by both hemispheres. The old professor asked, "How many numbers are floating around you?" Sharon looked up at his domain and thought to himself, "Are they asking this? I don't need to count them one by one. I can feel it. Inside were countless shining dots." He firmly replied, 857 numbers. He heard that, and his face stiffened in surprise, and he stammered, 867, then trembling wrote it on the document. Density 86.7. Anpuz was silent outside, and a serious expression suddenly appeared on his face. "This is dangerous." Sian carefully adjusted her glasses. She regained her composure and continued the exam. "Sharon, how cold are you right now?" He heard the question and replied, "It's quite cold. I feel like my whole body is freezing." She was not surprised and wrote on the document, "As expected." Sienna wrote the following in the overall assessment section. He has excellent durability as a convergent and defensive type, and his domain is abnormally large. The brown-haired female professor smiled and praised him. Well done. Now we need to have a meeting to decide which class to assign you to, so all freshmen please wait outside. Sharon, following the instruction, turned and went outside with the other children. He first pushed the door and slowly walked out, and only after all the other children had left did he close the door. As soon as the door closed, the room was filled with noisy conversations. He's a truly interesting student. Exactly how can a 17-year-old student have a domain with a diameter of over 300? The density of a domain increases with its size, and that student's domain density is 86.7, the old professor said. Above all, it comes from pure concentration without any enhancement techniques. Is he a monk who trains in the mountains without rest? Suddenly, a word from Tat stopped everyone's discussion. What if he's lying? The man sneered and thought. A domain with 90 density and a diameter of 30 centimeters from a 17-year-old boy who doesn't even know what magic is? That's a bit ridiculous. Perhaps he increased the numbers before telling us. Cian frowned and said, but Mr. Tat, I think you've forgotten. Freshmen have no reason to lie at all. If they get into an advanced class that way, they won't be able to keep up with the lessons, let alone the exams. How can a student come to school and deceive us like that? Above all, some teachers seem to have forgotten that pi appears like an error code. Sharon sat among the children, forcing a smile. She continued, that's not something a simple student would say to get attention. Tat clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, Ampaz approached and asked, so where should we put that child? I mean Sharon. She stood up abruptly. Principal Cian Oliver, a 6th-rank wizard. Class 7 is where they learn about domain development and its hypotheses. And Class 5 is where they start learning practical magic, isn't it? I think this student's domain is almost complete, therefore I recommend Class 5, the man behind firmly said. I object, and she became very angry. Tat, a 6th-rank wizard, expressed his opinion. He's a 17-year-old boy who knows nothing about magic. This will cause problems, and he might become arrogant if he enters an advanced class. I think we should teach him the basics now. Sienna firmly replied, that may be so, but not all students are like you, Mr. Tat. The man shouted in anger. What? Then the two started arguing. Tat shouted loudly, seriously, you just want to put that child in Class 5, that class is yours and you want that student, Sienna retorted. What's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? The brown-haired professor said. Mr. Tat is right. No matter how outstanding the talent, he's still a young student, so how about we teach him step by step from Class 10? The old professor next to them, weary, observed the two of them. The brown-haired woman gently said, he might lose motivation if we send him to a basic class. Given the unsuitable age, what do you all think if we just postpone his class assignment and keep an eye on him? The old professor spoke up. I think Class 7 would be suitable. Class 7 is an advanced class that includes basic lessons on the spiritual domain. If that child is so talented, then skipping grades is also an option. Tat rubbed his chin and replied, as expected, what you said is right. He didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately decided Sharon would be assigned to Class 7. The Magic Academy has a system with 10 classes. Based on evaluation, students will be assigned to classes of 10 different levels. But these classes can also be divided into 3 groups. Classes 10 to 8 are beginner level, and students there are educated with a focus on developing their spiritual domain. Classes 7 to 4 are advanced classes where students learn to use their magic and spiritual domain. Finally, the graduation classes are made up of classes from 3 to 1 for rigorous training to produce professional mages. And the next morning at the grand and prosperous school named Anna's, a Class 7 badge was worn on the chest of a new young man. He attracted the attention of female eyes. They always marveled when they saw him. Sharon carried a satchel in his hand and slowly entered the classroom under the gaze of countless people. The teacher in the classroom announced, today, our class has a new student. The girls below continuously chatted. He's been assigned to an intermediate class right when he entered school. He seems quite old, doesn't he? But he's so handsome. He stood on the platform, gently smiled a radiant smile, and introduced himself. I am Arian Sharon, pleased to meet you all. The entire class immediately became lively, buzzing with energy, with applause, laughter, and cheerful chatter everywhere. Mostly girls, they were very excited by him. The teacher had to ask for silence. Sharon was in an excited mood because his wish had the opportunity to come true. Finally, I've come to the Magic Academy. Anna's Magic Academy. Anna's Academy utilizes a total of 75,425 kilometers of mountains, including the dormitories. It possesses 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside is prohibited on non-weekend days, it's not inconvenient as most facilities are located within the school. Classes end at 5 o'clock and any time after that is free time, but students usually go to the school library, which is always open 24 hours, with the aim of connecting students with similar interests, satisfying their desire for knowledge. All of these are motivations to create a prestigious school, Sharon thought to himself, but predicted the classes would be difficult. There are many subjects, and all are advanced knowledge. This place is meant for nobles, those who have studied since childhood and have gone through a long, difficult period with it. Therefore, I have encountered many difficulties. However, by using every possible method, I can also keep up. Knowledge in the chronological order of history had been deeply etched into Sharon. All the knowledge of the world gradually began to accumulate within him. One beautiful morning the teacher announced, "The class will end here now, well done everyone." Sharon, closing his book, pondered, "The afternoon class is a spiritual domain combat class. The timetable doesn't have an address. Looking around the class I'm a bit embarrassed. Who should I ask? Luckily there are a few people my age." Sharon gently approached and asked, "Excuse me, do you know which training hall we need to go to?" Maria, startled by the sudden question, replied, "Are you asking me?" He thought to himself. "She's a shy classmate, isn't she? No wonder I feel at ease," she replied. "You probably don't know yet. Today's practical class is at the second comprehensive training center." Sharon asked, "Comprehensive? What's comprehensive?" Maria explained. "All intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks. Today is the orientation session." Hearing that, he paused slightly. "Comprehensive intermediate classes? Does that mean moving to the second comprehensive training center area?" At that moment many students entered inside. The place was very noisy. There were sounds of talking, laughing, and greetings. "Hello, senior. Thank you for last time." "Hello, senior, please come sit here." They all echoed, "Hello, senior Amy." It turned out it was because of her that it was so boisterous. Cyril, next to her, also got a little benefit, waving her hand to greet them all. Sharon, sitting above and looking down, secretly sighed in admiration. Being famous is truly great. She's someone I absolutely don't want to interact with if possible. But there are 2 comprehensive training sessions every week. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the beginning, she'll soon move to the graduation class anyway. Seniors and juniors were actively chatting, but there were still strict rules. Sharon worriedly wondered, "Can I just blend in and be invisible?" At this moment, the special teacher of the intermediate spiritual domain class, Etherla Romet, a 6th grade mage, appeared and spoke loudly. "Hello, everyone in the intermediate class. I'm Etla, and I will once again be in charge of your spiritual domain class this year." She looked around once and continued, "There must be students who transferred classes at the beginning of this new year, right? Although our class is full of famous faces, there are so many. We have a new face joining the intermediate class today." Because of that statement, everyone looked towards him. "Is the rumor true? Who is it?" He could only force a smile and think, "Wait, this is too dangerous." Etla added fuel to the fire. "Sharon, will you stand up and greet everyone?" He froze solid. He still tried to comply. He swallowed hard to gather some courage. On this side, Amy and Cyril were also drawn to look at Sharon. He then smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Arian Sharon, and I have just started studying in class 7. Pleased to meet you all." Before he could finish his sentence, the whole room erupted in applause to welcome him. Sharon stood frozen, almost fainting. "I don't know what else to say." Cyril on this side excitedly spoke up. "Amy, is that the guy you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Sharon." She on this side feigned indifference and thought to herself, "This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I'm sure I should know everyone like that already." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl spoke up. "Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers are always super attentive to him." Cyril exclaimed. "Really?" the girl recounted. "They said all his stats were excellent when they tested him during the entrance exam." Cyril replied, oh my, I like him even more now. I wonder which young master he is." That casual question made Amy suddenly freeze. Her eyes glowed red and her hair flew everywhere. She seemed to have recalled something truly shocking. It was about a past memory when she and a few others were caught in something like a whirlwind. At that time she looked directly at a boy outside and questioned, "Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner?" And that boy crying uncontrollably outside was none other than young Sharon. Back to reality she was trembling, beads of sweat pouring down, and a forced awkward laugh appeared. "Damn it, the Camis family is famous for its genius bloodline. Red eyes are a unique trait passed down to every descendant of the family. It allows the owner to accurately remember every moment they see." An arrow shot accurately into the bullseye. Another arrow flew in, splitting the arrow already in the bullseye, and that made all studying meaningless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Although she hit the bullseye many times, she was not happy at all. On the contrary, the butler standing next to her continuously applauded and praised, "Excellent, young lady." That red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the family. Amy was also the most talented among her siblings. Emma's father laughed loudly. "My daughter," he placed a chess piece down and said, "truly a descendant of the Camis family." Amy silently looked at the chessboard in front of her. The butler called out, "Young lady." Emma's father asked, "What's wrong?" Emma's face turned cold as she stood up, bored. Annoyed, she turned and walked away, followed by a group of hooligans. Amy thought resentfully, "I hate everything. Family, family, family. What does my ability have to do with this family? I can do it without using this family's name." She followed the hooligans, getting into fights everywhere. Amy thought to herself, "I can do anything I want." Watching the hooligans fight, Amy sat with crossed legs, bored stiff. However, someone made Amy feel surprised and rethink. Amy stared in shock as the hooligans fell around her and a boy stood opposite her. That boy was crying, tears streaming down his face. The one who changed Emma's mind was a damned low-class boy. In the lecture hall, Soren was bowing to everyone. Amy looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth twitching as she blurted out, damn it." Suddenly, Cyril called out, Amy." The brown-haired girl next to her also stammered, "Senior." Both were at odds in their perception. Amy, startled, explained, "I mean my laces. My laces are a bit uncomfortable." Amy thought to herself, "I knew it. The memory seen by my red eyes cannot be wrong." The person next to her continued, "What were we talking about?" But Amy just kept focusing on her thoughts. I thought he was a noble, Amy looked at Soren. But who would have thought he was actually a commoner? How did he get into this academy? Ami's body trembled. For Amy, that past was extremely embarrassing. Amy slapped her forehead. I want to die. Her eyes were glazed over. I've already cleared all traces of that childish phase. There's no way he could remember that day, right? Amy recalled a memory from 5 years ago when she squatted in front of a blonde boy whose face was streaked with tears. Amy covered her mouth, mocking. A slave doesn't have claws, right? Why don't I cut them off? A moment later, she stood behind, blushing and covering her mouth, watching the hooligans undress that boy. Undress him. What are they doing? Amy imagined Soren mentioning her to others. Senior Amy, she's not who everyone thinks she is. Soren in her imagination waved his hand. 5 years ago she used to hang out with hooligans in small alleys. Why would someone trusted by professors like me lie? Is that all? There's more? Amy even seemed to hear people respond. Oh my. She's the academy's famous cold and distant female student. Really? Soren also whispered to everyone. She's actually very interested in men. Listen, she even... Don't try to strip me completely. Amy angrily accidentally tore the page of the book in front of her and clenched her fist. No, never, absolutely cannot let that happen. I must kill the rumor at its source. On this side, Soren continuously shivered. Who is looking at me like that? The professor of the intermediate spiritual domain major with a grade 6 mage certificate. Romy Etla stood on the podium and said, Now everyone, what exactly is a spiritual domain? Someone replied, It's the mental state of a mage, ma'am. She nodded. That's right. It is the awareness of a mage's mental state. Its initial formation is only spherical because it's the easiest shape to concentrate. The blue color of the spiritual domain reflected in Etela's eyes. Then, through practical training, we can perceive and transform it as we wish. Etla opened her spiritual domain. She said, I will show you the spiritual image. Soren gasped. I can see it now. Soren intently looked at the blue spiritual image before his eyes. I can see the professor's spiritual domain with my own eyes. Spiritual domain range 10 meters. Etla introduced. This is the basic spherical shape of a spiritual domain. But as I said, in practice, the spherical shape is rarely used. Etla snapped her fingers. Let me give you an example. A target board appeared floating in the air. Etla said she would use magic to target it. Etla stood in the center of her spiritual domain. Her spiritual domain had a range of 10 meters. But the target was 20 meters away. She would use fireball, a fire elemental magic. Soren excitedly covered his mouth. Finally, I can see someone using magic. A small fireball appeared on Etela's fingertip. She said, First I will create a small flame. Etela controlled her small fireball and then watched to see if she could hit precisely. The fireball instantly flew straight forward, carrying the flame towards the target. However, upon reaching the spiritual domain's limit, the flame immediately extinguished below. All the students sitting there were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The flame disappeared. Etla smiled and explained, As you can see, most magic cannot leave the spiritual domain, and therefore magic can only maintain its form within the spiritual domain. Etla slightly bent down, extended her hand, and continued. However, if we expand the spiritual domain, Etla's spherical spiritual domain immediately transformed into a straight line. She continued, straight to the target like this. Ethela's small flame immediately struck and destroyed the target. She told the students below, Then we can touch it. Shouts of surprise and admiration echoed throughout the lecture hall. Some older students secretly chatted among themselves. Look at the surprised faces of the class 7 kids, so cute. Soren and his classmates also applauded Etela's spectacular demonstration. He pondered, I didn't know it was possible to do that. Can the shape of the spiritual domain really be changed? Afterwards, Etla continued, But this method has a weakness. The students' faces showed a hint of disappointment. A male student asked, Isn't that the right way, ma'am? Etela opened the projection screen next to her and pointed at it. Changing the shape of a domain requires immense concentration. In actual combat, opponents can attack in countless ways, so constantly changing its shape is not the right choice. Etla pointed to a blue screen displaying information about spiritual domains. She explained, Therefore people have divided the shapes of spiritual domains into 4 main forms: defensive, offensive, target, and redirection. These are the 4 primary forms, Etla continued. Let's start with the defensive type. The defensive type is octagonal, allowing the spiritual domain to block most attacks. Etla's spiritual domain instantly transformed into an octagon enveloping her. She stated, The more contact surface there is, the higher the defensive efficiency. Etla waved her hand again, changing the shape of her spiritual domain. Next is the star shape, or offensive type. Depending on its shape, it helps the user easily locate targets. The most luminous point is the part facing the most targets. Etla's spiritual domain shape changed once again. She continued her lecture. Next is the target type, which is very effective for long-range combat. However, it is not effective against fast-moving targets. Theoretically, yes, but in practice, the distance between the end and the center is quite far, making it difficult to rotate. Etla's voice remained steady. What's important when using this form is the speed at which you can rotate it. Some students whispered among themselves, She can use that technique without even blinking. Does the professor think we can do that? Unlike his friends, Sharon was deep in thought. In that case, I could use my spiritual domain within 10 meters in actual combat, Etla continued. And finally, the redirection type. It's not very well known and even Class 5 students find it difficult to use proficiently. Etla said, but I will show you one example. Just then, a student behind Sharon said, if we can do that, does it mean we can move up to a higher class? I got full marks in this spiritual domain class in Class 8, it's a piece of cake. He hadn't finished speaking when he stopped, surprised by the change happening below. Some students stood dumbfounded with their mouths open, and Sharon was also startled. The spiritual domain where students were loudly chattering. Below, a blue sphere was slowly detaching from Etla. All the students in the lecture hall shouted loudly, "It's detaching from the professor's body?" Sharon was so excited he wanted to stand up. I can't understand it. A spiritual domain is a mage's mental state. How can it separate from the body? Etla's spiritual domain gradually transformed into a current. Sharon wondered, what could be inside the center of the spiritual domain? Etla stood below, and the current of her spiritual domain surrounded her. She stated, the redirection type is extremely difficult to use. It's so difficult that even actual mages struggle with it. But the advantage of this form is that the mage is not the center of the spiritual domain, so there are no restrictions on movement. Therefore, aiming at a target with instant casting would no longer be theoretical, because its range of activity is infinite. Instant casting means a mage places a spell inside the redirection type, and it automatically activates when it reaches the target. Hearing Etla's words, the students whispered in surprise, how can the professor do something like that? She did it as naturally as breathing. Just entering a spiritual domain is difficult enough, the friend behind Sharon replied. The professor is on a completely different level. She's a 6th grade mage. Sharon was dumbfounded. Her gentle expression hid an extraordinary talent. Etla adjusted her glasses with her hand. You'd be disappointed if we skipped practical training on the first day, wouldn't you? Before Etla could finish speaking, the students below became noisy with excitement at the thought of practical training. Etla called out to Amy from Class 4. Shall we start with our student representative? The girl sitting next to Cyril said, Big sister is amazing. She's always first in class. Cyril smiled at Amy again and said, yeah, Amy really is a star. All the boys fall in love with her the moment they see her. Suddenly, she was startled to see Amy's dazed face. Cyril stammered, Ah, Amy, you too, right? Amy's face was covered in sweat. I don't want to be in the spotlight right now. Etla adjusted her glasses. It would be a shame to skip practical training on the first day, wouldn't it? The student who took first place in the target type fast magic test. Cheers erupted in the lecture hall. Etla smiled and said, I'll call Amy Camis from Class 4. Our student representative will come out and set an example for everyone. The friend sitting next to Cyril excitedly said, Amazing, Senior is truly the best. Cyril happily said, It's Amy again as expected. All the boys will kneel before her, but looking back at Amy, she hesitated. Amy, you too, right? Amy was drenched in sweat. But I don't want to be in the spotlight right now. The target type, the first of the 4 spiritual domain forms, has advantages in long-range attacks. However, it's disadvantaged against fast and numerous targets. But if used by someone with excellent concentration, good control of the spiritual domain at high speed. Bang bang, 2 explosions rang out in quick succession, and Amy quickly counterattacked, launching several fireballs towards the targets. Then that weakness completely disappears and it becomes an impregnable fortress against distant enemies. The students sitting in their chairs exclaimed in admiration. As expected of Senior Amy, she's amazing. Usually those who participate in the fast shot test use the 4 forms interchangeably, but Senior Amy always comes in first, even using only the target type. The student sitting in the same row as Sharon murmured, Could I become a mage like that? Sharon stared blankly at her. Even an amateur like me can tell she's truly amazing. Sharon couldn't take his eyes off Amy's demonstration. Fireballs continuously destroyed the targets, and she stood still, constantly rotating her spiritual domain, attacking every target it swept over. Amy was like someone dominating the arena, even with a single movement. Sharon admired. Her face is expressionless and every gesture exudes an elegant and noble aura. Applause rang out. Truly amazing, the student behind Sharon said. If I could date a senior like that, my school days would be completely different. His friend next to him scoffed. Dream on. Big sister doesn't care about anyone. Don't forget the Camis family. Sharon listened to their conversation and thought, I can see why the boys are so enthusiastic about her. Not only is she a high-ranking noble, but she lacks nothing. Sharon lowered his gaze to Amy below. She's a perfect person. So why did she hang out with street bullies? Below, Amy finished her demonstration and was bowing. Fast magic usage finished. Level 9, time 205 record achieved. Applause rang out. Amy, dazed, suddenly raised her head and gazed in one direction with red eyes. Sharon felt that gaze and was startled. The surrounding students whispered, what is that? Senior Amy, surely not? Someone loudly said, I think she just looked at that freshman. Amy snapped out of it at this shout and immediately turned her back, returning to her spot. Damn it, why did I suddenly look at that guy? Amy was restless. I can't stand it, it's so annoying. But at least one thing was confirmed. The people around them whispered, Do those two know each other? No way, he just enrolled today. Sharon's face turned pale as he thought, I see. Not only Sharon but Amy was also thinking the same thing right now. Amy thought it would be troublesome if he spread rumors about my past. Should I silence him then? Thinking that, she shook her head. Calm down. I'm the top student in the school. People wouldn't so easily believe a few rumors from someone like that, would they? If I'm careless, the situation will only get worse. Serial rushed over to Amy and asked, "Amy, what happened in the spiritual domain? Your face is red." Amy hastily shook her head and rubbed her face. "No, it's nothing." Afterward, the practical training proceeded, divided by class. The students moved downstairs. Etla said, "Class 7 students, let's start with the defensive type. To begin, you must first become proficient in the defensive type." She walked around lecturing the students. Because mages must maintain concentration to survive on the battlefield, Sharon stood alone, closing his eyes and concentrating. "The trick is to imagine my body contracting and my consciousness condensing." In Sharon's mind, his own spiritual domain was being drawn. First, condense the spiritual domain and form a mass. Then create a framework and prevent its collapse. When Sharon thought he had succeeded, he was startled once again. Sharon looked at the spiritual domain before his eyes. "No, I can't be sure unless it's realized. It would be easier if I could see the spiritual domain within the spiritual domain." Sharon went to Etla and asked, "Professor, can I use a spiritual domain?" She was surprised. "What, a spiritual domain?" Etla looked around and said, "Actually, the upperclassmen should use it first." Sharon also followed her gaze, thinking inwardly, "When learning magic, there's no need to care about others." Sharon was thinking, because opportunities for true growth are not always available. Just then, Etla returned and said with a smile, "It seems no one else is using it." "All right, go ahead," she thought to herself. Was the student representative's demonstration too much? The surroundings were noisy. "A freshman, not bad, he's cute." Serial nudged Amy with her elbow. "Amy, look at that." At Serial's next words, Amy spat out water. "That student just entered his spiritual domain." Amy turned back and asked loudly, startling Serial, "What is he doing right now? What can a class 7 student do?" Serial said in a small voice, "Amy, you're a bit strange. Did something happen today? You're starting to scare me." Everyone's gaze was focused on the spiritual domain. Sharon stood alone in the middle of the spiritual domain. The bulletin board behind it read, "Spiritual domain range, 0 meters." Sharon stared intently ahead. "Finally, I've met it." A blue sphere enveloped Sharon. He saw it with his eyes. "My spiritual domain." The surrounding students were instantly startled. What is that size?" The spiritual domain measurement range on the bulletin board continuously changed. Sharon raised his head. "Now that I think about it, did I tell them my spiritual domain size during the entrance exam? If the teachers heard me, they'd definitely reply, "No, we couldn't even measure it." Single quote. Sharon raised both hands. "Then how much bigger can it get?" As the spiritual domain grew larger and larger, Sharon screamed inwardly, "Stop!" On the measurement bulletin board, the word spiritual domain range, 20 meters appeared. The class 5 students stammered in surprise. He's really class 7. The average class 7 is only 13 meters. The murmuring was incessant. "Isn't he exaggerating on purpose? In that case, the density will be low like a balloon." Sharon was drenched in sweat. "I could stop it, thank goodness. I've attracted too much attention. Now let's create a defensive type." Sharon, about to change the shape of his spiritual domain, suddenly stood dazed. "What is this?" Sharon looked at the spiritual domain before his eyes. "The framework isn't holding, it's collapsing, but it was all fine when I practiced earlier." Amy, standing in the class 4 area, watched with wide eyes. Surely he wouldn't succeed on his very first practical training, would he? Sharon was asking himself where he had gone wrong. "Am I scared now that it's real? No, my concentration isn't affected by that." Sharon concentrated and thought, "I must find the reason. So what's the difference between inside and outside the spiritual domain? There must be something." Suddenly, something flashed in Sharon's mind, like a drop of water falling into a still lake. "I see." Sharon recalled Etla standing inside the spiritual domain just now. "I was mistaken because the professor demonstrated so comfortably. If we change the spiritual domain, it requires concentration, so my intention to shrink my spiritual domain also used that concentration." Sharon took a deep breath and collected himself. "If my thought of shrinking my spiritual domain had an effect." Sharon's eyes widened and he concentrated, thinking. He said, "Then I'll just keep it at its usual size." As soon as Sharon finished speaking, the range of his spiritual domain continuously expanded, and the surrounding students' mouths dropped open. What? It's getting bigger?" Sharon's spiritual domain grew larger and larger, and his eyes were filled with resolve. The numbers on the spiritual domain measurement bulletin board continuously increased. Amy watched this scene and her mouth twitched. "What is this?" Almost the entire lecture hall was covered in blue, and all the surrounding students looked up, mouths agape. The number on the spiritual domain bulletin board already showed 41 meters, and the entire lecture hall cried out, "It's too big." Seeing the spiritual domain before them, someone shrieked, "What is this? What kind of spiritual domain is this? Why is it so big?" Sharon raised both hands and concentrated. "Now I don't need to command only one side." He looked at his hands. "I'll shrink it all at once." Sharon's spiritual domain immediately contracted and stood as a solid flat plane. The upperclassmen exclaimed in admiration, "That freshman is truly amazing." They watched Sharon standing inside his spiritual domain. Everyone immediately murmured, "He succeeded." And it's only the first day. Sharon himself was surprised by his own spiritual domain. He reached out and touched his spiritual domain. It was as if he were in the middle of a duel. Etla, standing next to him, also adjusted her glasses in surprise. She thought to herself, "The excellent characteristics of a convergent defensive type must have helped, but succeeding on the first day is truly astonishing. I heard he even surprised the teachers during the entrance exam." Serial said to Amy, "It seems the rumor that he's attracted all the teachers' attention is true, doesn't it? What do you think, Amy?" Amy's face was very chilling. Serial was also flustered. Amy thought, how could I forget those old thoughts related to Sharon? That guy is the culprit who humiliated me. The fact that he could come all this way on such a long journey means someone must be supporting him from behind. She glared at Sharon inside the mental world. Soon that guy will close the gap between classes, and his popularity will grow bigger and bigger. Amy decided to change her plan. I need to approach him secretly. Sharon stood alone within his mental world. The whispers didn't stop. That freshman really? They exclaimed. He succeeded, and it's only the first day. The bulletin board displayed the words spiritual domain range 41M. Serial turned back to Amy and exclaimed, no wonder all the professors are paying attention to him, right? Amy glared at him mercilessly, just as I expected. I can't just leave such a dangerous person alone, she decided. I need to approach him secretly. Even Professor Itella was surprised. He's exceptionally versatile, as if he spent his entire life training in the mountains. Sharon said, Professor, the size has greatly reduced. Itella nodded. That's right, the size has decreased, but the intensity of the mental world has increased. With this level of intensity, most physical impacts won't be able to destroy the mental world. Furthermore, higher intensity will give you some resistance to mental attack magic. After finishing her explanation, Itella continued, all right, you can release your mental world now. As the mental world around Sharon gradually disappeared, he said, thank you. At that moment, a cheer erupted in the lecture hall. Students from each class continuously praised Sharon. Well done, freshman, congratulations. It was only then that Sharon was startled. Why is everyone looking at me? He thanked them with an embarrassed expression and quickly moved away from the center. Thank you everyone. Itella smiled as she looked at Sharon. She thought to herself, I understand his brilliance in completing the convergent defensive form. He has strong convergent abilities and an abnormally large mental world. So successfully implementing that form is only natural. Itella looked at Sharon's embarrassed expression as he received a lot of attention. I need to observe him, and at this moment countless eyes were on Sharon, but not all eyes were the same. A group of people were talking about Sharon. Doesn't it seem like he'll be joining our class soon? His talent is truly amazing. There were competitive glances, and some girls exclaimed, truly impressive. Already on the first day, sending admiring and affectionate gazes. Furthermore, there was jealousy and envy. And finally, one person standing in the back row. Amy was staring at Sharon with chilling eyes. The next day at the academy, now another gaze. A woman with purple hair tied up was about to enter and was looking at Sharon with curiosity. As soon as the door opened and Professor Sienna entered, the classroom immediately became noisy. Professor, tell us about your first love. Sharon also saw the person who had just entered. That person standing on the lecture podium, looking down at the classroom with sharp, serious eyes. Students whispered. Sharon realized that this was the scary professor who had given the entrance exam presentation. Sienna Oliver. Sharon didn't know it, but this person was the professor in charge of 5th grade. Other students excitedly said, amazing, we're only in 7th grade, but we can listen to her lecture. But the reason someone like her came to teach 7th grade annoyed Sienna the more she thought about it. Professor Tat is so frustrating. If that talented child were placed in 5th grade, he would surely find a way to catch up with his friends. Sienna adjusted her glasses. She had come to this class specifically to teach Sharon. Sienna thought to herself, I'll promote you as quickly as possible. You must become a student in my class. Sharon glared ahead and was startled. He thought to himself, I think she just looked at me. I must be imagining things. His friend sitting in front of Sharon asked loudly, since this is our first class, could you tell us a story? Other students laughed and said, Professor, are you dating Professor Tat? Sienna said nothing, but her furrowed brow revealed her distaste. As soon as Sienna raised her hand, a small chunk of ice appeared in her palm. The ice chunk was as beautiful as a crystal. Sienna asked the entire class, who can explain the theory behind this magic? Frost had already blurred the window next to Sharon, and Sienna's voice remained steady. What is cold? The ceiling of the classroom above also turned into ice crystals as the temperature dropped. Sienna continued to ask, and what is cooling? Some students huddled and shivered, stammering, Professor, it's too cold. Sienna calmly explained, the reason you feel cold is because you lack mass. She pointed the small chunk of ice in her hand downwards into the classroom. But the term room temperature doesn't exist in this world, so while temperature can rise infinitely, it cannot drop infinitely. The chunk of ice in her hand suddenly shattered. She explained, and the state where energy reaches 0 degrees we call absolute zero. Sienna smiled. If we mix some of the energy in this room, we can easily create things like this ice specimen. But what if we divide it into ultra-fine fragments to create convection? As the ice fragments fell to the ground, Sienna answered the question herself. The answer is that we can create enough cold temperature to kill people, as you just experienced. The students were frightened and speechless. Then are we going to die? Sienna turned back to the lecture podium. So the question presented here is, how can a mage absorb that energy? She picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard, looking down at the classroom as she continued, without any tools or equipment. How can they cast magic? Sharon focused on Sienna. She drew a circle symbolizing the mental world and a mage on the blackboard and said, a mage controls the world within the range of their mental world. And of course it's only within a certain range, but once inside, the mage is a god. Sienna's voice remained steady. And if you want to affect the senses, you can create light, smells, and even physical sensations. That is the mage's special sense, granting them the special ability to control reality. But even this divine ability, Sienna paused. She tapped the blackboard with the chalk. What if they don't know what abilities they possess? She raised her voice. For a mage to cast magic, certain conditions must be met. It is omniscience. The 7th grade students listened to Sienna's lecture with their mouths agape. Mages cast magic based on omniscience. No matter how omnipotent, if there's no knowledge, magic cannot be cast. Sienna's words enlightened Sharon. That's why mages, in addition to their special senses, also study the world like scholars. Sharon also realized one fact. That's why I couldn't use magic. Sharon recalled how he used to defend himself. I had no concept of omniscience, I only practiced omnipotence. Sienna continued, you will learn countless subjects in this school. The mental world is only half of what constitutes magic. Sienna smiled. Without diligent effort, you won't be able to become a true mage. After the introduction, Sienna began today's lesson. Now let's start with basic chemistry. Yes, Professor, Sharon resolved. I can do it. Sharon's eyes seemed to say, I can become a wizard. In the evening, friends were talking outside the academy grounds. Are you going to the library today? Of course. The exam is coming up soon. They also talked about studying at the dining table. What's your research topic? Another friend replied. There are a few things I need to create first. Students were walking back and forth across the grounds. After class, students usually went to the library or joined research groups. Sharon walked forward with his bag. I could catch up with the other noble students by going to the library every day. He looked up at the sky. My sleep time has also decreased. I'm tired. Sharon was lost in thought, then snapped out of it. But I'm relieved I can learn magic. My dream is coming true step by step. Sharon quickened his pace. Couldn't someone create magic that allows us not to sleep? Suddenly his feet lifted off the ground, floating. Why is my body getting lighter and lighter? Sharon was startled to realize he was flying in the sky. What is this? I'm flying. Sharon looked back. Someone was holding his collar. What on earth is going on? Sharon was bewildered. There's someone, and that person is making Sharon fly in the sky like a hawk snatching prey. Deep in the forest, with a thud, Sharon was thrown to the ground. Sharon cried out in pain. He sat on the ground looking at the person in front of him. Sharon was startled. The red-haired person was Amy Camis. Sharon broke out in a cold sweat and thought, I knew I'd have to face her someday, but I didn't expect her to appear so suddenly. Sharon hesitated. Is she really that kid from 5 years ago? At this moment, Amy spoke. That expression, you remember me after all. Sharon asked, what? A small flame appeared on Amy's fingertip. The flame burned fiercely in front of Sharon. Amy smiled chillingly. All right, I'll take care of everything here among mages. There was a more specific explanation of omniscience and omnipotence. Omniscience is a clear state of information sources needed to use magic, understanding the basic knowledge of magic that can be obtained through academic research. Omnipotence is the ability to cast magic with the help of omniscience. Omnipotence also helps increase the power of the magic cast by the user, can be improved through mental training, and is widely used to communicate with the mental world. Red hair fluttered in the wind. Amy took off her cloak. Sharon stared blankly at the person in front of him, Amy Camis. Amy looked at Sharon and said, that expression, you remember me after all. Before Sharon could even understand what she was saying, a small flame appeared on Amy's fingertip. The flame burned fiercely in front of Sharon. Amy sneered, all right, I'll take care of everything here. The past flashed like a film. Sharon covered his head, blocking the fierce attack. Someone said, hey, stop. A hooligan looked at Amy crouching in front of Sharon and said, it seems the young lady is going to kill him. Amy recalled that day. At first she had thought of taking him home. I want to see that crying face a little longer, Amy thought as she looked at the brilliant flame under her control. But now, Amy suddenly glared. This guy. Sharon sat upright and looked at Amy. That gaze made her doubt. Is he really that kid from 5 years ago? Sharon sighed and replied, of course I remember. At that time you ordered the criminals to forcibly strip me. At his words, Amy also recalled the past. At that time she covered her mouth and laughed. Then shall we confirm? Amy loudly cut off Sharon's words. Stop, you clearly remember everything. She began to explain loudly. That's not it, you're mistaken. Your memory is severely distorted. You don't believe me? Sharon wanted to say Amy, but Amy cut him off again. You'll see. Amy blushed and stammered. I'm not a promiscuous woman. Sharon couldn't follow her thoughts. Ha, Amy said loudly. Those hooligans tried to strip you on their own. I never gave such an order. After that, she quickly continued. No, wait, I think I might have said I wanted to see it. No, that's not it either. Anyway, Amy asserted. I've never been interested in men from the start. Sharon muttered in a small voice. Did you kidnap me just to say that? Amy also flinched. She screamed inwardly, of course not, but why am I trying to make excuses here? Sharon also realized one fact. Is she perhaps worried that I'll spread bad rumors about her at school? Both sides are in an awkward situation. It's really annoying. Sharon stood up. Couldn't you just apologize? Is that not possible? Amy recoiled. What? Sharon said tiredly. I understand that's a memory you want to forget. Anyway, you're the top student in the intermediate class and very popular. But what's already happened cannot be changed, Sharon said quietly. So wouldn't it be better to apologize and end everything rather than make excuses? I think that's the right thing to do. Amy stared blankly and said, apologize? Lost in thought, Amy felt as if she had received a warning. Wait, calm down, Amy. Her eyes were clearly flustered. This guy is good with words. A chessboard seemed to appear in front of Amy. That guy is saying what's right for him to fluster his opponent and gain the upper hand. How dare he try to compete with me in wit? He clearly thinks I'm an easy opponent, Amy thought to herself. In this situation, she opened her mouth. Apologize, listen, commoner. Amy asked Sharon, if I apologize to you, what do I get? Sharon couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean? Amy said, rubbing her chin. What I mean is, even if I apologize to you, there's no reliable reason to believe you won't stab me in the back after accepting it. There's no trust between us, is there? She nodded. If I just apologize, it means I'm admitting I was wrong in the past, and I'd end up losing out, wouldn't I? Sharon asked her. Do you have to gain something from an apology? An apology is a minimum requirement of courtesy you should show to someone you've hurt. It's not an action meant to gain profit. Amy's loud laughter interrupted Sharon. Sharon seemed completely ignorant of how the world worked. She thought to herself, another attack using moral logic. I get it. Amy assessed the situation and thought, I'll turn this around right here. She continued, if I don't gain anything, there's no reason for me to waste energy. It's surprising to see you act so self-righteous. Sharon froze at her words. Even if I apologize to you, it seems you won't be able to live comfortably in the Magic Academy. Sharon was forced to widen his eyes at Amy, thinking, what is this? Her image as an exemplary student was just an act. Her wicked nature still seemed to remain. Amy covered her mouth and sighed, inwardly delighted. I'll win. Should I say more? She asked Sharon. Do you know what the scariest thing in the Magic Academy is? You don't, do you? Sharon was bewildered and didn't understand. She said profoundly, it's the senior students. Amy's next words landed on Sharon's shoulders like a stone. If you get targeted by a senior student, not only all the senior students but also your classmates will become your enemies. And of course, if the fact that you're a commoner is revealed, Amy's gaze sharpened. You're highly likely to be expelled from the academy, Sharon asked loudly. Are you worried I'll spread rumors, so you're trying to expel me? She covered her mouth and laughed, saying, of course not immediately. I'll just observe your actions. I'll check how well you keep your mouth shut. Sharon asked, what do you mean? She ordered him to bring her coffee every day from now on. Through those trivial chores I'll test your trustworthiness, Sharon asked loudly. Why should I? Amy approached Sharon. I heard you were admitted here through special consideration. It must have been difficult for a commoner to come this far, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be really sad if you were expelled? Sharon conceded. All right, if I can prove my trustworthiness with those useless chores, I'll do it. Amy put on her hoodie and said, a wise choice, and behave well. After all, your future depends on it. The next moment, she immediately threatened Sharon with a terrifying expression. If you dare to tell a teacher, I will definitely kill you. After speaking, she leapt 2 or 3 times and then disappeared like a storm sweeping past Sharon. Once Amy left, Sharon crouched down and picked up his satchel. Well, I guess it's better than getting expelled. Her planning ability is still excellent. He felt it was truly unfair that he had to do everything she wanted. Sharon covered his face, thinking, I've just started and it's already this hard. The next day, everyone busily walked towards the library. The school students were suddenly drawn to something. Someone called out to a friend, look at this. Sharon walked over with coffee and the people around him whispered in surprise, what, isn't that kid a freshman? Oh my, oh my. Sharon stood before everyone and offered Amy coffee with both hands. Senior, here's your coffee. Sharon's voice wasn't very loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear and all eyes were on Amy. Here's your coffee. Cyril, standing next to her, nudged Amy's shoulder and covered her mouth, saying, unbelievable, how can this be? Amy swept her hair back. Her red eyes reappeared. Amy snatched the coffee from Sharon's hand. Oh dear, it must have spilled a lot. Then she turned and left. Cyril said, are you just leaving? Amy calmly replied, I need to hurry, I have class, there's no time. Sharon's face turned red and he looked at Amy's retreating back. What is this? The surrounding students also began to whisper. Oh my, that kid just confessed to Amy, and Amy just left without saying anything, poor guy. Cyril chased after Amy and asked, don't you think the freshman likes you? She shook her head and said, no, that's not it. I was just teaching a junior student a lesson. Outwardly calm, but inwardly Amy was so happy she was excited. She drank her coffee and thought, how about that? The humiliation the great Amy inflicted on you. A scenario unfolded in Amy's mind. She thought, with this, you'll still be added to the list of junior students who secretly like me. She even thought that if Sharon were to shout in the middle of the school, Amy Camis is a demonic pervert. Everyone clicked their tongues and sighed. Oh my, is he trying to get revenge for being rejected? Amy was now confident that no one would believe whatever he said from now on. She hummed as she walked. What could be sweeter than revenge? Cyril beside her understood nothing. She thought, she seems really happy. Amy felt relieved, as if all the worries of the past 5 years had vanished. Her thoughts were so overwhelming they were the best, while Sharon stood among the people as if drained of energy. This is clearly bullying. When did I ever offend her? Sharon clenched his fist, thinking, if I get caught up in negative thoughts, I'll be the only one who loses. No trust, huh? When he raised his head again, Sharon's eyes had changed. If I have to do it anyway, I'll do it perfectly. Experience and emotions are shaped by my thoughts. And 10 days later, everyone in the academy became noisy again. He's here again. He's here again today, someone shouted loudly. The innocent and romantic tale of the Magic Academy for 10 consecutive days. Confessed for 10 consecutive days, the noise of cheers and rumors grew louder. Amy and Cyril stood in front of the library door, looking in that direction. Amy smiled and said, The number of observers has increased. Behind Sharon, many people were staring intently at him. Amy smiled, showing her teeth. With so many people watching, everyone will know. Should I gradually put an end to this? Suddenly, Cyril, standing next to her, asked, Amy, when are you going to accept Sharon's feelings? Amy froze at the unexpected question. What did you say? Cyril, Amy asked loudly. Why should I accept him? Have you forgotten who I am? Cyril said thoughtfully. But there are many rumors circulating. And honestly, you haven't even given others a glance, but you always accept Sharon's coffee. Cyril's words were like a bolt from the blue for Amy. Everyone was anticipating the birth of a legendary couple in the academy. Only 3 words remained in her mind. What is this? Another coffee was placed before Amy. Sharon called out, Senior. He smiled and said, Your coffee. As soon as Sharon finished speaking, the students below immediately cheered loudly. We agree, we agree. Sharon looked at Amy confidently and casually saying, this time not a single drop of coffee was spilled, right? But inwardly, he was urging her to take it quickly so he could go to the library. Amy gritted her teeth. Now not only her eyes but also her cheeks turned red. Why is the situation like this? Is he mocking me? Enthusiastic cheers rang out. We agree. We agree, we agree, we agree. Sharon smiled and maintained the posture of offering Amy coffee. Why isn't she taking it yet? Seeing Amy standing with a flushed face, Sharon became anxious. I need to get to the library quickly. Amy was tense, her face red, and she stared at Sharon. Suddenly, she smacked the coffee cup out of Sharon's hand, causing it to fall, and said, Annoying. Cyril and the other friends were startled. Cyril covered her mouth and called out to Amy. The coffee cup fell to the ground. Amy said, Do you think I'd fall for you just because you gave me something like this? Amy pointed her finger and said, A student who doesn't study but only chases girls. She spun around and said, Don't ever bring me something like this again. Cyril hurriedly said to Sharon, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Hey Amy. The people around them also whispered loudly. He was cruelly rejected. Cyril asked, What's going on? What will you do if rumors spread? Amy said irritably. Who cares? Those guys must be idle and have nothing to do, she said loudly. When I graduate, everything will be over, outside the stairs. Sharon was bending down to pick up the coffee cup and the whispering didn't stop. I guess she acts that way because she's the ice princess. Let's report her for coffee waste. Poor Sharon. Sharon was still dazed. Really? So I don't have to do this anymore? He hugged his satchel and stood up, and several girls sighed. Oh my, he looks so sad, it breaks my heart. However, contrary to what everyone said, Sharon had a bright expression. I confirmed it myself. That night in the library, Amy was buried in her book at her desk. Emmett, she irritably raised her head and rubbed her brow with a pen. I have to stop the freshmen from spreading rumors. But I started it, didn't I? It'll be fine if I end it before the rumors spread too far. But that wasn't the most important thing. Amy's eyes glowed red, Cammie's red eyes a reflection of memory. The scenery around Amy suddenly changed, and she felt as if she was sitting in the middle of the academy campus. This was a technique that helps the user record what they have experienced. Amy recalled Sharon bringing her coffee. He cautiously called out, Senior, here's your coffee. For 10 consecutive days, Amy used Cammie's red eyes every time she met Sharon. Amy recalled what Sharon looked like when he was doing chores. She gritted her teeth. On the first day, he looked really happy. But on the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, the eighth day, the ninth day, and the 10th day, what Amy saw hadn't changed at all. For the remaining 9 days, Amy pondered deeply. His gaze hadn't changed at all, even his irises didn't move. Amy looked closely at the image in her memory, and thought, what does that mean? She seriously asked herself. No matter how much someone tries to hide their emotions, true emotions cannot be hidden by the eyes because the autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled. If he could control his gaze, Amy's eyes suddenly lit up. He might be able to control his emotions like a robot. She closed her eyes, or rather, Amy closed her book and concluded. He was extremely transparent. Cyril noticed her movement and asked in a small voice, Oh, Amy, are you done? Amy stood up and tidied her books. I'm a bit tired today. Cyril also tried to stand up. Then let's go together. Amy refused. No, you don't need to do that for me. I'll go alone. Cyril asked worriedly, Is it because you feel bad about not taking Sharon's coffee? Amy had nothing to say. No, I said no, Cyril added. If you have anything to say, tell me, okay? Amy nodded. Yes, thank you. Amy went outside as if completely drained of energy. She sighed. Oh, I'm tired. Nothing went according to plan. My mind is too confused. Amy opened the door and went out. I need to rest a bit. Suddenly, someone greeted her. Taking a break early today, Amy? She thought he's Jack Adelius. Jack winked at Amy. I thought I'd have to wait until midnight for you. Amy asked him, Why should you wait for me? Are you that bored? Jack approached and said, Don't be so cold. I heard a rumor. I heard that weakling named Sharon is chasing after you. Amy was fed up. Nonsense, have you come to mock me? Goodness, I mean, of course not. Jack offered Amy coffee. This is the finest Western coffee. You won't find it at school. The excellent Amy deserves proper treatment. Amy asked him disgustedly. What exactly are you doing? Jack replied. As you can see, I'm trying to win your heart. Jack said, Unlike that weakling, I'm the one who will inherit the position of royal treasurer. I'm much more suited for you. Amy made a disgusted expression. She said coldly, I don't want to act out disgusting things with you. Jack froze and repeated, Disgusting, Amy continued. And I don't think we're close enough to have that kind of relationship. She openly criticized him. Do you think I don't know that the group you lead tries to disparage me every chance they get? Jack loudly defended himself. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Don't you think what you're saying to me now is a bit much? He approached Amy, holding a still steaming coffee cup. Your insulting me is the same as insulting my family. I will not forgive anyone who harms my family's honor. Jack narrowed his eyes and smiled. As a member of the famous Cammy's family, you know that, don't you? Amy said nonchalantly. Pathetic fellow. Jack froze. What? Amy openly criticized him without reservation. Do you think you can act so arrogant towards those who don't support you just because you've gained a bit of fame at school? She smiled. Would someone who forms bizarre cliques and secretly insults others know what honor is? Jack bared his teeth with a sinister smile. He condemned Amy, saying, You damn bitch, you've become arrogant just because you're famous. Jack loudly retorted, Do you think there's no one to stand against the Cammy's family? Your family might be the best in some fields, but not in power. He advanced step by step, forcing Amy to back away. With my family's power, I can financially drain your Cammy's family. Jack looked down at Amy from above and asked loudly, Do you understand now? Amy laughed. I understand, she continued firmly. Yes, those eyes truly belong to a pathetic scoundrel. Amy looked directly at Jack's ugly face and said, Unlike Sharon, your eyes are like dead fish eyes. At these words, Jack couldn't believe his ears. What, are you saying I'm inferior to that lowly commoner? Jack seemed to go mad. Ah, that's right, I messed everything up. I shouldn't intervene any further until I've completely defeated you. Jack's next words infuriated Amy. I guarantee you within a day. That guy won't be able to use magic again. Jack continued, I'll show you how great I am. But he fell silent as Amy struck and spilled her coffee. The coffee cup fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Jack gritted his teeth and glared at Amy. You arrogant bitch, my patience has its limits no matter how beautiful you are. Suddenly his pupils constricted. Amy had unfurled her spiritual domain. She calmly asked, What is it? Amy's red eyes glinted in the darkness. What are you trying to do? Who? Jack trembled, thinking, She can use those 4 forms so quickly, he stammered. Are you crazy? Don't you know it's against the rules to use magic here? Amy burst out laughing. A fierce wind blew through the closed corridor and she scoffed at Jack. You're truly all show. At least Sharon didn't rely on his family, she said. He's someone who knows how to take responsibility for his actions. I guarantee you won't catch up to him even in 6 months, will you? Jack, with veins bulging, tried to rebuke Amy. Thought, she's covered the entire room in a whirlwind. Jack calculated. If I make any move, will she attack? I can't fight the top student of this magic academy. But he glanced at Amy, then grabbed the railing next to him and took a stance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Jack fled downstairs, saying, Don't think this is the end. Amy leaned against the wall and muttered, It's been a long time since I've been so agitated. She asked herself, Why did I do that? Because he threatened me, or because he knew my secret? Amy remembered what Sharon had said to her in the forest. If doing these things makes you trust me, then I'll do it. Amy spun around and cursed, Damn it. Looking at the puddle of spilled coffee on the floor, He won't come tomorrow. She looked up at the sky and muttered, But thanks to him my mind is clear. A few days later, Cyril stood in the academy teary-eyed. The commotion caused by the waves and Amy. A piece of paper read, I have taken Sharon to training ground 14 by 6 p.m. before I castrate him. If you say anything to the teachers you will regret it for the rest of your life. Sharon read the content of the paper and asked Cyril, who was standing beside him, So, Senior Amy went to rescue me? The paper was signed Archmage below. These events swept through like a massive wave. The bell of the tall tower rang. Students entered one by one, preparing for class. Sharon walked reading a book. Everyone around him recognized him and secretly whispered, Look, that's the guy who's been flirting with Senior Amy. He's funny, but a bit uncouth. Sharon sighed helplessly. Damn it, the incident was 4 days ago when Amy knocked over Sharon's coffee cup and coldly said no. Sharon wept inwardly. How can I show my face now? He covered his mouth with the book and coughed. In this situation, all I need is a confident smile. Then they won't tease me for long. They seem to suspect me less. Suddenly a shadow appeared before him that caught Sharon's eye. Oh, it's Senior Cyril. Sharon recalled his conversation with Cyril. She had said, I'm sorry about the coffee incident, and cheered him on. Love is something you conquer. Go for it, Sharon sighed. There was a misunderstanding, but I don't dislike her. Seeing Cyril standing alone, Sharon wondered, She always hangs out with Senior Amy. What happened? Sharon approached and greeted her. Senior Cyril. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cyril shrieked, startling Sharon, who also cried out. Cyril ran up and grabbed Sharon's collar. Why are you here? Where's Amy? Sharon, shaking, asked. Why are you asking so suddenly? Cyril shoved a piece of paper in Sharon's face. Look at this, you must be in trouble, aren't you? Sharon's eyes widened. What? The paper read. Sharon is in my hands. If you want to save him, come to training ground 14 by 6 p.m. If you report to the teachers, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, Break Magazine. Sharon stared at the paper and asked, bewildered, I've been kidnapped. Sharon turned his head and asked Cyril, Who is this person? Archmage, 30 minutes ago. Amy and Cyril were walking across the ground. Someone blocked their way and greeted them. Seniors, how are you doing? Cyril frowned. It's that guy again. Amy said, I told you to scram, didn't I? Do you still dare to speak to me? The blonde man sneered. Seniors, you should drop the arrogance a bit. He waved the paper in his hand and said, The boss wants to meet you, seniors. Cyril pulled Amy along, saying, Ignore him. Amy said, That's why he'll be stuck in class 5 forever. The blonde man continued. The boss said that if I gave this to you seniors, you would listen. He said, If you don't want your man to get hurt, then accept it. Cyril frowned as if looking at a madman. What did you just say? That's disgusting, dirty scoundrel. Then she said to Amy, Let's hurry to the library. but Amy suddenly turned around and snatched the paper from the man's hand. "Oh my," Cyril called out in confusion. Amy looked at the paper in her hand. "Sharon's been kidnapped, is it that Jack guy?" Then Jack said, "I guarantee you that guy won't be able to use magic again." Amy cursed, full of rage. "That damn Jack." Amy clenched the paper tightly and said loudly, "So what?" Amy threw the paper to the floor. "What does his business have to do with me?" Cyril asked. "What?" The blonde man waved his hand in greeting. He said, "You're welcome, I'm just a messenger." Cyril unfolded the paper and read it. "Dark mages are bad guys. They specialize in bullying outstanding students, don't they?" she muttered. "What do they want to do with Sharon?" "It has nothing to do with you," Amy worried. "That day I couldn't control myself and scolded him." Cyril said, "Let's go and tell the professor," she continued. "Not only Sharon, but you'll also be in danger." Amy muttered, "It's true that I should tell the professor, but it won't be that easy." Amy imagined being dragged into a meeting room. "If the faculty intervenes during the investigation, our relationship will be revealed and my past will be exposed." Amy recalled Sharon's appearance. "If that happens, they'll find out Sharon is a commoner." Sharon's pathetic face floated in Amy's mind. "It must have been hard for you, a commoner, to get this far, right? It would be such a waste if you had to quit midway, wouldn't it?" And what Sharon had said, "If by doing these things you can trust me, then I will." Amy's thoughts went back to a year ago. The person lying on the ground said, "It wasn't me." She unconsciously gasped in surprise, seeing Sharon on the ground begging, "Please, please." Amy clenched her fists. She called Cyril. Amy handed Cyril her bag and said, "I'm going. If I don't come back, tell the professor." Cyril was surprised. "What? How can you? How do you know how many of them there are?" Watching Amy walk away, she shouted, "What can you do going alone?" Amy looked back and said, "I'm sorry, but I have my reasons, don't worry. 10 damn guys can't stop me." Back to reality, Sharon looked at the paper in his hand and said, "So?" he asked Cyril incredulously. "Are you saying Senior Amy went to rescue me?" Sharon thought inwardly. Someone cunning like her. Impossible, Sharon asked urgently. "She went alone. What should we do?" Cyril replied. Amy said she had her own reasons. "It's the first time she's asked me for something like this," she continued. "She told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Sharon rubbed his jaw. "There's really no other way," he pondered. "The reason she doesn't want to tell the professor is to protect our secret. She and I are in the same boat." So Sharon thought for a moment, then, "She decided to go alone to protect our secret." Then he said to Cyril, "I have to go too." Sharon slammed his bag on the table. "Senior, please wait until then." Cyril called out, "Wait?" But Sharon had already turned and was running. He ran thinking, "Training ground 14 is on the mountainside. Can I make it on time?" Suddenly, Sharon's feet left the ground. Cyril was carrying him and flying. She said, "When will you get there? By running? It's better if I go with you." She loudly cautioned Sharon. "I'm going to teleport. Hold on tight," Sharon asked, bewildered. What? Next to Sharon a faint yellow light flashed. He saw a faint yellow light envelop his hands and in the blink of an eye they disappeared into the sky. Sharon cried out in surprise. Students walking in and out of the building saw something flash in the sky. "What? Who just used magic?" Sharon's eyes widened and the destination was the forest. Cyril, carrying Sharon, stopped, saying it would be dangerous to hit a tree, so it was better to fly from here. No sooner had she finished speaking than she immediately lifted Sharon and flew. A moment later, Cyril landed on the ground. Sharon was trembling, holding onto a tree, still mentally unprepared. He held the tree and vomited. Meanwhile, Cyril, upon landing at Training Ground 14, rushed off calling out, "Where are you, Amy?" Cyril worried. "There's no one here. That's strange. We're 10 minutes early." Sharon wiped his mouth and said, "They probably changed the location. Since the address in the letter was exposed, they must have tried to avoid the teacher's eyes." Cyril asked loudly, "Then what about Amy?" Sharon pondered. "What a grand plan. Secrets and pasts are intertwined. Now is not the time to worry about my secret, whether I'm a commoner or not. She and I are in a much more difficult situation than expected." Sharon said, "Senior, report this to the professor." He looked ahead and said, "It would be much faster if you went back alone," Cyril replied. "But Amy told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Sharon shook his head. "It's all right. It's because of me that this happened. I'll help her, so it's all right." "Senior, please go quickly," Cyril said blankly. "What?" Hearing that, she put her hands on her head and screamed, "Her important reason is because of you. What's your relationship? Are you two really secretly dating? Did something happen that I don't know about?" Sharon said urgently and loudly. "There's no time. The later it gets, the more dangerous it will be." Cyril also snapped out of it. "All right, wait here." Seeing Cyril run off, Sharon sighed. The mountains were familiar terrain to him. Sharon stood in the middle of the forest and activated his spiritual domain. He closed his eyes and concentrated, confident he would find a trace. The spiritual domain expanded further and further across the entire forest. Sharon caught something. "Here it is, footsteps." He followed the footsteps. The 2 sets of footprints were not very old, but they stopped midway. Did they fly away? Suddenly, something exploded in the forest, startling Sharon. A snapping sound. He stood up and looked at the column of smoke rising from deep within the forest. Could something have happened? Additional information about the magic Cyril used. Teleportation magic is light attribute, quantum form, and concealment form. It is magic composed of quantum particles and can instantly teleport distances within 10 meters. This magic is very simple, so mages call it basic magic. However, one must be careful not to collide with obstacles during teleportation as it can be fatal. And flight magic is air attribute, a combination of concealment magic and wind magic. The concealment form is magic that harmoniously combines 2 forms of magic, however. Divination is simpler, preferred by many mages. Deep in the forest, the person who had used magic said, "I made a mistake." The blonde man who had delivered the letter to Amy sneered. "Oh, I almost hit Amy. It was a welcome gift." Amy glanced at the red flames burning beside her and several new people appeared above. They landed on the ground and surrounded Amy. "Captain Amy actually came to catch such a big fish as expected of our boss." The newcomer chattered. Jack led the thugs and said, "Amy, this is our honored guest. Don't be rude." Amy stood in the center of the encirclement, arms crossed, looking at them. "Nothing much, just good-for-nothings with nothing to do but eat." Deke asked, "Did you really come alone? Is that kid so important to you that you'd risk coming here?" Amy said coldly, "It's just catching rats, no need to burn down the whole house." Deke gritted his teeth and laughed in anger. "Still arrogant, with so many eyes watching, things won't go your way." He looked at Amy with a sneering gaze. "This time I've planned everything perfectly." Amy didn't even glance at him. She replied, "Whatever you plan is your business, I don't care." Deke laughed loudly as soon as the mention of Sharon came up. Where would he be? Probably burying himself in books somewhere in the library right now, completely unaware of what's happening to his girlfriend. The blonde man scoffed loudly. "Oh, books, I love you. Who cares where that guy is?" They stared intently at Amy. "We're only interested in you, miss. These guys here are mad for revenge." Deke glared at Amy and said, "I still haven't gotten over last night. Prepare yourself, I'll definitely get my revenge." Amy sighed. "Since Sharon isn't here, it'll be easy," she smiled. As Deke said, "With so many eyes watching, this is truly bothersome." Amy's body was instantly enveloped in blue light. She said, "It'll be tough to clear out this trash all at once." Deke froze. "What? No, no way." Before they even realized what was happening, Amy struck the blonde man behind her. Flames burned his arm and the blonde man screamed, "It's hot." The rest of them immediately fell into chaos. "That girl, she's spitting fire." Deke fled, saying, "Calm down and get away," he shouted loudly. Target-type magic is inefficient when there are many targets. The cunning Jack and some of his cronies quickly flew into the sky to dodge as fast as possible, then immediately returned to their original positions. But Amy's spiritual domain swept past them. Jack was dazed and exploded with a boom. Amy remained calmly standing. She waved her hand once more. Amy revealed her sharp red eyes. "Now it's my turn." Amy's spiritual domain split into multiple branches, sweeping over all of them. She concentrated her power and flames blazed fiercely. With a boom, Amy simultaneously launched countless fireballs in multiple directions. Fireballs flew indiscriminately. The thugs covered their heads and dodged. Hey, didn't you say you only practiced target type? Why is your transition speed so fast?" One thug was hit by an attack and flew, and Deke cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what is this? Skill is completely different from what she showed in training. Does she perhaps have real combat experience?" "It's hot." Deke immediately flew upwards. However, even the most excellent technique always has a weakness. He hovered in the air looking down. To block a horizontal target-type attack, one must attack along the vertical axis. Deke gathered wind in his palm, creating a whirlwind, and struck Amy with all his might. Windblade. Deke's windblade approached Amy from above, exerting more and more pressure. Just as it seemed Amy could no longer evade, Jack bared his teeth and laughed. "It's over." But unexpectedly, at the moment the windblade struck Amy, lightning fast dodged by ducking. Deke shouted, "Damn it, how?" Amy scoffed at him. "They call this the force diagram, darling." Amy extended her hand. Fire attack. Her spiritual domain targeted Jack. He cursed loudly. "Damn it." Deke was squarely hit by Amy's fireball. He flew several meters. Deke seemed to go mad, and Amy moved forward. She smiled and said softly, "You mess up your grades by worrying about such useless things every day." Deke gritted his teeth and reached out for revenge. "Don't even think about ignoring me." Amy laughed and said, "Don't bother with useless resistance. I won't go easy on you this time." Suddenly, something struck Amy's eyes. Purple energy poured in, and Amy's body was as if nailed in place. She cried out in alarm. "What is this?" Deke's gang simultaneously appeared around Amy. They attacked her more strongly simultaneously, saying, "Finally caught you." Deke bared his teeth and laughed. "Surprised, weren't you, you fierce woman?" Amy's spiritual domain was crumbling. Deke said, "If you don't remove your spiritual domain, you might go mad. This encirclement is what you could call anti-magic." Amy cursed. "You damn bastard." Her red eyes glowed. "How dare you use forbidden magic?" Amy cursed inwardly. "Damn it, even my red eyes can't recover from this." Suddenly, wind blew and grabbed Amy's hands, and her arms and legs were instantly bound. Deke laughed loudly. "Finally caught you, you damn woman." He stroked her hair and approached Amy. "So, darling, have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday?" From somewhere, Jack pulled out a dagger and threatened, "You'd better think carefully. As you can see, I don't mind committing crimes." Amy gritted her teeth. "I'm warning you, if you dare to mess with me, I'll take your life." She thought inwardly, "I can't break free. Even the force diagram can't counter this. I haven't been able to train since I was 12. Damn it." Amy, suspended in the air, thought, "I have to find a way somehow." Deke laughed loudly. "Still trying to figure out the situation, aren't we?" He caressed the knife in his hand. "Let's see, I heard you hate relying on boring old men, right? I'll help you, darling." Deke, with a shameless grin, laughed and said to Amy, "If I just give you one little slice, those guys will naturally steer clear of you." The blade flashed close to Amy's face, and he was greatly amused. "I've wanted to do this from the start. You should have suffered like this from the beginning." The blade swayed before Amy's eyes. She heard Jack's arrogant voice. "You should have suffered like this from the beginning." He ordered, "Go." Amy squeezed her eyes shut. "Damn it, I have no strength left." Suddenly, she recalled a memory from a small alley last year. Sharon lying prostrate on the ground. So this is what he felt. Just as the tension reached its peak, someone shouted, "Stop!" Amy opened her eyes and looked towards the sound. Sharon appeared, holding a wooden stick, cursing the damn thugs loudly. Fire attack attribute, thermal energy beam. Mass attack magic. An aggressive magic that requires immense energy, but its small mass means it doesn't spread quickly. However, spells added to magic will always be linked to the spiritual domain to increase physical power. Windblade attribute is mass attack magic that can launch countless chi swords at once. Someone shouted, "Stop!" Sharon appeared holding a wooden stick, cursing the damn thugs loudly. Deke's gang froze. He was surprised. "It's that bastard." Amy was even more surprised than Deke. Sharon panted, glaring at them while holding the stick. Deke scoffed, "What's wrong? Did you come alone?" He brandished the knife in his hand and said, "Look who it is, Prince Charming." The gang immediately joined in. "Whatever you do, Prince Charming," Amy cursed loudly. "You fool, why did you come alone?" Sharon remained silent, calculating. No matter how many of them there are, do they think they can overpower the top student of the intermediate class? Anyway, Senior Serial must have already called the teachers. I just need to buy a little time. Sharon's spiritual domain erupted from his body, and he bolstered his confidence. "I beat Rian with swordsmanship. I can do this," Sharon ordered. "Release Senior Amy right now." Seeing Sharon charging towards him, Deke scoffed, "Are you crazy? Do you think we'd release her so you two can attack us together?" Sharon was still running forward holding the stick. The blonde man asked Jack, "Is that fool just charging straight at us?" Jack laughed. "Open." The thug stood still, watching Sharon. At this moment, Sharon also noticed something strange. Something's wrong. Sharon's spiritual domain also suddenly crumbled, just like Amy's. His eyes were dazed and the stick in his hand fell. Sharon covered his head and screamed in pain. He fell to the ground amidst Jack's gang's jeers. They laughed loudly. Just as expected, Prince Charming doesn't disappoint. "What did you think you could fight a mage with?" Amy shouted loudly to Sharon. "Remove your spiritual domain right now, that's anti-magic." Sharon was kneeling on the ground, covering his head. "Anti-magic? This bastard," Amy continued to shout loudly. "You might never be able to use magic again. Remove your spiritual domain quickly. You could go mad. Are you listening to me?" Sharon's mind was hazy. His senses seemed to fade, and his consciousness felt as if it were shattering. He recalled Professor Itella's words, "Mages must maintain concentration to survive on a chaotic battlefield." Sharon covered his head and thought, "The defensive type is a form that prevents the spiritual domain from collapsing due to most disturbances. It won't collapse even from physical impact, and it will be effective against psychological attack magic." Itella's voice seemed to echo in Sharon's ears. "Ultimately, both anti-magic and spiritual power are merely waves." He continued to endure the mental pain while his spiritual domain was under attack, covering his head. Sharon thought, "If I increase the spiritual domain's density to an impenetrable level." Sharon looked at his hands. He concentrated his consciousness and re-established his spiritual domain. The blonde man was surprised. "What, that guy's holding on?" Deke scoffed. "Is he trying to look like a top student? You're just a freshman," Sharon shouted. "Increase efficiency." Amy was startled. "Give up, you fool. There are too many of them, and there's a limit to how long you can hold out." But Jack's gang froze. "What?" Sharon's spiritual domain is re-establishing itself. "What is this?" The plane of the spiritual domain grew harder and harder, and Sharon slowly stood up. He struggled to concentrate more. "I need more fragments." The thugs were counterattacked by the magic and screamed, "What's that guy doing? He's reflecting them." Deke still maintained his attacking stance. "Don't be afraid, your emotions are disrupting the waves," Deke shouted. "Do you want to be attacked by anti-magic?" On his side, Sharon gradually stood upright and moved forward. With each step, his spiritual domain grew stronger. Sharon's spherical spiritual domain grew larger and harder. The thugs shouted, "Don't come any closer, the anti-magic is reflecting them." "No, everyone's being attacked by the anti-magic." The thugs covered their heads in pain and screamed, "Help me!" Amy just stood there dazed. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the wind binding Amy loosened and she was lost in thought. "I can't use my spiritual domain, so I can't tell what's happening." Her arms were freed. "Now I can use my spiritual domain." The anti-magic vanished. She landed on the ground. Amy stared blankly at Sharon's spiritual domain before her. Unbelievable. Can a spiritual domain that cold and hard truly exist? Sharon's nose was bleeding. He looked down at the ground. "I can feel something squirming beneath the spiritual domain." Sharon's spiritual domain was suppressing the anti-magic. He felt as if he was standing quietly on a small earthworm. Deke was shattered by his own forbidden magic and cried out, "Unbelievable, are you toying with me?" He saw all his comrades fallen and shouted, "There are 6 of us, how can we lose to one rookie like that?" Deke, seemingly maddened by defeat, began to slander Sharon. "That's right, that damn bastard must be an anti-magic specialist. That's why he got into the academy through special consideration." Deke stood up and unleashed his spiritual domain. "Do you think you can defeat me in a magic battle?" Sharon was dazed. "This is serious." Deke was preparing to unleash 2 wind blades from the opposite side. Sharon was flustered. "I can't use any magic." Deke laughed loudly. "I'll cut you down." Before he could even finish speaking, he was heavily hit by Amy's attack, fell to the ground and flew several meters. Before Deke could even regain his senses, he was hit squarely in the face again. Amy cursed him. "It's over, you damn bastard." Sharon hurriedly stopped the rampaging Amy from beating Jack to death. "Senior, calm down." Amy, hitting Deke, asked, "What were you trying to do to me?" "Say it again." Amy hit Deke again and again, ceaselessly asking, "Say something absurd again." "You damn bastard." Sharon wanted to cry. "If you keep hitting him like that, he'll really die." He tried with all his might to stop her. "Please?" After a fierce scuffle, silence fell upon the forest. Sharon asked Amy, "Are you all right?" but Amy lay motionless on top of him, unresponsive. Sharon called out again, "Senior." Finally, Sharon realized Amy had fainted. He shouted loudly, "Wake up, Senior, Senior." Introduction to Anti-Magic. Anti-Magic is a spell without attributes. It's a magic that uses strange waves emanating from the heart of a dragon. It disrupts the opponent's spiritual domain and simultaneously strips them of their magic-wielding abilities. If the anti-magic's waves penetrate the spiritual domain, it negatively affects the mage's mind. For a mage to use anti-magic for a long time, they must suppress their emotions to create stable waves. Therefore, to use anti-magic optimally, one must become like an emotionless stone. Due to these factors, anti-magic specialists are very rare. In the forest, both Sharon and the thugs were sprawled on the ground. Sharon looked at Amy, who was unconscious on top of him. He didn't expect her to lose consciousness like this. Was she just so exhausted that she collapsed? He was silent for a moment, then said, "Thank you, Senior," Sharon said in a small voice. "I heard you came to rescue me." Just then, Amy suddenly flinched above him. She sprang up like a coiled spring. "Now I feel truly refreshed." Amy looked back at Sharon. "Yes, why were you so weak yet dared to come here and fight them?" Sharon, clutching his stomach in pain and kneeling after colliding with Amy, confirmed that as expected there was nothing praiseworthy about her. Amy cleared her throat. All right, let's get out of here quickly." She held out her hand. "If we get caught by the teachers now, we'll be in big trouble." Sharon took Amy's hand and stood up. "Senior Serial has already reported this to the teachers. I told her to." Amy was startled. "What? I told Serial not to do that." "Why did you?" Sharon also replied loudly. "What else could we have done? It was an emergency just now." Amy clutched her head. "That's because you don't understand how things work here. If the school directly intervenes in matters like this, everything will become much more complicated. Wizards will only overlook an incident after thoroughly investigating and understanding it. In other words, they won't overlook this." Amy shouted, "Do you want our secret to be exposed too?" Sharon said. "Do you think that's the problem, Senior? We barely survived. I'd rather lie dead next to them and listen to them fight." "Secret, you say?" Amy said. "Damn it, let's think about the consequences later and just run for now." Sharon, not understanding, asked again, "But we're already running, aren't we?" Just then, a dazzling pink light poured down from above and the two froze. Amy gritted her teeth. Please let an older teacher come. A competent teacher would easily overlook this, and an older teacher would say, well, things like that can happen." But the two who arrived were two terrifying figures. One was Tat, a grade 6 fire mage, and the other was Sienna, a grade 6 ice mage. As soon as Amy saw the two, she immediately covered her head. "I'm dead now. Two of the most short-tempered advisors in the school again. This is truly hell." Serial ran over. "Amy, are you okay?" Serial cupped Amy's face and shook her, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere? What's wrong with your head?" Amy was bewildered. "I'm fine. How did you get here so fast over here?" Tat was preparing to use magic. A fireball shot straight into the sky. Sharon looked at Tat in admiration. "That's blazing sun magic. I heard it's very difficult to use." As the magic light poured down, Tat saw the 6 unconscious people sprawled on the ground. "What on earth happened here?" He frowned and looked back at Amy and Sharon, who were both startled. Tat approached Amy, shaking her and asking, "Amy, how could an excellent student like you get involved in such an absurd situation?" He asked Amy, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sienna heard this and frowned. Sienna said to Sharon, "Sharon, I came here after hearing that you two were in danger. Can you explain the situation to us?" Sharon nodded. "It's because—" But before he could finish, Tat interrupted. "I can explain everything to the teachers," Jack, with his bruised face, said. "To be honest, I challenged them to a duel due to a personal grudge. It's quite common for hot-blooded youths like us." Sienna's eyes sharpened. "A duel? I heard there was a threatening letter. And besides," she glanced at Jack's gang lying on the ground, "I saw you use anti-magic. You're not unaware of the academy rules, are you?" He was surprised and quickly made an excuse. "That's because Amy was too strong. I merely used it as a countermeasure," Jack loudly stated. "But look, we suffered the most damage." He pounded his chest and said confidently, "Not only that, but Amy was the one who broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. So I proposed a duel. Isn't it strange that Amy didn't report it to the teachers immediately?" Amy shouted as he shamelessly distorted the facts. "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who threatened me in the library first. And this time you wrote in the letter that you kidnapped him." Jack cut her off. "But did we actually kidnap him? Today you were the one who attacked us first." Jack pointed at Sharon's face and said, "Moreover, Sharon didn't report the problem to the teachers and immediately rushed here. That means you two are hiding something." He loudly said, "Teachers, do you understand now?" Jack pronounced the two guilty. He said, "The guilty ones are the two of them." Tat looked back at Sharon and Amy gritted her teeth. "This damn bastard." Jack bared his teeth and laughed. "Now why don't you two reveal those secrets here?" "Ha," he sneered inwardly. "Now you'll know the terror of a dark mage." He secretly calculated, "I plan to escalate this matter. No matter how much money it costs, I don't care. After digging out your precious secrets, the local authorities, national agencies, and even the clergy will know about this. I will spread rumors everywhere." But Professor Sienna interrupted his frenzied words. The surrounding air grew rapidly colder. She said, "Can you stop talking nonsense now?" A cold wind blew fiercely at Jack. Sienna said, "You and your friends used anti-magic and even exceeded the limits of anti-magic use. You attacked others with it." She looked at Sharon and said, "You knew that Sharon's or Amy's minds could be destroyed or even that they could go mad." Sharon gritted his teeth in his life. Professor Sienna's eyes turned an icy blue. I think all this is enough for me to expel you from the academy. Jack pounded his chest and laughed loudly. Just a mere advisor wants to expel me, Tat whispered to Sienna. Senior, the Adelius family is the lifeline of our academy. Without their sponsorship we wouldn't even get paid. Sienna replied, Isn't an advisor's role to guide students down the right path? She said in a cold voice. If I can't even do that, then perhaps I should leave this academy. Jack laughed loudly. All right, let's see if I get expelled or if you get fired. He looked at Sienna with bloodshot eyes and said, This world is run by money. Money, I tell you. Everyone has to bow their heads before money. Sienna's face grew darker and darker, and Jack continued to prattle on. You should take the opportunity to understand this world a little better, Sienna said calmly. Before that, she raised her hand high. I think I need to teach you a lesson, don't I? An ice pillar slowly rose, and the wind was so strong that he couldn't open his eyes. Sharon admired. Truly amazing. Amy squinted. Why did things turn out this way? Tat called out. Senior. Tat stopped her. Senior, you can't punish a student immediately like that. A moment later, Jack was trapped in an ice mountain with numerous sharp icicles pointed at his face like ice pines. Sharon's jaw dropped at this sight. Truly impressive. She didn't even touch a single thread of his clothes. This meant she could perfectly control her magic down to the finest detail. Sharon was dumbfounded. So that's why she's called a genius ice mage. Sienna said, Jack, do you really think all problems can be solved with money? He still shouted, oblivious to death. Stop talking nonsense and release this ice magic quickly. Sienna snapped her fingers and the ice immediately shattered. Sienna said calmly, We knew you had harmed many other students, but the academy hesitated to punish your inappropriate behavior. Jack knelt on the ground. That's because of our family's sponsorship, isn't it? Sienna loudly said. Don't be mistaken, she continued. The school is more than just a place where teachers teach you for money. We teach you lessons that money cannot buy. Jack hesitated. What exactly do you mean by that? Sienna said. It's what you dreamed of, she asked seriously. Don't you want to become a wizard? These words enlightened Jack. He remembered his younger self. Senior Sienna, when I enter grade 5 I will become a great wizard and repay you, Sienna continued. The dream you shared with your friends. You studied together to become wizards, didn't you? Wasn't that why you decided to come here? Jack was dumbfounded. He remembered his younger self with his friends. Sienna asked, Do you want to destroy everything you've built so far with your own hands? Sienna looked gently at Jack. He was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. Senior, Jack bowed his head. For a long time he said, I'm sorry. Sharon looked up at the sky. Sharon thought about what was most important to him. Jack and the Dark Mage Guild members deeply regretted their wrong actions and still dreamed of becoming mages. But that's a story for later, because right now, after their injuries were treated, they were paying the price for their sins in the disciplinary room. Screams could be heard from inside the disciplinary room. It hurts, go easy, don't be so dramatic, it's just a scratch. In the end, what was bound to happen did. Sharon and Amy sat in the meeting room, and Tat asked Sharon, Why didn't you report it to the teachers immediately? First thing you should do when something like this happens is report it to the teachers. His voice was flat. But instead you went to rescue a student from a much higher grade, and we cannot accept such an action as an explanation. Amy and Sharon glanced at each other and simultaneously fell silent. After a long pause, Amy spoke. All right, I'll answer honestly. Sharon looked at her. Yes, we can't hide this forever. I don't know who told the principal about this. Amy was silent for a moment, then said, Actually, Sharon is Sharon. Amy, blinking, told her boyfriend her identity. As soon as Amy finished speaking, Sienna and Cyril both gasped. A scream echoed throughout the academy. What? An explanation of ice magic. It is an active multi-layered magic used with heat magic, ice chain magic, storm magic chain, and wind magic. A whirlwind blows, the temperature drops rapidly, and water evaporates and condenses. This is a very difficult magic to use. The other is a heat magic called blazing sun. A fire magic chain, light magic chain, and photon multi-layered magic. This is magic that creates a small artificial sun. It is brighter and lasts longer than illumination magic. This is a very difficult magic to use. Noisy screams were heard. Help me, is anyone there? In her imagination, Amy screamed like a princess tied to a thorny rose branch. Please save me, Jack's gang said like evil black men who would come to save you in this desolate mountain. If you had accepted our feelings, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly a horse neighed. The black men were startled. Who's there? They turned around and there was a shining white horse. Someone said, Who else? Sharon appeared like a prince, beating down the bad guys, and they shouted, Look out! Amy, tied to a tree, asked, Are you Sharon? Sharon cut the rose branch, saved Amy, and replied in a gentle voice, I'm here, Amy. Sharon held Amy like a princess. Amy called Sharon. He also looked at her tenderly. Amy. The two, deeply infatuated, called each other's names. Sharon, Amy. The students cheered excitedly. Unbelievable. Is it true? The girls stared at Cyril, who stood in front, and said, So romantic. Cyril nodded. Of course, it's all true, she asserted. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Suddenly, Amy appeared behind her and called Cyril in a dark voice. Cyril, Amy's voice echoed throughout the academy. What nonsense rumors are you spreading? I know you're engrossed in romantic novels these days, but this is truly unacceptable. An announcement was posted on the academy bulletin board. It was an official disciplinary notice regarding the flight of the academy's research club. Specifically, it mentioned the research club's acts of violence and numerous other images. Anpass's goddess Amy Camis admitted to dating freshman Sharon Arian. Senior Amy said she was dating a freshman. To save her loved one from violence and an unjust siege, young love began to blossom the moment they connected. Dark magic was too easily defeated, and what is the true identity of the freshman, Amy Sharon? Passionate kiss under the moonlight in a desolate forest. In the training ground, the girls continuously gasped in admiration. Oh my, I'm so jealous, Amy's voice echoed. Cyril, do you want to die? She sighed. You haven't even seen it with your own eyes. Cyril laughed excitedly and said, I don't have to see it to know what happened, do I? Since you said you two are dating, of course you kissed, right? She laughed and said, I've calculated everything. With this, those annoying male students won't approach you anymore. Amy clicked her tongue. Right, that part is logical. Just before the incident a few days ago, Tat slammed the table and asked Amy, are you lying? The Amy I know isn't interested in dating, are you? This is too ridiculous. Besides, Sharon is a transfer student. Amy calmly fabricated. Actually, I met Sharon when I was young, but to meet him again at the Magic Academy, it can only be called fate. She turned to Sharon, swept back her hair and smiled. Right, Sharon? Sharon asked in a small voice. Then what responsibility will you take? But before he could even finish speaking, Amy kicked him painfully. Sharon quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Tat and Sienna were speechless. So that was the reason. No wonder that guy was so desperate to save Amy. Amy thought to herself, it's better to pretend to be a fake couple than to have our past revealed. Cyril still couldn't hide her excitement. I knew it. I thought something was strange from the beginning. What is this, Amy, you fool? Amy silently drank water. Cyril said, there's a joint class today, isn't there? You'll be able to meet Sharon. Cyril kept asking Amy without eating, do you have plans with him after class? Are you going to have dinner together? Do you two like having secret dates in the library? Amy replied indifferently. We just focus on studying as usual. Cyril rested her chin on her hand and said, that's too boring. Amy forced a smile, thinking, I have a mountain of things to do. I don't have time to waste on such fake romance stories. She clenched her fist. Sharon was no different. That useless guy must be enjoying his normal school life. Still naive, I suppose. Suddenly, Amy realized something strange. Wait, why am I feeling bad about that? Someone called Sharon in the intermediate joint training ground. Cyril happily shouted, over here. Sharon waved and said, hello, senior. Cyril ran over excitedly. Hi, how was your day? Did you miss Amy? Sharon scratched his head and laughed. You're really humorous, senior. Amy covered her mouth. Indeed, that was it. That guy should be genuinely grateful to be pretending to be my fake lover. But look at that expression. Amy was annoyed, thinking he should be feeling pressured just standing next to me. How dare he treat me like that? Suddenly, she cleared her throat to get Sharon's attention. Amy patted her chest and said, you can speak casually when it's just us. There's no need to stand on ceremony about seniors or juniors. After all, we know each other so well. Cyril, standing next to her, was startled. Oh my, I've never heard Amy say something like that. Is this the power of love? Amy said. Considering our relationship, Sharon quickly forced a smile. No, it's all right. You're still a senior after all, he continued. It's class time now, so I'll go ahead. And so Sharon left Amy behind. Cyril replied blankly, all right, goodbye. Amy also turned and went somewhere else. Cyril quickly called out to Amy. She looked back at Sharon. What's going on? Sharon pulled up a chair and sat down. Sharon quietly listened to the malicious words directed at him. Congratulations, congratulations. You must be full of arrogance. You're not interested in class, just dating, aren't you? You have no skills. Did you get into this academy because of your looks? Numerous negative glances were directed at Sharon. Because he doesn't study, he just goes on dates all the time. Sharon quietly listened to what they were saying. He knew nothing about magic, and his hands resting on his knees trembled as he clenched them tightly. The rumors had been spreading rapidly since 2 days ago. 2 days ago, in the Class 7 bulletin board. Someone rushed in and said, everyone, have you heard the news? They chattered loudly. Senior Amy is dating a freshman. Of course I know. They say she admitted it herself in front of the teachers. Some male students cried, comforting each other. Unbelievable. Senior should be mine. How dare someone like you cry on my shoulder? Another female student said. So annoying. My 2 favorite students became a couple. I had a crush on that freshman. Maria listened to the people laughing and chatting. Of course, birds of a feather flock together, they say. I should congratulate them. Suddenly, someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, startling her. But isn't something a bit strange? Everyone in the classroom turned to the person who spoke, and the short-haired friend asked, what do you mean? That guy said, I'm talking about that freshman. Look at this. The freshman threw a piece of paper on the table. What's this? Midterm scores, first semester midterm scores. Everyone gathered to look at the paper. What is this? What is this? What is this? The paper had everyone's scores written on it. Sharon stood at the back of the class thinking, all subjects at 30 points, was he not first place? Everyone started to change their gaze towards Sharon. If so, he really seems to know nothing about magic. A student asked in disbelief, unbelievable. That arrogant guy got in through special consideration. Doesn't something smell fishy here? That guy continued to hurl malicious words at Sharon. That guy relied on his family's background to pretend to be a genius and then charmed a noble young lady. He exclaimed, the world is so unfair. A rich young master who just plays around all the time causes trouble, and got into the academy to get a girlfriend. These words successfully stirred everyone's resentment. So he got in through connections. Now it looks really suspicious, doesn't it? Everyone began to act righteous in order to ostracize Sharon. For the sake of all our futures, let's drive this foul thing out of the school. We will never forgive him. Maria listened quietly from the side. The classroom door opened, and inside someone was still angrily speaking loudly. How can the academy do something so unfair? Sharon quietly peered inside. Strange, the classroom atmosphere is unusually quiet. It was noisy and lively a moment ago. He entered the classroom, and Sharon asked his friend sitting next to him, "What's the next class?" But that friend left without answering. Sharon was silent. Perhaps there's no need to ask why they're acting like that. The students whispered loud enough for Sharon to hear. Amy could be affected because of me. Currently, a spiritual domain class was underway in the practical training room, and Sharon stood alone. Sharon tried to concentrate on his spiritual domain, but he could still hear everyone's mocking laughter. Why is that guy also practicing here? Sharon quietly listened to what they were saying. That guy's spiritual domain touching me is so disgusting. They continued to hurl excessively malicious words at Sharon. That guy's spiritual domain is unnecessarily too large. Just then, Itella approached and called him. Sharon, are you all right? Sharon quickly greeted her. Professor Itella, he asked her, the redirection type is quite difficult. Every time I try to separate the spiritual domain from my body, my consciousness seems to be pulled along with it. Itella smiled. That feeling is common, Sharon. Your convergent spiritual domain is inherently a natural form, so it pulls your consciousness with it, Itella continued. The redirection type is a form that artificially separates the spiritual domain from the body, so it doesn't suit you well. Sharon nodded. I thought so too, Itella asked again. How about the other 4 forms? Sharon thought. Other forms? Sharon said. No problem. I think so. Itella smiled and asked. Good, then would you like to practice within your spiritual domain? Sharon was startled. Yes, Sharon was flustered. Now? Sharon said to Itella. The redirection type is quite difficult. Every time I try to separate the spiritual domain from my body, she nodded. My consciousness seems to be pulled along with it. That feeling is common, Sharon. Your convergent spiritual domain naturally condenses into a spherical form according to the laws of nature, so it doesn't suit the redirection type, which artificially separates the spiritual domain from the body, Itella added. How about the other 4 transformation forms? Sharon thought for a moment. Other forms? He looked up at Itella and said, I don't think there will be any problems. Itella said, Good. Then would you like to practice within your spiritual domain? Sharon was startled. Yes, he looked ahead. Now, Itella said, if you're uncomfortable you can do it next time. Sharon remained silent. She continued, Sharon is the only student in class 7 who can switch between all 4 forms, so I just wanted to see it once. Itella looked at Sharon worriedly. This child wanted to use his spiritual domain from the first day. Is he perhaps worried about the gazes of the other students? Sharon thought, now is not the time to be emotionally swayed, but a person who believes in their own worth won't be easily swayed like that. After a moment he looked up and said, I'll try. Professor, please give me feedback. The class 7 students immediately sent malicious glances at Sharon. He's going to do it again, another guy replied. He's just trying to show off in front of his girlfriend. They spoke unreservedly, watching Sharon standing inside his spiritual domain. That guy has nothing else he's good at anyway. Itella said, try one form at a time. Switch between the 4 forms in order. Sharon nodded. Yes, one of the promotion criteria is proficiency in spiritual domain transformation. If I succeed now and get closer to promotion, the class 4 students will also be waiting to mock Sharon, except for Amy and Cyril. How much better can that guy be? Sharon only thought. Perhaps I can avoid further conflict with class 7 and get out of this situation. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and Sharon's spiritual domain immediately appeared within the spiritual domain. The first was the defensive type. Amy was surprised. It's even stronger than when he first fought the dark mage, a male student said. It's a 144-sided polyhedron. This is an advanced defensive type, isn't it? The class 7 students quietly listened to others evaluating Sharon. At that level, it's almost like an armored wall. Sharon's spiritual domain transformed into a star shape again, then into a cross shape. Itella smiled. Indeed, his student's fundamentals are very solid. His transformation speed seems far superior to class 7. At this level, getting promoted to class 4 wouldn't be difficult at all. Sharon sighed within his spiritual domain. No matter how much I want to prove my success, if I want to receive the professor's advice, I have to show failure. Sharon's spiritual domain wavered again. The class 5 students blankly watched him switch to the redirection type. No way is he going straight to the redirection type. That's a form only class 5 can attempt. The class 7 students frowned. The redirection type, really? The key was that Sharon focused on moving the center of his spiritual domain before the spiritual domain completely contracted and disappeared. He gasped, clutching his head from exhaustion. It's still the same as when I practiced. The center of the spiritual domain can move, but the further the spiritual domain moves from my body, the more my consciousness seems to be pulled along with it. Sharon encouraged himself. Let's try again. The other students began to laugh, covering their mouths. Malicious words poured out incessantly, as if they had seized an opportunity to crush Sharon. What's that guy doing? Does he think he's a genius? So arrogant. Serves him right. He's really shameless, still standing there. Sharon stood silently, and others mocked him again. It's still just the basic 4 forms. Amy also spoke. Hey, he was doing well. Why is he suddenly like that? Cyril said. Look at Sharon's spiritual domain. Why is it wavering like that? She asked Amy. Is he embarrassed by the attention? Amy shook her head. Nonsense, he's not that weak a type of guy, she muttered. Has something happened lately? Sharon stood with his head bowed. Why do people enjoy other people's failures? Is it just that everyone wants to see me fail? Everyone ostracized him. Sharon began to doubt himself. Do I really not belong here? Memories from his childhood kept flashing through Sharon's mind. Suddenly a voice spoke, startling Sharon. You're thinking too much, the voice said. Don't hesitate. Do what you want. Sharon listened quietly. Don't you want to become a wizard? He was flustered by this voice. Who is that? But Sharon also snapped out of it. No, wait, what am I thinking? He squeezed his eyes shut. Sharon's spiritual domain was powerfully re-established once again. I came here to become a wizard. The Class 4 students gaped at Sharon's spiritual domain, and the Class 7 students wore displeased expressions. Sharon clenched his fist and concentrated inside his spiritual domain. Before it changes direction, before it disappears, Sharon shouted loudly. Someone rummaged through an accident report. Student accident report. Perpetrator 6 students. Attempted to harm the victim's mind using excessive anti-magic. School forbidden magic. However, Class 7 student Sharon subdued the anti-magic with a defensive type. The person rummaging through the report thought, he subdued anti-magic with a defensive type, with one of the basic 4 forms? Sienna thought for a moment. Anti-magic is such dangerous magic that even experts need to use artifacts. It's difficult and dangerous magic. Artifacts are items imbued with magical power, allowing non-mages to exert similar power to magic. She thought, surely those kids couldn't have used anti-magic properly. But one person held out against 6, Sienna pondered for a moment. Then Sharon's spiritual power must be greater than the combined power of 6 people. She admired him, calling him a true genius. Suddenly, someone called Professor Sienna from inside the office. Sienna asked Itella if Sharon had successfully switched to the redirection type. Itella nodded. Yes, just yesterday. The child succeeded after only 1 month of learning the 4 forms. Itella added, I confirmed that his spiritual domain separated and remained for about 4 seconds. Sienna exclaimed, delighted. Amazing. She took a sip from her teacup, thinking, as expected, my judgment was not mistaken, Itella continued. Therefore, to stimulate students' academic motivation, I would like to offer some suggestions to the professors. Sienna adjusted her glasses and said, I believe we share the same thoughts as the professors. A few days later, in Class 7's chemistry lesson, Sienna filled the blackboard with chemical formulas. She said, today's class ends here. The students exclaimed. Thank goodness, Sienna continued. The reason for ending class early is to deliver some special news. She called out Sharon's name. Freshman, please stand up. He quickly stood up. Yes, Sienna said. Student Sharon will be advanced 2 grades to Class 5. Starting tomorrow, Sharon's timetable will follow that of Class 5. I hope he adapts well. The Class 7 students immediately murmured, what, he's skipping 2 grades? That's ridiculous. It usually takes 2 years to skip just 1 grade. They thought to themselves, which family's backing does he have to skip 2 grades like that? Sienna picked up her books, preparing to leave. I hope you all work hard to achieve similar results. Now then, but before she could leave, the short-haired female student who always ostracized Sharon spoke up. Wait, I object. There's no precedent for skipping 2 grades at once. Something is suspicious, she loudly questioned. Moreover, why is a student who cannot use magic at all being promoted early? Sienna thought for a moment. Cannot use any magic? She looked up at Sharon. Professor Itella didn't mention this. Sienna asked, is that true, Sharon? Sharon remained silent. Countless gazes in the classroom fell upon Sharon. All of them held a clear meaning. You definitely can't do it. Say you can't quickly. Sharon calmly replied, yes, I cannot use any magic. Sienna was also slightly surprised. Even common magic can be learned out of curiosity. But she continued, however, there is no rule stating that one must be able to use magic to be promoted. So there's no problem. As soon as Sienna finished speaking, someone else slammed a desk and spoke loudly. The person who stood up was the robust student who had intentionally incited people to ostracize Sharon. I absolutely cannot accept this, he declared loudly. This is clear favoritism. Didn't the professors themselves say that the spiritual domain isn't all there is to magic? Sharon stood there listening to his accusations. What else is Sharon good at besides the spiritual domain? If he can perform even 1 magic spell, I will accept it. The Class 7 students, as if finding a supporter, eagerly spoke up. That's right, if we compete with magic casting, we are much more confident than him. Sharon won't be able to keep up with theoretical lessons, they said, looking at Sienna. If you still intend to promote him early, we will propose a hearing to the student council. Sienna was silent. I had no idea this was happening, Sienna said. I understand your thoughts. I seem to have rushed this announcement too much, she continued. I will make an official announcement again after the faculty meeting. The robust student immediately smiled, as if having achieved his goal. Sienna sat down and looked out the window. Why are the students so agitated? She fell into deep thought. It's not just opposition to unfairness. Emotional issues seem to be mixed in. Just then, someone entered looking for Sienna. Professor Sienna, she asked. Is it? Maria hesitated. I have something to tell you about what happened earlier. Maria slowly began her story. It all started a week ago. At first, we completely ignored Sharon. She recalled Sharon's lonely figure. But a few days ago, everyone started openly slandering him and carelessly threw trash on his desk. Maria sat before Sienna and said, "They even disrupted his studies." She burst into tears. "I witnessed everything. I saw him endure false rumors and people's attacks. The way they bullied him was truly unfair." Maria sobbed and trembled. Sienna also understood completely, thinking, "I see." She frowned. After a moment, Sienna said, "Thank you, Maria. You've done well. I'll handle the rest now." In a book titled Outstanding Students, physiologist Tuan made a profound statement. To Killen said, "It is best for humans to sleep at least 6 hours a day." He sighed. "Although throughout my school days I only slept 4 hours a day," the interviewer asked him. "Doesn't that contradict your needs, Professor? You, Professor Tuan, only slept 4 hours yet still became an outstanding student." To Killen pointed with his finger and said, "Look at this. Teenagers aren't just people. They're superhumans. Whether they sleep or not, whatever they do, nothing affects them." The clock passed midnight, and Sharon leaned back in his seat. He sighed and looked around. No one was there. "Is it this late?" Passing a friend leaving the library. Sharon first nodded in greeting. Fortunately, the friend also politely nodded back. Sharon walked alone outside the school grounds with a crescent moon high in the sky. Sharon recalled Temura's words, "Young master, when you enter the Magic Academy, countless nobles will not think highly of you. But no matter what happens, you must endure. If you can persevere to the end, you will achieve good results." Sharon looked up at the sky. "I will definitely make it," he resolved, thinking of the people who believed in him. "Even for the sake of those who care about me." The advanced class professor with profound questions. Sharon gazed at the moon in the sky. "No matter who blocks my path, I will still become a wizard." In his third-floor dorm room, Sharon had just finished showering. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He hesitated and turned. "It's this late." Sharon looked at the clock. It was past 1 a.m. Who could it be? Sharon suspected it might be the Class 7 students. Could it be them? The person outside spoke. "Sharon, are you busy right now?" Sharon opened the door. It was Professor Sienna. She asked if she could come in. Sharon quickly nodded. "Of course, Professor." He awkwardly poured Sienna some tea. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Sienna declined. "It's all right. I tried to find you earlier, but you weren't in your room. I apologize for disturbing you so late." Sienna looked at Sharon's desk and realized, "I see." Sienna had felt something strange when she first saw Sharon's scores. His scores were low, but all subjects had the same score. She understood he tried to increase his knowledge in all fields simultaneously rather than focusing on temporary results. He's studying for the future. It's not that he cannot learn magic. He chose not to learn magic. But why now? Sienna looked at Sharon. Could it be because he couldn't attend school when he was young? Sharon sat primly before Sienna, awkwardly thinking, "This is so embarrassing." The two sat facing each other, and Sharon thought, "Is it because it's not class time?" Sienna intently observed Sharon. "During class he always looks directly at me, but he seems like a shy person." She opened her mouth and asked, "Is academy life very difficult for you?" Sharon nodded, "Yes, but it's enjoyable, and studying is very interesting." Sienna said, "I heard your classmates have been bullying you." Sharon lowered his head. "I'm fine, Professor, you don't need to worry about me." Sienna said seriously, "Tell me honestly, don't hide anything." Sharon nodded. "I really am fine, it's just a little regrettable that I can't be friends with anyone." After a moment he looked up and said, "But I don't know how to make them stop hating me." Sienna asked, "Aren't you even a little angry at them?" Sharon nodded. "Of course I'm angry. After all, I'm still human. Although I do wish to have good relationships with them," he calmly said. "But I don't want to deny myself by clinging to relationships, even if all the students in Class 7 say you're wrong. In the end, there are only 40 people." Sharon calmly explained to Sienna, "I believe there will be someone in this world who understands me." Sienna realized, "I see, I understand." She smiled and nodded at Sharon. "I understand what you're saying. Sharon, I will refer to that point during the faculty meeting." Sienna grasped one fact. Sharon wants early promotion. Sienna's voice resonated seriously and calmly in the faculty meeting. "Therefore I will conclude my presentation with the opinion that student Sharon should be promoted early." Several professors thought, "Isn't this a bit of a sensitive issue?" In the ANPA's Magic Academy conference room, the professors murmured, "A group bullying a student simply because he cannot use magic. It's common in lower grades. There are many young students and older students with less talent. Moreover, the skill gap among students at that level is very wide," a professor said. "That means Sharon should be promoted as soon as possible. Even for the student's benefit, he needs to graduate in 4 years." Sienna sat down and continued, "From the school's perspective, it's beneficial for him to graduate as soon as possible." But Tat spoke up, "I object." "Anpaz asked you object." The old man looked at Tat and asked, "What is your reason?" He replied, "While I know student Sharon is a genius, the problem is that he cannot use magic, and I don't think we can overlook the issue of his weak theoretical scores." Sienna said irritably, "As I mentioned earlier, Sharon's score issue is because he studies all fields simultaneously. He is postponing learning magic. As teachers, we should not interfere with a student's individual learning method." Tat frowned and said, "I am not questioning his learning method. The problem is that you, Professor, are showing excessive attention to Sharon." "Professor Sienna." Sienna's mouth twitched. "What did you just say?" Tat explained. Other students may be weaker than Sharon in terms of omnipotence, but they are better than him in omniscience. This kind of decision could make other students feel like failures and lose their motivation to study. He laughed and said, as a teacher, shouldn't one avoid focusing only on a genius and forgetting other students? Anpaz said loudly, you are not only intending to ruin a talented student's future, but you are also failing to recognize the children's misplaced jealousy. Tat and Sienna pounded the table, arguing. Other professors covered their heads. There they go again, how can their personalities be so diametrically opposed? Other professors thought Sienna's grade 6 certification was like water, and Tat's grade 6 certification was like fire, mutually exclusive, marveling. It's hard to believe they both became mages. Anpuz waved his hand. Enough, both of you return to your seats, he continued. Both of you have your own perspectives and reasons. Professor Sienna's perspective is very meaningful, but Professor Tat's opinion is not without merit. He is concerned about the balance of the entire school, and I believe that stems from his affection for the academy. Anpaz said, I understand he has good intentions. We must consider the emotional tendencies commonly seen in students. Tat nodded. That is precisely what I wanted to say. Professor Sienna listened to Anpaz's words. Instead, the old man smiled. Then how about this? The next morning, students bustled about. Everyone quickly ran forward. They murmured in front of the intermediate class bulletin board. What's going on? The bulletin board read. Announcement of grade advancement exam. Due to numerous complaints regarding the early grade advancement decision, the school has decided to offer a grade advancement opportunity to all 7th grade students. Eligibility for grade advancement will be determined according to the criteria below. All relevant students please take note. Notice, grade advancement will be determined by an exam. Only one student will be advanced directly to Class 5. The exam subjects are magic and spells, and the chosen spell for evaluation is teleportation. The spiritual domain issue which students solely used as a basis for evaluation has been resolved. Thus, the school decided to change the evaluation criterion to the teleportation spell, which is taught in Class 5. Someone spoke loudly. All 7th grade students can participate in the grade advancement exam. They murmured, if you pass the exam, you skip 2 grades and go straight to Class 5. Teleportation, you mean? Can you use teleportation? Someone said, of course not. That's a spell taught in Class 5. The 7th grade students were continuously flustered. The theory seems simple, so practice shouldn't be difficult, right? It can't be simple, can it? An upperclassman I know made a mistake during practice and ended up in the hospital. A male student shouted, what? Then what can we do? Do they intend not to promote anyone from our class? Suddenly, as someone approached, the Class 7 students unconsciously moved aside. Everyone focused on Sharon, who had just arrived. He looked up at the bulletin board. Teleportation. The bulletin board displayed the announcement of grade advancement exam. Due to numerous complaints regarding the early grade advancement decision, the school has decided to offer a grade advancement opportunity to all 7th grade students. Eligibility for grade advancement will be determined according to the criteria below. All relevant students please take note. Notice, grade advancement will be determined by an exam. Only one student will be advanced directly to Class 5. The exam subjects are magic and spells, and the chosen spell for evaluation is teleportation. The spiritual domain issue which students solely used as a basis for evaluation has been resolved. Thus, the school decided to change the evaluation criterion to the teleportation spell, which is taught in Class 5. Someone spoke loudly. All 7th grade students can participate in the grade advancement exam. They murmured, if you pass the exam, you skip 2 grades and go straight to Class 5. Teleportation, you mean? Can you use teleportation? Someone said. Of course not. That's a spell taught in Class 5. The 7th grade students were continuously flustered. The theory seems simple, so practice shouldn't be difficult, right? It can't be simple, can it? An upperclassman I know made a mistake during practice and ended up in the hospital. A male student shouted, what? Then what can we do? Do they intend not to promote anyone from our class? Suddenly, as someone approached, the 7th grade students unconsciously moved aside. Everyone focused on Sharon, who had just arrived. He looked up at the bulletin board. Teleportation? An unexpected incident. The 7th grade bullying incident became a hot topic, even reaching the upperclassmen. After class, the upper grade bulletin board. Everyone murmured, such a thing happened? Yes, the bullying incident. Poor guy, he's only in 7th grade just because he can't use magic? 7th graders don't even learn magic yet. What does that have to do with anything? Someone clearly stated. It's definitely out of jealousy. He's dating Amy after all. Amy stood blankly in front of the bulletin board. So he was being bullied? She realized. That's why he avoided me. Did he not want to involve me? Cyril stood next to Amy, analyzing. Actually, 7th graders' mental power is still quite weak, so such incidents are common. I've experienced something similar. But is early advancement such a special thing? Suddenly, Amy turned and left. Cyril called after her. Where are you going? Amy replied. To meet Sharon. Cyril said. What? Hold on, what are you going to do? Amy said angrily. I'm going to scold him. How dare he lie to me? I need to round up those damn 7th graders, Serial urgently said. Are you crazy? No, Amy rushed forward. Why not? I'm involved in this too. Serial, being dragged along by Amy, struggled to say, if someone you like gets caught up in a bullying incident, you'd want to intervene, wouldn't you? Serial shouted loudly. If you go there, the whole situation will become even more serious, Amy cursed inwardly. Idiot, truly an idiot. Does she really think that? That's ridiculous. I'm not someone he likes. So why on earth did he hide this from me? Serial said, anyway, teleportation is too difficult for a 7th grader. Amy pondered, if it's that difficult, then good. Teleportation is too dangerous for someone who hasn't learned magic at all. Serial suggested, Amy, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that be more reasonable? Amy loudly exasperated, why should I help that guy? Besides, I need to prepare for my upcoming exam, so I don't have time. Serial nodded. Right, I forgot, sorry. Amy loudly said, if he can't even handle something like that himself, he's not worthy of being my boyfriend. As night fell, something appeared among the academy trees. Someone moved at incredible speed. A shadow descended. Someone murmured, this is absolutely not for any other reason. Amy, cloaked, sat on a tree. She murmured to herself, I'm just helping him out of a sense of responsibility. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared again. Amy flew to Sharon's room. First, I need to make him ask me for help. Amy landed on Sharon's room window and Sharon was startled. Who are you? Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Amy said, I've come to teach you a lesson. Amy smiled brightly. How dare you do that to me? Suddenly, Amy looked into the room and was stunned. Professor Sienna was sitting inside Sharon's room. Sienna adjusted her glasses. Student Amy, she asked, surely you didn't come to meet him this late and at night in a male dormitory? Amy hastily waved her hands. It's a misunderstanding, Professor, a truly terrible misunderstanding. Sienna quickly said, shush, the next room will hear us. Come in first. Sienna covered her mouth. You've become so bold after just a short time without supervision, Amy stammered. This is my first time here. I came stealthily because I thought Sharon would be uncomfortable meeting me. After speaking, Amy finally asked Sienna, but if it's as Professor says, then why are you here at this hour? Sienna replied. I came to advise him about the grade advancement exam. The classroom atmosphere was very chaotic. Amy nodded. I see. Sharon offered Amy tea. Senior, here's your tea. Thank you, it smells good. Where did you learn to brew tea? Amy was speaking when she suddenly tried to hit Sharon. This isn't it, you damn bastard. Who do you think I'm getting humiliated for? Sharon quickly shouted. I'm sorry, Amy's voice echoed throughout the entire dormitory. And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna said in a low voice. Hey, both of you sit down first. I need to talk about the grade advancement exam. Sharon took a sip of tea and thought, why did everything turn out like this? He silently watched himself and Amy sitting opposite Professor Sienna, and Sienna sighed helplessly. It happened again, Amy said. Isn't this teleportation exam a bit dangerous? Sharon has never even learned magic, Sienna said. The principal directly ordered it. I'm worried too, but there must be his intention. Amy thought inwardly. So it was the principal's mischief. Sharon asked Amy, is it that dangerous? Amy nodded. Of course, you know that teleportation is a magic that uses the attribute of light, right? Sharon replied, yes, I've heard of photochemical theory, Amy explained to him. Light has an absolute speed. They say no substance in the world can surpass light. She explained how magic works. Teleportation is a magic that transcends time and space by using that speed. Sharon said, by transforming the body into light. Sienna, sitting next to them, also said, it sounds complicated, but actually, teleportation isn't that difficult. Students who are just starting to learn can easily succeed, so go for it, she explained in more detail. In photochemical theory, the speed of light is classified into 4 types. Light speed 299 to 792,458 meters s, superluminal, near light, and subluminal. Subluminal is a unit arbitrarily created by mages to represent the speed of light, which is about 400 meters s. The level required for teleportation is subluminal, because it's a magic that can be used even if you only understand 1/10,000th of the speed of light. Sienna's voice remained steady, but that also means the degree of photochemistry is so low that almost no mass remains in the body. Sharon thought, so it's easy to learn, but if something goes wrong it becomes as dangerous as the speed of sound. He looked up at Sienna and said, now I understand why teleportation is a forbidden magic at school. Sienna smiled. Indeed, you're quick to understand. Me, sitting next to him, glanced over. What? Since when did these two get so close? Am I being ignored? Professor Sienna has never been this close to anyone. Sharon asked again, then how can I pass this dangerous magic exam? Sienna said, that's why. Amy coughed and said, you need to practice in a place without obstacles. Sharon said blankly, is there such a place? Amy raised one finger. There is. Sharon looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly he realized, could it be the sky? Horizon boundary. Teleportation training ground, altitude 1,000 meters, length 700 meters. Sienna said, it hasn't been officially recognized yet, but actually there's no other place. She mentioned that mountaintop. The exam rule is to race from one mountaintop to another. Sharon's mouth fell open. Truly amazing. There won't be any obstacles there. He smiled. If I fall, will I die? Amy asked Sienna. But it's a race to see who arrives first, isn't it? Don't you think it's a bit difficult for 7th graders? Sienna's eyes darkened. If no one arrives, the student who teleported the furthest will win. Of course, the difficulty of the exam venue will be set to grade 1, and safety equipment will minimize the danger. But she paused and continued, what I'm worried about is the students colliding due to intense competition. Amy glanced at Sharon. In that case it would naturally be Sharon. Sienna continued Amy's words. He will be the target of the children's competition. Sharon silently thought, can I do it? If it's just a difficult exam, that's fine, but Sharon recalled the malicious stares people gave him. I don't want to fight against the entire class. I don't want to be hurt by the cruelty of competition. Sharon asked himself if he should take this exam. At this moment, Sienna spoke again. I'm sorry, Sharon. She looked at him. I tried to get you into class 5 since the entrance exam. I think my ambition has caused you trouble. Sharon quickly said, no, Professor, please don't say that. Sienna bowed her head. So from today I have the responsibility to teach you. Me sitting next to them said nothing. After a long moment, Amy raised her head and glared at Sienna with a sinister look. What? Why do you have to go that far, Professor? Sienna looked at Amy. I merely feel responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of the Great Advancement exam. I'll do my best. Amy pounded her chest and said, no, that could actually make the problem worse. If rumors spread that a judging professor is favoring Sharon, even if he passes the exam, the result will be invalid. She confidently looked straight at Sienna and said, leave Sharon to me. If the difficulty is grade 1, it's no problem. I can teach him. Sharon stared blankly at Amy. Senior Amy. Wasn't she angry? Sienna adjusted her glasses. I see, but Amy, you know, Sienna asked Amy, I know you've applied for the graduation exam. Will you have time to look after Sharon? Sharon was startled and looked at Amy sitting next to him in disbelief. Graduation exam. He widened his eyes and thought, my goodness, the graduation exam. The graduation exam is where all students of the Magic Academy aspire to become professional mages. There, a graduate's ability is recognized as semi-professional. Becoming a graduate of a prestigious school means an article will be published in the Royal Magic Academy magazine. But once you step on that path, the beautiful academy life ends. From now on, hellish and terrifying training awaits. Grade Advancement Application, Exam Number 1. Amy Camis submitted. Amy would be the first to step onto such a formidable path. Sharon leaned closer to Amy and asked, how can you do that? Isn't it too early for our age? Amy avoided his gaze. That's why. Amy thought with tears in her eyes. It's all because of you, you damn bastard. She thought about Sharon skipping 2 grades at once. You're progressing too fast, so the only place I can run to is the graduation class. Little Amy hastily fled to the hellish graduation class. Don't come. Sharon looked at Amy with sparkling puppy-like eyes. Truly amazing, I can't even dare to dream of being first in an advanced class. She confidently applied first to such an incredible place. Sharon silently watched Amy and Sienna talk. Even in such an important situation, she's here to help me. On the other side, Amy smiled at Sienna and said, no matter how busy I am, there's nothing I can't do. Professor, give up. Sienna also smiled and replied, I understand your feelings for your boyfriend, but at such an important time, it's better to leave it to the professor. Sienna said, since Sharon is learning magic for the first time, it will be more effective if a teacher teaches him. This remark stimulated Amy's competitive spirit. She turned to Sharon and looked at him. In that case, Sharon, you choose, me or Professor Sienna? Sharon was nervous. Well, Amy asked, isn't it better if your girlfriend teaches you? Sharon smiled and said, I'll just do it myself. This time both Sienna and Amy were surprised. What? Chapter 32. Amy turned and looked at Sharon. In that case, Sharon, you choose, me or Professor Sienna? Sharon was nervous. Well, Amy asked, isn't it better if your girlfriend teaches you? Sharon smiled and said, I'll just do it myself. This time both Sienna and Amy were surprised. A scream echoed throughout the entire dormitory. What? Amy shouted at Sharon. You foolish boy, do you know how precious this opportunity is? Sharon crossed his arms and replied, I don't want to bother the judging professors. Besides, senior, you have an important exam coming up, Amy loudly said. Others even hire private tutors for immense sums of money. Besides, weren't you the target of competition for the entire class? Amy said. That's not something you can do alone. Sharon lowered his head. Wasn't that the reason you pushed to go to the graduation class early, senior? If I dally here, I won't be able to move forward to higher places. Amy was surprised by Sharon's words. Sharon continued, for me, class 5 is just one step in the process of becoming a mage, just like you, senior. Amy covered her mouth and cleared her throat. Sharon said to Amy, trust me, senior. I cannot guarantee that I will pass the exam, but I will do my best and have no regrets. Sienna listened quietly to their conversation. When Sharon finished speaking, she stood up. Understood. If that is the student's wish as a teacher, I must accept it. Sienna bade farewell. She would not stay any longer, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The same goes for other students. Sharon stood up and bowed his head, thanking her. Thank you very much for your concern, Professor Sienna, Sienna continued. If you two have anything more to discuss, please continue. And Amy, Sienna said, turning back to Amy as she walked towards the door, I'll overlook today's incident, but if you climb through a male student's window again, you understand, right? Amy lowered her head. Yes, her soul cheered. I'm alive. Once Sienna left, Amy slumped down and sighed in relief. Relaxed, Amy suddenly gasped. She quickly stood up and said, I'm leaving too. Sharon also bowed to Amy. Yes, I apologize for bringing you all the way here, Sharon said sincerely. Thank you very much, Senior Amy. Amy suddenly asked. Hey, tell me honestly, why did you avoid me? Sharon froze. Amy continued, you could have told me from the beginning that you were being bullied. It wasn't your responsibility alone. Amy turned away. Could it be, she recalled Serial's words, if he shows that side to someone he likes, his pride will be deeply hurt. Amy stammered. My pride was hurt, Sharon replied. I didn't want to distance myself from you, Senior. Amy covered her mouth in surprise. Is this really it? Sharon continued. If you ask me why, it's because you are my goal, Senior. Amy silently pressed her hand to her forehead. That was it. I knew it. Sharon scratched his face. Actually, when I first came to school, I saw your name in the first place. Sharon recalled seeing Amy's name on the report card when he first came to school. Sharon said, at that moment, I thought I really wanted to study hard to become like you, Senior. The report card for the 42 students in 4th grade had first place written on it. Cammy's Amy. Sharon smiled and said, but I never thought things would turn out this way. It's really awkward. If I had told you I was being bullied, things might have become even more awkward. Amy scoffed. A goal? She cursed inwardly. Damn it, to be defeated by a kid. Amy looked coldly at Sharon, recalling how her father had once offered to introduce her to someone he knew at the Magic Academy. What an absurd connection. Amy asked in a low voice, are you kidding me? Sharon was bewildered. Ha, Amy shouted. What do you mean a goal? That's ridiculous. She took a step closer to Sharon. You act all polite calling me Senior to my face, but behind my back you're secretly trying to catch up to me, is that it? Sharon, flustered, covered his chest with both hands. Goodness, why is it taking on that meaning again? He sighed. Why is it turning out like this again? Amy pushed the window open. If you intend to surpass me, Amy donned her cloak and turned around, saying, from now on, don't call me Senior. Sharon stood dumbfounded. Amy said loudly, compete with me fair and square. She climbed out the window. Hurry up and catch up to me, or you'll be calling me Senior your whole life. Unexpectedly, Sharon spoke. Amy. Amy was startled and flustered. Calling my name freely. Ah, Sharon said. Please wait a moment. He stood in the room and looked seriously at Amy. I will definitely catch up to her. Amy laughed. Her entire face was covered in shadow. Is she trying to catch up to me while emitting such killing intent? She turned her back to Sharon and flew outside. I hope she hasn't graduated by then. Sharon clung to the window, still watching. She disappeared quickly. He sighed. Even though I refused help, the people who are attacking me will be watching my every move. Sharon's eyes held resolve. Now I have no choice but to rely on my own 2 feet. There was 1 month left until the early advancement exam. Time began to flow. The next day after class, everyone was chatting loudly. Are you preparing for the advancement exam? The students talked among themselves. I just hired a private tutor today. I have to learn teleportation in a month. It's really dangerous, but 20 people still applied for the exam. Theoretically, it's easy and not difficult to apply the formulas. The 7th grade boys talked among themselves. The problem is the application ability. The blue-haired boy pointed at Sharon, who was walking, carrying a stack of books. He dropped one of the piles of books, and the cover read Photochemistry Theory. Sharon thought, I said I'd do it myself, but seeing the theory books in front of me, I can only sigh. The problem is application. The environment a real mage faces is always changing. Especially for teleportation magic, terrain information is very important. Depending on the situation, omnipotence and the degree of light must be adjusted. Sharon sat and wrote notes incessantly. Just the unit calculations are 10 to the power of 20. How can a human calculate that much? He slapped his head. No, don't give up. They wouldn't set an impossible exam, he pondered. Professor Sienna also said that learning teleportation isn't complicated, but what if it doesn't apply to someone like me who has never learned magic at all? Sharon recalled Professor Sienna's words. The 7th graders have been educated since childhood and can easily hire expensive private tutors, so they will surely succeed. Sharon watched them like an outsider, and Sienna asked him, can you close that gap? Suddenly, Sharon looked up and Alpheus was smiling at him. Someone applauded and praised him. Excellent. The person looked at the back of a sturdy man behind a faint smoke and said, your teleportation was perfect, as expected of the son of Slider, technical advisor to the Magic Association, he called out. Young Master Mark Slider, Mark, 15 years old, 7th grade, stood upright and said, it's nothing special, I'm being taught by a teacher with a 9th grade license. The person handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark said, I was a little worried, but it was quite easy, the man explained. The exam was quite simple, so you could focus on the selection. His voice remained steady. It's impossible to learn how to perfectly apply teleportation in a month, but if you quickly learn only the necessary parts for the exam and dedicate the remaining time to practice, there's a good chance of completing the exam. Mark grinned triumphantly. Perhaps I should thank that special parachute guy. He wiped his sweat and said, thanks to him, I'll be promoted 2 grades in a short amount of time. Mark took a sip of water, then turned to the man and asked, oh, by the way, what's that bastard doing now? The man replied as per the young master's instructions. I'm keeping an eye on him, but he seems to be studying alone and just reading books. Mark found it hard to understand. Self-study with books, he must be hiding something. I think he should be hiring an incredible private tutor with that money. Is there anything suspicious? Mark ordered him to continue keeping an eye on him. He's not careless. His voice remained steady. How can he use magic by just reading a few books? On this side, Sharon was engrossed in countless books. He put down his pen and rested his hands. I've done everything I can. First, I spent a lot of time deeply understanding light. I memorized the theory of the thesis without a single error. I can't be sure, but there isn't much time left. 7th grade private training ground number 41. Only a few faint lights flickered at night. Sharon stood below warming up. Now I have to cast magic. Nothing is impossible. I can only hope it works as I wish. Sharon's eyes glowed deep blue and he first opened his spiritual domain. The center of Sharon's forehead immediately shone as he said, applying photochemical theory. Sharon struggled to maintain his concentration. I am on the border of omnipotence and omniscience. The light grew more and more brilliant, and Sharon was almost enveloped in blue light. The word I in the center disappeared. Sharon's body suddenly glowed golden and he joyfully looked at himself. Good. It's working, Sharon shouted. Now teleportation. His eyes widened. Humans cannot calculate the number of photons. Sharon recalled the teaching. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sensitive enough to feel everything around them. People say that excellent mages can count the number of leaves from afar. Someone explained, placing small coins in their hand. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state or spiritual domain. Alpheus extended his hand and said, at that time mages perceive the outside world transcendentally. As a result, they gain control over phenomena. A new land seemed to unfold before Sharon's eyes, not calculating numbers, but feeling everything. Humans cannot calculate the number of photons. Sharon recalled the teaching. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sensitive enough to feel everything around them. People say that excellent mages can count the number of leaves from afar. Someone explained, placing small coins in their hand. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state or spiritual domain. Alpheus extended his hand and said, at that time mages perceive the outside world transcendentally. As a result, they gain control over phenomena. A new land seemed to unfold before Sharon's eyes, not calculating numbers, but feeling everything. Time was running out, with 13 days, then 9 days left until the teleportation exam. Inside the academy, someone asked, damn it, what is this? Everyone's gaze turned to the back of the classroom. His face. The short-haired and pink-haired female students also always looked at the back of the classroom with displeased expressions. Voice echoed, that guy trained without safety equipment. That's ridiculous. Everyone looked at Sharon. His face was covered in bandages. Sharon concentrated on writing and thought, my first attempt at teleportation failed. Sharon lacked a little strength to correct his mistake. I have no choice but to keep practicing. Sharon kept falling to the ground, lying on the ground holding his knees. This time my knees are messed up. 8 days countdown. Sharon's notebook was filled with tiny handwriting and he was still concentrating, calculating. A 0.02 microsecond error. 7 days countdown. That was a foolish method, but only 6 days remained. Even at night, collision sounds continuously echoed in the training ground. 5 days left. Sharon was still falling. 4 days left, he resolved once again. I will make my body remember it like instinct. 3 days, 2 days countdown and only 1 day left. Sharon stood under the light, panting with his hands on his knees. Sharon's sweat dripped to the ground. What should I do? The exam is tomorrow. But every time I corrected one mistake, another mistake appeared. Sharon wiped his face. There's nothing left to correct now. I have to do it. I must, Sharon breathed quietly. The space before Sharon's eyes blurred. He slapped his face to regain his senses. I have to connect them. I'll do it. I must do it. Sharon tried again, planting his feet on the ground. Sharon concentrated and thought. Teleportation, a flash of light, then a whoosh. When he opened his eyes again, Sharon found himself floating very close to the ground. With a thud, Sharon gently fell to the ground. He exclaimed, this time I wasn't hurt. Sharon lay on the ground, smiling contentedly. I did it. How far can I go? Lost in thought, he unconsciously fell asleep. I don't have time to lie around here. I need to practice connecting. I need to pray. The next morning, Mark looked out at the campus from above. The man called him. Young master, he asked Mark, how do you feel? Mark turned and replied confidently, very good. Today will be a historic day when I'm promoted to 5th grade. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily. Inside the academy class 7 classroom was still empty. As Maria approached the classroom door, someone suddenly called out, Hey Maria, did you give up on the exam? Maria was startled. It must be that guy. Maria asked, Are you not at the training ground? Are you studying? Mark laughed loudly. Do I look like a fool who failed academics? He asked Maria arrogantly. What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are like that? Mark scoffed at Maria. You should go to the training area and learn. A good learning method is to observe and learn from people who are better than you. Maria turned to leave, then hesitated and said, All right, good luck. I hope you pass. Mark laughed and asked again, Really, you hope I pass? Maria's hand trembled. Mark approached Maria closely and said, You're truly amazing. Do you know that? It's like secretly meeting a teacher. Maria reflexively asked, How did you know? Mark found her answer amusing. He laughed loudly. Cool. I was just checking if you were that person or not. Maria's backpack dropped to the floor. I have many ways to get information. It's a bit strange for a timid girl like you to go to the professor's office. Mark cornered Maria against the wall. I treated you well because we're in the same class, but once I become your senior, he threatened Maria. What do you think will happen after that? Seeing Maria trembling, Mark stood straight. She was truly a coward. How could she ever think of becoming a mage? So even though she was 4 years older, she was still a classmate. Mark added a word and left. "We'll see." Behind him, Maria collapsed in fear. Maria covered her mouth with her hand, trembling, her face full of tears. Mark opened the door and entered, asking loudly, "Is the plan all set?" The other 4 students in Class 7 turned around. One of them replied, "2 of us will stick to Sharon as soon as it starts. The other 2 will protect you. So there will be 2 chances to make him fail," Mark said. "The first turn is 10 meters, so push him out for at least 10 turns." The gray-haired friend nodded and asked, "If we pull this off, will you do as you promised?" Mark's eyes gleamed. Of course. If I get promoted, I'll find you a tutoring position. Even if you don't graduate, you won't have to worry about a job," Mark guaranteed. "My father is a technical advisor to the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget it. If I can help you, I definitely will." He thought to himself with satisfaction. Not even a small mistake is allowed. A genius must not be careless. In the misty forest. Is this the impassable bridge? The Class 7 students who hadn't registered for the exam were gathered in one place. The short-haired friend who had opposed Sharon's early advancement asked, "Is this the final? I'm so tired." The pink-haired friend also said there were more people than expected, and especially added that the Class 5 students were glaring at them. Class 5 seniors, all the Class 5 students were thinking nervously. "If some kid comes into our class, I hope it's a very cute one." Everyone laughed and said, "It'll be interesting." Class 4 and 6 also came to watch. The judges, including the principal, also arrived on time. A flare was fired into the sky. Itella saw the signal, turned, and said, "It's time." She looked at the students standing at the starting line. "The exam will begin in 10 minutes, someone cursed. "Damn it, it was a cliff originally. Where's the bridge?" another person said. "Fool, it's right here." Another person looked down, only to see 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched taut. They shouted again, "What is this? What kind of bridge is this?" On this side, someone was observing the participants with a telescope. "Here, this is the best spot." Cyril was excitedly looking around with a telescope. She could see very well. Amy stood behind, arms crossed, and said, "Hey, we don't have time. Why are you running around watching Class 7 kids?" Cyril said. "What are you talking about? You should cheer for your boyfriend and wish him luck." Amy sighed. "Those who pass will pass, and those who fail will fail. What's there to cheer for?" She bit her finger, lost in thought. "Anyway, can you teleport?" The black-haired friend went to call Mark. He cast a spell and asked, "Did you find Sharon?" The black-haired friend replied, "No, that male student isn't here." Mark's eyes gleamed. "What?" On this side, Sharon was still lying on the ground and an ant was crawling on his face. Suddenly, Sharon opened his eyes wide, startling the ant, which fled. He sprang up like a coiled spring and shouted loudly, "What time is it?" The black-haired friend went to call Mark. He cast a spell and asked, "Did you find Sharon?" The black-haired friend replied, "No, that male student isn't here." Mark's eyes gleamed. "What?" On this side, Sharon was still lying on the ground and an ant was crawling on his face. Suddenly, Sharon opened his eyes wide, startling the ant, which fled. He sprang up like a coiled spring and shouted loudly, "What time is it?" Another person shouted loudly, "What? He didn't come." Me looked through the telescope. "What are you talking about? Sharon is absent." Cyril was flustered. "I don't know either. I can't find him anywhere." Amy hesitated. "No way," she worriedly thought. "He didn't fail to use magic, did he? See, I told you it was too difficult to self-study teleportation." On this side, the students participating in the exam stood before the cliff. Someone muttered, "This is a cliff, right?" "What bridge?" Itella said. "The rules are simple. When I give the signal, teleport to the cliff on the other side. The person who teleports the furthest will pass the exam." The Class 7 students looked at each other and said, "Really?" Someone stepped forward and said, "Are you telling us to jump over there? If we don't pass the exam, do we fall down?" The Class 7 students asked suspiciously, "Are there really safety measures below?" Tat stood before them and said, "If you're scared, give up." The Class 7 students participating in the exam looked back at him. Tat said, "As you know, death can happen in any curriculum at a magic academy." Tat's expression was serious. "Moreover, this is an early advancement exam, and we're selecting students suitable for Class 5, so if you're confident in your ability to protect yourselves, participate. But if your resolve is so weak," he coldly warned the students, "it's not too late to leave now." Outwardly serious, Tat was inwardly scoffing. "Scared, aren't they? It's good to put some pressure to prevent safety incidents." He glanced at one side. "The real danger is here." Tat looked at Mark's group standing with their arms crossed. "These guys are here to compete," Mark scoffed. "Why are those ordinary people participating in this exam? They'll only serve as stepping stones for me in society anyway." He was satisfied. "And that parachute guy. I heard he's trying to pass the exam by self-studying. He'll fail one way or another. Truly ridiculous." Mark looked ahead. "I prepared so thoroughly, and yet..." Just then, Itella raised her hand and said, "Everyone line up. We will begin the exam." She saw something and fell silent. Someone was running madly from afar. Sharon looked very tired. Everyone was surprised to see him. Sharon gasped, leaning on his knees, and said, "I'm sorry." He looked up at Itella and asked, "Can I still participate in the exam?" Itella ran toward Sharon. On this side, Cyril also saw him through the telescope. "Amy, he's here." Amy snatched the telescope from Cyril's hand and cursed loudly. "Damn it, what were you doing and why are you only showing up now, you fool?" Amy bit her lip as she observed him. "That guy, why is his face so full of injuries? Did he bump into something during practice?" From the judges' seats, Sienna turned to Anpaz and asked, "Principal, Professor Itella is asking if she should allow a late student to take the exam." Anpaz nodded. "Controlling the situation is also one of a student's abilities. Begin the exam as scheduled." Sienna was silent for a moment, then replied, "Understood." Then an orange flare was fired into the sky. Itella turned her head and shouted loudly, "Get ready, the exam will begin as scheduled." Itella said to Sharon, who was struggling to stand upright. "Sharon, if you want to give up, tell me anytime." Sharon moved forward step by step. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Someone gestured to Sharon. "Stand here," he said, bewildered. "Thank you." The person who just spoke glanced at the person standing between himself and Sharon. Mark gave a signal. "Stage 1 successful, eliminate that guy within 10 turns." Sharon lowered his head and gasped, sweat dripped down. He glanced ahead, concentrate. "Give it everything I've got." Itella raised her hand high and said, "I hereby officially begin the Class 7 Early Advancement Exam. Everyone get ready." Itella looked at the watch in her hand. Everyone stood in place taking a ready stance. Mark glanced at the person next to him and signaled, "Do as I think." The person next to him nodded. Sharon also focused his mind. Itella fired the flare and all the exam participants ran forward. Sharon also ran head down like everyone else. The other two followed Sharon. They looked at each other and nodded. The hands of the clock moved slowly. 1 second of exam time passed. The children had come this far through rigorous training, but it was their first time seeing a cliff. What would the sky spread beneath their feet feel like? A hot sensation spreading to their fingertips. Was it excitement or fear? It was a world they had never experienced. The only strategy the children could think of was one. The friend ran forward. "I must be first." All the students thought, "I have a good chance of being first." 2 seconds of exam time passed. The remaining distance to the cliff was 20 meters. Mark was also running at full speed. He thought that running fast wouldn't help him come first. The important thing was to use teleportation at the right time. The prerequisite for winning in both theory and practice was to find the timing to jump. The result changes depending on the jumping position. There is no difference whether it's the previous turn or the next turn. Of course, if you have the courage to do so. The red-haired friend stumbled. The cliff was still quite far away. He desperately shouted, "Damn it, I don't know." Then he instantly disappeared into a yellow flash. Nearby friend was also in a hurry. Me too, me too." Everyone began to use teleportation magic as 3 seconds of exam time passed. With 5 meters left to the cliff, the leading group set off. Someone shouted, "Damn it, I'll do it." With 3 meters left, another friend also ran forward. One of Mark's colleagues came running from behind. "Sorry, Mark, I'll go first," he shouted. "What do I do if the escort leaves first?" Mark gritted his teeth in anger. "These cowards." Mark still ran forward with his head down. He worried. "What if I fall?" Mark jumped when there were 2 meters left. 3.5 seconds of exam time passed. Sharon was still running with his head down. So was one of Mark's colleagues, whose role was to hold Sharon back. He thought, "Why does this madman keep following me?" The other friend also hesitated. "There's no one else but us." Still, someone shouted, "I'll go first." Then he instantly disappeared. 2 people whose role was to hold Sharon back also began to use magic. Sharon still ran forward when there was 1 meter left. 3.7 seconds passed. Sharon still didn't feel it was time. He stomped his feet at the edge of the cliff and leapt. Sharon vowed he would definitely catch up to them. All the students watching with Amy were wide-eyed. Even the judging panel, including Professor Sienna, didn't expect it. Itella stood worriedly. Discussions began in low voices. "Is he not going to jump?" Sharon Arian crossed 2 meters. 4 seconds of exam time passed. Sharon, well done. As in the past swordsmanship match at the Ogwant family mansion, it was the first time he had seen someone not tremble even when facing his father. "Are you not afraid at all?" All of this was Lan's words filled with surprise to him, because Lan himself didn't dare to look his father directly in the eye. A year ago at the Orion mansion, he felt a little embarrassed hearing Lan's words of praise. It's nothing special. I just read in a book that the essence of fear comes from imagination." But what surprised Sharon even more was Lan's knight's oath. "It's nothing compared to your knight's oath." He hadn't expected Lan to make a knight's oath to him. Calling the book that said, "Only humans fear the sword," Sharon calmly explained, "It's imagining that you will die immediately. For example, even if you jump off a cliff, you only actually die when you hit the ground, right? So I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present. In other words, I had to find a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, doing his best to find an answer. That helped him a lot." Hearing his explanation, Lan felt incredibly foolish, as if unable to believe it. "Sharon, are you a fool?" "Fool, a fool." Sharon was startled to be called a fool. Seeing him calmly speak of dangerous things as if they were no big deal, he, covered in sweat, grabbed Sharon's shoulder and shouted loudly, "If you fall off a cliff, you'll die. You'll definitely die." "What are you talking about?" Seeing Lan misunderstanding his words and worrying, he quickly explained, "No, that's not what I mean. Think about it. Even if I jump, I don't die immediately, right?" Back to reality. All the students watching and all the professors were very worried and nervous. Professor Itella's watch moved by the second. Just then, everyone was surprised by his actions. "Is he not going to jump?" Sharon Arian crossed 2 meters. 4 seconds of exam time passed. When all the exam participants flew off the cliff as rays of light, Sharon finally began to jump, and a faint yellow light emanated from his entire body as his spiritual domain began to open. When using teleportation magic, the wind resistance was too great, putting pressure on his body. "I must not lose concentration. If my spiritual domain collapses, everything is over." The very moment Sharon began to fall, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of light. The space around Sharon began to shift, and his body flew at the speed of light, catching up to the students ahead. Sharon overtook the leading group of students. Just then a student spotted it and cried out, astonishing everyone. They hadn't expected him to catch up, let alone overtake them. What? How did that guy manage to overtake them so far? Watching Sharon overtake, the student couldn't believe it. Students watching from across the mountain erupted in cheers. Seeing him join the race, everyone cheered and encouraged Sharon. It's starting, go for it. Though it was an instant to the naked eye. Did you see that? Yeah. The 5th grade students were deeply impressed by Sharon's outstanding performance, watching the freshman who had just jumped. They couldn't believe a freshman could achieve this much. Amy, wasn't he just learning magic for the first time? Cyril asked, her voice trembling slightly with surprise. Amy was also speechless, too stunned to utter a word herself. Regaining her composure, she understood why he had started later than everyone else and was no longer surprised. Indeed, though he started late, he worked to compensate for it. If he can just maintain this good rhythm, Sharon will always stay in the lead. Back in the race, Mark was in the lead, but he knew Sharon would soon catch up to him. Damn it, what's the attack team doing? Now the distance ahead was no longer an issue. Thinking to himself, Mark glanced back and tried to accelerate, but it was too late. In an instant, Sharon overtook him and took the lead. That guy is right in front of my eyes. Deep in the distant forest, Maria was slowly making her way. Maria, she wasn't untalented from the start. The bullying from her classmates, combined with her inferiority complex and weakness of spirit, had suppressed her. Maria recalled the teacher's reprimanding words and cold demeanor in her memory. Maria, why have your scores dropped so low lately? When questioned about her scores in the faculty office, Maria couldn't lift her head in fear and replied in a trembling voice. Teacher, the kids are bullying me too much. And the teacher coldly cut her off without listening to the end of her words. It's natural for classmates to interfere with each other. This is competition. All the other students overcame it and advanced grades. If you can't even endure this much, how can you become a mage? That indifferent and cold attitude prevented her from progressing further. She had remained in the 7th grade for 6 years. She was too weak and lacked confidence, so she took the bullying from her classmates for granted. Within the teacher's words, I dislike competition, but I dislike being bullied even more. Mark's threats clearly pushed Maria to the brink of ruin. Hatred, fear, and loathing dragged Maria into the abyss of despair. She wasn't strong enough to confront him directly, but she would seek revenge in another way. Maria covered her face with both hands, and through the gaps in her fingers her eyes gleamed with hatred and extreme despair. Mark, I will never allow you to be promoted. After 3 turns, the exam participants were divided into 3 groups. The leading group consisted of Sharon and Mark's attack team. The middle group followed closely about 3 meters behind, and the rear group were those who had used magic for the first time out of fear. Damn it, I can't even use flight magic. Senior said it's safe even if I fall, right? A student, flying for a moment, inadvertently sneezed. With that single sneeze, the student lost balance and fell, followed by many other students from the 3rd group, all plummeting down the cliff screaming, "Help me, teacher, I give up." Other students and teachers watching the students fall all watched and laughed. As expected, the students who couldn't overcome their fear are falling first. After speaking, the teacher immediately wrote down the names of the disqualified students on a piece of paper. The disqualified students continued to fall, screaming incessantly, damn it, where's the safety equipment? How much further do I have to fall?" Once everyone fell to a certain altitude, a giant fan below the cliff activated. The fan created a strong wind, supporting the falling students and allowing them to land safely. Upon landing, the disqualified students were still unable to overcome their fear, their limbs wobbling, and no one had the strength to stand up. Some even fainted from sheer terror. Those who regained consciousness lay prostrate on the ground, wailing, "This exam is too much. You should have told us beforehand." Stimulated by the intense experience, the group of disqualified students collectively wailed about their seniors not having told them this fact in advance. They didn't know this was a small gift intentionally left by the seniors for the juniors. Ultimately, all students in the rear group were disqualified. 200 meters, all the students who had come this far were panting and looked exhausted. "I can't go any further." Some students were so exhausted that they couldn't maintain their teleportation magic and collapsed. "Teacher, help me." The familiar screams echoed once more. A significant number of the middle group also gave up. Returning to the leading group, Mark still struggled to accelerate. His magic talent was also intermediate, and he showed no signs of fatigue yet. "These fools, if you don't have the ability, don't dream of high places. The ones in the middle will all give up anyway." Hearing the sounds of surrender from behind, Mark scoffed inwardly. He accelerated to catch up to Sharon, but the distance between them was still quite large. "Damn it, this is really a problem. I don't know if it's my imagination, but the distance between me and that guy seems to be getting further than before." Mark gritted his teeth and thought with irritation. Mark continued to increase his speed to catch up to him, but every time he thought of him he couldn't help but feel discomfort. He didn't even show any signs of fatigue. How can he be like that? He should have died before even starting. Suddenly, a change occurred in Sharon. A stream of energy flowed into his body. Mark, witnessing everything from behind, cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" Sharon suddenly accelerated. Professor Itella observed all the students' exams with her magical eyes and marveled at his talent. "Sharon's talent is truly amazing. Even I have to use Dark Curtain multiple times, but Sharon's rhythm is maintained as consistently as a machine." The Dark Curtain Itella used was a technique to objectify oneself, stabilize the mind, and simultaneously create a unique inertia. Not only Itella, but all the examiners nodded at her assessment. Some teachers evaluated Mark's magic skills as not bad either. On the other hand, Mark's rhythm clearly changed compared to his classmates. He's quite good, but his youth still leaves him with impatience. Moreover, some people admired Itella's talent as well. Indeed, Professor Itella, to accurately detect with synesthesia from such a far distance is truly amazing. Tat, on the other side, remained silent with a displeased expression. Even the principal was very satisfied with the talent Sharon displayed. Serial watched the race through a telescope and asked Amy beside her in surprise, "He can use the dark curtain himself? That's incredible. Where did Sharon learn such an advanced technique?" Amy, on the other side, answered Serial's question while intently observing the race. She already knew, but she didn't say. Learned. Ordinary mages learn how to consciously use the subconscious world, but that guy is different. He's almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something that can be learned. Seeing him gradually pull ahead, Mark knew he couldn't win by fair means. "I have to continue with the plan." As soon as he thought it, Mark suddenly shouted loudly, "Start!" Receiving Mark's signal, two of his subordinates began to execute the pre-arranged plan. Both had already reached their limits, but damn it, that guy sent the signal. But why now of all times? Had no choice but to pour all their remaining mental energy into it at once. To complete the given plan, the subordinate resolved to risk his life and accelerated to his limit. Drawing out all his remaining mental energy, Sharon detected movement. 2 attacks. Someone seems to have changed their rhythm. The moment he lost concentration, a black shadow appeared before Sharon's eyes, startling him. A student darted out in front of Sharon, and Sharon, startled, had no time to react and was forced to slow down to dodge. What's going on? Before he could even understand what was happening, another student rushed towards him. Sharon stared wide-eyed at the student rushing towards him. The subordinate student knew his actions were wrong, but he couldn't disobey the order. "I'm sorry, but you have to stop the game here. Let's fall together." The subordinate student closed his eyes tight and charged at full speed, intending to make him fall. Sharon, wide-eyed, couldn't help but be surprised at the student trying to rush him. "Is that guy really going to charge at me?" The student, who had closed his eyes tight and gritted his teeth in worry, paused in midair. The student instantly opened his eyes with a suspicious look. The student, who was falling, could only stare at Sharon playing in midair, and the thought he dodged it flashed through his mind. In the dangerous air, several students were suspended, falling. "It's over." Sharon barely managed to regain his composure then. The deep blue sky, the vast heavens shimmered before his eyes. His rhythm was broken and fatigue began. With one final resolve, Sharon's emerald eyes gleamed once more. "I can't faint. Focus." A beam of light like sunlight rose into the blue sky again. The falling student, seeing that sight, thought, "That guy is neither human nor devil." With that thought, the student, along with a few others, gradually fell. Below, the 5th grade students were still arguing loudly. "That guy's movement earlier was a bit strange, wasn't it? Did he mistake the direction?" A student immediately said. "Those guys seemed to target the kid in front and tried to collide with him. That must have been their real objective." The 2 students, unable to hide their surprise, turned to him. "How did you know that? Who would intentionally cause an accident, Iru?" As soon as Aruki's name was called, he calmly sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together in front of the other students. Aruki made a fist with one hand and held the other palm flat, bringing them close together, then said, "One blocks the path from the front and the other attacks from the side." Aruki continued his analysis with such an unconcerned expression. "This is an excellent strategy that can block both the advantages of teleportation and spatial leaping. If the freshman hadn't deviated from his path, something terrible would surely have happened." After finishing his analysis, Aruki nonchalantly waved his hand and scoffed. If it were me, I would have easily escaped using the equations of motion." Hearing that, the 2 students frowned and looked away with disgusted eyes. That disgusting, hypocritical attitude. The 2 guys' eyes met. If Aruki's words were true, the teachers couldn't possibly have failed to notice. They couldn't tell what their intentions were. Meanwhile, the principal and Professor Sienna were still watching the race. Mark, with a confident expression thanks to his abilities, laughed heartily and moved quickly forward, feeling refreshed. "First place. First place is mine." Mark grinned triumphantly. "Everyone will be driven mad with jealousy. These foolish classmates and 6th grade students will become my juniors. Just watch." Mark's confident blue eyes gleamed even brighter. "My talent is here." Sharon was still trying to catch up to Mark's dazzling magic trail. Sharon thought Mark was in very good condition, and he was confident that he would complete the exam. "If I want to win, I have to be faster. If I hastily increase the teleportation distance, my rhythm might break." Sharon's eyes were filled with determination. "I'll go with a different rhythm," and Sharon's magic trail grew even faster. Sharon flew forward half a beat faster than Mark, and the crowd cheered much more excitedly. Sharon caught up. "Now it's just the 2 of them. Mark, go faster." Amy held the telescope with both hands and watched with a surprised expression. "His physical condition isn't even good, so how can he use magic so powerfully?" Meanwhile, Serial grabbed Amy's arm and asked, full of curiosity with a pitiful expression, "Let me see too." Suddenly, Amy, with surprised eyes, dropped the telescope. Mark was still moving quickly forward. What is that?" A magic current, twisting like a whirlwind, was rapidly rushing towards Mark. Mark had no choice but to dodge in fear, and the magic current swept past. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" Mark was still flustered and felt like he was going to die, but Sharon was right behind him. A warning appeared, activating the difficulty of the impassable bridge. Everyone was startled and astonished by that warning. Level 10, Sharon was dumbfounded with surprise. Mark and Sharon stared blankly at the dangerous matrix unfolding before their eyes, which continuously spewed long ropes. What the hell is this nonsense? Level 10. Before everyone's eyes, Professor Sienna barely managed to call out, "Professor Seth, I'll go to the equipment room." As soon as Professor Seth finished speaking, he immediately rushed off. The words were barely out when Professor Seth used magic to fly up. A dazzling magic current soared into the sky. Professor Sienna said urgently, "Principal, the exam must be stopped," another teacher immediately said. "But this is an exam for advancing 2 grades. If it's cancelled, the families will protest fiercely. What will we do then?" At that moment, Principal Anpuz was still watching the ongoing exam. Hearing another teacher speak, Principal Anpuz immediately grew angry and said loudly, "Is this the time to worry about such things? Send the exam cancellation signal immediately." A stream of magic flew into the sky and appeared before Sharon and Mark's eyes, surprising both of them. Sharon, suspended in midair, stared at the signal before him. The exam has been cancelled. Meanwhile, Professor Seth's magic current reached its destination as soon as he emerged from the magic current. Professor Seth hurriedly said, "I just saw a yellow signal. Is the exam cancelled? What happens then? Damn it. A mountain of complaint forms will pile up on my desk again." Professor Seth rushed to the equipment room, shouting, "Brad, did you drink again yesterday? You know how important today's exam is. This time I'll definitely..." Professor Seth grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Professor Seth paused. Locked? It wasn't a mistake. Professor Seth gathered magic. Dazzling fire magic instantly appeared. Professor Seth hesitated for a moment. "What? There's someone in front of the door." A blue light appeared, clearly showing the scene inside. Behind the door were 2 shadows. One was slumped over a desk and the other was sitting in front of the system control panel. Professor Seth raised his hand, pointing magic at the door. "Who's there? Open the door immediately or I'll blow it open," a voice came from inside. "Please just do it, Professor. No one will know if I disappear anyway." Professor Seth paused. That voice, a small fragment of memory, surfaced. Professor Seth was holding a bag in one hand and a young student was behind him. The child realized it was Professor Seth and was startled. Maria sat in front of the door, holding her legs with both hands, trembling in fear. As soon as Professor Seth recognized her, he continued to bang on the door. "Do you know what you're doing? Open the door immediately. I'll treat it as an accident and give you a light punishment." Maria screamed. "No, it's over anyway. If Mark gets promoted, I'll have to live a hellish life again. What's the difference if I die here?" "What?" Professor Seth was dumbfounded by Maria's words. "It's better that way." Maria shouted loudly, clutching her legs tightly in fear. Professor Seth closed his eyes blankly and sighed. "All right, do as you wish." Maria raised her head, tears streaming down her face, a surprised expression on her face. "If you don't want to open it, don't. Actually, there's no rush. As you wish, the exam has been cancelled." A yellow signal glowed brightly before Sharon and Mark. Mark just gritted his teeth, thinking in frustration. "Stop the exam? Don't joke with me. A chance for promotion is right within reach." Mark looked back at Sharon. "Think again. You can't get out now anyway. The chance to beat that guy might never come again." Sharon panted with exhaustion, but his sharp gaze hadn't faded. Mark still looked at Sharon with an angry expression. Suddenly a loud noise was heard and 2 beams of light rushed forward. Dangerous magic rays were fired from the maze. "Principal, Sharon and Mark have gone straight into the maze." Dazzling rays of light poured out. Professor Sienna covered her mouth in surprise and the principal clenched his fist. The principal clenched his fist with an angry expression. These stupid fools. Everyone was astonished to see Sharon and Mark ignore the warning and rush into the dangerous maze. Why aren't they stopping? Are they trying to show off their pride? Sienna, bewildered by the 2 rushing into danger like moths to a flame, shouted loudly to the principal, "We must stop them immediately. It's too dangerous. What on earth is Professor Seth doing?" "Principal." All the teachers rushed to the principal to ask for his opinion. The principal was truly angry at this moment, clenching his fists, his former gentle expression gone from his face. His eyes glowed golden as he stared at the 2 entering the maze, and disappointment rose in his heart. "I thought you would be a little different, but if you're blinded by momentary greed and make hasty judgments, you'll never find your way out of the maze." Inside the maze, Sharon maintained his speed, looking for an exit. All the watching students were in a panic, fidgeting. "Oh my, what should I do? What should I do now?" Amy and Cyril covered their mouths, speechless, and called out to their friends standing next to them. Amy was also frustrated and helpless at this moment, seeing the exam continue and being unable to do anything. "Those fools, level 10 is expert level." From the cliff, black ropes shot out densely. Those ropes transformed into various shapes and rushed fiercely toward Sharon, who desperately dodged them. The traps were too fast. One evaded, another immediately appeared. So there was no time to even calculate. "If this continues, my mental energy will be depleted elsewhere." Mark still confidently rushed rapidly into the maze. "They'll both be disqualified anyway. The winner will be determined by whoever goes the furthest. If I do well here, I might also be recognized." With such thoughts in his head, Mark rushed in without thinking. He passed through the maze gaps at incredible speed as he went. He saw Sharon still desperately dodging and thought triumphantly, "How about that? Did you see my skill? You'll be trapped there forever." Dense black maze blocks continued to surround Sharon. He tried to find an exit while dodging the flying maze blocks, but seeing Mark rushing forward, he tried to warn him, but it was already too late. No, in the control room right now. A red light flashed on the control panel screen, an alarm sounded, and Maria's voice was heard. Professor, what exactly is competition? Maria leaned against the door, holding her legs with both hands, asking with a sobbing voice. Is lying to push others into an abyss after all the competition method this academy wants? Tat also leaned behind the door, trying to calm Maria. You're misunderstanding, Maria cut him off and said loudly. Don't equate me with professors. What would a professor like you consider a genius? No, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face in pain. I endured persistently, following instructions, but who in this school remembers an untalented student, an ordinary student like me? Tat, sensing Maria's unstable emotions, continued to talk to her gently. You might not know, but I also graduated from this school. When I was a senior, you were a freshman. Hearing Professor Tat's words, Maria stopped crying. She didn't expect him to remember that after so long. Professor, you still remember that? After all, have you ever heard the rumor of genius, Tat? Tat frowned, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. She replied with a slightly trembling voice, crying, No, I've never heard such a story. I was always last. I was held back in grade 5 for 5 years. Eventually, watching my friends easily advance, I grew more and more angry. Tat continued to tell Maria about his academy days. There was a hint of nostalgia and loss in his story. Unbelievable, the professor now, Maria said, slightly disbelieving. Tat cut off Maria's words, laughed loudly, and continued his story. One day I was caught by the principal and scolded. What is this? That guy hit me first. In a corner of the academy one evening, Tat's voice was heard. It's just a minor incident. Why do you need to intervene, Professor? Tat said slightly stubbornly, his face covered in wounds. Normally you don't care about such things. But do you know what a wizard should absolutely never do in such a moment? The principal cut off Tat's words and said, It's comparing yourself to others. Tat, as if struck in the heart, flinched, unable to look directly, but still strongly retorted, Damn it, what are you talking about? Are you lecturing me again? The principal paid no mind to Tat's attitude and still spoke gently. Wizards call it ego annihilation. Just look within yourself. If you can do that, that is true ego annihilation. If you keep looking at others on your path, one day you'll just get lost. Inside the maze, Mark confidently moved forward until he noticed something strange. Seeing the nets in front and behind, Mark realized he was trapped. Trapped in a dead end, unable to escape, Mark panicked. The fear rising from deep within paralyzed Mark's ability to think. Now only regret filled Mark's mind. I shouldn't have come this way. Seeing himself trapped, unable to escape, and the maze blocks attacking, Mark had only one thought. Am I going to die like this? He felt extreme regret. Screamed in fear, asking for help. Help me. Outside, everyone was worried and screaming in fear for Mark. Mark, no! Just as Mark was about to die, a hand reached out. That hand grabbed Mark's collar, pulling him, saving him from the brink of death. Sharon, holding Mark's collar, gritted his teeth and accelerated at full speed to escape the maze's attacks. Seeing Sharon save Mark, all the Class 7 students rejoiced and cheered. Mark is alive. Sharon saved him. Suddenly, a student, realizing they were both still in the exam, asked curiously, But this is an exam, so why is he saving his competitor? Hearing the question from the female student who had just spoken, another student immediately scolded her loudly. You fool, what's important about winning when someone is dying in front of you? It's not important anymore. Another student realized that Sharon's way of saving Mark was a bit special. How can he cast teleportation magic like that? In midair, Mark continued to struggle, asking for help. Help me, help me. Mark was so noisy that Sharon shouted, Shut up. I'm thinking, these traps are a kind of illusion. We need to see through these traps to find a way out of here. Let's go up for now. Sharon was a bit exhausted, having to carry the burden of Mark while also thinking of a way out of the maze. Sharon flew up at light speed with Mark and the traps chased after them. As Sharon moved, the maze traps chased them as if alive. It's useless to run up. Being pulled is useless. We need to dodge. The students below, seeing that flying up was useless, shouted loudly. Seeing the maze closing in, Sharon knew that being pulled was useless, but he couldn't think of a better way right now. Extending the distance is meaningless. What should I do? Suddenly an idea came to him. Sharon now knew what to do. Right, there's a way. I need to go back. Without thinking too long, Sharon sped up, taking Mark back. Seeing Sharon return, Aruki clenched his fist in excitement and shouted, Right, going forward isn't always the answer. Sometimes going back is the answer. From the other side, seeing Sharon's outstanding performance, his classmates were confused. It's only been a month. Did he really practice alone? I thought he got in here because of connections. Besides, he couldn't even use magic. Perhaps we misunderstood him. You can do it. Despite the misunderstanding, all the students now loudly cheered for Sharon. It's dangerous. Dodge immediately. Sharon. Cyril was surprised, realizing his efforts were not just for the exam but for something else. Amy asserted from the side, Right, he practiced that hard. It's not just to do well on this exam. Anyway, the advancement exam is just a small part of the journey to becoming a mage. He simply wants to become a talented mage, Cyril said. In the control room, Tat continued to comfort Maria and talk to her. Competition is originally just a means to reach a goal faster. It's okay to go slow. We'll all become mages if we cross the finish line. Professor Tat's words continued to echo. At that moment, all the teachers and students, including the principal, were speechless with surprise, watching Sharon exit the maze. Behind the door, Maria said remorsefully and weakly, It's not too late now, is it? Professor Tat, realizing he had successfully persuaded Maria, smiled gently and said, I'll help you, so how about you try to be a little braver? Every word from Professor Tat instilled courage in her. Maria sobbed with regret and relief simultaneously. Returning to the exam venue, Principal Anpaz suddenly ordered the exam to continue, surprising Sienna and the other teachers who turned to look at him. The principal, without the slightest hesitation, said firmly, "I will take all responsibility." The scene before them was full of danger. The crowd's cheers continued to ring out. "Keep going, it's dangerous. Dodge." Sharon moved forward with determined eyes. He held Mark with one hand and headed towards the dangerous matrix. These traps seemed alive. They moved, were unpredictable, and had no rules. Mark screamed in fear. "I don't want to die," Sharon conversely thought calmly. First, sense the overall structure and focus on one point. Sharon used his eyes to find a safe exit. He saw the entire structure of the maze glowing. "I've had this experience before, it feels like fleeing." At that moment, Sharon saw the path forward. Sharon accelerated to his extreme, rushing rapidly into the maze along the path in his mind. His speed was so fast that only a golden afterimage was visible. Sharon quickly passed through the maze gaps before they disappeared. He moved through the maze easily like a fish in water. All the watching students gaped in astonishment at Sharon's power. Mark lost consciousness while being dragged, foaming at the mouth. Emmy and Cyril were also quite surprised by his actions. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Sharon's performance. How? Danger itself increases potential and limits are formed at a satisfying point. Anpaz seemed to have realized the source of the potential within Sharon. But even the old man was surprised that he couldn't see his limits. "But I don't feel satisfaction or desire from that child." Could it be that child has no limits? The maze continuously changed, rushing towards him. Sharon could evade everything, regardless of the form it took. Anpaz, who witnessed everything, couldn't hide his surprise. This was because he could now feel that Sharon's mind was free of any extraneous thoughts. Surprisingly, there was no obsession, no stray thoughts. Itella still observed with intense concentration at every moment. Outwardly calm, inwardly she couldn't maintain the same composure. Even in a state of panic, with his spiritual domain's density reaching almost 99.9, he calculated everything perfectly. Although his talent was exceptional, this exam was truly too dangerous. Sharon passed through the maze one by one, and with each successful passage the exam grew more difficult. After passing one of the maze trials, he realized the obstacle gaps had narrowed to about 1 meter. He constantly thought of solutions. Teleporting 10 meters wouldn't allow him to pass. In that case, he would have to divide his teleportation into 110 segments and move alternately left and right. As he thought, his body moved accordingly, passing through the less than -1 meter gaps at light speed. Sharon moved to the next stage. Next were the traps. In this stage, the maze was tightly arranged in a hexagonal honeycomb-like pattern, causing him some trouble. Sharon realized the problem was that it made straight movement impossible. The gaps were extremely narrow. Without hesitation, Sharon immediately found an impromptu solution. "Then I have to divide it as small as possible." He actually pulled off rainbow drop. Haruki, excited, clenched his fists and shouted loudly, startling those around him. "What is that? Is he bending light?" Someone couldn't help but ask, watching Sharon navigate the maze. "Haruki, why is the light bending? Light only travels in straight lines." Haruki kindly explained, hearing his friend's questions. "Why ask about such a simple principle? If you differentiate a circle, you get infinite straight lines. You can divide the teleportation distance by 1/1000 and travel over 1000 meters. All his friends, recovering from their astonishment, shouted, "How could he calculate that?" Everyone asked. "Calculate what? That's instinct. It's intelligence. Wasn't he a smart guy?" Haruki replied helplessly. "In short, he's a genius of a completely different kind." Haruki proudly continued to boast, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone was marveling at Sharon's talent. Genius, truly terrifying. At this moment, the maze began to transform again. Living like black tendrils began to merge into one. The tendrils grew denser and denser, forming a colossal shape. This also posed a challenge for Sharon. "It's too big." Sharon was startled by what the maze had formed. All the teachers, realizing what it was, stood up in horror and shouted loudly, "No, that's the dragon's maze." A gigantic, terrifying black dragon's head formed by the maze appeared before Sharon. Sienna was extremely agitated, seeing that the maze continued to operate and didn't stop, even though Professor Tat had been gone for too long. "Professor Tat, what on earth are you doing?" Unable to wait any longer, Sienna used teleportation magic, flying like a streak of light. Mark regained consciousness at this moment. "Where am I?" As soon as he regained consciousness, he raised his head and looked up, seeing a gigantic dragon's mouth opening and approaching him. He screamed in terror. "Monster!" Mark thrashed around incessantly, consumed by fear. Sharon still calmly faced it, thinking of a solution. "I must remember every sequence I saw." The first was a circular path going left. While Sharon sought an escape, Mark was far from calm. He begged Sharon to save him, terrified. "I'll live a good life, please save me." Meanwhile, Sienna teleported to where Professor Tat was. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she rushed to the control room, shouting loudly, "Professor, what's going on?" Professor Tat spoke to Sienna as she rushed over. "Professor Sienna, what happened here?" Sienna rushed forward, shouting loudly, without a shred of patience. "No time, stop the device quickly." "Is the exam cancelled?" Professor Tat still didn't understand the situation and thought the exam had been cancelled a long time ago. "It hasn't been cancelled. I heard Sharon and Mark are still in the exam area." Sienna shouted loudly, startling Professor Tat. "What? Damn it!" Professor Tat turned around without thinking and rushed to the control panel. "Professor Sienna, Professor Tat." Suddenly, an urgent and anxious voice called out to the two of them. It was Itella. Itella ran up to them, shouting loudly, seemingly trying to say something. In the exam area where Sharon was, everyone, seeing the dragon made of maze elements opening its mouth and charging towards Sharon, screamed his name loudly in terror simultaneously. Sharon! The very moment the dragon charged, intending to swallow the two of them. All the students screamed in terror, daring not to watch. Teachers and students alike watched everything that unfolded in the blink of an eye, terrified. Time seemed to stop. The very moment the clock's second hand passed 1 second, the clock stopped, pointing precisely to 12 o'clock. The clock rewound to about 1 minute before Itella stood before the giant teeth of the dragon, which was preparing to bite Mark, who was holding onto Sharon's clothes. Mark was considerably terrified, and everyone around them was gripped by fear. Amy and Cyril clung to each other, screaming, daring not to watch what would happen next. Sharon stood before the monster and used his power. His eyes glowed blue, sweat dripped down his face, and everything around him seemed to stop. 1 minute before the conflict erupted, he remained calm, as if trapped in a different perspective. I'm still alive. Think, neurons operating at peak output for 1/1000th of a second. Light penetrates a 1 thick barrier. The light is passing through the exit, including 6 hexagonal paths, a total of 9 teleports. For 1 minute a day I worried I was wrong. The light was blocked by a red wall. Sharon thought he and Mark couldn't escape this path and had to find another way. Back in the present, as the clock struck 12, the monster charged ferociously. Everyone around them was gripped by fear, and Amy screamed in surprise. Sharon! Ampus tried to use his power to save them, but he suddenly realized something and stopped his hand. A flash like lightning erupted from the darkness and flew as if escaping a deep hole in the universe. A loud explosion sound came from the flash in the blue sky. Everyone below rushed towards the light simultaneously, and shouted loudly at the same time. No, no! Within the light, Sharon, to everyone's astonishment, dragged Mark directly towards the ground. Someone muttered below. He actually escaped. They're not ghosts, are they? Itella, stunned by what was happening before her eyes, stood motionless for a moment, then rushed somewhere. Sharon panted as if he couldn't believe he had barely escaped the jaws of death. What? I escaped? I don't remember anything. The engine system of the impassable bridge was deactivated. Difficulty 0. The boy, his hair standing on end from everything he had just witnessed, shouted in surprise. That was level 10 difficulty. He had passed expert level of the advanced class. Sharon, exhausted from the exam he had just taken, panted. He shouted loudly. I almost died. Everyone was surprised by his words. Cyril burst into tears of joy. He did it. He really did it. Amy smiled faintly, thinking, truly foolish. Those who pass everything with their own skill would never boast arrogantly. Everyone rushed toward Sharon and excitedly congratulated him on passing the difficult exam. Congratulations, truly amazing. You got special admission to class 5. The 6th graders will be jealous. The professors all arrived here using teleportation magic and asked in surprise, did Sharon really pass? Sienna lamented with a regretful voice. Because of Professor Tat, I missed this important moment. Professor Tat said as if feeling wronged. I'll explain later, but I did my best. Sienna scolded him. Nothing helped, did it? Professor Tat was deeply hurt. Sienna continued anyway. Since both of them reached the finish line simultaneously, I need to reconfirm. Principal, please tell us who will make the announcement. She hesitated. Anpas's face was blank. Sienna continued to call out to the principal. Anpas thought, was I too hasty? Looking at Sharon, he thought to himself, I'm truly glad you showed everyone your light. The light of the Milk family. Professor Tat looked at Anpas. He was the one who laid the foundation for the definition of photons, and was awarded the Golden Circular Award by the king. Sienna asked with a worried expression, Principal, what's wrong? A flicker of temporary ambition ignited within him due to Sharon's outstanding talent. Professor Tat stepped forward, placed his right hand on his left chest, and bowed respectfully. Principal, please state your decision. I believe a person who will illuminate the future of our academy has appeared. Principal Anpas laughed loudly. Yes, I was a bit lost in thought. He recalled the past, looking at his talented student. He thought to himself, I was jealous of that child's innocent love for magic. Recalling that scene, he didn't believe in fate. Anpas continued to think, holding a necklace in one hand. It's been a long time since my heart has beaten this fast. Principal Anpas made the announcement before all the academy students. Although only one student will pass, I want to commend all participating students. The courage you showed today will be the driving force that leads the world to a brighter future. The student who passed today's exam is Sharon Arian. Everyone around them cheered for him and turned to look at him. With a tired, surprised face and dazed eyes, a figure slowly walked out of the crowd. It was Mark, who had just taken the exam and had injuries on his body. People around them murmured, Mark, since you went with Sharon, you're not going to protest, are you? But the freshman saved him, and the collision incident was very suspicious. Mark grew increasingly uneasy. How can this be? I saw his genius myself. Sharon looked at Mark with intimidating eyes, and Mark bowed his head in admission. I was wrong until now, Mark sincerely continued. No, senior, I'm sorry. As a mage, I will take all responsibility. All the upperclassmen bowed their heads in fear simultaneously. They shouted loudly at the same time, I was wrong, senior. I will accept my punishment. Sharon, still tired, smiled and said, Good, I hope you all mean it. They shouted, Yes, yes, senior. Everyone thought he was truly terrifying. Luckily, we apologized quickly. Sharon thought again. I want to sleep. I'm so tired. My mind is foggy. This is truly the best, Amy said. Let's go. Cyril asked in confusion. I thought you should be with Sharon at a time like this. Amy replied that she didn't have time, she thought to herself. He proved himself. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Sharon looked at Amy. He shouted loudly, Amy! Amy began to feel uneasy. The two stopped and he raised his hand towards Amy. Sharon said, I kept my promise, didn't I? Sharon was not in his right mind at the moment. I'll catch up to you soon. Amy froze, and everyone around them called out her name in unison. Aren't they too jealous of his girlfriend? Truly amazing, Sharon. Amy shed tears because of what he had just said. As soon as Sharon regained his senses, he didn't remember any of this. Sharon was promoted to class 5 somewhere. Itella was looking for something, her mind full of questions. Strange, synesthesia should have followed Sharon, she worried. Did I lose him in the dragon's maze? Far away, in the academy's disciplinary committee room, a disciplinary committee meeting was held. Professor Tat held the violation report in his hand, and behind him Maria bowed her head, confessing her sins. Maria honestly confessed her wrongdoing and wished to receive her punishment. However, Sharon, Mark, and even the gatekeeper Grick, who had been affected by the sleeping magic, stated that they didn't want Maria to be punished. Other students also sympathized with them. They began to admit their own wrongdoings. They even spoke about matters related to Sharon's exam. Other students behind Mark also stood up and admitted their wrongdoings, and thus the atmosphere became heated. Sharon looked at Mark thinking, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Anpaz said, Maria's situation unfortunately seems to have been unlucky. She didn't use that device to harm anyone. With a dignified expression he continued, in accordance with the rules, punishment will be carried out. Sharon placed his hand on his chest and said, but I will also accept punishment. I ignored the exam cancellation signal and entered the maze. Moreover, I brought Mark into such a dangerous place. Pia rubbed her eyes. To witness such a sight in this school, Professor Tat thought, everything has deviated from what the principal wanted. All the students were bowing their heads, receiving punishment. The students, blinded by competition, pride, and jealousy, couldn't see the truth. Now they were admitting their wrongdoings to become dignified mages. Professor Tat sighed, recalling the first time he met the principal. Who would have known to teach this way? You, Professor, always taught me so much too. Principal Anpaz delivered the sentence. With a bang, all the students rushed to Maria where Mark was, bowed their heads and apologized to her. Sienna was writing down each student's violation record. This was unprecedented since the school's founding. Everyone received punishment. The violation record read, Malang Maria, 19 years old, 7th grade, homeroom professor. Disciplinary details, 2 months suspension. Streer Mark, 15 years old. The 7th grade homeroom professor sentenced him to a 2-month suspension. Mark and Maria received a 2-month suspension. Other students received a 1-month suspension, and on Sharon's disciplinary record he only received the punishment of writing a letter of reflection. Recalling when Sharon admitted his wrongdoing, Sienna asked, Sharon, why did you enter the maze even after seeing the signal? Sharon said, at that moment, I didn't want to lose. I was so focused on solving the maze that I don't remember exactly. Sienna smiled and said, even though you seem quiet, you have an unexpectedly assertive side. Sharon's official record stated that he had advanced 2 grades to class 5. Was it because he was a boy? Returning to where Sharon was, he found him so exhausted that he was snoring in his sleep. In his dream, someone seemed to be calling his name. Sharon, Cheryl. Suddenly a cry of Dragon's Maze was heard and a streak of light flashed by. He was flying like a beam of light. Focus even more. His eyes opened wide and he recalled the gazes that had been piercing him. I will erase myself, I will erase myself. Recalling what had happened, he cut his soul into pieces, as if scattered across the world, as if it were the original world. Sharon continued to rush forward and the space around him began to shatter. Sharon continued to rush forward and the surrounding space began to shatter infinitely faster. He suddenly fell into the shattered space, plummeting at an uncontrollable speed, and Sharon was flustered. Beyond the shattered space was an empty black void. As piano music echoed, Sharon awoke from that terrifying dream. He wondered, is the piano already playing? He put on his uniform. As he retied his necktie, he realized he didn't remember anything. But why am I so exhausted? He picked up his notebook. Right, the notebook Amy lent him. It helped him remember the laws of magic. He turned the pages of the notebook. I have to return it during joint class today. Since she helped me until the end, I want to repay her. As if he had seen something, his face filled with question marks. On the second floor of the joint training ground, Sharon called Amy. Amy turned back with a worried expression and Cyril greeted Sharon. Sharon, how are you? Are you okay? Sharon handed them a basket full of apples. It's thanks to you two, he said. I wanted to express my gratitude. Amy wondered, what apples? Sharon returned the notebook to Amy and replied, I didn't mean to peek, but it seems you like apples. She thought to herself, but I like cherries. Do I like apples? She immediately turned the pages of the notebook. The note read, what will I think? Time is the problem. I guess I'll just say sorry, sorry. Flustered, she immediately ran off shouting, anything? Cyril called out to Amy. Where are you going? Class is starting soon. They were left behind, not knowing what had happened. Why are they like that? Cyril chased after Amy. After that, Amy easily passed the advanced exam and advanced to the graduation class. However, it seemed there were still problems that even her genius mind couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after their 1-month suspension. They all shouted in unison, Senior, we saved you a seat. Sharon was surprised. He said worriedly, everyone, you don't have to go that far. Strangely, whenever it was joint class time, the 7th grade students began to save seats for him. They all recalled the time he had made a terrifying expression. They immediately returned to their seats, and he felt like he had become a fearsome senior. Suddenly a voice asked him, "Is there a seat for me too?" A junior recognized the voice and turned around. "Of course, Senior Serial, please sit," Serial continued. "Without your cute girlfriend it's not lively, is it?" He laughed worriedly. "On the contrary, Senior, you seem lonely." "You two were always together," Serial replied. "That's right, so I'm preparing to go to the graduation class." Sharon was flustered. "What, really?" Serial replied. "I was going to graduate and live a normal life, but seeing you and Amy suddenly motivated me. I feel like I've wasted a bit of my youth, and Amy seems to want to become a soldier." Sharon was surprised. "A soldier? Are you saying she wants to participate in war?" she said as if bored. "Are you two really dating?" Sharon worried. "Then isn't it dangerous? Tomia is quite peaceful now, but if war breaks out," Serial replied. "If war actually breaks out, all mages are obligated to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits and support. Besides, Amy's specialty is sniper magic, so she'll participate secretly. Isn't that cool? Agent Amy, beautiful and powerful." Recalling that image, Sharon replied, "That's right, why was I worrying about the top student to specialized field?" He waved goodbye to Serial. From class 5, students begin to think about their future careers as mages. Excelling in any field becomes a great advantage. But is that the reason? People usually don't easily discuss such things with students who received low scores. Suddenly, N called out to Sharon, "Hey Sharon, are you still planning to practice alone? If you have any difficulties, ask me." Being a very sociable friend, he was a truly grateful friend who spoke to him, who was not articulate, although his grades were average. He was omnipotent enough to control lightning, and his omnipotence was by no means friendly. Seeing Sharon sigh, he said, "There he goes, sighing again." Sharon thought everyone had their own unique traits. Class 5 was completely different from Class 7. Even though they were the same age, they were so much more mature than him. Suddenly, 2 voices came from behind him. Hey Sharon, listen to us. What do you think of these two?" Sharon was surprised to hear his name and N's name combined. N replied, "What?" The friend with slender hair said, "I told you I couldn't agree." Sharon wondered if they were arguing. "Seriously, if I don't understand what they're saying, will they avoid me again? What? Chemistry, biology, or literature? Who do you like more, Professor Itella or Professor Sienna?" As for Class 5 students, according to school regulations, they begin learning magic from Class 5. To use specialized magic, one must score 60 points or higher in that subject. To take the promotion exam and advance to the graduation class, one must choose a specialized field, and Class 5 students will strive to find their talents. Sharon was so flustered that his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. He was very bewildered, thinking, "A girl?" N sighed and said in a low voice, "What kind of question is that?" Sharon, flustered, turned his eyes to look at him, thinking, "Right." And then frowned unhappily and declared loudly, "I'm on Professor Sienna's team." Hearing him say that, Sharon inwardly wailed and clutched his head with both hands as if struck by lightning. He crossed his arms and loudly questioned the other two. "Don't you know Professor Sienna is the beautiful and wise type?" "What?" The person standing opposite, seeing himself criticized, retorted. "No, Professor Itella is the one who gives us opportunities." Sharon watched the 3 of them arguing from the side, feeling very awkward, and thought to himself, "Teenage boys." Suddenly a voice turned to him and asked, "Sharon, what do you think?" He was startled, his mouth agape, thinking, "What do I think?" Sharon continued to ponder the sudden question. "Right, to have an enjoyable academy life, I need to learn how to get along with others." Facing 3 pairs of sharp, intense eyes piercing him, Sharon felt awkward about having to choose between the 2, thinking, but both of them are professors I respect. Choosing one feels a bit, he thought, clenched his fist and said firmly, "I for me." Before he could even finish speaking, he suddenly froze as if bewildered. The 2 who had been staring at him now timidly backed away, awkwardly greeting him and saying, "Ah, sorry. We'll come back later." He stood frozen like a statue, inwardly wailing and asking himself, was it because I couldn't answer? As if seeing someone behind Sharon, he turned his gaze and raised his hand, shouting loudly, "No, it's because of him." After that, he loudly called out, "Hey Haruki." His eyes looked coldly at them. Haruki slowly walked over, one hand stroking his chin and the other in his pocket, asking as if unaware, "What were you all talking about so excitedly?" And sighed softly and replied with a wry smile, "You're still the same." They were asking who the better professor was. Since they're not kids anymore, he didn't want to say too much, so he immediately raised his hand and introduced, "Sharon, this is Haruki." Sharon, hearing his name called, stood behind N, inwardly marveling his attitude changes so quickly, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Hello." N continued, "This is your first time meeting, right? Haruki is the eccentric one in Class 5. Haruki introduced, extended his hand and opened his mouth, looking at Sharon with sharp, cold eyes. "Nice to meet you, Sharon Arian. I've heard your name before. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Sharon blankly shook Haruki's hand, looking at his hand, and wondered inwardly. This voice, suddenly he recalled a person with a certain voice and an indistinct face. That person had told him, "Don't hesitate, do what you want." The voice continued to echo in his ears. "Didn't you come here to become a wizard?" At that time he just stood there blankly thinking, "Who is it?" Haruki's voice reminded him of that mysterious person's voice, and he muttered to himself, "It's that voice from back then." And he, delighted, tightly clasped Haruki's hand with both of his and shouted loudly, "It was you, thank you, thanks to you I was able to successfully use the redirection type." Haruki, slightly surprised, looked down at his clasped hand and said nothing. Sharon continued, thank you so much for last time. After a moment of silence, Aruki looked up at him and scoffed, you're the boring type, aren't you? Sharon, hearing him say that, was startled and muttered, huh. En saw that and immediately separated the two of them. He looked at Sharon with a wry smile and explained, don't mind him, he always talks like that. And he turned and pointed at Aruki's chest with both hands, saying, hey, what's with your tone? Aruki scratched his head and said nonchalantly, as if unaware, why, it's a compliment, he said, and then immediately walked forward, glancing back at the two of them, raising his hand to the side and scoffing, anyway, try hard, class 5 is full of eccentrics. And be careful. En saw that and asked Aruki, where are you going? What about class? He walked forward, only looking ahead, leaving behind just 3 words, I don't care. Surprised by those words, Sharon heard Aruki's words and inwardly marveled, he doesn't care about attending magic class. After Aruki left, En looked at Sharon, scratching his head and sighing with a bored expression, explaining, sorry, he's always like that, but once you get used to him you'll know he's a good guy. Sharon replied to En as if finding it difficult to understand. He seems a bit strange, En continued. That's right, it'll be hard to understand him more deeply. Honestly, he's a genius too. En hesitated as he spoke, but the problem is he's a genius in a strange field. Sharon, surprised by En's words, asked, Aruki is a genius? Suddenly many voices began to echo loudly. Hey look, it's Aruki. Why has he entered his spiritual domain again? Aruki was walking somewhere on the platform. The people below stared intently at him, and one voice said teasingly, no, he won't strip and roll around, right? Sharon blankly wondered to himself, strip, and, standing next to him, slapped his forehead once, then shouted in dismay, good heavens, what is he going to do now? Let's go see. At that moment on the high platform, wind began to swirl around Aruki's feet and a spell ring formed encircling him, and from within where he stood a source of power began to rapidly spread outwards. A spell ring swirled around Aruki's feet. He stood proudly with one hand in his pocket, glancing at the blue stream of power rising from the ground to the sky. Sharon and the other friends watched, mouths agape, following that blue stream of power. He wondered, what is that? And then thought, spiritual domain transformation, so fast. That blue stream of power now formed a large circular vortex above the heads of the other classmates. Several people looked frightened, and suddenly another voice was heard. It's truly captivating every time I see it, another voice added. There's probably no one else in this kingdom who can do that. Aruki scoffed, then snapped his fingers. Suddenly 8 medium-sized blue circles appeared on the ceiling. Everyone else looked up and murmuring was heard. What is it, a target type? The teacher who was teaching in class 4 heard the loud noise, turned her head and looked. She was startled, screamed, then immediately shouted, Aruki, stop right now. Above the ceiling the blue circles began to sprout 2 small wings and move, and inside each was an eye-like circle. Aruki brought his thumb and forefinger together and spoke with cold blue glowing eyes. Ignition. A warning bell rang. Everyone get out of the way. Everyone panicked and looked for a way to escape. Everyone shouted, you crazy maniac. At this moment everyone was too scared to notice that the blue eye beads were pierced by a blade. Then it began to glow intensely from the ceiling, frightening people even more. Then it suddenly exploded, and a tremendous blast echoed above the heads of the utterly terrified people, accompanied by purple smoke. Everyone screamed themselves hoarse. Sharon, instead of running away, stood blankly, letting the purple smoke tousle his hair. Then Aruki's laughter was heard. He raised his arm to eye level, glanced at Sharon and said, see you next time, Sharon. He disappeared into the purple and white smoke. The professor suddenly grabbed his ear and in an enraged voice dragged Aruki away, shouting, you scoundrel, it hasn't been long since Rindin was disciplined and you're causing trouble again? Aruki, in too much pain, leaned into the professor's arm and replied, I didn't destroy the machine, you know that, professor. The professor, seeing Aruki say that, exclaimed loudly, shush, you're suspended for 3 days, got it? Aruki said without surprise, that long? Sharon still stood blankly in the purple smoke. He thought Aruki was an expert in spiritual domain transformation and ignition magic. Why does he act like that? Then someone's voice spoke about Aruki. Aruki is the biggest eccentric in class 5. His current appearance is very dignified and unapproachable. He sat cross-legged at a table with his hands behind his head, looking straight ahead. The voice continued to echo. His social skills are extremely low and his personality is probably average. However, the reason Aruki is called a genius is because he specializes in only one field. All his social studies midterm scores were 0 points, but all his natural sciences scores were perfect 100s. There's a condition called Savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where patients gradually develop abnormal abilities after recovering from brain damage. The unfamiliar voice continued to echo. To be specific, Aruki is the king of science. His nervous system makes neurons glow, the person explained. For example, he can calculate what happens in extreme environments exceeding -100 or 100 degrees Celsius. He can even calculate dates up to 40,000 years into the future. If he truly wanted to, he could probably count the digits of pi for his entire life. However, in other fields, the person stopped speaking. Then the literature professor, with veins bulging in his face, angrily held up the literature exam paper and shouted, Aruki, are you disrespecting the professor's authority? It's truly ridiculous that you've turned a literature assignment into a math problem. Especially question number 2, which asked, explain the meaning of the phrase leave, sway and fall in the poem by Gilberto. Haruki answered. The surface velocity of falling leaves moves strongly in the direction of the sum of force vectors acting due to air resistance. He wrote the equation for the leaf surface model on the exam paper and solved a series of equations. The literature professor, in an enraged voice, slammed the table and continued to shout, "This is a literature exam, not a math exam." Haruki was staring at his exam paper, which the professor had enlarged on a big screen. The professor, extremely angry, shouted, "You seem to want to prove you're a genius, but there are too many things that can't be explained by math. Things like deep imagery or emotions, for example." Haruki, with an indifferent expression, picked his ear with his pinky finger and said with a bored face, "But professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers." He glanced at the professor and continued, "If this world cannot be explained by logical reasoning, how can we live in such a terrifying world?" Then he pointed to the side of his nose with his finger, teasing the professor. The professor's face looked like it was about to explode. Then he crossed his arms and looked away, saying, "For example, an enraged face is an expression that stems from chemical phenomena within the professor's body." The professor silently glared at him with an enraged look. Haruki continued, "An imbalance of emotions, excessive stress causes nerves to be on edge and blood pressure fluctuates erratically. Then blood vessels expand, making the face red, and conversely, if blood vessels contract, they protrude and turn blue." The professor, hearing Haruki's words, became extremely angry, frowning and grinding his teeth so much that his face turned devilishly red as he reprimanded him. "Get out!" Then the professor's voice echoed throughout the entire professor's office. "Get out, you get 0 points, 0 points, 0 points, got it?" Sharon listened and said blankly, "Truly amazing. To be able to state his beliefs with such confidence." He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. There really are all kinds of people." So he sat opposite him, resting his chin on his hand with a troubled expression, saying, "In the past, professors always actively encouraged Haruki, but eventually everyone gave up." He crossed his legs, and resting his chin on his hand said cheerfully, "But who knew that kid would be interested in you? Amazing. I was so glad you spoke to me." Sharon gave a bitter smile. "I understand," he thought, but was still a little worried. He put his hand to his mouth and thought seriously, "It's good to know a lot anyway." As he was thinking, a female student standing nearby quietly spoke, "Excuse me." Both were startled and turned around. A long-haired female student with a shy face looked at Sharon and spoke, "Sharon, are you interested in joining our research team?" N called out Sharon in surprise and silence. The female student continued to invite him. "We're researching matter transfer magic. If someone with excellent grades like you in photon magic joins, our research will truly be completed quickly." Then she continued, "If you submit the research results, you won't have to waste time on performance evaluations during vacation. We could even study together in the remaining time." Sharon listened and opened his mouth, troubled. "I'm sorry, my academic performance isn't good yet, so I think I need to focus on that." Then he continued, "I apologize for refusing." Then the female student quietly said, "It can't be helped. Let me know if you change your mind." After speaking, the female student returned to her friends, looked at him, and left her final words, "You can join anytime if you change your mind." Sharon sat at the table, turned around, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Sharon listened and replied, "I understand, thank you." N smiled with narrowed eyes at them. After a moment they went elsewhere. N watched them leave, laughed heartily, and said, "How embarrassing, that research team is quite famous." "Well, since you're dating Senior Amy, that team probably won't stand out much." Sharon silently wondered, what do the two have to do with each other? Then he thought of something else. "Unfortunately, my knowledge is still too lacking." He remembered his low midterm scores and felt frustrated. "Just raising my grades is difficult enough. I can't even dream of research." He teased Sharon in a sarcastic voice. "I'm so jealous." Sharon changed the subject and asked, "And don't you have a research team? I think you could get into a good team." And replied cheerfully, "Me? I have a research team." Sharon made a small sound of surprise. Then N continued, "And I'm also the team leader." Sharon listened, sighed with a dejected expression, lowered his head and sat quietly. N, seeing this, was flustered and waved his hand, comforting him. "No, it's not a big team. You're making me embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so the team budget was even cut." N tried hard to explain loudly to Sharon, "All the graduating seniors left, so I took over the position." Sharon listened and nodded, impressed. "Graduates. So even graduates participated in that team." Then his eyes shone and he thought, as if realizing something, if it was a research team that graduates participated in, it must have incredible potential. Sharon thought and asked N for his opinion. "If it's all right with you, could I take a look around the professor's lab?" N's voice was heard from outside the unfamiliar forest. "Sharon, I thought you weren't interested in research." Sharon replied, "No, I am interested, but I thought I'd be a nuisance to others if I participated." N said in surprise, "What? Research teams aren't that rigid. We study and play. This is our lab." N led Sharon to his lab. It was a pitch-black, bizarrely shaped space. Sharon asked, bewildered, "What is that?" N explained. "That's the ISTA's magic locker. It's a locker that contains all the academy's training facilities." The two stood in front of a large cuboid black lab in an empty space in the middle of the forest, appearing as tiny as ants. N continued, "This is a very advanced locker. If you put your study tools into one block, it will automatically take them to the room you need." Sharon sighed and said about himself with a desperate expression, "Ah, so this is a locker?" And, seeing Sharon's expression, hurriedly explained, "Wait, it may look like this on the outside, but the inside is truly incredible. You'll definitely be surprised." The two entered the lab and N walked ahead, introducing, "This is a precious place that our seniors diligently protected," Sharon asked, bewildered. "Really?" Sharon continued. "Then can I expect a lot?" N replied, "Of course." Then N continued, "You'll be surprised by what's inside." Suddenly, someone's hand appeared, writing very quickly with chalk on a blackboard. From where the sound came, the back of someone wearing a shirt with one hand in his pocket and the other quickly writing formulas on the blackboard was visible. At a glance, he resembled a rookie, and further explained that ignition is about explosive magic properties, an active explosive magic that causes direct explosions on targets. Since explosions can spread widely from a single point, one should stay as far away as possible. Mages can cause explosions using their spiritual domain, but they cannot control them, so they must be careful not to enter the explosion's range. The two were talking and walking. Anne, with a bag on his shoulder, smiled at Sharon and said, "Other teams are also coveting this place. Our seniors fought really hard to protect its ownership." Sharon stopped as they passed another corridor and asked N, "This place is?" N turned around, smiled showing his teeth and said, "Honestly, we can use everything here if we want." Sharon asked, bewildered, "Isn't that illegal?" And looked at him and replied, "Every time you look for an item you want, the structure of this place will change. In other words." N stopped speaking, and he was already deep inside. Sharon had just entered the area marked 7A, following a yellow line. N, as he walked with one hand carrying his bag on his shoulder and the other in his pocket, smiled confidently and said, "No one will be able to find us here." Sharon was surprised and walked behind him, looking at him. Sharon thought blankly, "A hidden place no one can find," and held out his arm and looked at Sharon cheerfully. "Ta-da, this is our lab." Sharon silently gaped, filled with surprise. He made a doubtful sound. The two stood in front of an old sign hanging on the door, which read, "Supernatural Spiritual Phenomena Science Research Lab." Sharon suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Supernatural Spiritual Phenomena Science?" Then he thought blankly, "Supernatural at a magic academy." N was still as enthusiastic as before. He asked Sharon, "What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Then he continued in an excited voice, "Demons, spirits, creatures, aliens, hell, gods, and so on. We research everything related to these things." Sharon's face behind him turned pale and his body trembled continuously. Sharon doubted himself. "I think I chose the wrong team after all. Honestly, I'm not uninterested, but this is a bit much." Then, in the quiet space, the sound of a door opening was heard, followed by a loud explosion, but there was no damage. The force of the explosion ruffled his hair and clothes. Sharon exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" N smiled with narrowed eyes and said cheerfully, "It's just a bit dusty. You'll get used to it soon." Sharon coughed, covered his mouth with his hand and glared at him. "Why should I get used to it? We can just clean it." He froze again, seeing what was before him. In front of the two, someone's back was standing and writing on a blackboard. It was a rookie. He was engrossed in solving something. Sharon said, "It's a rookie," and tilted his head, looked at him and said nonchalantly, "Our research team is quite famous, so I couldn't reveal all the members yet. That's why I couldn't tell you before." Sharon asked, unable to understand, "Uruki is interested in supernatural phenomena?" Uruki seemed to have noticed their presence and explained Sharon's question. "On the contrary, he joined to disprove the opposite. This is also a pretty good bait to lure people who think about everything in the world with a rational brain." Uruki's eyes shone and he exclaimed happily, "Huh, Sharon?" He ran over and grabbed Sharon's hands. He spoke with passion, "What wind brought a genius like you to such a trivial place? It's a good thing you came here." "Listen to what I've found," Sharon, startled, answered blankly. Then Uruki continued, "When matter decomposes, what's left are atoms, right?" "Exactly." Sharon screamed inwardly, "Damn it, why did this suddenly turn into a debate?" Uruki, still with an excited expression, continued to speak. "But I think even atoms can be broken down into smaller particles. If that happens, what would atomic particles be made of?" Sharon was flustered by Uruki's question. He hesitated and opened his mouth. Yes, I don't know exactly, but I think there's a hidden form of potential energy." Uruki listened to Sharon, grabbed his hands and shook them excitedly. "Exactly, you truly are an amazing person. To think so deeply, I can't believe it." Sharon broke out in a cold sweat because of Uruki. "Did I say that correctly?" he thought to himself. Uruki looked at Sharon and happily continued speaking. "Yes, an enormous amount of potential energy exists. That energy is enough to destroy an entire city. What do you think would happen if that were the case?" Sharon, flustered by Uruki's question, asked in a surprised voice. "What did you say?" After that, a serious expression appeared on his face and he hesitated and said, "Everyone would get hurt." Uruki listened to him, picked his nose with his pinky finger and said coldly, "What are you talking about?" He then stretched out his pinky finger and Uruki's face now looked like that of a madman. He spoke of the immense potential energy within and asked, "Do you think we should care about such things?" Sharon frowned and shouted in surprise, "What, do you even know what you're saying right now?" He then said loudly, "The principal told us that to become mages, we must consider the impact magic will have on this world." And saw the intense standoff between the two and didn't know what to do. Sharon spoke louder and louder. "Then do you think the sacrifice of the many can be tolerated to satisfy your desires?" Uruki lifted a cherry stem from a cup and said coldly, "You really are too boring, Sharon." Then he held the cherry up to eye level, looked at Sharon and continued speaking with a sneer. "Do you think other mages know this and don't do it? It's because they can't. That's why they don't. After that, he put the cherry in his mouth and said, "Your transcendent intelligence was heaven sent to accomplish things." Sharon looked at him with dissatisfaction and shouted, "Even if we're geniuses, that doesn't matter. I'd rather be a harmless fool than a genius who harms others." Uruki chewed the cherry while looking at the sky, then heard Sharon's words and lowering his gaze said in a mocking tone, "A few geniuses leading the many fools. History has proven that, and the world we live in is like that too. I really hate using idealism." Sharon glanced at him with a solemn face and said firmly, "No, your logic reeks of failure. Your ideals will be too easily satisfied." And, breaking out in a cold sweat, jumped in between the two, raised his hands and waved them, trying to break the tense atmosphere, saying, "Wow, that debate was really good. So exciting." Sharon stared intently at Uruki, who stood with his arms crossed looking away, and North rubbed the bridge of his nose, said softly to intervene, "But fighting emotionally isn't good, is it? Come on, let's sit down, eat some cake and drink some water." Sharon, deciding he couldn't stay any longer, slung his bag over his shoulder and turned toward the door, saying, "There's nothing more to say here. And goodbye, I'll be leaving now." And waved towards the departing Sharon and cried out, "Wait, Sharon, do you know the way?" Uruki rubbed his nose and said indifferently, "Just follow the way you came in. If you can't even do that, you really are a fool." And turned around angrily and said loudly, "Hey, why did you do that? You could have explained it to him in a way he could understand, couldn't you?" Uruki plopped down on the sofa and replied to Anne, "Ah well, I admit I went a bit too far." After that, he crossed his arms, placed his right foot over his left knee and sneered, "Because he's my rival." And looked at him as if he couldn't understand and said, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Besides, who would have imagined that you, of all people who only care about numbers in this world, would utter the word rival?" Uruki threw his head back and said arrogantly, "Precisely because I only care about numbers. You saw Sharon during the promotion exam, didn't you?" And replied in surprise, "You mean the teleportation exam? Of course I remember. And that's how he was evaluated as our equal." He looked up at the ceiling and said thoughtfully, "As someone who had just learned teleportation magic, do you know how fast one had to think to get through level 10, especially the Dragon's Maze?" En was silent, and tension was evident on his face as he looked at Uruki. He continued in a low voice, "It's impossible to pass without dissecting time. At that moment when he cast magic, 10,000 calculations per second were made." Uruki's voice lowered as he said this. The image of Sharon's brain working rapidly and linking with his spiritual domain came to Uruki's mind, and, surprised upon hearing it, shouted, 10,000 calculations per second? Uruki suddenly dropped his head, laughed like a madman and said loudly, "That is the mystery of insight, faster than effort, more accurate than knowledge. No cognitive calculation ability can outmatch unconscious calculation speed." After that he suddenly became calm, looked at En with piercing eyes and said, "But En, what about you?" En heard Uruki's question, frowned slightly, then grinned, baring his teeth, replying, "All right. A battle between calculation and insight then, and you want to confirm that with that exam, the upcoming rapid casting exam you mean." As En spoke he recalled Sharon's resolute departure earlier. The next day many chattering voices echoed from outside the Academy's magnificent building. "The rapid casting exam is in 2 weeks, right? If I get another failing grade I won't be able to advance." Inside the classroom where the chattering voices could be heard, Sharon heard them as he arranged his bag on his desk as if class had just finished. "But he doesn't expect that, does he? What did you say?" Suddenly they started talking about Sharon. He stopped arranging his bag as soon as he heard, and the voices echoed again. "He's really excellent in the practical part, isn't he? How high a score do you think he'll get?" He couldn't help but worry in his heart as he listened to their chatter. He thought to himself, rapid casting exam. In rapid casting, you aim at targets using active magic and earn corresponding points. Active magic is a general term for spells that affect targets other than the caster. Even those not of the attack, healing, or support types can participate in this exam. To proceed to the next stage you must take down all targets that appear in each stage. There are 3 stages in order 1, 2, and 3, with 10, 11, and 12 targets respectively. Fast and accurate aiming is very important. However, Sharon sat primly in a chair holding a teacup with both hands. He opened his mouth in surprise and worry. "Professor, I still can't control active magic. So how can I participate in the rapid casting exam?" The professor replied that to use general-purpose magic he needed to score at least 60 points. 4 numbers appeared on the scoreboard, 41, 40, 41, 42. Oliver Sienna was the homeroom teacher of Class 5 and Sharon's professor. She sat in her chair holding a teacup and said to him with her eyes crinkling in a smile, "But your chemistry score, a subject I teach, seems to be rising the fastest. Isn't that quite remarkable?" He called her name in an imploring voice. "Professor." Her research lab was visible outside the window. The two sat facing each other, and Sienna sincerely encouraged him, saying, "I'm not teasing you. You understand this subject perfectly. You'll be able to make the most of your knowledge." Sharon listened to her, slightly hunched and flustered. "And there's one more thing, isn't there? Part of knowledge that can only truly be grasped by an expert." He couldn't help but be surprised by her words. Then he speculated in surprise, "Wait, you mean photon decomposition theory?" After that he thought to himself, teleportation magic is derived from photon decomposition theory, and it's a type of passive magic that can decompose the caster's body into photon particles. He recalled what had happened before. The time was too short, so it didn't feel like passive magic at all. Then it wasn't too advanced for me. Passive magic is a type of magic that has no time limit for the mage. After finishing his recollection, Sharon opened his mouth, looking at Sienna with a bewildered expression. I didn't know photon decomposition theory could be used in active magic. She turned her head, searching for something, and said, recently, such magic has been registered with the Association. He blankly wondered to himself, magic that uses photons, I hope it's really cool. He recalled Amy shining brightly when she used her spiritual domain. She handed him a reference book. Here. Sharon held it in his hand and thought to himself, this is my first act of magic. He pondered, turning the pages of the magic journal one by one. He opened a page where important information was recorded. The new discovery in photon decomposition theory, called photon output. Below the picture, more information was recorded. The researcher explained photon output exactly as its name implies. This is magic with light as its output. A person can sense everyone around them using photon output. However, this method is not as effective as light magic and still requires much research. After that, he raised a question, and Sharon, holding the book with wide eyes, said, Professor, are you sure about this magic? I can participate in the exam, but I don't know if I can use this magic. She held her teacup, closed her eyes, and said gently, although it seems quite useless on the surface, the idea behind photon output is excellent. She sipped her teacup and continued. Light is the fastest thing in this world. The Z-shaped yellow light streaks and linear paths that flash through her mind have the advantage of being very easy to control. The ivory tower, leading the field of magic efficiency optimization, predicted that photon output would bring great advancements in future information transfer and communication. Faint skyscrapers appeared, rising behind white clouds, Sienna said. This has been researched in countless magical techniques that we don't yet know about. If they research this more thoroughly and consistently, it will develop into a great field of magic with immense potential by the time you graduate. When she finished speaking, Sharon looked at the book, rested his chin on his hand, thought deeply, and then replied, Professor Sienna, I understand. If I can master this technique before it becomes mainstream, that wouldn't be bad. I'll follow your advice, Professor. You said magic leads to new fields, Professor. He thought to himself. It will probably be quite interesting to learn. Sharon was now in a different space, namely, a forest. He stretched one hand into the air, but there was nothing there. He shouted in surprise, then murmured, stretching both hands forward and waving them around, Why isn't it working? He held the reference book Sienna had given him in one hand and held his other palm upward, gazing at it. He said in surprise, You're kidding, right? I can't control it at my current level? It turned out he was in a corner training with other classmates. Additional explanation. Photon output's attribute is light magic. Photon particle form is classified as active magic. This magic, which requires high concentration, is based on photon decomposition and fires photon particles. If you concentrate, you can maintain and continue using the magic. Practical training ground number 32. This was a wide area located at the foot of a mountain. The surroundings were enveloped by forests and hills. Near the edge there was a fairly large grandstand surrounded by academy students. These were Class 5 practical training students. Someone raised a hand in the air and said to themselves, magic casting. Magic casting is the gesture of performing magic. After that he thought, of course magic doesn't come from the hands but from the spiritual domain. But if I imagine photons coming from my hands, it becomes easier to cast magic. Then he worriedly raised both hands, looked at himself, and continued to think, creating photons isn't a simple matter. Is it because my spiritual domain is convergent? The casting method seems similar too. Suddenly, a female professor's voice echoed, Nice to meet you all. I'm Itella. She walked out onto the grandstand and said with a smile in her eyes, We'll begin class immediately. The students standing on the field were all flustered, their mouths wide open, and shouted in unison. Who is the professor? Itella's attire. Her glasses were gone. She had taken off her glasses, gently clasped her hands, and was looking at them with a gentle smile. Sharon said with surprise and admiration, Goodness, Professor, your clothes are truly beautiful. The male student standing behind him touched the area between his nose and upper lip with his index finger, closed his eyes, and speculated, She probably just came back from training. Sharon turned his face to look at him and asked, When and where did she go for training? The male student continued to answer, Yes, that's right. Professor Itella is a bishop of the Cassis order. Sharon looked at him suspiciously. Bishop? Does that mean Professor Itella is a member of the clergy? Another male student standing behind him continued. That's right, a bishop is a high-ranking position that protects 12 holy sites. He said there are 12 bishops across the entire continent and they wear episcopal robes and radiate an aura that no one can possess. The male student's voice continued to echo. And Professor Itella is one of them. With her strong mental power, she received the title of Jonet from the kingdom. Jonet is a title bestowed upon the mage with the strongest mental power. After finishing his words, the male student turned triumphantly toward the field and said, Now do you understand? Although she looks like this, Professor Itella is. Immediately, En's eyes became wide with obsession. He gazed at Itella with captivated eyes, clasped his hands together, and exclaimed, From today I will join Professor Itella's team. After that he covered his face and shaking his body back and forth to emphasize his words, said with glowing pink eyes, I'll study diligently. I'll study every year and take exams every year. The two male students were speechless at En's behavior, and Sharon silently looked elsewhere, lost in thought with a blank expression. This is truly amazing. I never thought I'd learn magic from such a wonderful professor. Itella, standing cheerfully on the field, clapped her hands and asked loudly, "Is everyone ready for the rapid casting exam?" The crowd in front all shouted, "Yes," she told them. "Before that exam, each class will have one practical lesson, just like today." They all enthusiastically replied to her. "Yes." Itella stood solemnly, smiling as she explained the content. "In today's class, you'll learn an advanced technique to enhance your omnipotence. We've invited a senior from the graduation class." They began murmuring to each other, "Graduation class? Where? Itella's voice resonated warmly. "Please welcome Senior Kotodama Sanun." Note: Koto means language. Dama means soul or spirit. Sanun walked over, his shoulders relaxed, and greeted the class 5 students. He placed his right hand on his chest, bowed his head, and greeted everyone, saying, "I am here at the invitation of the esteemed Professor Itella. Although this is not where I belong, I hope to be of assistance to you all. I am happy to help." The female students cheered incessantly. While Sanun stood bowing, Itella clasped her hands in front of her chest and urged, "Sanun's unique magic, Kotodama magic, is closely related to today's lesson, so please all pay close attention." The 2 male students standing in front of Sharon and En showed very jealous expressions. The student on the left spat out, "Damn it, graduation class." And the student on the right, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, said, "That guy isn't on our level." En stood behind them, a contemptuous expression on his face, and said, "Since when were you on his level?" Sanun stood on the platform, looking down at everyone gathered below, and said loudly, "Kotodama magic uses the power of language to amplify magic. It will be easier for you to understand by seeing it directly than by me explaining it right now." He stretched both hands straight forward, looked slightly upwards with his blue eyes, and said, "So first I will show you a common magical whirlwind." He used the spiritual domain created by his palms to rotate a blue current of air like a ball. Sharon thought in surprise. "Goodness, that's the magic the principal showed me when I was young." Then Sanun exclaimed, "Whirlwind," and immediately a giant whirlwind surged up from somewhere, tousling everyone's hair, and the center of the whirlwind was the very spot where he stood. A moment later the whirlwind subsided. Everyone trembled in fear and said in low voices, "Scary, that's no joke." Sanun calmly closed his eyes, held the notebook in his hand, and continued, "Remember the power of the spell just now. Now I will amplify magic with Kotodama." Then he opened his mouth and chanted a spell. "Wrath of the Earth Mother." Then Sanun opened his blue eyes, looked at the small notebook in his hand, and read loudly, "I implore your power, hold my hand. The divine temple eternally spread across the high heavens I keep within my heart. The mage's soul permeates the earth, singing a lofty song, praising the burning embers, turning the wind into a storm." When he finished reading this, everyone was surprised by his voice. The female student murmured, looking at him with an admiring expression, "It sounds like a magic spell. His voice is really cool." Even after 3 minutes he was still reading the spell. "Soul and body become one. We call your name. The mage fears not the fierce strength of the lion, with the ocean holding the passionate sunlight and the earth embracing the wind for hundreds of millions of years. I will advance towards utmost reverence with infinite devotion." Everyone had been dozing while listening to the spell for 3 minutes. Others asked in tired voices, "When is this going to end? Damn it, don't fall asleep." He solemnly raised his eyes and said, "Whirlwind." Then from beneath his feet another whirlwind surged up into the sky. Its power was enough to send all spectators, including Sharon, flying. Others screamed in terror, "Help me!" Everyone swayed precariously due to the whirlwind's suction. Everyone now felt like a mere wisp in the wind and shouted, "I really thought I was going to die." Itella narrowed her eyes, smiled, and said, "I didn't read your spell aloud, but I repeated it in my mind." Sanun's voice was heard. "Of course I didn't just read it. I cherished my will, embedding it into every single word. That small notebook contains various spells." He continued, "That is what amplified the magic. This is the basic principle of Kotodama magic." Sanun held the small notebook, calmly closed his eyes, and said, "However, the spell is too long to be used in battle, so now I will show you something called sound speed magic technique." Others were surprised hearing him say, "Again?" But Sanun no longer read anything. He folded the small notebook with his thumb and forefinger, then said in a low voice, "Wrath of the Earth Mother." Then he raised his face to the sky, opened his mouth wide, and exclaimed, "Bestow upon me." Behind his words followed spells too fast and long for others to understand. Everyone felt extreme fear as the wind grew stronger and stronger, feeling as if their hair would be pulled from their scalps. Sanun continuously and rapidly read the spell, his tongue moving ceaselessly up and down, making it difficult to discern what he was saying. Sanun held the notebook in one hand and raised his other hand to the sky, opening his mouth to chant the spell. His hair was tousled by the strong wind, his blue eyes were bloodshot, and he exclaimed, "Whirlwind." Behind those 3 words a whirlwind surged from the ground to the sky. It could be seen from 10,000 miles away. It formed a gigantic pillar of wind. Around that pillar, strong winds swirled, blowing away all the lush branches of the wide forest. Itella's voice suddenly resonated, "All right, everyone. Did you all observe the senior's demonstration well?" No one could answer her words. This was because everyone was sprawled on the ground, having been hit by the whirlwind. Sharon barely managed to raise himself up, pushing off the ground with one hand while dusting off his hair with the other and blinking his eyes, thinking inwardly, "That power is beyond imagination. Is this the level of the graduation class?" He continued to think, "A normal graduating mage is officially called a grade 10 mage." Itella folded her arms, turned her head, and said, looking at him with a cheerful expression and a smile, "Thank you, Sanun." He bowed his head and replied, "Call me anytime if you need anything." Sharon looked at them and thought, I can't even imagine how much more powerful a grade 6 official mage like Professor Itella would be. Is this how the world truly is? Some of those students were already sitting up while others were still sprawled on the ground. A student over there, trembling incessantly, barely managed to raise a hand and voice an opinion. Professor, do we have to practice Kodadama magic? She stood on the platform looking down at them and replied, Kodadama magic is a specialized subject, so you don't need to practice it. They all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. Then she solemnly continued, Instead, the technique you will practice is called Tracer. Tracer is a technique that enhances omnipotence by counting numbers while concentrating the spiritual domain. Sharon raised his hand and seriously asked her, So the more you count, the stronger it gets? All the other students gaped. That male student wondered, Why numbers? Professor Itella explained, Numbers are characters with rules, so they are compatible with our spiritual domain. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned blue. Behind her appeared a blue, mirror-like spiritual domain with a 10 meters radius. Itella continued, Of course you don't just count like Kodadama magic, you must imbue it with a specific meaning. I'll give you a demonstration. Rules are the most basic propositional system used in logic and mathematics. At this moment, the space around Itella was surrounded by a spiritual domain with a 10 meters radius. She stood within it, narrowed her eyes, smiled, and said, I will open the spiritual domain with the tracer technique. I will count numbers in tens. Then she closed her eyes and began to count. 100. The spiritual domain with a 10 meters radius suddenly expanded wider than before. The students standing below murmured, seeing it. Professor just counted to 100. Did she count from 1 to 100? Another voice resonated in great surprise. The professor's spiritual domain has expanded. The spiritual domain with a 10 meters radius actually expanded to 12 meters. Then Itella opened her mouth and continued to count. 400. 1,100. The spiritual domain continuously expanded its radius every time she counted a number. She counted 1,700, then 2,400. Sharon, greatly surprised, quickly covered his face with his hand and thought inwardly, Unbelievable, how can an ordinary person be that fast? The spiritual domain continued to expand and he kept thinking, and so easily. He thought blankly like that, and when she counted to 10,000 she opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The spiritual domain now covered almost half of their training ground. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. She only used the tracer technique, and her spiritual domain quadrupled. Itella stood on the platform looking down at the astonished students with their mouths agape and said, Everyone noticed, right? If Kodadama magic reflects and constructs scenes, tracer uses thought and reflection. She added and reminded them, the faster you count, the stronger the spiritual domain becomes. Not just in size, but its power also improves. Accuracy and precision. Numbers descended in a spiral from above, she continued, and all your skills will be enhanced. He thought blankly to himself, Amazing, if I learn this technique, I'll be able to create photons. Itella's voice continuously resonated. Of course, Tracer is not omnipotent. If your mental power isn't strong enough, its effect will diminish. She said cheerfully, so don't forget that rigorous training and empathetic will are the basic principles for opening the spiritual domain, all right? They all answered her in unison. Yes. A moment later, everyone dispersed to practice. Sharon stood still in one spot, clenched his fists, nodded cheerfully, and muttered to himself, Good, I counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. And he thought, but muttering and counting numbers is harder than I thought. In fact, everyone around him couldn't concentrate on counting numbers for too long. Seeing that, he mused, if I hadn't continuously trained my mental power throughout class, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, I used a technique that helped me feel complex calculations when teleporting. He guessed it was probably Tracer, and a series of large and small numbers came to his mind. He kept thinking, classifying numbers in hundreds and counting them all at once. A ray of light hit the flat surface and shone dazzlingly. Sharon estimated about 10 seconds. Then he held his palm forward and quietly muttered to himself, Should I aim for the tree? As soon as he muttered luminous photon in his mind, his palm suddenly emitted light, and that golden light spun in a spiral and flew towards the tree over there. To everyone's surprise, the luminous photon flew straight towards the distant tree, and everyone exclaimed in astonishment, What is that light? His classmates standing behind him all opened their eyes wide and gaped. Sharon also froze in surprise and muttered inwardly, It's glowing too bright. After activating that technique, Sharon thought blankly, too flashy. Looking down at the wide training ground from above, he was still standing frozen, and some people were huddled in groups of 3 or 4 looking back at him and murmuring, Isn't that luminous photon? Did he learn that to use in the rapid casting exam? Since it's light, the speed must be fast, another student said hesitantly. But learning something like that just for the exam is a bit, then another voice replied, Exactly, it has no damage. Itella, standing outside, happened to see him activate luminous photon and thought with a slightly blank expression, Sharon, you specialize in defense, but now you've learned active magic too. Then she approached him and called out loudly, Sharon, it seems you succeeded with Tracer. He turned his head in surprise, looked at her and said, Professor. Then he turned his face away and said in a very awkward voice, Why yes, probably. Itella cheerfully encouraged him, Then would you like to practice in the spiritual domain? Now everyone focused towards the spiritual domain, where a single shadow stood. Everyone murmured, Oh, is it rapid casting practice right away? I'm curious. Itella stood behind the table and instructed him. When you complete Tracer, summon the targets. Sharon turned his head to look behind him and replied, yes. After replying, he squeezed his eyes shut. He first concentrated on strengthening his spiritual domain with Tracer. Large and small numbers in sequence gathered into one large glowing point, then divided into multiple small glowing points and gathered into his body. Sharon stood solemnly, snapped his fingers, and his spiritual domain began to operate, enveloping him. Then he thought inwardly and summoned the targets. After that, blue shadows appeared around Sharon. On the black-green board, information appeared. Rapid casting level 01, score 00, time limit 1 minute. Countless targets appeared in Sharon's eyes, reflecting dazzling blue light. He frowned and opened his eyes wide, looking at the targets before him. Then he extended his hand and concentrated his spiritual domain on one spot. He held out his palm towards the target floating in the air and concentrated, muttering luminous photon in his mind. Immediately, the luminous photon glowed and flew towards the target. Sharon, seeing it, exclaimed inwardly with a blank expression, "This is it," he thought to himself. Because the speed of the projectile approaches the speed of light, luminous photon automatically finds and attacks the target with a single strike. It shattered the target. Sharon continued to think, it's like aiming and firing simultaneously. Currently, his rapid casting level was 02. The score was 11 points, with a time limit of 0 minutes and 55 seconds. Other academy students exclaimed, "So fast," and everyone stood with their mouths agape. Someone's voice continued to echo. He hit the target as soon as he aimed. It's like an instant cast spell. Itella watched him silently and concluded inwardly, I see. Sharon's tracer technique groups numbers into large blocks and expands them. This is a molecularization technique once used in intelligent magic. Now above Sharon's head, a technique that attacked targets like fireworks exploding in the sky unfolded, and beneath his feet was a widely spread magic circle. Itella observed him and thought, it must be knowledge gained from the impassable bridge. And she marveled inwardly, what incredible growth speed. Meanwhile, Sharon struggled to cast magic intensely towards the targets. He shattered all the targets without missing a single one. After a moment, the spiritual domain training finally ended. Sharon wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, not paying attention to the information on the wall. Level 19, score 342 points, time limit 0 minutes. Everyone below continuously cheered. Isn't that a perfect score? 342 targets eliminated in 1 minute, someone's voice echoed. Should I try using luminous photon too? Absolutely not. That's only possible if you understand it like Sharon. He wiped his sweat and sighed, thinking, with this technique I won't have to worry about the rapid casting exam. N was watching everything from outside. He crossed his arms and said, he never succeeded in magic before, but as soon as he understood it, he scored 342 points. That's really amazing. Aruki, who was sitting next to him, said, what a messy score. N quickly replied, what? Still, it's not bad for a first attempt. Aruki stood up from his seat, looked at him and grinned, saying, his score is messy, but it's interesting. Suddenly, Aruki raised his hand and called Itella. Professor, I want to try too. Itella and N were startled by his words. Itella asked worriedly, Aruki, are you sure? She frowned and reminded him, but you must not cause any trouble, all right? Sharon was wiping his face when he suddenly heard someone's voice clearly echoing, what? It's Aruki. He wants to practice too. As soon as he heard that, he got angry, puffed out his cheeks and turned his face, thinking, Aruki, I don't like his way of thinking. But he hesitated and continued to think, still, I'm curious. Aruki walked out from the grandstand looking bold and confident. Everyone gathered to see him, and he took his hands out of his pockets. Aruki stood straight and grinned, and a spiritual domain began to appear around him. From beneath his feet, the spiritual domain soared into the sky, and a triumphant expression appeared on his face. Everyone saw it and discussed blankly. Rapid casting conversion type? No way, rapid casting is completely different. Sharon was also very surprised. Someone's voice echoed, then is he trying to take down targets just by looking at them without using synesthesia? Targets appeared around Aruki one after another. There was also a large magic circle beneath his feet. He lowered his head and snapped his fingers. His spiritual domain flew straight towards the targets. Sharon frowned in surprise and thought, the size of the targets has also shrunk. What is he trying to do? Then he opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, this is it. Aruki's spiritual domain bent in a zigzag pattern, piercing through the center of the targets in the sky, and everyone below was surprised. Then the targets suddenly all exploded, looking like fireworks. Everyone opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in surprise. On the board, rapid casting level 02, score 13 points, time limit 0 minutes and 57 seconds appeared. Aruki's spiritual domain bent again, piercing through the center of the targets, and the targets continued to explode above everyone's heads. Sharon stared blankly at the explosion in shock. He thought seriously, I don't need to see any more to know he will easily surpass my score. Aruki glanced from above, grinned, and said inwardly, to be surprised by just this much, you still have a long way to go. Sharon then pointed straight ahead with his finger and controlled his spiritual domain to pierce through the targets even faster. And it moved in various other forms, exploding the targets. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, amazing, the speed has increased. Has Aruki always been this strong? Another academy student said that in surprise. Sharon stood behind, raised his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand, an astonished expression on his face. Then he deduced, I see, if you look closely you can tell he's not tracking the targets with his naked eye. He's predicting the target's movements using equations of motion. He thought that as he watched how Haruki controlled his spiritual domain. Haruki categorized the targets into various different equations. He continued to think. But even after predicting their movements, I didn't think he could catch all the targets with the conversion type. Sharon put his hand on his chin and said, how can his spiritual domain be so fast? En approached him and sneered. That's right, but Haruki isn't deploying hundreds or thousands of numbers, Sharon asked in a puzzled voice. Then is he calculating more than thousands of numbers? En looked at him, grinned and said briefly, millions. As soon as he heard that, he showed an expression of disbelief. The time limit expired on the wallboard again. Level 24, score 548 points, time limit 0 minutes. Everyone cheered at Haruki's results. What? Haruki is really amazing. Meanwhile, Haruki grinned triumphantly, standing very strangely with one hand on his hip and the other raised above his head. Everyone continued to shout, why did you hide your talent? It's really hard to hit targets with a small conversion type. Is he even human? Itella stepped aside, watching him pass by blankly, thinking, amazing, truly skilled. He walked to the end of the grandstand and stood in front of Sharon, who was looking at him warily. Haruki said, how was it? Then he continued, worth seeing, wasn't it? Sharon looked up at him and replied, really amazing. I didn't know you could use the conversion type like that. Haruki put his hands in his pockets and looked at him arrogantly, saying, just that much? A bit disappointing. He asked in confusion. What? Haruki said, I think it's really amazing that you could come up with molecularization. Sharon's face turned pale at Haruki's words. Then Haruki looked at him seriously and asked, aren't you curious how I calculated millions of numbers? Sharon looked up at Haruki nervously and warily. I am curious, but is it okay for you to tell me? It seems like you consider me a rival. Everyone looked on to see what the two were saying. Haruki said arrogantly from the stage, it doesn't matter, what can you do even if you know? Sharon remained silent and didn't answer. Everyone asked in confusion, what's going on? Haruki's voice echoed, it's nothing special. Then he scratched the back of his head with his hand, glanced elsewhere and continued, I use blocks and units too. As soon as Sharon heard that, he was very surprised. He opened his mouth wide and inwardly wondered, no way, how can he consider this a method? Everyone around them, as soon as they heard it, opened their mouths wide and exclaimed, what, isn't that too crazy? Sharon frowned and thought, if he calculates using blocks, the numbers will feel much larger. Even if he uses a simple calculation method like tracer, the calculation will still be complex. Then he concluded, this is Savant syndrome. Haruki put his index finger to his nose, frowned and said, how about it, can you beat me? Sharon loudly said, I don't intend to beat anyone. This is just an exam. He covered his nose and looked elsewhere, replying, a common declaration of the weak. Remember this. Then Haruki seriously said, if you lack ability, give up on an idealistic life and continue to pretend you're the best. Then he said in a contemptuous voice, that's not persuasive at all. Sharon growled angrily, if I beat you I can prove I was right. Right? Then Haruki snapped his fingers and smiled mysteriously, of course, but no matter how high your level of knowledge is, Haruki continued, compared to me it's just like an insect, Sharon exclaimed in anger. And an insect? And everyone, including En, was surprised. En thought inwardly, something like this is happening too. Then En excitedly searched for something in his paper bag. Really interesting. Rapid casting exam rules. Score is calculated by the number of targets hit within the given time. Level 01, score 00. Time limit is 1 minute. The number of targets increases with each level. Stage 1 has 10 targets, Stage 2 has 11 targets, Stage 3 has 12 targets, Stage 4 has 13 targets, and Stage 5 has 14 targets. If even a single target is missed, you cannot proceed to the next level. Also, the higher the level, the faster the summoned targets move. If you cannot keep up with the speed of the targets, the academy student will be swept away. If you cannot deal with them quickly, you will no longer be able to summon targets, and it will severely impact your score. Everyone was gathered to see the rapid casting exam results board. Sharon was also watching. He thought inwardly, the average score for 5th graders is 400 points, and no one has scored above 700 points yet. Then he rested his chin on his hand and deduced, to get 700 points, I need to reach level 30 within 1 minute without missing any targets. To do that, I'll need to clear 1 level in 5 seconds. At this moment, Sharon stood in the center of the stage under everyone's gaze. Then he seriously raised his eyes and lifted his right hand to the sky. Immediately, targets exploded one after another. Other academy students tilted their heads back in surprise and looked up at the sky. That academy student exclaimed in great admiration, amazing, truly amazing. Then he turned around and cast magic. Determination and sharpness clearly visible in his eyes, he waved his arm, steering his spiritual domain towards the targets in front of him, and the targets again exploded loudly from the ceiling. The two people who had previously spoken with Sharon were now looking at him in surprise. The person standing in front seriously said, Sharon, it's no joke. He can now hit targets without teleporting. The person standing behind doubtfully said, how can he do that? The time limit expired appeared on the blackboard. Level 25, score 567 points, time limit 0 minutes. Someone's voice echoed in admiration. His score has gone up by 200 points in 1 week. At this moment the spiritual domain disappeared as time ran out. He rubbed his left wrist and sighed as if shaking off all his fatigue amidst everyone's cheers. Then Sharon turned and walked away. From this distant place 2 people were quietly talking. His firing speed is really fast. Once he aims he never misses. The academy student next to him said in a low voice, his rapid fire has also improved a lot. He can probably shoot about 4 rounds per second. He wiped the sweat with a towel, glanced back and sighed. He said inwardly, how about it, I've caught up to your score. It turned out he was glancing at Haruki behind him. He grinned mockingly and stood up leisurely. Then he passed him and headed towards the stage. Haruki put both hands in his pockets and said comfortably, is it my turn? Sharon looked at him with a slightly worried expression. Everyone looked up at the stage and so did he. He was looking up at it nervously. And the result was still the same. Haruki controlled his spiritual domain very skillfully, shattering all the targets and making them explode. Someone's voice suddenly echoed. His spiritual domain has shrunk compared to before. Haruki's spiritual domain zoomed past above their heads and everyone watched it intently in surprise. That person continued, it's faster. His spiritual domain continued to bend and pierce through the targets and the targets exploded because of it. After a moment Haruki finally finished. He raised his gun-shaped hand gesture to the sky and said coolly, finished. The time limit expired appeared on the blackboard. Level 25, score 568 points, time limit 0 minutes. Then Haruki left immediately without caring. Everyone again discussed loudly. His score also increased, but it's only a 1-point difference from Sharon's new score. Then the murmuring voices grew quieter. Sharon will barely pass, but he still lost in the end, but Sharon's score is increasing exponentially. He'll catch up soon. Meanwhile, he was very confused right now. Sharon looked at Haruki's back and thought, that 1-point difference isn't a coincidence. The next day, the 2 people's scores were indeed only 1 point apart, and of course, 571 points was Sharon's score, and 572 points was Haruki's score. The next day too, there was still a 1-point difference between 585 points and 586 points. The day after that too, 593 points and 594 points were still only 1 point apart. Haruki, with his back to everyone, raised his right hand, glanced back and smirked contentedly. All the other academy students called out his name. Haruki, Haruki. Only Sharon clearly knew the intention of that 1-point difference. He stood quietly with everyone looking up at the stage and thought, to be 1 point ahead of me he must have calculated carefully from level 1. Then Sharon frowned, stared straight ahead and thought, that's exactly what it means. Even though he didn't say it himself, that was his message. He imagined Haruki looking down at him arrogantly from atop a high wall. He could easily beat someone like me, he quietly thought that. After a moment, from a tall, magnificent building, someone's voice echoed, Haruki will win this time, won't he? It turned out 3 people were sitting and talking. The student sitting cross-legged at the table, head tilted, continued. He bet over 700 points. Sharon did well too, but the student on the left, resting his chin on his hand, spoke. Haruki is just too strong, another voice echoed. Sharon doesn't seem to know his own ability. Haruki, resting his cheek on one hand and arrogantly looking elsewhere, paid no attention to the 2 people talking to him. Haruki, are you thinking of joining our research team? Teach us your method. What's the highest score you can get? Sharon rested his chin on one hand, looking at Haruki with dissatisfaction. That's right, unlike me, Haruki hasn't shown his full potential yet. He thought silently, if I hadn't quickly realized those strategies, everything would have been in vain. Suddenly, En placed a hand on Sharon's shoulder, smiling with his eyes, and said, it's okay. We'll cheer for you. Then he continued, actually, since you're both my friends, it doesn't matter who wins. Sharon turned his head with a displeased expression and replied to him, honestly, even when I eat I don't know if I'm chewing food or numbers. En rested both elbows on the table, tilted his head slightly and said calmly, unfortunately as a spectator it's truly exciting. We're all really looking forward to seeing which of you 2 will break the score record, Sharon asked, puzzled. There's a score record? Then he asked him what the score was. Is it a record from one of the graduated seniors? En frowned and replied to him, surely don't tell me. You don't know your girlfriend's score at all? En asked him in surprise. Sharon turned his head upon hearing that. What? En said loudly. Senior Amy 987 points. At the same time, elsewhere, perhaps in the courtyard of a 2-story building where many people came and went, a red-haired girl was leaning back in a chair when she heard someone call her name. Amy. It turned out Serial had run up to call her. Serial stood before her with a worried expression and spoke, long time no see, sis, you've really been out of it. Graduation class studies must be really tough. She handed her a file, smiling slightly, revealing dark circles under her eyes. Then she said, soon you'll be just like me. Here are the materials you requested. After that, the 2 sat in chairs drinking water and talking. Serial looked at her and asked, were the advancement exams very difficult? Amy held her water glass, drank and replied, they weren't that difficult, but the standards are high. Even with a high score, there's no guarantee of passing. Amy threatened her with a cold expression. They'll research everything you've ever done, sis. Serial cried out in surprise. Oh my, that's terrifying. but then she bowed her head and forced a smile, reassuring her, "Don't worry, even the graduation class will be similar to the 4th grade advanced class. You'll be fine with your skills." She held the water glass with both hands, looking at Amy with respectful eyes. "Wow, sis seems to have changed. Her mental strength has become much stronger." While she was thinking, Amy spoke, "How's Sharon these days?" Cyril, upon hearing that, was startled as if struck by lightning and exclaimed, "It's absolutely terrible. Two haven't met even once. Are you really dating?" Then she continued, "There's been a lot of interesting stuff lately." Her voice echoed next to an artificial waterfall. Amy looked puzzled, her face showing little interest. "So Aruki challenged Sharon?" She saw a worried Cyril say, "That guy challenged you even when you were in 5th grade, sis. His personality is really unique. He pretends not to care about others on the surface, but if he beats me he'll use that feeling to provoke me," Cyril said incomprehensibly. "Then is he like a genius hunter or something similar? So what about our Sharon? Won't you help him, sis?" Cyril urgently kept asking her. She leaned her head on her arm, resting on the armrest, drank water, and calmly replied, "There's no need. A child doesn't need my help." "Our Sharon," she suddenly cried out. "Sis, you're so indifferent. Why are you so cold to your boyfriend?" Amy frowned slightly, bit the straw, and said quietly, "No, that's not what I mean." Then she said with a confident voice, "Sharon knows what he needs to do." On this side he was still panting, his face drenched in sweat. It turned out he had just finished the rapid casting exam. Everyone gasped as they looked at the scoreboard on the wall. Timeout level 30, score 700 points, time limit 0 minutes. Sharon was now completely out of breath. He stood with his hands on his knees, loosening his necktie. He seemed to have given his best. The two people in front, surprised, took turns shouting, "I never thought I'd see someone in 5th grade score 700 points. He's really a brutal one. He's a truly terrifying monster." At this moment, everyone was chattering loudly. "To get that score, you have to clear 10 levels in 10 seconds. I can't believe he actually did it." Sharon frowned and stumbled as he walked. He was almost completely exhausted. Aruki, with both hands in his pockets, approached him with an arrogant posture and said, "Congratulations. 700 points is a high score, not bad, right?" Sharon, breathing heavily, turned to look at him and replied, "I wanted to show you something." Aruki closed his eyes, scoffed as he passed him, and said, "I knew it." Cyril's voice echoed, "So Sharon won." He drank water, looked up at the sky, and said in an indifferent voice, "What does winning or losing matter? It's just an exam." Upon hearing that, she looked at Amy in surprise. "What? Sis, you're boasting about your undefeated legend, Amy, aren't you?" Then she continued to exclaim, "Do you know that you beat Aruki, who holds the record score of 987 points in the rapid casting exam?" Amy frowned and retorted, "No, I never competed against him. I didn't even pay attention to his provocations." After that, she glanced somewhere. "But if we really were to compete, I'd probably lose," she said in a solemn voice. Cyril was bewildered. "Ha!" her cry echoed. "What?" Returning to the spiritual domain, only the word "over" was visible on the blackboard. 701.0 minutes. Everyone in the stands cheered. "Amazing, that's Aruki's result." He stood, looking at his own result. Someone's voice echoed loudly, "It's a 1-point difference again. He's so calm even after scoring 700 points. What exactly are Aruki's limits?" Everyone wondered about it. Sharon stood in the crowd with a confused expression, thinking, "What I'm certain of is..." Then he looked up at Aruki with a dissatisfied expression and concluded inwardly, "I can't beat him." Sharon's bag lay carelessly on his desk. He sat silently on an old bed in a spacious room. Sunlight indirectly shone on his face through the window. He gazed out the window, lost in thought. There will be an exam after the break, and I only have 3 days left. Then he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. "I can't find another way to beat Aruki in such a short time. Should I give up? It's just an exam." Suddenly, he remembered the saying, "Only the weak say such things." After that, he silently frowned and thought. He recalled Aruki's saying with a cold expression, "If you lack ability, give up on an idealistic life and continue to pretend you're the best." His face suddenly changed, and a dissatisfied expression appeared on it. Then he recalled a series of recent events. All of them were sad and unfair to him. Then he thought no one would believe him, and the last image he recalled was the moment he had to witness several corpses strewn in an alley when he was young. After that, he struck a match and lit a candle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the burning candle, and thought, "Have I lost my perspective from studying too long in this noble school?" In fact, Aruki's words were not wrong at all. Then he thought that the world would not listen to the powerless. Sharon's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he vowed inwardly, "I won't give up." Then he straightened his back, closed his eyes, and composed himself. "To beat Aruki, I have no choice but to transcend numbers." Small water droplets gradually grew, forming numbers larger than 1. A question flashed through his mind like lightning. What are numbers? In Sharon's subconscious, he floated in the air surrounded by numbers. He muttered inwardly, "What is a number sequence?" Then he gathered the numbers, creating a powerfully glowing circular spiritual domain in the palm of his hand. He raised it to eye level and gazed at it. "What is its essence?" Then he vowed inwardly, "Don't think about such things." After that, he raised his hand straight up to the sky and then let it down. He kept thinking, "If I keep getting caught up in such thoughts, I won't be able to observe the whole. I just need to," he thought, lowering his arm. Small blue lights slowly fell, and as he thought to feel them, the lights formed successively smaller falling lights. More and more solitary lights fell, enveloping Sharon's body. His body glowed transparently with blue light floating in the air. He opened his eyes wide and gazed at them. Then he wondered how far he could count. After that, he thought he would be able to do it. Sharon flew up to the sky, chasing the source of light. Then he flew towards a partition like a rippling water surface, thinking, how far will I go? In the center there was a whirlpool-like hole. He flew into it, thinking, what is this? Is this the end of numbers? No way. Numbers are infinite. Sharon touched the rippling surface with both hands, thinking blankly. Then what is this? Suddenly, the surrounding space gradually began to crack. He opened his mouth wide, greatly surprised. The ground beneath his feet also began to crack. He looked down and cried out in surprise, "Ha ha!" Then the crack beneath his feet widened, creating a large hole. He was dumbfounded, speechless. Back in reality, he quickly opened his eyes, sat up panting, and thought, I definitely counted. What was that? Was it a hallucination? The candle on his table had completely burned down, leaving only melted wax. He looked at it and thought, is it la vie secrète? Was it really a hallucination? I felt a very strong pull. Sharon sat cross-legged on the bed, raised both hands, and then looked out the window in surprise. It's hard to explain, but perhaps numbers don't just exist to be counted. He thought that as he looked up at the brightly shining moon above the castle. Sharon then said that he realized 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. The next day, the Class 5 Rapid Casting exam was to be held at Multi-Training Ground Building No. 1. On the day of the Class 5 Rapid Casting exam, 2 people stood in the center of the arena. The surrounding spectator seats were already full. The scoreboard on the wall was also already active. Someone sighed and said, I'm so worried, so worried. It was those 2 male students again. The student on the left asked, puzzled, why are the underclassmen here? The student on the right frowned and replied, they probably came to watch. I did too. Suddenly, everyone looked at the door. Oh, there, then someone exclaimed in surprise. Why are the 4th grade seniors here too? There's Serial. The male student clutched his head and wailed. The pressure is too much. The student on the right, flustered, reassured him. Hey, don't do that. They all came to see Sharon in a rookie's match, probably. The people sitting behind remained silent when Serial and her friends took someone's seats. She smiled with her eyes and raised her hand, saying to the male student whose seat had been taken, thank you. The male student who had been wailing earlier replied, oh, of course. He looked up at the list of programs for today. There are so many events, someone's voice echoed. Today's main event, Haruki and Sharon will compete in Group 20. The pink-haired male student asked, puzzled, I wonder who will win? The person sitting in the middle, stroking his chin, replied, Haruki is currently ahead. Serial raised her index finger and said confidently, it's too early to tell. After that, she looked at them, smiled playfully, and continued, since the exam is team-based, the scores might change. If it were a real-world scenario, Sharon would win, she said confidently. 1 minute has passed and the exam is over. In the first round, the person on the left won with 427 points. He cheered, raising 2 fingers, and said, I won. The person on the opposite side expressed dissatisfaction. The exam is over, so why am I so angry? Serial, sitting in the stands, frowned and rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I say this, but what should I do? I'm so worried. And after 1 minute, the exam was over. It was N's team. He wiped his sweat, rejoicing inwardly. I did so well. Itella stood behind the table and spoke. Well done, Group 19. After that, she turned the paper, smiling with her eyes, and said, now for the final group, Group 20. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's cheers filled the ceiling. Haruki and Sharon walked to their positions simultaneously. Everyone chanted Sharon and Haruki's names, and the sound continued to echo. Haruki, Haruki. Itella was worried in her heart. He stood quietly amidst the people's cheers. N spoke without thinking. Sharon seems too focused. The 2 male students put their index fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. The cheers completely stopped. The 2 stood in the center of the arena. Itella's voice echoed. You will be given 1 minute. She stood behind the 2 and spoke. Many students are watching you, so I hope you do your best. Sharon listened intently, then nodded slightly. Haruki showed no interest at all. After that, Itella said, then let's begin. On the information board on the wall there were 2 buttons, a yellow button for Haruki and a red button for Sharon. A beep sounded from the yellow button, and everyone silently watched the arena. Sharon began counting numbers in his mind, and his eyes glowed brightly with light, just as he had seen in his dream. Haruki's red button also beeped. Both began to activate their spiritual domains for battle. Their techniques were different. Haruki's twisted powerfully, while Sharon's was resolute and precise. The people in the stands were watching a magnificent match. They exclaimed in admiration, truly amazing. Both were now at the same level, level 12. At 58 seconds into the first round, someone shouted. As soon as it began, all targets exploded. Blue light emanated from Sharon's eyes. He concentrated his entire spiritual domain in his palms. People exclaimed in admiration. They're both really good. Haruki glanced at Sharon as he cast his spell. Someone said Haruki's spiritual domain had also shrunk. Haruki's technique actually grew sharper and faster, destroying the targets. The person sitting next to Serial crossed their arms and commented, so that's Haruki's fabled power, truly strong, she continued with a serious expression. This must be why Amy called him a formidable opponent. Oh, Sharon, after that, she exclaimed with surprised eyes. Ha, Sharon's score is higher. She looked up at the scoreboard and exclaimed. Currently, Sharon's score is 121 points, and Haruki's score is 119 points. After that, she shouted loudly at him, "Is that damn Haruki messing around again? Is he playing games because he thinks he can turn the situation around? I can't stand it." Haruki was laughing inwardly at this moment. "Everyone's misunderstanding." He waved his hand and laughed, baring his teeth as he cast his spell, thinking, "I've been giving it my all from the start." He glanced at Sharon and thought inwardly, "What did this guy do in just 3 days?" Haruki thought that as he watched Sharon cast his spell with concentration on the platform. Itella watched them seriously without taking her eyes off them, saying inwardly, "I see, the first path feels long, but if you go again you can go faster." She quietly gazed at Sharon and continued to think, "Counting numbers is the same, but you've truly come a long way, Sharon." Haruki looked at him with the smile of an abnormal person and said, "This guy is truly insane." Sharon quickly swung his hand forward, concentrating his spiritual domain in his palm to make the targets explode one after another. After that, Sharon stared intently at his palm. He muttered inwardly, "Module release." Itella, standing outside, was very surprised. She began to think, "That child is both gathering numbers and calculating at the same time. This strategy can only be used by someone who has reached the limits of conscious calculation." She recalled the moment Sharon entered the arena. To achieve that, he must have been in a state of hyper-concentration even before entering the arena. He was now focusing intensely to attack with maximum speed and precision, he reminded himself. Even a slight lapse in concentration in the matrix will render all my efforts so far useless. I must concentrate, no matter the cost, he thought, frowning. In his mind, a yellow streak of lightning flew straight towards the glowing spot over there. On the scoreboard on the wall, both their scores were increasing in turn. Sharon was leading with 469 points, and Haruki's score was 432 points. The gray-haired student sitting at the same table as Serial suddenly shouted, "The score gap is widening." She and the female student next to her slammed their arms on the table, shot up and shouted loudly, "Go Sharon." Everyone in the stands stood up and cheered, and the blonde twin-tailed girl shouted towards the arena. Faster! The arena was now very tense. Both their techniques moved powerfully and quickly, and everyone cheered joyfully. Haruki cast his spell, making the targets explode, and thought, "This is also a kind of encouragement. The fact that he's trying to break his usual calculation method means he's staked everything on this technique." He glanced at Sharon and scoffed, "All right, I admit it, Sharon. Your mental strength is as strong as mine." After that, he immediately clenched his hand and said inwardly, "But my gamble will always be on a completely different level." Haruki emphasized that thought, clenching his hand with sharp eyes and concentrating his spiritual domain. Blue streaks of lightning appeared around him. Suddenly everyone was dumbfounded. Some stood up, some rubbed their eyes, trying to see clearly what it was. Something strange. Haruki's score. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "His score is suddenly skyrocketing." Haruki's scoreboard suddenly increased explosively, and his level was also one stage higher than Sharon's. The two people who had been with N earlier were also gaping. The one on the left said, "But I don't think he's slowed down at all." One on the right also said, "Haruki's explosion sound rhythm has suddenly changed strangely." N thought blankly, "No way." Serial and her two friends all stood up. The pink-haired student asked, "Didn't you notice anything strange in Haruki's spiritual domain afterimage?" She replied, frowning, "I saw it. That's not an afterimage." Serial pointed forward in a fluster and exclaimed, "He has two spiritual domains." Two spiritual domains appeared around Haruki, enveloping him. Now everyone was very surprised, and someone exclaimed, "Is that even possible?" Itella began to think in surprise. A dual spiritual domain is a characteristic sign of a split dissociative type, and I never expected to see students use this technique. Moreover, he's simultaneously executing two consecutive chains and even recording the process. She thought blankly, "He has Savant syndrome, but that ability is truly rare. I didn't expect this child to have such a hidden ability." After that, Itella said inwardly, "Another unexpected variable has appeared in this magic academy." Serial and her friends were all looking down at the arena with intense focus. She murmured, "Amy was right. Haruki's dual spiritual domains are piercing through the targets and flying across the entire ceiling." Serial's voice was heard, "Haruki is truly a monster." Haruki stretched his hands straight forward, controlling his dual spiritual domains to destroy the targets. Both their scores suddenly stopped. Haruki had 845 points and Sharon had 692 points. Someone's voice was heard, "It's over." Anne and his two friends observed carefully, and the one on the left said, "Everyone already expected the result." He continued, "Sharon was truly unlucky this time." He stood quietly, panting. He was gripped by a sense of helplessness that he couldn't win after all, and thought, "Even though I staked everything I had." Sharon was floating before a cliff he saw in his dream. He had given his best and was now exhausted. He thought inwardly, "But it's still less than half of Haruki's." He thought sadly to himself, "Despite giving my best," his hands relaxed. But then he clenched his fist tightly again. Again Sharon gave his best. Sweat dripped down and he bowed his head. He opened his eyes wide and whispered to himself, "It's not over yet. I'm still afraid." Sharon was afraid of whether he should pursue that path. After that, he clenched his fist in the air and powerfully struck the cliff before his eyes. But it's no longer an issue, Sharon thought that. As he clenched his fist, a hole appeared in the cliff. Next, Sharon raised his fist high and put his strength into it. He stared at the hole with resolute eyes, grinding his teeth. I will definitely overcome it with my own hands. A strong force struck the cliff and the cliff shattered into a very large hole. Suddenly, light appeared. Sharon was dumbfounded seeing it. White light reflected on his face, and the space within his subconscious mind lit up as brightly as day. Back in the arena, Itella, startled, turned her head towards him. She glanced at him, wondering, Sharon. Sharon watched in disbelief as all the targets were precisely pierced through the center by his yellow beam of light. The light was truly small. Everyone in the stands was once again aghast, gaping. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, look at Sharon, the light is getting brighter and brighter." Serial and her group also tried to rush into the arena in a hurry. Sharon stood silently, head bowed, without making a sound. The light emanating from him was so intense that the green targets turned black, and they were shattered by the light emanating from Sharon even though they did nothing. Both their scores were increasing rapidly, but Sharon's score seemed to be increasing faster than Haruki's. He turned his head again to look at Sharon, coughed dryly, then ground his teeth and said inwardly, "No matter how fast you are, I'll calculate faster than you. Only 5 seconds left." Haruki was still very confident. "I will calculate every number in this world." His dual spiritual domains continued to accelerate and only 4 seconds remained as Haruki's dual spiritual domains struck the targets. Only 3 seconds remained, he thought inwardly. "I'm ahead, I can win." And only 2 seconds remained. Just one more second to swallow. And finally, only 1 second remained. Haruki grimaced and ground his teeth, saying inwardly, "Damn it, why is time going so slowly?" Everyone stood up simultaneously, shouting for the match to end. Haruki suddenly collapsed onto the floor, thinking, "It's over." He looked up at his scoreboard, satisfied. "Oh, the score isn't bad, so I won." His score was 1247 points. After that, he turned his head towards Sharon and asked himself, "What about Sharon?" Haruki wondered inwardly. After that, an uncomprehending expression appeared on his face. When he looked at Sharon, he wasn't moving at all. Suddenly, someone ran over, shook his shoulder and called out Sharon's name loudly. It was then that he finally regained consciousness and panted. Serial was slowly releasing his shoulder. She asked worriedly, "Sharon, are you okay?" Everyone around them crowded around the two. After that, he opened his mouth. "Senior Serial, the exam." After that, she turned her head to look at the scoreboard on the wall and said joyfully, "You won." He looked at the scoreboard very surprised. After that, she continued, "You also set a new record." The score he achieved was 1273 points. The academy students gathered joyfully and said in unison, "Congratulations, Sharon." He thought blankly inwardly, "I won." Suddenly, Haruki approached Sharon and called out to him, "Hey you." He looked at Haruki with surprised eyes. Everyone around them did the same. After that, Haruki continued, "Didn't you know that area of effect magic is forbidden in the rapid casting exam?" Sharon heard that, closed his mouth and thought, right? At that moment, the entire arena was covered in light. Haruki's voice was heard again. "Ha, you're really a boring guy." Haruki put one hand in his pants pocket and extended the other to shake his hand. He smiled and said, "Photon output doesn't mean forbidden photon magic. It was just a joke." "Congratulations on your victory." The male students who heard that exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. "No way." Haruki actually admitted defeat. "Did the sun rise in the west today?" Sharon reached out, took his hand and stood up saying, "So now you admit my words, that life is more important than research?" Haruki replied with a serious expression, "Yes, you're right." He asked him again as if unable to believe his ears, "Are you serious?" After that, Haruki calmly replied, "But you seem to be misunderstanding something. An explosion doesn't mean violence." Everyone didn't understand what the two were saying. Haruki continued, "An explosion is merely an accumulation of a colossal mass of energy. To be considered violence, the user's intent to harm others must be added." N and Serial stood next to them, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. N quietly said, "That's true, but Sharon didn't pay attention." He frowned and retorted, "But such energy is directly controlled by humans. Isn't it still dangerous?" Haruki said, "Then the person responsible for controlling that immense energy source is the one to blame. By the way, speaking of this issue, I have a favor to ask you." He looked at him as if unable to understand. A serious expression appeared on his face and he opened his mouth. "From now on you must take responsibility for me." Haruki's voice was heard. "An explosion is merely a colossal amount of energy, uncontrollable energy, but if we can control it, it will be energy that can save 100,000 lives." He said that seriously. In the dark inky sky, a strange beam of light shot out and illuminated the city. Haruki stood facing Sharon and said, "A new era has dawned. We are no longer fighting only against nature." "Of course I don't hold such noble beliefs." Sharon stood facing him. Then after a moment of silence opened his mouth. "You should have said that from the beginning, then I wouldn't have misunderstood." People gathered in groups whispering as they watched them. Haruki replied, "I wanted to know where you belong, whether you are a person with power." Hearing that, Sharon was surprised by his answer. After that he continued seriously, "Or merely a person consumed by fear." Sharon looked carefully ahead and thought, "I see, Haruki is afraid that his power will become uncontrollable." He thought that as he looked at him. Haruki said with a pained expression, "If you defeat me you can prove your will. So you are the only one who can stop me." Haruki spoke sincerely, looking at the dumbfounded Sharon. After that he said with a confident voice, "If you can't handle me, I won't move a single step." The people behind him, hearing those words, quietly said as if unable to understand, "My goodness, is he afraid of his own power, so he won't move?" Sharon hesitated, at a loss. Suddenly, when Haruki said that, he himself couldn't understand anything. He looked at Haruki worriedly. He couldn't tell if he was a fantasist or a realist, but he knew one thing for sure. He looked into Haruki's eyes and thought inwardly, "The fear in his eyes is real." After that he stepped forward, took Haruki's hand and opened his mouth. "I promise," he looked at him with resolute eyes, "when that time comes I will stop you." Everyone in the arena didn't know what was happening now, and all exclaimed simultaneously, "Huh?" and shed 2 streams of tears, rushed towards the two and called out loudly, "You too." After that he wrapped his arms around both their necks, hugging them, and said with a bright smile, "That's really cool. I'm proud to have you as friends." Itella spoke from behind the crowd. "Sharon, come here for a moment." He turned back and replied to her, "Yes, Professor." Haruki was held so tightly by N that he couldn't breathe. He followed Itella outside, then she suddenly grabbed his shoulder and startled him with a growling voice. "Sharon," she shouted, looking at him worriedly, "do you know what you just did? Do you really want to leave this place?" He was greatly flustered by her words. Sharon stammered, "Professor Itella." She frowned and said, "The place you entered, if you reach that point, you will no longer be yourself." Sharon slightly bowed his head and glumly said, "I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't know it was so dangerous." Itella spoke softly, "Sharon." Then she lowered her head, deep in thought, and instructed, "The realm you've stepped into goes far beyond numbers, and it's called the realm of infinity. Mages often refer to it as the immortal function," she continued, looking into his eyes, "and we clergy call it nirvana." Sharon was aghast upon hearing that. Humans can reach infinity, but those who arrive at that point will have nothing left of themselves, he thought to himself. Beyond numbers, what I saw there, the thin surface I shattered. A colossal space. Sharon felt as if he was being drawn forward by some gravitational force. He kept thinking, and it kept pulling him. Sharon suddenly woke up from his sleep, panting, and put a hand to his forehead. Then he got out of bed, put his hand on the table, and thought again, "That nightmare. After entering that place, I've had this nightmare every night." He said he felt strange. He picked up a water glass, but his hands were unsteady and he knocked it over. Suddenly his whole body trembled. He stood gripping the table, his other hand clutching the chest of his shirt. He thought with worry and fear, "Every now and then I get that feeling again." I asked Professor Itella, but neither of them could figure out what was wrong with my body. He looked at the puddle of water on the table, thinking worriedly, "What on earth is happening to me?" One late afternoon, birds were flying into their nests. Sharon's voice echoed in the ceiling. "These days, I feel like I'm possessed." He was sitting in a chair, his face showing clear signs of fatigue from not sleeping well. Haruki and N looked back at him, puzzled by his words. The 3 of them were in a room, and N, sitting on the long sofa on the left, scratched his head and said with a foolish laugh, "You looked so serious, I was worried." He, sitting in the middle chair, lazily replied to him, "I am serious. Didn't I say it was the supernatural spiritual science research team?" Haruki crossed his arms and gave a wry smile. "Indeed, the level of worry for someone who beat me is on another plane. So I was surprised, but why do you think it's real?" Sharon gave a wry smile, raised his index finger and asked Haruki, "Did I ask a foolish question?" "Not exactly." Haruki rested his hand on his chin, looked at him, and began, "That dream you mentioned, you said you were in an empty dark space, right?" Then he continued, "And stars were being sucked in somewhere." Sharon growled. Haruki's voice echoed, "And finally that partition broke and a beam of light burst out, didn't it?" Haruki asked that. Sharon's eyes widened and he replied to him, Yes, that's right, it was like a heartbeat." Haruki crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, looking at him, saying, "Considering the size and speed of the space you mentioned, that place must be a number that no one on this continent can even imagine." Now Haruki had gained a new nickname, Nightmare Haruki, and the Spiritual Society made an interesting statement. "If that place is real," he continued seriously, "then it's clearly outside the universe." N and Sharon leaned forward in surprise, shouting at Haruki simultaneously, "Outside the universe?" He looked at Haruki with a suspicious expression and said, "Are you talking about the universe mentioned in books? But how can I dream of something I've never seen?" N rested his hand on his chin and looked at him with sharp eyes. "No way." He raised his hand and said with a very serious expression, "I've heard of it before." Sharon shouted in confusion. N and N also got new nicknames, Wizen and the Spiritual Society in Charge of Questions, he said with a serious expression. 200 years ago an executioner underwent a soul exchange experiment. It's hypothesized that if a person's soul can be materialized as matter, electricity can separate it. A sealed conductor, a person, is placed inside an iron box and an electric current is passed through it. However, it was an inhumane experiment, so it was stopped a long time ago. The executioner also survived and their consciousness returned after a month. But N paused here. He continued to say that he knew about the situations in countries outside the continent, places he had never been to or even heard of. Sharon asked him, bewildered, "Is that true?" N rested his elbows on his knees and replied in silence, "The information the executioner spoke was verified and it all turned out to be true." He glanced at Sharon, intimidating him. "The soul was separated and ionized by electricity, creating electrons. Wouldn't that force have drawn information about the world to the executioner? It's a hypothesis, that strange itchy feeling the executioner experienced. That is spiritual sensation. He got goosebumps hearing N say that. He hugged his arms tightly and shouted in fear, "My goodness, an itchy feeling, it's the same as my symptoms." Haruki suddenly jumped up, startling Sharon, and said loudly, "So Sharon saw the universe beyond. If your soul was ionized by electricity and caused quantum phenomena, you would have the ability to transcend space and time." He wondered blankly. Transcending space and time? Haruki raised his index finger and thumb, creating a tiny gap the size of a bean, and said, "In the micro-world, smaller than an electron, could events beyond human understanding occur, a world defined by probability, where observation and measurement cannot happen simultaneously. If you consider the weight of the soul to be lighter than electron atoms." In Haruki's imagination, electron orbits appeared. He continued, "The correlation between space and time would be meaningless." Then Haruki pointed his index finger at the ceiling, looked at him, and concluded, "And it's possible to sense external space," and also pointed at him excitedly and said, "How about that? I think it fits your case perfectly." Sharon shouted in admiration, then said loudly, "You explained that? That's amazing. Even though you two look like this, you're a real research team." Sharon praised them, and En showed his teeth laughing and replied, "It's nothing. Is that how it looked?" Haruki also grinned triumphantly, crossed his arms and looked at him, saying, "I just solved it. To research, more information is needed." Then he continued to ask, "Why aren't you still telling the truth?" He looked at Haruki blankly, not understanding his words. He looked at Sharon coldly. "Throughout the rapid casting exam, there were problems with your photon magic. You said you started having nightmares every night after that day. Tell us what happened." Haruki genuinely wanted to know what happened. He awkwardly looked under the table. Sharon also told them. "Actually, Professor Itella told me a few things." After the two listened, En shouted in surprise, "Immortal function, what on earth is that?" "Haruki, do you know what that is?" Haruki stood there, saying nothing, just chuckling lightly. Sharon looked at him slightly flustered and put a hand to his forehead, leaned his head back and laughed loudly. "Now I understand, so that's it. The immortal function." Haruki continued, "I heard about it from my father. This is the dream realm of mathematicians. It's where the function that holds the key to everything in this world exists." En and Sharon were a little worried upon hearing that. Stammered, "But Professor also said it's very dangerous." Haruki spread his arms wide and said loudly, "Of course, because everything is nothing." Then Haruki covered his mouth and chuckled. "Now I get it. To beat me, you'll need the immortal function." Sharon looked at Haruki with surprise and joy. He thought to himself, "I don't know why, but watching them joke around puts my mind at ease." Sharon said in a serious voice, "I've decided. I'm joining the supernatural spiritual science research team." Haruki and En jumped up, delighted by his decision, and said, "Really?" Sharon replied to him, "Yes, I don't want to be afraid. I want to research it myself and fight it head on." Sharon stood up and said with a smile in his eyes, "If I'm with you two, I'm sure we'll find something." And stretched both arms towards the sky and shouted, "That's amazing, immortal function or whatever, we'll overcome it. Now we have enough members and are an official team, so we'll get funding too." And started crying with joy. Haruki also said, "But will the professor allow Sharon to join? Our reputation isn't that great." And wittily held up some paper and said, "Just trust me. I'll sneak him in without the professor knowing." Sharon and Haruki opened their mouths blankly simultaneously. "Will that really be okay?" Then En grabbed both their necks, hugged them and said loudly with a smile in his eyes, "Don't worry, it's fine. Let's go get some coffee. Let's have a welcome party." En continued, "Today's on me." Haruki nonchalantly reminded him, "But you're broke." Sharon glanced back silently and thought, "Now, this is my research team." He looked around the entire lab and thought so, resolving to start cleaning it late this afternoon. However, contrary to En's expectations, En's team formation application form was held in someone's hand and that person looked very angry. The scariest professor, Sienna, growled as she stared at the application with a terrifying expression. "Sharon is joining." Additional explanation. The immortal function or nirvana is a mysterious state that cannot be described by human limited experience. Only those who have learned how to cast it can sense it. The human body does not yet know how to reach infinity, and the identity of those who have reached an infinite level is unknown. Someone's voice echoed, "Professor Tat." It was the man. He glanced back, carrying a stack of papers piled up to his nose, and replied, "Our research team application forms are always such a hassle every holiday." As he walked, he didn't notice an application form falling to the floor. Teams gather for a while, get training scores, then disband. Let's get this over with quickly. Sienna saw the application form and reminded the man. "Professor, you dropped this," he shouted in surprise. "Oh my goodness." She picked up the application form and read it. Tat also looked over. He frowned and said, Professor, this research team is," Tat stammered. They were looking at N's supernatural spiritual science research team's application form. His voice was filled with surprise. "Supernatural spiritual science research team?" Then Tat continued, and his gaze lingered on the name Sharon. He glanced at the application and asked her, "Isn't that student Sharon?" Sienna's face was dark and she said nothing. Then she tightly crumpled the application and gave a scary smile. Inside a relatively low hill area deep in the mountains stood a house. Someone's voice echoed from outside. "I apologize, Professor Itella. You were in the middle of training. She sat cross-legged at a table holding a teacup and began with a smile in her eyes. Since you've come all this way, it must not be a simple matter, Professor Sienna. Yes, this was Itella's house. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, and the two sat facing each other drinking tea. The surrounding scenery was peaceful. Sienna put down her teacup and said, "Actually, Sharon has joined a research team," Itella cheerfully asked. "So that child has finally joined a team?" "Which team?" Sienna leaned forward and said with a serious expression. "The supernatural spiritual science research team." Itella, who was sipping her tea, paused at that and almost spat out her tea from the cup. Sienna continued, trembling in fear. "As you know, this team has a history of causing trouble even before we became professors. We receive massive complaint letters from parents every day." She grew increasingly afraid. "Why that team of all teams? Sharon is the future of our school. Now is the time for him to study hard." Itella blankly held her teacup, looked at her, and began with a foolish smile. "But hasn't that team changed now?" She raised her index finger and vigorously argued in defense of N's team. "N is the current leader, and that child is very kind and gets along well with his friends, so there won't be any problems. All the troublemakers have already graduated." The current president of the Tomia Magic Association was also a former leader of that team. She continued cheerfully, "I'm sure they'll share good things and learn together." Simultaneously, in N's team's lab, N, resting his head on a long sofa, casually greeted Sharon. "Oh, Sharon's here?" He stood outside the door, frowning and fending off the dust rising with his sleeve. He said in an unpleasant voice, "You guys." Dust was flying across the entire room from above the ceiling. Sharon stood, waving away the dust, and continued, "Aren't you going to class?" "I'm not feeling well today," he replied, resting his head on his arms and crossing his legs on the long sofa. "I'm not feeling well today." Haruki, sitting in a chair, concentrated on a chess game on the table and said, "I always skip class anyway." Then he excitedly focused on his chess game. "All right, checkmate once more." He moved two chess pieces simultaneously and quickly. Sharon stood behind him, just staring blankly without a word. Then he looked at the messy pile on the right and thought to himself, "I just cleaned this and now it's like this again." After that he opened his mouth. "You guys aren't studying, not researching, and skipping classes." N said blankly, "It's okay for you to regret it, but don't leave." Sharon turned around, took off his outer garment, sighed and said, "I'll study." After saying that, he went to a round table next to the long table, took out his materials and began to study quietly. Haruki and N watched him silently. N lay back in his chair thinking with a bored expression, "He's really a model student." Suddenly, Haruki leaned his elbows on the table, bent forward and said to him with a sneer, "N, have you finished all your new inventions?" N turned his body, raised his head and looked at him. "Ah, that's right, of course." Haruki's voice reached Sharon's ears. "So this is an invisibility cloak?" He was recording content when he heard Haruki's voice. The two were again talking animatedly. "Wow, that's cool, truly amazing, right?" Sharon couldn't concentrate on studying at all, so he secretly leaned in to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. "It lasts for an hour, and if you inject energy like this." "Wow, truly amazing." Upon hearing this, Sharon could no longer pretend to be quiet, so he sprang up, looked at the two with a curious face and shouted, "I want to see it too." Let's return to when Sienna and Itella met at Itella's house. Sienna calmly picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then opened her mouth. "Since we were talking about N, shall we talk about the other children? That Haruki child, even though he's in class 5, pretends to be naive." In Sienna's mind, two figures, Haruki and Sharon, came to mind. Then she continued silently, "Did you see that child's abilities? And Sharon even defeated that monster Haruki. When the graduating students leave, these children will probably be the hope of our school." After that, she suddenly picked up her teacup, hastily placed it on her lap, and shouted in a growling voice, "But what if Sharon associates with children like Haruki and becomes rebellious like him? That child will become the biggest failure of the Magic Academy." Itella heard that and said blankly with a worried voice, "Failure?" After that, Itella opened her mouth comfortably. "Oh dear, you're worrying too much at this moment." Sharon's admiring voice echoed from the three-person lab. N was surprised to see a wooden box full of strange grenade-like tools. "Wow, you made all of these yourself?" N replied to that, "Yes, these are magic grenades." The three sat around the wooden box and N rested his hand on his chin, chuckling. "These are being saved to create a really big show later." Sharon sat next to him, holding the invisibility cloak and a pink round grenade, and said in a doubtful voice, "But isn't it too dangerous?" Haruki sighed, picked up a black book and opened his mouth with a wry smile. "Stop it, N's dream is to become a magic engineer. That's why he went to study." Sharon was wearing the invisibility cloak, so only his head was visible. Only his collar and the two hands holding the cloak were visible. The rest was completely transparent. Upon hearing Haruki's words, he said with an admiring expression, "A magic engineer, that's really cool, so you make these things with electrons?" After that, he asked curiously, "By the way, what's this book, this red one?" Sharon reached out and picked up the red book. Haruki and N glanced at the book simultaneously. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" Before N could even finish speaking, Haruki quickly spoke first. "Ha, why is the Human Research Team's book here?" He opened the book, looking at Haruki, and said, "Human Research Team." Then he looked at the open page and exclaimed in shock. On the page Sharon opened, there were pictures of two beautiful female students. What is this?" He dropped the book on the floor in embarrassment, covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye visible. "Isn't that a senior from our school?" Haruki looked at the page, frowned slightly, and opened his mouth. So it was here. Anne looked at Sharon and explained nonchalantly, "This is like an information book for some suspicious research team. The drawings are a bit crude, but it's full of internal information." Haruki said that with a bored tone. "Just a pastime for idle fellows, I guess," but he felt something strange and then he frowned irritably. After that he suddenly opened his eyes wide and his cheeks flushed red. His reaction was because he saw a drawing of Amy in that book. Haruki opened his mouth and asked as he remained silent, "Why isn't Sharon saying anything? Are you really dating?" Before Haruki could finish speaking he threw his hands into the air and stammered in embarrassment. These kinds of things, you shouldn't look at them." "What?" En saw Sharon's reaction and raised his hand as if to say something but just sighed. After that, Sharon lowered his hand, looked at Haruki and changed the subject worriedly. "Who is running a team like this?" he replied nonchalantly. "It's a shady underground team, but most of the content is about graduating students, so it's probably members from the graduating class." He mumbled worriedly. "Even graduating students have a team like this?" Gentle, delicate sunlight reflected off the eaves of Itella's house onto her roof. Sienna's voice was heard. "That's right, the supernatural spiritual science research team is also a shady team." After that, she said with a cold expression, "The Black Mage team is just a prank. The problem is that it's a prank orchestrated by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They all have various talents. They might be skilled at drawing, or have psychic eyes," Sienna continued. "And they are at a very high level. They have a talent for communication or research," she said again. "They can completely evade the school's surveillance system." Sienna sat neatly on her knees, clasped her hands and explained to Itella with a serious face, "The reason we haven't touched the supernatural spiritual science research team is that it's no longer considered an official team. Those smart students want to revive the supernatural spiritual science research team." After that, she said with a cold face and sharp eyes, "So I'm going to disband this team at this opportunity." Itella was silent for a moment, then closed her eyes, picked up the teapot, poured tea into a teacup and opened her mouth. "I understand the professor's concern for the students." She picked up the teapot, poured tea into a teacup and said, "But there's a reason the school doesn't interfere with such teams. It's to help students develop self-reliance. That's why research teams are considered independent teams, and they must take responsibility for their own choices." On a high branch, baby birds of different colors were in a nest, unlike the pink of the mother bird. The mother bird sat next to the nest watching the baby birds. Itella continued, "If we as adults take away their rights, those children will become afraid to make choices." She calmly and implicitly asked Sienna, "How about giving those children a chance?" Sienna was silent for a moment, then closed her eyes in thought, after which she frowned and opened her mouth. "Of course, what you say is correct." Sienna opened her eyes, looked at Itella worriedly, and retorted, "I believe it is also the responsibility of adults to develop students' talents and prevent them from going down the wrong path." Itella looked at her silently, thinking, "I can see how much Professor Sienna cares for Sharon. I want to give Sharon enough time to decide for himself, but I cannot dismiss Professor Sienna's opinion lightly." After thinking, she opened her mouth. "I apologize for not telling you earlier, but this matter concerns Sharon. Sharon recently reached Nirvana in the rapid casting exam." Sienna heard that, opened her eyes wide and was startled. She couldn't believe it was true, and she really shouted loudly, "What did you say?" Sienna's scream echoed throughout the mountains and forests, startling the birds perched on the high treetops. The birds hastily flew up into the sky. In the three-person lab, the hanging lamp on the ceiling suddenly shook violently, and the ground also continuously trembled. Sharon lay prostrate on the floor, scared, and exclaimed, "Haha, an earthquake," and grabbed a cloak, put it in a wooden box, and hastily opened his mouth. "Damn it, quickly hide the stuff." Haruki also helped by gathering stacks of paper with one hand and putting them into the wooden box. Only Sharon was curious. "Why, what's going on?" Haruki tidied the long chair and replied to him, "A professor is controlling the storage room." Anne hastily tidied the table and Sharon just looked at them and opened his mouth worriedly. "So what should we do now?" Haruki said hastily. "Sit down and wait." As one hand touched the recognition device in front of the door, a growling voice was heard. "It's an emergency inspection." Sienna was waiting for the door to open. She thought with a serious face, "It takes about 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room, so there should be enough time to hide the evidence." The lab, Sharon was pushed into a chair by Anne and Haruki. He exclaimed hastily, "The professor has arrived, shouldn't we greet her?" Anne grabbed his arm and answered him blankly, "It's fine, just pretend nothing's wrong." Haruki reminded him worriedly, "If we get caught it won't end with just a suspension." Sharon heard their words and Anne, sitting cross-legged in the middle chair with his hands clasped, looked at him and advised him, "This lab is our territory. If you get scared, it's over." He opened his mouth with a slightly doubtful voice. All right. Sienna, exuding cold and intense beauty, opened the door with an oppressive aura and entered. Before her eyes were 3 people sitting in chairs in various poses. The room was tidy and there was nothing suspicious. Haruki crossed his arms and glanced at her with an arrogant expression. En sat neatly, rested both hands on his chin, slightly bowed his head and glanced at her. Sharon looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Sienna frowned, glared at the 3 and thought to herself, "I must disband this team before it's too late." Sienna gently sat in a chair, placed her hand on her right knee, looked straight ahead, smiled faintly and then opened her mouth. "Aren't you even going to greet your professor?" she thought to herself. Research teams are teams under the complete management of the academy, and 3 stages must be observed. The first is the professor's council, the student council, and especially the research teams. It's a tradition that even professors must follow to offer opinions. Sienna's thoughts suddenly paused. Why did I expect this reaction? But N crossed his legs and opened his mouth nonchalantly. We apologize. We were in the middle of a discussion. Sienna was displeased with his attitude. That attitude is a bit annoying. N crossed his legs, rested his elbows on the chair's armrests, clasped his hands, and said with a smile in his eyes, "If you had sent an official letter beforehand, we would have welcomed you warmly." Sienna no longer looked at N, glanced sideways irritably, and thought in silence, the most annoying thing is that Sharon also got involved. Sharon appeared outwardly nonchalant, merely looking down at the table quietly, but inwardly he was tearing his hair out and screaming, "It's Professor Sienna, is it really okay to just sit here like this?" After that, Sienna smiled brightly and opened her mouth. "I don't know what the problem is. Shouldn't you offer a guest tea or a drink?" N replied to her with a smile in his eyes. "Oh dear, do you trust us enough to drink the tea we offer?" Sharon, sitting between the two, was already frozen as if out of his mind. She pushed up her glasses with her index and middle fingers, closed her eyes and smiled faintly. "Then before I leave I'll get straight to the point." She sat in the chair and said in a serious voice, "I'd like you to return the lab." As she finished speaking, Haruki merely looked at her with a serious expression and smiled with his eyes, and Sharon looked at her somewhat blankly. After that, the three put their heads together, their eyes wide, and shouted simultaneously, "W, what did you say?" And suddenly slammed the table hard, sprang up and cried out in pain, "Return the room? Why all of a sudden?" Sienna took out a file, looked for something, and then said, "I've searched through the literature, but I couldn't find any reason not to close this research team. In fact, you haven't done anything for 4 years. Sharon broke out in a cold sweat, looking uneasily at Haruki, who was doing the same. She continued, "In fact, you've been understaffed for the entire semester. That's enough reason to close this team. Plus, your budget was cut, wasn't it?" Sienna turned the pages of the file and opened her mouth. "According to policy, if you can create some value within a month, you can continue the research team. Otherwise," and suddenly knelt on the table, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and pleaded with her under Sharon's surprised gaze, "Please, Professor, anything is fine, but not research results." He bowed his head and pleaded earnestly, "Supernatural research is honestly an unprovable subject, isn't it? Do you really want to shut down the only research team that will dismantle a magic society overly reliant on science and logic? We'll do everything except research results, please." Sienna held the file to her face and looked down at N, saying, "If you want that so much, I have another proposal." N said seriously and loudly, "Yes, I'll do anything." Sienna looked at N with a serious expression and opened her mouth. "Remove Sharon from the team." As she finished speaking, N raised his head and looked at her in surprise. Sharon and Haruki were also very surprised. All three were equally surprised by her condition. After that, they shouted simultaneously, "Why?" After a brief discussion, Sienna opened her mouth. "You already knew, didn't you?" N and Haruki sat neatly in their chairs, deliberating on what choice to make. Sharon was forced by her to sit in the opposite chair. He was also very flustered. Sienna stood behind the chair with her arms crossed and said, "Immortality is a big problem that the Academy cannot solve. It's too dangerous for a young Academy student to solve. Sharon could also disappear." Sharon looked at her and replied with a worried and dissatisfied expression, "I know it's dangerous. I won't do it again." She turned her head to look at him with a serious expression and said, "That's not all. The real problem is the subsequent overload." Sharon looked at N and Haruki and asked, "Overload, what's that?" N did not answer, seemingly afraid. Haruki frowned and explained to him, "Should I call it a disease that geniuses experience? I got it when I was 18, but it wasn't that serious." He repeated his father's words, "My father said you were crazy, so just live with your mouth shut." He said in a curious voice, "I don't know anything about it." Sienna pressed her hand to her forehead and said sadly, "I'm saying it's a problem because that's how you perceive it. Overload is a phenomenon that occurs when the mind cannot fully control the amount of information from a sudden awakening. Something condenses in that person's brain and emits light," she said. "It's like a dam that cannot hold too much water. It's a terrible symptom that can destroy consciousness." However, because it was mistakenly believed to be a disease experienced by geniuses, mothers of sick children, hearing it was a genius's disease, refused treatment amidst joy and worry. Sienna continued, "Many children missed the timing for treatment and lived a life of suffering. And to think of overload as the cause of the immortal ability, your professor doesn't even want to imagine how dangerous that would be." Listening to her words, he frowned worriedly and thought, the collapse of consciousness. Perhaps so, the nightmares he had every night, his body constantly feeling in discomfort as if countless cylindrical tendrils were swirling inside him. After that, he thought he might be going mad. "No," Sienna stood, frowning, desperately trying to persuade him. "I intend to have Sharon focus on psychological treatment while minimizing the impact on his studies." He bowed his head sadly. She continued, "I will personally manage it so there are no after effects. So if you truly care about your friend, you must expel Sharon from the team." Suddenly, N interrupted her, shouting loudly, "No!" She glanced at N in surprise, then spoke in a firm and resolute yet humor-tinged voice. "As president, I don't believe the professor knows everything." She bent forward in anger and shouted, "What, is this a time to be angry?" But Haruki answered her, "Isn't this something Sharon should decide for himself?" Sharon was stunned to hear that. Then he said, Professor, I understand your concern, but isn't this going too far? N, who was sitting next to him, shot up in anger. Exactly, Professor, could you tell us why you're acting so excessively? Is it because you like him? Like what? He hesitated, then shouted angrily. Is it because you like Sharon? Sienna replied blankly and immediately, yes, is there a problem? Hearing her answer, N looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He clutched his head, threw his neck back towards the sky and shouted, Of course there's a problem. I never thought a professor would be infatuated with a student. Sienna still murmured blankly, Well, it could happen. We are a man and a woman after all. He shouted even louder. How can you think that way? His face was so red it looked like smoke was rising from it, and his eyes dim and dazed. He said, If that's the case, is there a possibility that the professor likes me too? Sienna quickly replied coldly, No, absolutely not. N collapsed dramatically onto the table, lamenting, The difference is immense. Sharon, standing next to him, exclaimed in surprise, The president's dead. Hearing that, she said, I won't get caught up in a debate about right and wrong. Don't be stubborn, accept reality. Uruki looked at her and said, Professor, if Sharon can't endure the overload, does that mean he can only go that far? He won't die, will he? Sharon was stunned to hear him ask that. Sienna replied seriously, As far as I know, Professor Itella knows this fact because she has already experienced it. This isn't normal, it's the immortal ability. Uruki frowned in confusion. The immortal ability is a field that has never been known. It's a place Sharon has stepped into. Shouldn't we trust him and wait? Professor, are you worried about him exceeding his limits? Then he seriously emphasized, and people call that obsession. Sienna, hearing that, fell silent and bit her lip slightly. She began to think, obsession. She recalled a childhood memory. Someone called her name. Sienna, you must leave this place. She recalled sitting alone in a frozen forest as a child, clutching her head in terror. Suddenly, Sharon said blankly, I think that's something I should decide for myself. Sienna looked back at him in surprise and worry. Sharon, he said sincerely, to be honest, Professor, like you said, I was very scared. Professor, at one point I thought I was going mad, she said hastily. Then from now on, but Sharon interrupted her. No, I was truly happy. Sienna looked at him in surprise. What? Sharon placed his left hand on his left chest where his heart was beating and said in a friendly voice, It's something no one can experience, but it's happening to me, isn't it? I'm really afraid of the nightmares disappearing. If they disappear, I won't be able to delve into the hidden secrets within me anymore. After that, he looked up at her with confident eyes. If this is a question given only to me, I want to find the answer. I won't run away. I'll face it head on. Sienna remained silent and thought, like that child. She recalled a time when a blonde-haired boy reached out his hand to help her. That person said, Don't run away, face it head on. And she murmured to herself, That child is like him. After a moment, Sienna nodded and said, All right, I will respect Sharon's decision and will never again think that he will give up. The three, hearing that, popped their heads out from under the table in surprise and joy, saying, Then, she replied to N. Yes. After that, she turned her head, waved her hand, and smiled brightly. We'll return to the original conditions. You can show results by next month, right? N frowned and sighed blankly, his face turning ashen as if he could no longer smile. Now the three of them are sitting on a bench next to a waterfall. All are blankly looking in three different directions, and N looks as if his soul has left his body. Sharon said, flustered, What should we do? So we have to show research results within a month? Are there any records of past research? N, already soulless, couldn't answer him. Uruki frowned in thought, then replied, As far as I know, the supernatural spiritual science research team hasn't researched anything. If supernatural spiritual science existed, it would be in textbooks. There's no evidence to prove the existence of souls. Uruki said helplessly. Then N finally spoke, but it was very strange. His face was pale and bloodless. I'm sorry, former president. It seems the research team will end with this generation. And he said more, but it was inaudible. Sharon, shedding tears, still cheered him on. And hang in there. Suddenly, Uruki, who had been leaning back in his chair dejectedly, shot up with a glint in his eyes. A pretty girl, Sharon said. This isn't the time for that. Focus. N was still soulless, but upon hearing a pretty girl, he shot up, put his hand over his eyes, narrowing his vision, and kept asking, Where? They were looking at a long, purple-haired female student walking over there. N couldn't take his eyes off her and said, Who is that? Was there someone like that in the advanced class? Uruki touched his chin, speculating. There was no one like that in the advanced class. Did she graduate? Sharon looked at the two of them, puzzled. Do you remember all the faces of the girls in the advanced class? Suddenly, Sharon realized that the girl looked too much like Sienna. He frowned, his face flushed, and he exclaimed, That's Professor Sienna. And Sharon and N, looking at the girl, simultaneously shouted, Professor Sienna, and N said loudly, What? No way, can a person change that much? Uruki looked at Sharon and asked, Sharon, you have an eye for women, don't you, pervert? He hastily explained, No, it's not like that. After that, he wondered, But where is the professor going on the weekend? And she's even wearing makeup. They followed Sienna's retreating figure, talking back and forth. Uruki speculated she was going on a date. After all, she's old enough. N didn't believe she had a boyfriend. Suddenly, N shot up and murmured, This is our chance. Sharon, sitting next to him, didn't know what he was going to do. And he said excitedly, We'll tail Professor Sienna, find her weakness, and use that to stop the research team's disbandment. Sharon exclaimed in surprise. What on earth are you talking about? Uruki said seriously, It's not easy to tail a certified grade 6 mage, but we have an invisibility cloak, don't we? Sharon shouted once more. You too, Haruki spoke, and the two left him with instructions and ran off. Haruki said, I'll tell the professor first. You go with N pointed straight at him and shouted, I'll get the cloak from the lab. You know how to maintain distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research team. They said that and left, and Sharon blankly couldn't understand anything. After that he wailed, Use your brains for studying. At that moment, Sienna stopped and was looking around, appearing very wary. Sharon and his two friends were hiding behind an apple shelf wearing invisibility cloaks. Haruki said, The professor is very wary. We almost got caught. N found this situation very interesting. He grinned slyly and said, It seems there's something going on. Who is the professor going to meet? Sharon said discontentedly. Why do we have to do this? But he added with a slight worry, but something feels strange. When a noble dates, the four were in a large bustling market. Sharon wondered, shouldn't they avoid commoner streets? Additional explanation. The invisibility cloak is an item made with magic engineering. It was created with magic utilizing electromagnetic fields. Its quality and duration are inferior to those sold in the market, but its effect is the same as the real thing. Sharon expressed his incomprehension. It's really strange, the bustling market below, and his question. When nobles go on dates, why don't they avoid commoner streets? As Sienna walked, she continuously looked around as if wary of someone. When she spotted something suspicious, she carefully looked back. After that, Sienna quickly passed by the shops on the street. Haruki stated his opinion. There's definitely something suspicious. She's very wary. N worried about the fate of the documents. The professor wouldn't sell those strange pages for money, would she? Sharon looked at him with a judgmental gaze. You think the professor is like you? Sienna stood in front of a house door on the street. When the door opened, she smiled. A man embraced her, expressing joy. The three, seeing the scene, simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, It's a man! N was excited by the information he had just witnessed. The professor's commoner boyfriend. Big news. Is this a secret love opposed by her family? Haruki and Sharon focused their gaze on N. The professor went inside. We should stop here. But N, unable to contain his curiosity, rushed out onto the street in delight. What are you talking about? We have to follow the professor and find evidence for the survival of the research team. Haruki and Sharon were helpless in the face of N's decision. N signaled to Haruki now. Haruki also cleared his throat, mentally preparing himself. A blue beam of light entered the iron joint inside the door. The outer lock was released by the pressure, and N shouted in delight, Success, the door's open. He flung the door open and boasted about his guess. As far as I know, the basement door is the weakest point. Let's go in. N and Haruki quickly explored the house's floors. There was nothing on the first floor. Alright, let's infiltrate the second floor. Use your conversion-type spiritual domain to check the hallway first. Sharon couldn't help but smile helplessly at his friend's naivety. Why don't these two use their immense intelligence and motivation for studying? The three, wearing invisibility cloaks, quietly moved around the house along the walls, eavesdropping. Suddenly, N signaled, Shish, I hear a woman's voice from that room. The room from which N heard the sound was closed. Sharon, knowing everything was going too far, pleaded tearfully to go back, please. N blocked him, saying it couldn't be helped since Professor Sienna had declared war first. N pressed his ear close to the door, listening in on the situation. Sienna's voice was heard. You don't need to change, do you? A soft voice from inside replied. I like today's clothes better. The voice inside continued. Should I change? After that, Amy decided to change for her, saying, Just wear these clothes, they're pretty. Haruki and Sharon, listening from outside, flushed. They said embarrassedly, It seems better if we don't listen any further. Sienna asked again from inside. When will your husband be back? Amy replied. In about 2 hours. The three, hearing that, froze in surprise. Is the professor dating a married man? Amy quickly prepared inside. All right, let's start now. Haruki said, This is more than a weakness. N was startled by what he had just heard. I can't allow this. He quickly turned the doorknob, determined to stop this wrong deed. I have to stop this. The three, shedding tears, rushed into the room to prevent anything unnecessary from happening. Professor, don't do it, the three said simultaneously. After that, their voices grew softer. That's wrong. All three were stunned by the sight before their eyes. The door, unable to withstand the pressure of the three, fell off. The three were dumbfounded to see Amy drawing a picture. A drawing, Sienna said with a trembling voice. You all, furious at the sudden appearance of the students, she shouted, What are you doing here? Immediately after that, all three were punished, standing with their hands raised. Their hands had been trembling for some time. And the leader then stepped forward to admit their wrongdoing. We're sorry, we thought Professor was engaged in private matters. Sienna was startled by N's excuse. What, did you really think I'd do such a thing? She angrily commanded. Once we get back to school, you're going to get an earful, understood? Haruki sighed helplessly. We deserve to be punished, of course. Haruki quickly dragged N, the leader, to the forefront. He's the ringleader. Sharon quickly presented evidence from the side. The invisibility cloak is N's too, and didn't even have time to react to his two friends' betrayal. You traitors, you didn't object either. Amy quickly stepped forward to defend the three. Please stop scolding them, I'm fine and the door is fixed. Sienna still felt guilty towards her. But Amy explained, My students followed me because they were worried about me. Right, Sienna? Amy smiled broadly, waving her hand, and said, It's fine, it's true I was watched, but it was wrong of me to trespass into someone else's house. The children clearly rushed in without thinking because you were here, Professor. He slowly walked out, saying, I'll go get the car, please talk for a while. Sharon and his friends quickly replied, Thank you. The three looked at Amy with respect. She's truly like an angel. Watching Amy's slow movements, Sharon wondered inwardly as if realizing something. Is she blind? Suddenly, Sharon clutched his head, thinking about the changes happening in his brain. But why did my head suddenly feel so heavy? Is this related to feelings of regret? Sienna, sighing, pressed a hand to her forehead and said, "Thankfully, Amy is a very generous person." Sharon immediately asked, "Professor, who is she?" And from the side couldn't hide his curiosity. "That's right, what's your relationship with her, and why were you so cautious when you went to meet her?" Sienna still had to answer her troublesome students. "Amy is a senior who studied with me at the Magic Academy when I was young." Haruki wondered, "Then is she a mage too? But why did she lose her eyesight?" Sienna suddenly sighed and said hesitantly, "Amy can no longer see, it's my fault." Sienna recalled that day. Sienna ran through the pouring rain. When she was young, she also experienced overload. Her image, crying loudly in the rain, overlapped with her narration. "During those hellish times, the only thing I could do was run away." At that moment, Amy ran quickly and shouted, "Sienna, it's dangerous, the water level has risen a lot over there." Seeing this, Sienna stubbornly ran away from Amy. "No, don't come near me." Immediately after, she stumbled. Sienna was swept away by the water along with Amy's scream. Sienna, immediately after, she also quickly jumped into the water. The two grabbed a large log. Sienna was crying loudly in fear. Amy immediately reassured her. "Hold on tight. If we can endure until downstream, we'll survive." Amy suddenly saw the scene before her. Huge logs were piled up and large and small branches protruded, making it very dangerous. Amy quickly instructed Sienna, "Sienna, we have to dive underwater. Can you do it?" Sienna, unable to stop her tears, said in fear, "I can't." Amy, as if there was no more time, quickly pushed Sienna's head down and continued to reassure her. "Hold your breath. I'll keep pushing you underwater so you don't resurface. If you hold on tight, we'll survive." Sienna obediently complied. "Okay." Amy, alone from above, faced the large logs before her and said with a lightning-like belief glowing within her body, "Yes, we'll survive." The speed increased rapidly. The log rushed towards that large pile of logs. She thought inwardly, "At least you must survive." Amy's tears fell as they awaited what would happen next. Sienna recalled that story bitterly. Amy, the genius of the Magic Academy, lost both her eyes that way. Both of them survived, but she gave up on becoming a mage. Everyone listened to Amy's story and looked regretful. Sienna continued, "You can't imagine how surprised I was when I heard she became a painter." N quietly said, "So that's what happened." Haruki also understood. "So that's why Professor was so worried about overload." At that moment, Amy entered, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. "Sienna complains a lot, doesn't she?" Sienna said in surprise. "Amy," Sharon quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," Amy continued. "But even with all her complaints, Sienna clearly cares a lot about those children. She talks about them every day." N scratched his head sheepishly and said, "We also respect you very much, Professor." Haruki, taking a sip of tea from the side, said nonchalantly, "It's iced tea." Sharon approached the painting Amy was working on and asked cautiously, "If it's all right with you, could we watch you paint?" Amy was slightly surprised by his words. "You want to watch me paint?" N also quickly agreed. "I want to see it too." Haruki wondered, "How do you paint when you can't see anything?" Sienna, thinking her students were a bit rude, scolded them. "You kids don't be so impolite." Amy gently placated her. "Sienna, it's fine, we don't have much time and I need to keep painting. You agree, Sienna?" Sienna had no reason to refuse, so she immediately agreed. "Yes, of course, though it's a bit embarrassing." Sienna, embarrassed, posed for Amy to paint. Amy had just finished sketching the painting, and N, from the side, couldn't help but admire Amy's talent. "It's truly unbelievable. How can she draw like that?" Haruki thought for a moment and said, "She must be using her spiritual domain." N turned his body in disgust. "In other words, she's at least at a foundational level, isn't she?" Sharon, alone and quietly, observed Amy's every movement. He slowly stood up and asked cautiously, "Amy," Sharon asked a question that made Amy stop her movements. "You can see, can't you?" Amy immediately smiled and turned to Sharon. She slowly removed her blindfold and said, "I've really been waiting. I'm curious about you, Sharon." Sharon was surprised by the sight before his eyes. Amy, looking at him with two glowing eyes, muttered to herself, "Did you notice?" As soon as Amy removed her blindfold, her eyes glowed and she approached Sharon. Sharon was startled. "I was waiting to see when Sharon would notice." Sharon kept hitting N's head, but there was no response. "N, Haruki, come and look at Amy's eyes." He turned around and was surprised to see his two friends standing motionless. Sienna also remained motionless in her seated position. Sharon checked on each person and said, bewildered, "This is," Amy explained from behind, "it's magic." The golden light around Amy added to her majesty. "This technique is called condensation," Sharon said, as if unable to believe his eyes. "Unbelievable." He thought, "I never thought I'd personally see a mage who has reached the speed of light in casting magic." Amy calmly invited Sharon to sit. "Sit down, let's talk calmly, we have plenty of time." That moment, Amy's room divided into thousands of other rooms, forming an infinite maze. Sharon still chuckled awkwardly, as if unable to believe his eyes. Amy sat in the opposite chair and said calmly, "Honestly, I've always been worried. I knew you'd notice soon." Sharon asked in surprise, "Amy, you knew I'd notice?" "Yes." Amy pointed to the white cloth covering her eyes and explained, "You perceive light with your eyes and recreate images, but my two eyes are already light itself," she continued. "As soon as I saw you, I knew we had one thing in common." Sharon said cautiously, using his deductive reasoning. "Perhaps." Amy immediately agreed. "Yes," she revealed with a gentle smile, "it's the immortal ability." Sharon couldn't hide his surprise. He cautiously asked Amy, "May I ask about the immortal ability?" Amy explained to Sharon without hesitation. The immortal ability is the door to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called keymasters. The light from Amy's eyes pierced through the white cloth. Before Sharon's eyes, a suddenly opened lock shape appeared, encircled by a yellow ring of power. "Sharon, you opened that door." Below Amy's explanation was an image of turquoise light and its ring of power. The keymaster's mind flows into infinity, and there they feel immense power and liberation. Sharon listened carefully to every word. Noticing the tension clearly visible on his face, Amy reassured him. "Don't worry. As long as you don't exceed your limits, your mind will remain intact," Sharon quickly said. "Are you sure?" "Actually, I dream of the universe every night." Amy was also surprised by this information. "The universe?" Sharon expressed his worries about this issue. "Yes, I kept it a secret from my friends, but I thought I was going crazy because of these supernatural sensations." He hesitated and continued. "And it's a bit dangerous too." Amy smiled and said to Sharon, "I understand." She seemed to be giving Sharon a good sign. "Magic has fallen for you, Sharon." Sharon was a little confused by these words. Amy continued to explain. "First, your symptoms are unavoidable." Along with Amy's detailed explanation, an image of Sharon floating in cosmic space with thousands of stars appeared. "The place you've touched is the realm of infinity, and at the same time it's the universe. Anyone who has to face reincarnation in such a space will feel fear. Stimuli like fear will lead to enlightenment." Amy mimicked Sharon opening the universe's lock. "Most keymasters gain spatial omnipotence, but Sharon, the fear you feel has nothing to do with space. You've encountered something entirely different." Amy gently reassured Sharon once more. "The moment you realize what it is, your worries will disappear." Hearing this, Sharon immediately became cheerful again. "How will I know?" Amy smiled and said. "You'll find a way. I don't know when, it might be soon, or it might take a lifetime." Sharon became slightly dejected at these words. "A lifetime," Amy reassured him once more. "But don't worry." Along with Amy's words, an image of Sharon's cosmic soul was reflected behind him. "It's already within you, you just haven't named it yet." Sharon pondered her words and then asked, "Is it something still undeveloped?" "The universe exists, but it's inside me? I don't quite understand." He then presented information that surprised Amy. "Does it have anything to do with light and the strings I saw in my dream?" Amy smiled again as if realizing something. "It's probably related to G-symmetry theory." Sharon seemed to have gained new knowledge again. G-symmetry theory. Amy continued to explain. "Scholars believe this world is perfect." Along with Amy's detailed explanation, images of humans affected by supernatural powers and cosmic flows and perfect laws of physics appeared. "The world explainable by mathematics is perfect. Just as the speed of light doesn't change, this ideal symmetry appears to be the result of someone's precise arrangement. However, as the world changes with the flow of time, factors affecting humans quickly deviated from their original orbits. But the deeper we researched, the more we realized that symmetry was broken." Sharon looked back at Aruki and thought inwardly, "Come to think of it, Aruki once talked about the mysterious world of probability." Amy continued, "The universe we live in isn't perfect. We don't know what broke that symmetry." She concluded it was an anonymous entity but added, "But Sharon, you'll find it." Encouraged by Amy, Sharon said hesitantly, "Thank you." He rejoiced as if he had realized many things and assured Amy, "Amy, thank you so much. I think I can do it." Sharon hesitated and apologized for having followed the professors, "But I was truly happy to meet you, Amy." Amy turned to Sienna and said, "Please take good care of Sienna," she said gently to Sharon. "She's more sensitive than you think." At this moment, Sharon, as if remembering something, quickly asked, "Why did you hide your abilities from Professor Sienna? You could have told her." Amy slightly bowed her head and said, "Sienna always worried about me because of her guilt, but my eyes won't recover, so it wouldn't be good for her to waste her time on me." A thought briefly crossed her mind. "I'm married too, after all." Amy began painting again, and Sharon continued to observe her. As Amy painted, she reconsidered what she had just said. "And I want to help Sienna live her own life." Sienna was quietly posing for Amy's painting. Her cheeks were flushed as if she were an ancient princess. Sharon quietly reflected on their recent conversation. Anne and Aruki were chatting happily beside him. Sharon smiled, recalling Amy's earnest request. It was as if he was agreeing. "So promise me you'll keep this secret." The painting of Sienna wearing a yellow dress like autumn leaves was completed. Amy thanked Sienna. "Thank you, Sienna," Sienna said humbly. "You're welcome, we're close like sisters, aren't we?" "Oh, by the way," she said quietly, "today is the last day. When my brother settles down elsewhere, I'll write you a letter." Amy immediately agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I'll reply." She then said to Sharon, Anne, and Aruki, "All of you study hard." The three replied happily in unison, "Thank you." Amy smiled and said, "See you later, Sienna." Sienna said goodbye with regret. "Well then, I'll be going now." Immediately after, a clear voice echoed from afar, "Honey, I'm back from shopping. Is the painting all done?" Sienna and the three students were all frozen by the sight of Amy's wife and her captivating voice. "Oh my, Miss Sienna, leaving already? Why don't you have dinner with us?" Sharon was surprised by Amon's appearance. "Uncle Amin really has unique tastes." She looked down at Sienna's face and assessed, "Why is your face so red, honey? I think Miss Sienna isn't feeling well." Sienna was speechless. Sharon and the students quickly escaped the awkward atmosphere. "Excuse me, we're busy so we'll be leaving first." Amin hastily bid them farewell goodbye. The red-haired girl standing behind watched their every move. Then she said in a sarcastic tone, "Amin, would the boss believe Amin Guangan's expression?" Amin said coldly, "Stop nagging and report quickly." She quickly said, "I have to go from Chris to Kerber Vera. There were many obstacles on the way, but nothing compared to Amin Guangan." Then she continued sarcastically, "To him, or should I call you the soul hunter of the eternal realm?" Amin quietly entered the house and said, "I'll do as the contract says, so stop with such nonsense." She pressed, "You still haven't told Sienna, have you?" As Amin remained silent, she reminded him, "Don't forget, the lives of those you love are at risk." Amin rebuked her coldly, "Don't worry, Sienna knows nothing." Sharon walked silently ahead and a worried voice was heard from behind. "No, we're doomed." Sharon wondered why N said that, and explained, "If this happens, Professor Sienna will be really upset. When we return to the academy, we'll be punished for stalking and trespassing. The research team will be disbanded." He suddenly stopped Sienna and she turned around. "Professor Sienna," N pleaded in a gentle voice, "can we have dinner before we go back?" Uruki immediately agreed. "That's right, we're really hungry." Sharon smiled gently and said, "Since we're out, we should eat something." Sienna, seeing the three students suffering so much, relented and said, "I suppose so, you must be starving having done nothing all day." She quickly agreed and walked forward again. "All right, let's go. Eat until you burst." The three behind rejoiced simultaneously as their plan succeeded. "Let's make her feel better and avoid punishment." Uruki coveted the dinner menu. "I'm going to order something really expensive." Only Sharon worried about Sienna's emotions. She must be sad about breaking up with Uncle Amin. We need to comfort her. 2 hours later, night was deepening in a city restaurant. Sienna's voice echoed, "Give me more." Screams erupted incessantly. "Professor, I was wrong. Stop, Professor." Sienna, her face flushed with alcohol, held a wine bottle and loudly exclaimed, "Give me one more bottle of alcohol." The students below pleaded in fear, "Please don't drink any more, Professor." The mystery remained unsolved. What's happening to Sienna? 2 hours before, the three students worriedly prayed for Professor Sienna. Delicious food was beautifully laid out on the table. N was puzzled to see Sienna pouring alcohol into her glass. "Professor, are you going to drink alcohol?" Sienna casually picked up her glass and said to the students in a sarcastic tone, "So, you can trespass into someone else's house, but I can't drink alcohol." N quickly smiled and calmed her down. "No, it's your day off today, so drink as much as you want." Sharon quickly tasted the food on the table, exclaiming in admiration, "It's really delicious." Uruki, sitting next to him, chuckled at Sharon's innocence. "Seems like he's eating this for the first time." N quickly poured Sienna a drink, trying to curry favor. "I'll pour you a drink, Professor." She quickly took the bottle back, shooing the student away. "Why are you touching this kid?" N smiled, but inwardly he was calculating his plan. "But I have to make sure to make the professor happy." He pleaded with her, showing confidence in his plan. Behind him, Sharon was happily sharing food with Uruki. "Uruki, try this too." Uruki immediately waved his hand. "No thanks, I'm sick of it," and grinned wickedly, a smug expression on his face about his plan. "I'll definitely find her weakness." About an hour later, N cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as Sienna pinched his plump cheeks. "You troublemaker." She happily fiddled with N's plump cheeks. "Why are your cheeks always so plump?" Sharon and Uruki, sitting opposite, began to feel fear. "Professor, you're drunk." Sienna suddenly spoke to them, startling them. "Kids, you both did really well on the rapid casting exam today." Sienna, still holding N's cheek with one hand, pointed at the two with the other and loudly praised them. "You're both so talented, but why do you just wing it at school?" Then her voice became a little softer and Sienna said, tears welling up. "So many talented people can't achieve their dreams," she said in a tearful voice. "You might think I'm a bad professor, but what about you?" Sharon explained. "No, we don't think that." Sienna's face was flushed with alcohol, full of unspeakable sadness. Losing her balance, she simply collapsed onto the table. Sienna buried her face in the table, motionless, and the students, startled, cried out, "Professor!" Uruki picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, "I'm done eating." The three looked at the professor, thinking the same thing. "She's not even awake yet. But who's going to pay for this food?" Sharon shook Sienna to wake her. "Professor, wake up, Professor!" Just then a man said with a calm laugh, "Oh my, this young lady seems to be drunk. Shall I take her home in my carriage?" Of course she was just a young lady, so he politely refused. "No need." The men ignored them and approached Sienna's seat. "Kids, don't get involved. Adults will take care of it, so go help that young lady." He reached out to touch Sienna, and up close she was truly beautiful. His eyes suddenly changed. Truly amazing. As he reached out to touch Sienna, Sharon grabbed his wrist and said in a cold voice, "Are you still not letting go?" Sharon stared at the two unfamiliar men with resolute eyes. "Don't touch our professor." The two men, surprised by Sharon's attitude, shouted angrily, "How dare this kid? If you're students, why are you sitting here at night? Kids, go home and sleep with your mommies." And stood with Sharon, his expression unchanged, listening. "If I say one word, you'll all be expelled." Suddenly an electromagnetic light appeared from somewhere, startling the man, and his eyes almost popped out. Anne, casting magic from the side, said threateningly, "I think it would be better if you quietly disappear if you don't want to be more embarrassed." One man quickly realized and stammered, "Magic." The other man began to fear. "Surely they're not from Anfi's Magic Academy, are they?" he thought inwardly. "Then it's beyond my authority." Suddenly a voice was heard. "Administrator Chris Sverglass." The man turned around to find his wallet in Uruki's hand. My wallet, when did you take it? Haruki calmly looked at the documents and asked, Are you a high-ranking official? He threw the wallet back to its owner and laughed. If you want to expel us, come find Miedon, Haruki. We'll go all the way here. The wallet accurately hit the dumbfounded man's face and he was startled, stammering, Me Miedon. The image of a powerful authority figure with a brilliant resume startled the two men. A grade 1 noble, a family that served as royal advisors for 3 generations, Miedon, the two quickly fled in fear. I shouldn't have gotten involved with him in the first place. What's the point of showing off power for nothing? En watched the two men flee and asked Haruki, puzzled, Why did you mention your family? You hate it. Haruki explained, Except for those damn guys who only care about connections. Let's go, I'm in a bad mood after eating good food. Sienna was still asleep, smiling from behind, and quickly took a picture and developed it, rejoicing. He held the photo in his hand, twirling happily, as if he had discovered a treasure. Look at this, a perfectionist, drunk and asleep. Big news. Haruki held the camera in his hand and praised En's photography skills. You took a picture, not bad. En rejoiced at his opportunity. Our team will be saved from disbandment, Sharon whispered, dripping with sweat. You guys. Sienna was draped over Sharon's back like a huge unmoving chunk of meat. Why do I have to carry Professor Sienna? En playfully replied. Why, I'm jealous, Haruki quickly explained. You're the strongest of the 3 of us. En's helpless figure, thinking he would die after 10 steps carrying Sienna. Haruki was even weaker than En, and had already died without taking a single step. Haruki approached Sharon and gave him a small tip. Try using a diagram, Sharon said, unable to understand. Can I use it whenever I want? Haruki explained. You have to be able to use your spiritual domain to use a diagram. En suddenly said, surprised as if he had remembered something. That's right, there are magic swordsmen in the kingdom too, Haruki encouraged Sharon. I know you're talented. As soon as Sharon heard that, his eyes lit up. Really? I want to learn, Haruki quickly instructed. First, close your eyes and focus on yourself, he gently guided Sharon. I'll ask leading questions, just follow my voice, Sharon seriously complied. Yes, he gradually delved deep into his soul. I need to feel myself and reflect deeply on myself. In the quiet space of his soul, Sharon heard Haruki's voice. Can you hear my voice? Breathe deeply and exhale slowly. Haruki stood behind Sharon, a mysterious expression on his face, and said, Listen carefully and answer. Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Amy? Sharon, dumbfounded by his friend's joke, opened his eyes and laughed aloud. En cackled. Funny, Sharon got tricked. In the darkness, the purple night sky and the brightly shining crescent moon created a beautiful star-filled night. The 3 crossed a bridge and Sharon said, Hey, stop using the professor's weakness to beg. En had a disgruntled expression. Why, we worked so hard for it, Sharon said softly. You know, Professor Sienna. Professor Sienna must have had a difficult and sad day today. Sienna was sleeping soundly on Sharon's back. Haruki said, The professor wouldn't want us to suffer the same pain she did. En was silent, avoiding the gaze of his 2 friends. He scratched his head and made a decision. All right, but the former president entrusted the team to me, so if we're disbanded, En found it hard to make a decision. So he threw the photo into the river below, letting it disappear quickly with the current. All right, everything will be fine. The 3 looked at each other and resolved. Yes, let's do what we can. All right. Suddenly, Sienna shot up, startling the students. What's right? Sharon asked in confusion. Professor, are you awake? Sienna quickly said, I've troubled you, I'm sorry. She quickly put her coat back on and said calmly, I'll keep your secret. The 3 asked in surprise. Yes? Sienna explained as the students didn't understand her words. I mean, I won't punish you. Understood? The 3 answered simultaneously in confusion. Really? Then Sienna pointed at the 3 and said, And I'll give you a month. She gave the students an assignment in her professor's tone. Show me something, even a ghost. If you truly cherish and love your research team, persuade the academy with that confidence. Sienna said passionately, You must achieve what you want. Sharon, hearing Sienna's passionate words, muttered softly as if he had realized something. Professor. En next to him replied quickly and excitedly, Yes, he stood before the professor and resolved, whether we present or not, we will prove the value of our research team with confidence and pride. Haruki also said excitedly from the side, It's time to use our wisdom for once, right? Sienna encouraged the 3. Go for it, my troublesome students. En replied excitedly, Then don't be too surprised. In front of this scene, Sharon smiled contentedly, thinking, The situation hasn't changed. He smiled happily, but his heart felt much lighter. The 4 crossed the bridge. At this moment, the students were puzzled by Sienna. Professor, when did you wake up? Can a mage lose consciousness after a few sips of alcohol? Sienna was speechless. What? Wait a minute. A few days later, within the academy, under a blue sky and white clouds, murmuring began. What? A research presentation. A large poster on the bulletin board caught the attention of many passing students. Since when was Senior Sharon part of this team, and Senior Haruki too? Everyone wondered about the research team's name. But what is the Spiritual Science Research Team? B was printed in gray, filled with mysterious illustrations suggesting the topic and captivating phrases for the reader. Spiritual Science Research Team. The terrible truth of Anfi's Magic Academy. Outside the castle, people's questions were heard. Are Senior Sharon and Senior Haruki participating too? Is this really an academic presentation? Time rewinds to 10 days ago, to a place called Ista's. En cried out, tearing his hair. I can't think of anything. He leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Countless cards lay on the table, and opposite him, Haruki lay sighing on a chair, while Sharon sat slumped in the chair next to him. At that moment, Haruki touched his nose and said, No matter how much we debated all night, looking at all the topics on the table, fairies, zombies, exorcism, ghostology, supernatural senses, monsters, divinity, possession, psychokinesis, aliens, souls, Ouija boards, the underworld, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, doppelgangers, there wasn't much of interest, so looking at the topic cards in our hands, one side was monster, fairies, exorcism, and the other was out-of-body experiences. Sharon said with a bewildered expression, even if these things actually happened, we can't reproduce them during the presentation. Amidst the trio's bewilderment and helplessness, the topic cards scattered. It had already been 3 days since they made their promise to Professor Sienna. It was all well and good to confidently tell the professor that their presentation would win, but what they were researching was supernatural spiritual science. The scene where the professor pointed at the trio and said, "Show me something, anything, even a ghost," came to mind. Sharon sighed helplessly, thinking, how can I show something that can't be seen with the naked eye? Thanks to this, N had gone completely mad. This explains why N was throwing a pile of photos and muttering to himself. Why did I throw these? Uruki said. Oh well, I was already crazy anyway. At that moment, our protagonist, Sharon, raised his hand, yawned, and said, I can't do this anymore. He tried to tell N about this. More precisely, N glanced at him and fell silent. When he saw N's transparent form smiling at him, he was startled and screamed. Sharon, who was sitting in a chair, fell backward. N laughed gleefully from the shadows behind the chair and said, how about this? What if we trick them like this and call it a ghost? Uruki, still lying back in his chair with his legs crossed, nonchalantly said, that's just lightning shadow magic. Setting the chair upright again, Sharon still said in a flustered voice, it looked at me, so I was scared. Uruki sighed, glancing at him, and said, mages don't fall for things like that. N innocently said, what, but you tricked Sharon, Uruki retorted. Can you really call it being tricked if it only lasted 2 seconds? Upon hearing that, Sharon's pride was pricked and he immediately sprang up, clenched his fists and shouted, there's no need to confirm that. He emphasized again, we don't need to confirm it. N laughed and said, right, then let's find Professor Sienna's weakness. Uruki held his chin deep in thought and then said, no, I think he has a good idea. Sharon explained to N, I wasn't scared because I was tricked. It awakened a deep-seated fear within me. N, surprised, said, tell me more, Sharon seriously said, instead of forcing them to believe by presenting evidence. Draw out their latent fears. Uruki, gradually understanding, said with interest, you mean we should change our strategy from proving to make them believe to making them believe first and then proving? Sharon replied, exactly, it's a kind of psychological puzzle. N shook Sharon's face and shouted, you're the one who will save our team, Sharon shouted in disgust. You haven't showered in 3 days. Uruki placed his hand on his chin and said, counterintuitive concept, excellent. Uruki pointed at N's shadow and said, the problem is, if we show them this terrible magic, even superstitious people won't believe it. Can you make it move more eerily? N had been pushed away by Sharon in disgust, but as soon as he heard that, he reacted immediately. Of course, he began to create magic with both hands, saying, if I continuously use lightning shadow magic. N exclaimed, watch this, and countless shadows with his identical expression appeared simultaneously. N danced and sang, saying, if I use it 24 times per second, I can create much smoother animations. The two watched N dance after staying up for 3 days and nights. Sharon, annoyed, turned his head and said, this method won't work. Uruki asked again, can you make a machine? N stopped, scratched his head and replied, flustered, I did think of that method, but there's one problem, he explained, saying, for example, I can input a program into a machine and make images move. For instance, a person entering a forest, suddenly encountering a ghost and screaming in surprise, ah, a ghost, but if there's someone who doesn't react, they won't be fooled. They would simply be calmly curious. What? It's fake, Sharon pondered deeply. You're right, I was really surprised when it looked at me. At that moment a hand went up and a voice said, yes, that was Uruki, he said confidently. I think I can solve that problem, the other two, startled, retorted. You can do that? Uruki raised his finger and said, we just need to predict their reactions. We'll use complex systems theory, Sharon repeated. Predict reactions? Tell me more. As he spoke, an image of Sharon's daily habits appeared as an example. Uruki continued, after analyzing most reaction patterns, we'll program them. For example, if we determine Sharon will look left, the ghost on the left will look at him. Then if Sharon gets scared and runs away, there are 2 options. Chase him or keep staring at him. Upon hearing that, Sharon exclaimed in surprise, you can really do that? Uruki continued, it will be possible because everyone's habits at the academy are similar. But we'll need a lot of data, he went on to explain. We'll also need a lot of memory. But more importantly, we need a way to transmit the entire program to all the machines. N, deep in thought, said, my lightning magic energy won't be enough. As he said this, N suddenly blurted out as if something had just occurred to him. Oh right, Sharon, you can use photon output, can't you? Sharon, also surprised, replied, I can use photon output. He recalled what the professor had said. The ivory tower, which leads in cutting-edge magic, predicted that photon output would revolutionize information exchange methods. Sharon affirmed, that's right, Professor Sienna said that, and became excited at the prospect of using it as a medium for information exchange. Yes, we can do it. At that moment, Uruki spoke again. We can create perfect ghosts, but simply scaring them with ghosts won't be enough. He turned to Sharon and asked, you have another plan, don't you, Sharon? Sharon replied, yes, but I think, he frowned. For example, I intend to use this psychological trick. After speaking, Sharon put a pen to paper and wrote something. Haruki and En both bent their heads in curiosity. Sharon, flustered, asked, "What's wrong? Is it too bad? If not, we can add other keywords." En looked down at the paper and said, "No," he affirmed confidently. "It's possible." Sharon asked again, "Really?" En was resolute. "I never even thought we could use it like that in the presentation." At that moment, Haruki said, "If it succeeds, I guarantee the entire academy will be completely overturned. A full 180 degrees, Sharon was excited. "Really, that's amazing," En was delighted. "Then it's decided. I'll go build the machines right away. Haruki will write the program, and Sharon will prepare the photon output." Sharon and En were excited. "All right, we can save the team," Haruki, deep in thought, then said, "But do you guys know?" En, startled, asked. "How, what now?" Haruki seriously said. "I've roughly calculated the amount of photon output needed to transmit the data." Sharon asked, "How much do we need?" Haruki held both hands forward and said, "We'll need 3 times the amount we currently have, and we'll have to maintain it for 10 minutes. He asked Sharon, "Well, can you do it?" Sharon and En's faces changed color. Sharon stammered, 10. Extreme bewilderment was evident on his face. 10 minutes. 10 days later, in Ista's, En, with a restless face, pushed open the door and called out loudly, "Hey you guys, I've put up the posters and damn it!" Haruki, who had been writing behavioral habit equations all day in the room, raised his head, and Sharon, who had been practicing photon output all day, turned his head and asked, "What's going on?" En said, "I really caused a huge stir. Everyone's coming to see it." Sharon wiped the sweat from his face, dumbfounded that people would come to see it just from seeing such a poster. Haruki looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Damn it, is it because our names are on it? It's going to be a frenzy. If too many people come, the workload will increase too." "How many people do you think will come?" En said very cheerfully. "I'm not sure, but it'll probably be more than half the academy." Outside, people's shouts could be heard. Haruki, Sharon, get ready. Approximately 17 days remained until the supernatural spiritual science research team's presentation. Someone was walking. Lumina was walking down the hallway when she overheard people whispering around her. "Doesn't it sound really interesting, right? Who knew both Senior Sharon and Senior Haruki would be presenting? That presentation won't be ordinary at all. I wonder what they'll show." All the whispers reached her ears. Lumina walked on. On the street there was a shadow between the buildings. Suddenly, someone stood in a corner without revealing their face and asked if the supernatural spiritual science research team was indeed going to present something. She replied, "It hasn't been decided yet whether that team can be revived." She turned towards the corner and continued, "According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the academy will reclaim the lab." The person in the corner said, "Of course that team is doomed. Its glorious past is no more." Another short-haired person hidden in a dark corner also said, "But we know that team has Haruki, who has Sevon syndrome, and Sharon, who defeated the Black Mage, and En's abilities can't be ignored either." The other person laughed scornfully and said, "They are still just junior academy students. What we should worry about is what happens afterward." The girl continued to move forward, thus confirming that the struggle for the secretive research team to find its next masters had begun. Note, lightning shadow magic is a passive illusion-type magic with a lightning magic attribute. This magic leaves electrostatic afterimages and is often used in all fields. In a dimly lit room, a sudden grinding and creaking sound was heard, and bricks spontaneously cracked, allowing external light to seep through the crevices and illuminate the dark room. Relying on the faint light, Sharon's handsome face appeared extremely tense. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows. He was concentrating intensely to execute a method to aid recovery. He stretched both hands straight forward. The spiritual domain was transmitted along his hands, and an intense flow of light was immediately released. A moment later, Sharon's hands were drenched in sweat. He looked exhausted. He collapsed onto the floor, fatigue clearly etched on his face. Sharon recalled, "This is called mental power recovery. It's an extreme method for rapidly increasing magic output. After mental power reaches its limit, one must recover for about 20 minutes and then continue to deplete it to its limit. The average mental power consumption for each spell is continuous concentration lasting 40 minutes. Thus, it is considered a foolish method that can kill the user." Thinking this far, Sharon looked at his wristwatch. "If the professor finds out, she won't let it go," he thought to himself. The stopwatch showed 5 minutes and 32 seconds, and Sharon became a little gloomy. "Damn it, the purpose of pushing my mental power to its limit like this is to be able to use photon output for 5 minutes. 3 days remained until the presentation." Sharon furrowed his brows. "To achieve the goal of 10 minutes, I have no choice but to continue until my consciousness is completely destroyed," he resolved. Sharon constantly wondered if he could truly do it. Just then, En poked his head in. En, seeing Sharon in the room, asked him worriedly, "Sharon, are you okay?" Startled by the sudden call, Sharon replied awkwardly, "Of course, I'll get it done before the deadline." En, tears welling up in his eyes, said softly, "Honestly, that goal is too distant, far beyond a 5th grader's level, but if you fail, our team will." En couldn't finish his sentence, because both of them knew the outcome would be disastrous for the entire team. Sharon understood En's meaning. He hastily reassured En, "I told you not to worry." He skillfully changed the subject. "How about you, is your part done?" Upon hearing Sharon's question, En suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I was just about to go back to experimenting." Sharon followed En into the room, and as soon as he entered he paused, startled. What met his eyes was Haruki furiously writing a thesis with deep dark circles under his eyes. Sharon cried out in alarm, Uruki, are you okay? He approached and kept patting Uruki's shoulder. Are you alright? Uruki still didn't stop writing fluidly with his hand. His eyes were wide open, and he replied mechanically, oh, don't worry. I'll get it done by the deadline. Sharon was speechless. I can't stop him. He's truly insane, he thought helplessly. N suddenly interrupted his thoughts and spoke. Here it is. Sharon, upon seeing N's results, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and surprise. He excitedly asked N, is this a test sample? N laughed and explained. The final test will be with your photon output. We need to check the performance of the fiber optic cables Uruki's father sent us, and instructed Sharon to proceed with the experiment. Hold that orb and use your magic. Sharon did as N said. He held the glass orb with both hands. Once ready, he nodded, signaling, I'm ready. Sharon closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual domain intensely into the orb. Instantly, the orb emitted a dazzling, beautiful light. The light from the orb flowed into the tube connected to it. Sharon, filled with surprise and joy, exclaimed, oh, that's amazing, and stood beside him, squinted his eyes and smiled. How about it? His voice was filled with satisfaction. Isn't it amazing? It really is. Looking at the results before him, Sharon was certain that the team had achieved half a success. A few days later, on a drizzly night, hurried footsteps echoed on a muddy path. N, who had just returned from outside, stepped through the door, inhaling the cold air, his body slightly damp with rainwater. The first thing N did upon returning was to go to Sharon's room. He bent down, peered inside, and asked, Sharon, the presentation is almost due. Are you ready? The room was surprisingly quiet, so he called out softly again. Sharon's grandfather clock suddenly slid down to N's feet. N bent down to pick up the clock, and his pupils immediately constricted as he exclaimed in surprise, Wait, Sharon. Joy was evident in his voice. You did it. Sharon walked out of the room. Sweat beaded on his face, but a bright smile was on his lips. Sharon gave N a thumbs up and excitedly said, Let's do it together. Soon after, it was the day of the presentation. The spiritual science research team had all gathered in the school auditorium. Everyone had been looking forward to this day. Laughter filled the air incessantly. It was truly enjoyable. The surrounding shops were also bustling. Who wants food? Please queue up. A waitress carried a tray of water, offering it to customers. This is the Academy's famous peach juice. The pink-haired female student standing in front continued to speak, holding flyers. Please take a flyer. Amidst the lively atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded, followed by a dry, blunt voice. How is there an event today? It was Mark. You were suspended for 2 months, he said unpleasantly. Why are there so many people? The pink-haired female student approached him, handing him a flyer. Please take a flyer and queue up. Mark took it, awkwardly replying, thank you. Holding the flyer in his hand, Mark muttered inwardly, For a flyer, why does it look like children drew it? Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a detail. Wait a minute, besides the spooky drawing, the flyer had a striking title, Spiritual Science Research Team. The terrifying truth hidden behind Amphi's Magic Academy. The secret the school wants to hide will soon be revealed. The title was very alluring, but what Mark was more interested in was the name Sharon. I can never forget that name, he frowned, thinking angrily. What is this childish presentation? Who would go see it? I thought he was a genius. Maria, along with Rang. Maria had been suspended for 2 months. She was looking at the flyer in his hand. She exclaimed happily, Oh, Senior Sharon, let's go see it together. Maria grabbed Mark's sleeve and said cheerfully, Going to see it too, right? At Maria's excited expression, Mark said helplessly, Of course, maybe I can learn something there. Maria, giving Mark no chance to escape, quickly dragged him along running. She shouted excitedly, Queue up here. Maria and Mark received special training from Tat during their suspension. To be precise, Mark was caught by Mark and had to receive more training. While Maria dragged Mark to see Sharon's presentation, a group of female students were murmuring and talking. One of them was a brown-haired girl. She exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Amy. Girls, isn't that a senior from the graduation class? Her black-haired friend standing next to her asked in disbelief. What, a senior from the graduation class? Another friend also joined in, curiously. Where? Soon, all eyes were on Amy and Serial. The students simultaneously shouted in excitement, Senior Amy and Senior Serial? The students talked curiously. Why are the graduation class students here to watch an advanced class presentation? A small cough cut in. Senior Sharon is your sister's boyfriend. Immediately, everyone understood and shouted. As the students talked, Serial still innocently handed Amy a piece of bread. She lovingly told Amy, Open your mouth. Amy was already mortified to death and could no longer bear it. She said loudly to Serial in embarrassment, Why do we have to come see an advanced class presentation? Serial chuckled and replied, My goodness, how long are you going to keep saying that? It's your boyfriend's presentation. At the same time, she intentionally emphasized the phrase, your boyfriend. Amy covered her face with her hands, regretting inwardly in embarrassment, I really brought this upon myself. Suddenly, the students' gaze shifted to one side. Someone exclaimed in surprise, How the first-year seniors are here? Another person asked in surprise, How can such a rare person come? Amy also didn't understand for a moment. What kind of figure could make even a distinguished graduate like herself disregard them? Serial pointed forward and shouted loudly, Amy, look! The person approaching was wearing a black suit and the school's prestigious badge. The crowd standing behind was very surprised. They asked each other, Why is Senior Pi here? He's not here to watch the presentation, is he? The students said with wide eyes in surprise. Not only that, There's also Senior Hirsch from Electromagnetic Engineering, and Senior J. Ken, known as the Electronic Monster, and Senior Richard from Alchemy, and Senior Cone," the students exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is going on? The appearance of these prominent figures not only surprised the students but also. Cyril was also startled. Why are the first-year students here? Amy, however, was not very surprised and asked Cyril nonchalantly, "What do you think they have in common?" Cyril frowned and asked, "Commonality," she told Cyril casually. "Well, according to Amy, there's a rumor that they're all members of a suspicious research team called the Golden Ancient Temple." At this moment, the students in the auditorium had all taken their seats. Sienna carried a tea tray and offered tea to the white-haired female professor. She was so surprised she stammered. Sienna said in disbelief, "What wind has brought the principal here?" Amphi's principal waved her hand at her with a gentle smile and explained, "The students have diligently prepared for the presentation, so of course I should come." Sienna immediately politely seated the principal in the most honorable seat. "Of course, please sit." Amphi's principal sat next to the grandmotherly teacher with a smile. Behind her gentle smile, Amphi's principal narrowed her sharp eyes and calculated, "What will these children show me?" The front of the auditorium was already packed, and some people sighed and complained, "It's full, please don't push." Amy looked around, inwardly evaluating this presentation. Amy suddenly saw Mark and Maria sitting next to her. Far away, Pi's group was there. The front row was of course reserved for Amphi's principal, Sienna, and other respected professors of the school. Seeing all the influential figures of the school present, Amy couldn't help but wonder if there was something she didn't know. Soon after, all the lights in the auditorium simultaneously went out. A beam of light shone only on the central stage. The host's voice was heard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the presenter, in a dignified suit, will respectfully introduce the audience to the presentation on spiritual science on the central stage." He raised his hand to signal the beginning. "The ambitious presentation of the spiritual science research team has begun." And 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, instead of applause, a shower of paper and harsh insults poured down. "Damn it!" The students crumpled up papers and threw them onto the stage. They shouted in anger, "What did you expect from a fifth grader? Just study. We wasted our time. Is this what you call a presentation? We were tricked." Amy seemed to be frozen. Cyril, sitting next to her, called out softly, "Amy." As soon as the auditorium lights went out, all the lights focused on the center of the stage. Right there, a presenter in a neat suit respectfully declared that the presentation on supernatural spiritual science was about to begin. He vigorously raised his hand and clearly and distinctly shouted, "Begin!" The entire auditorium was filled with the students' cheers. On stage, technical staff adjusted the lighting to focus the light on N below and began the presentation. "Thank you all for attending today's presentation." He briefly introduced himself. "Today I will be the host of this presentation. I am WN, the team leader of the Spiritual Science Research Team." N's confident voice resonated from the loudspeaker on stage. "Today, our main topic is spirits." Mark, sitting below the stage, frowned and said bluntly, "Spirits are like ghosts." "Ah." Maria, on the other hand, sat next to him, looking at the stage with respectful eyes. On stage, N continued his presentation. "Some audience members might get scared, so please watch carefully." As soon as N finished speaking, all the lights on the stage simultaneously turned on. Yellow, blue, and red lights intertwined. The stage glowed vibrantly, and the sight was magnificent. The entire auditorium was filled with the long O's of the audience below. Amphi's principal narrowed her eyes and praised. "The students have prepared really well, haven't they?" Sienna replied helplessly, "Yes," and inwardly evaluated. "Good idea. Is it a holographic projection?" Suddenly, Sienna changed her mind. "This is nothing." On the stage screen, an image of the school, grand and enormous like an ancient castle, appeared. N held the microphone and his voice was emotional. "Have you ever heard the story of this school before it was built? It was 250 years ago." Having finished speaking, N snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the stage screen changed to a scene of an ancient village, and N said, looking at the screen, "This was originally a small rural village." The scene on stage changed. The peaceful village was instantly engulfed in the chaos of war. N's voice was calm and slow. "But the entire continent experienced a famous war of conquest," he went on to say. "Everyone there fled deep into the mountains, and ordinary people and of course soldiers who didn't want to participate in the war were no exception." As N said this, all the lights on the stage completely went out. The space around the auditorium was surrounded by dark, gloomy black. The students sitting below were slightly surprised and confused. They unconsciously looked up and said, "Ha, the lights!" N's voice was heard again, no longer calm and serene, but eerie and terrifying. Non-human beings appeared. Just then a scream erupted, interrupting N's story. Some timid students turned pale and their hair stood on end. They tried to calm themselves down. Nothing scary is going to jump out, right? On stage, the footprints of a blood-stained knight in armor suddenly appeared, and N's voice was even more mournful. He was a knight in armor. Suddenly he screamed and waved both hands. His body was covered in blood like a zombie. According to N's story, the knight in armor was a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students who had been terrified just moments ago were now chuckling, and one student even pointed at the knight in armor and mocked, "Isn't that Haruki? What's he doing there?" On stage, Haruki staggered and walked with difficulty. He was growling as he walked, and he looked eerie yet very pitiful at the same time. However, the audience below couldn't stop laughing. Cyril laughed breathlessly. She said, "It's really funny. Amy, sitting next to her, frowned and said, "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, N's story continued, and then one night the stage lighting changed to a cold blue. The beautiful village was now enveloped in a desolate and bleak atmosphere. N's voice suddenly came with a pitiful and forlorn tone. "Oh my love, where are you? Damn it, I came here to avoid the war, but I lost you. You, my most precious one." As he said this, N clutched his chest and his face was contorted in extreme pain. Maria, sitting in the seats below, clasped her hands tightly, engrossed in the play on stage. "It seems he lost his lover while fleeing," Mark, unlike Maria, said with a twisted lip. "What is this? Wasn't this a presentation? And when is that person going to come out?" Just then, the person Mark was thinking of finally appeared. He almost spat out water when Sharon's voice was heard. "Oh my love, you were here." At Sharon's call, the audience all turned their gaze to him. Under the dim stage lights, Sharon appeared in a delicate white dress. He placed his hand on his chest and his voice was soft and full of endless love. "My love!" The auditorium almost erupted with the audience's screams. "Senior Sharon," the female students blushed as if in disbelief. "Is that Sharon?" The male students clutched their stomachs and burst into laughter. Sienna, sitting in the front row of the honored seats, gaped in surprise, unable to speak. Below the stage, Cyril frowned and called out to Amy, who was sitting next to her, that Sharon was wearing a woman's dress. At this moment, Amy was so shocked by the sweet sight on stage that she couldn't close her mouth. Cyril urged her, "Amy, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Sharon leapt into N's arms. N lovingly embraced Sharon's shoulders. He said affectionately, "Oh my love, I missed you." Sharon skillfully replied, "Let's never part again." As N finished speaking, he and Sharon exchanged loving glances. Sharon leaned in and N gently lowered his head. The two seemed poised for a passionate kiss. Mark's face turned pale and Maria's flushed red as she stammered, "No way." The male students watched with wide eyes, focusing intently so as not to miss a single moment on stage. Sharon and N were almost lip to lip. Cyril exclaimed, "Seriously?" while Amy said in a trembling voice, "They actually do that in plays." The crucial moment, Aruki suddenly appeared behind N, clad in blood-soaked armor. He opened his mouth wide as if to devour him alive. As N gasped, Aruki bit his shoulder. N shrieked miserably, "Help me!" The audience below, witnessing the bloody scene on stage, all watched with wide eyes in shock. The auditorium immediately fell silent. The auditorium lights simultaneously went out completely. Maria, terrified, leaned against someone. "That's a bit scary," Maria said as she leaned in. Just then, the spotlight in the center of the stage lit up and N, holding an ancient book, raised it high. 6 months ago. The origin of this story was an old diary discovered during research into the Academy's history. N, excited, said that their research team immediately began studying it, and the result was a shocking truth. Souls corrupted by evil spirits infected with malevolence now wander this world seeking someone to possess. Upon hearing N's story, some students began to feel uneasy. N's eyes sharpened. Today, a gigantic bell suddenly appeared behind N. The bell's sound resonated majestically. The students seated below exclaimed in surprise, "What, that bell sound? Isn't that the bell that rings at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet." N stood on stage and said in a mysterious voice, "When the light completely vanishes at midnight, evil spirits will appear." Below, Maria was frightened by N, and N, the presenter, still couldn't hide his contemptuous expression. On stage, N grinned, baring his teeth in a wicked smile. "You've never seen evil spirits at midnight, have you? Perhaps it's because spirits only reveal themselves to those they wish to see, but through our presentation, you might have become a little more curious about these evil spirits, right? Or in other words, you might have grown accustomed to their frequency. Tonight, when the bell tolls at midnight, look around you. You might just see an evil spirit hovering nearby." Upon hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but feel uneasy. They spoke worriedly. What? That's too scary." Some brave souls boldly declared, "That's a lie. Tonight I'll stay in the library until midnight." Amidst the boisterous commotion, N suddenly announced, "Of course, if you're lucky. Our presentation ends here." The auditorium was silent for a few seconds before all the stage lights suddenly came on. The auditorium lit up. The students blankly said, "How, the lights are back on." People were temporarily incredulous. They asked in bewilderment, "Is that all?" Immediately thereafter, a shower of paper rained down onto the stage. Following that, harsh insults poured down. "Damn it, is this what you call a presentation? What did you expect from a 5th grader? Just study. We wasted our time. We were tricked." Amy seemed to be frozen. Cyril, sitting next to her, called out softly, "Amy." As soon as the auditorium lights went out, all the lights focused on the center of the stage. Right there, a presenter in a neat suit respectfully declared that the presentation on supernatural spiritual science was about to begin. He vigorously raised his hand and clearly and distinctly shouted, "Begin!" The entire auditorium was filled with the students' cheers. On stage, technical staff adjusted the lighting to focus the light on N below and began the presentation. "Thank you all for attending today's presentation," he briefly introduced himself. "Today I will be the host of this presentation. I am WN, the team leader of the Spiritual Science Research Team." N's confident voice resonated from the loudspeaker on stage. "Today our main topic is spirits." Mark, sitting below the stage, frowned and said bluntly, "Spirits are like ghosts? Aw." Maria, on the other hand, sat next to him, looking at the stage with respectful eyes. On stage, N continued his presentation. "Some audience members might get scared, so please watch carefully." As soon as N finished speaking, all the lights on the stage simultaneously turned on. Yellow, blue, and red lights intertwined, the stage glowed vibrantly, and the sight was magnificent. The entire auditorium was filled with the long O's of the audience below. Anfi's principal narrowed her eyes and praised. "The students have prepared really well, haven't they?" Sienna replied helplessly, "Yes," and inwardly evaluated. "Good idea. Is it a holographic projection?" Suddenly, Sienna changed her mind. "This is nothing." On the stage screen, an image of the school, grand and enormous like an ancient castle, appeared. N held the microphone and his voice was emotional. "Have you ever heard the story of this school before it was built? It was 250 years ago." Having finished speaking, N snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the stage screen changed to a scene of an ancient village, and N said, looking at the screen, "This was originally a small rural village." The scene on stage changed. The peaceful village was instantly engulfed in the chaos of war. N's voice was calm and slow, but the entire continent experienced a famous war of conquest, he went on to say. Everyone there fled deep into the mountains, and ordinary people and of course soldiers who didn't want to participate in the war were no exception. As N said this, all the lights on the stage completely went out. The space around the auditorium was surrounded by dark, gloomy black. The students sitting below were slightly surprised and confused. They unconsciously looked up and said, "Ha, the lights?" N's voice was heard again, no longer calm and serene, but eerie and terrifying. Non-human beings appeared. Just then a scream erupted, interrupting N's story. Some timid students turned pale and their hair stood on end. They tried to calm themselves down. Nothing scary is going to jump out right. On stage, the footprints of a blood-stained knight in armor suddenly appeared, and N's voice was even more mournful. "He was a knight in armor." Suddenly he screamed and waved both hands. His body was covered in blood like a zombie. According to N's story, the knight in armor was a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students who had been terrified just moments ago were now chuckling, and one student even pointed at the knight in armor and mocked, "Isn't that Aruki? What's he doing there?" On stage, Aruki staggered and walked with difficulty. He was growling as he walked, and he looked eerie yet very pitiful at the same time. However, the audience below couldn't stop laughing. Cyril laughed breathlessly. She said, "It's really funny." Amy, sitting next to her, frowned and said, "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, N's story continued. And then one night the stage lighting changed to a cold blue. The beautiful village was now enveloped in a desolate and bleak atmosphere. N's voice suddenly came with a pitiful and forlorn tone. Oh my love, where are you? Damn it, I came here to avoid the war but I lost you. You, my most precious one." As he said this, N clutched his chest and his face was contorted in extreme pain. Maria, sitting in the seats below, clasped her hands tightly, engrossed in the play on stage. "It seems he lost his lover while fleeing." Mark, unlike Maria, said with a twisted lip, "What is this? Wasn't this a presentation? And when is that person going to come out?" Just then, the person Mark was thinking of finally appeared. He almost spat out water when Sharon's voice was heard. "Oh my love, you were here." At Sharon's call, the audience all turned their gaze to him. Under the dim stage lights, Sharon appeared in a delicate white dress. He placed his hand on his chest, and his voice was soft and full of endless love. "My love!" The auditorium almost erupted with the audience's screams. "Senior Sharon," the female students blushed as if in disbelief. "Is that Sharon?" The male students clutched their stomachs and burst into laughter. Sienna, sitting in the front row of the honored seats, gaped in surprise, unable to speak. Below the stage, Cyril frowned and called out to Amy, who was sitting next to her, that Sharon was wearing a woman's dress. At this moment, Amy was so shocked by the sweet sight on stage that she couldn't close her mouth. Cyril urged her, "Amy, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Sharon leapt into N's arms. N lovingly embraced Sharon's shoulders. He said affectionately, "Oh my love, I missed you," Sharon skillfully replied. Pi was still seated in the principal's seat. Sienna, flustered, said to Anfis, "I apologize, principal." Sienna quickly bowed and said in a hurry, "I will punish those students." She forced a smile and said, "It's a spiritual team, so it's understandable." Anfis, in contrast, showed no particular reaction. He simply waved his hand as if it were nothing significant. "Don't worry, why would I do that?" Sienna covered her face with her hand and sighed. "Why would I do that?" she lamented, asking herself. "Was I wrong to trust them?" Anfis calmly walked towards the front of the stage. "If they intended to end it like this, they wouldn't have started in the first place, would they, Sharon?" Anfis suddenly smiled, his eyes filled with trust. Backstage, and burst into laughter. He turned to Aruki, laughing, and asked, "Did you see their faces?" Aruki nodded. "Yeah, definitely. You can tell by their eyes." The students' blank and confused expressions, Maria's worry, Mark's contemptuous gaze. According to Aruki, all of these were seeds planted. The mysterious bell on stage would also play a significant role in this. From behind, Sharon approached N and Aruki and slowly said, "Phase 1 is a success," Sharon said passionately. "Let's show them what spirits are." After the presentation, amidst the audience's derision, N and Aruki were confident that the audience's contempt would become planted seeds. Sharon, with passion and conviction, declared, "Phase 1 is a success. Let's show them what evil spirits are." As midnight approached, the prestigious academy was plunged into quiet darkness, and the clouds in the sky took on a purple hue, adding to the mysterious and bizarre atmosphere. The clock indicated it was past 11:30, and N, from outside Sharon's room, reminded him, "It's time, Sharon. Have you finished your meditation tracing?" Sharon turned back, nodded slightly, and went out with N a few days earlier. N had gone out in the rain. He moved around various parts of the academy carrying out a very important mission. That was to install hundreds of 3D projectors throughout the school. The projectors had transmission cables connected underground, and these projectors transmitted Aruki's behavioral prediction program to a basement underground. N moved carefully, reminding Sharon to walk cautiously. Aruki looked at his watch and said, 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. Wait, 9 seconds. We need to show the ghost exactly at midnight, neither too early nor too late. Aruki raised his hand to signal. Proceed as soon as I signal. And adjusted some parameters on the control panel and said to Sharon, it's your turn now. I'm counting on you for everything. Sharon approached and placed both hands on a white crystal orb. Aruki signaled his readiness from over there by raising his hand, and N nervously glanced at Sharon. He raised his voice and said, right now. Sharon poured his spiritual power into the crystal orb. Immediately, a dazzlingly beautiful light emanated from the orb. The light from the orb flowed into the tube connected to it. N covered his eyes with his hand and exclaimed in admiration, what a magnificent light source. Aruki couldn't help but admire Sharon. He truly increased his magical power so much in just 1 month, and exclaimed excitedly, just as I expected. Sharon, however, Sharon, from his side, was not happy at all. He frowned and muttered, it's strange, it feels like pouring water into a bottomless pit. Upon hearing Sharon's words, N exclaimed in surprise, what? No way! And rushed to the control panel shouting in a fluster, what's wrong with this? Aruki asked worriedly, what's wrong, what's happening? And with a tearful face said, the output energy isn't increasing, the clock hand can't go past 18. Aruki was immediately scared. No way, can you fix it? N said in a fluster. I don't know, my calculations were perfect. What on earth happened? The main reason was that rats had gnawed through the transmission pipelines, preventing Sharon's spiritual power from reaching the projectors. After struggling for a long time, Aruki said in discouragement, it's over, we've failed. The clock in Aruki's hand indicated that only a few seconds remained until midnight. And bowed his head. It's all my fault, he sadly blamed himself. I was too foolish and careless, and I couldn't even make the equipment properly. Aruki called N softly. Tears streamed down N's cheeks. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm sorry for making you a laughingstock. He wiped his tears with his hand as he spoke. I'll take full responsibility no matter the cost. N turned to Sharon and said, stop, Sharon, I'll take responsibility. However, Sharon replied decisively, no. He slowly said, all of us worked incredibly hard, sacrificing even sleep. N and Aruki, you both gave your best too. Sharon's eyes were filled with intense determination. We can't end it like this. As if realizing Sharon was about to do something dangerous, Aruki hastily shouted, N, stop, Sharon. N still said blankly, ha, a few seconds later, and immediately realized, stammering, no way, N hastily said in a loud voice, he's going to use the immortal ability. Indeed, Sharon had already begun to activate the energy within, and his eyes glowed. Sharon entered an infinite spiraling dimensional space. Aruki and N vehemently objected. Sharon, stop, don't go on any further. Aruki impatiently shook Sharon hard. Damn it, why aren't you stopping yet? N vigorously pulled on Sharon's hand that was holding the crystal orb. He pleaded with Sharon, crying, please stop, you'll disappear. N said, shedding tears, we can give up on our research team, I don't want to lose you. Sharon called N softly. His face was surprisingly serene. I'm not afraid anymore. In Sharon's subconscious, a blue lightning bolt flashed. He felt an intense power invading his entire body. The power was so overwhelming that Sharon couldn't endure it. He grit his teeth and let out a painful groan. Sharon recalled Uncle Amin saying that he wouldn't disappear. Sharon cried out miserably. His entire body began to turn to dust. He vowed to himself, I must remember. Before Sharon's eyes, all his beautiful memories unfolded like a fast-moving film. From the moment he was embraced by his parents, Jay and Rand's bright smiles, the moment he first met Amy and Serial, the time he spent with N and Aruki, Principal Anfis's trusting gaze, the reunion with Uncle Amin, countless moments of life and death, his relentless efforts for the present. All of these reminded Sharon of who he was. As he realized who he was, his immortal energy awakened, and the process of his body disappearing also slowed down. Sharon's body even gradually returned to its original state. Indeed, it was just as Uncle Amin had said. Sharon did not disappear. He opened his eyes wide, vowing never to run away again. Sharon screamed, and N in a fluster asked him, Sharon, are you okay? Sharon suddenly shouted. Output. Aruki reacted in time, telling N loudly to measure. N hastily rushed to the control panel. He exclaimed in surprise, hey, wait a minute. N couldn't believe his eyes. No way. The clock hand was jumping, and the current reading was 157. N, shedding tears, hastily signaled to Aruki. Aruki, now? Aruki held a switch in his hand. Following N's signal, Aruki decisively flipped the switch down. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's soft voice was heard. What, is it midnight already? Maria was currently a 7th grade student. She closed her book and said, it's a shame, but I have to go to bed now. I have class tomorrow. Maria trembled as a chilling memory suddenly came to her. I forgot. The spirit story just came back to me. Will I really see a ghost at midnight? She sighed deeply. Sharon, there's no such thing as spirits in this world. Having finished speaking, Maria happened to look out the window. Outside, a ghost that had suddenly appeared was pressed against the window. The ghost had a grim appearance, a skeletal face, and was drooling. Pressing its face close to the window, Maria, seeing its appearance, was terrified. From over there, Amy's scream was heard. disappear. Along with that, the sound of a glass vase shattering was heard. Before Amy stood a tall, gigantic black shadow. Amy shouted in a trembling voice, "What are you? How did you get in here?" The black shadow was a ghost in knight's armor, and he laughed as if mocking Amy. "Smile." Amy's eyes widened, thinking he had just smiled. Suddenly Amy turned and fled. She screamed as she ran. Serial also ran from the next room to Amy's room. She shouted, "Amy, a ghost has appeared," Amy asked in surprise. "Serial, you saw it too," Serial in a fluster said. "Then that means," having said this much, Serial and Amy simultaneously turned around. Indeed, all the female students rushed out of their rooms like a disturbed beehive. Screams echoed loudly. "It's a ghost run!" Behind them was a unit of eerie and terrifying ghost soldiers. Inside the academy, the lights in all rooms simultaneously lit up brightly. The entire academy shook violently and screams echoed. Ghosts were visible, just as N had threatened in his presentation. As soon as the clock struck midnight, evil spirits simultaneously appeared in their most terrifying forms. Horrible groans and wails resonated. The evil spirits appeared everywhere, from the school grounds to classrooms and students' bedrooms, and loud screams filled the air. "Help me, they're even in the sky." Overnight, the entire school was simultaneously thrown into chaos by the evil spirits. Everyone was in utter disarray. "Why are they still chasing us? Don't come near." The school's ancient towers had never swayed so violently. All the students rushed out into the courtyard, forming a panicked crowd. The female students huddled together, sobbing and begging for help. The male students frantically tried to use magic to fight off the evil spirits. A light brown-haired student said in a panic, "They're everywhere, attack." The evil spirits' footsteps resounded loudly. There were truly too many of them, and their appearance was terrifying. The students had lost all will to fight. They scattered in all directions, weeping and pointing. Just then, the evil spirits suddenly vanished. The students asked in bewilderment, "They're gone?" A male student, still tearful, said suspiciously, "Light." The student standing next to him looked up. "Oh, someone's on the roof." On the roof, Sharon, N, and Haruki stood proudly looking down at the students. N clapped his hands a few times and said calmly, "Our presentation is so late and yet you all still came." N placed a hand on his chest and said respectfully, "Thank you." Suddenly, an angry reprimand echoed. It was Sienna. She ran over, scolding furiously, "Get down here now, why is it so noisy in the middle of the night?" In Sienna's hand was a projector that N had set up beforehand. She complained loudly, "I was taking a bath and you startled me." From the roof, N gave Sienna a mocking salute, winked and teased, "Professor, you look truly beautiful tonight." The students, seeing Sienna holding the projector, finally realized, a 3D projector, so all those ghosts were fake? Someone's laughter erupted. Sienna turned her head and saw Principal Anfis. She asked in surprise, "Principal, why are you here?" Anfis calmly told her, "The presentation doesn't seem to be over yet, so let's listen to it together until the end." From the roof, N excitedly posed a question to all the students below. "Everyone, according to our research team, do souls exist? Do you believe in supernatural phenomena?" The students below immediately fiercely objected, and the light brown-haired student took the lead. He loudly criticized N's team. "Those fraudsters are still blathering on. What do they mean? Exist? Those were all fake. They used a shallow trick even a 3-year-old could see through." After uttering the words "shallow trick," the student sensed something was off. The two female students behind him turned to each other and whispered, "But how did they manage that?" The male student quickly spun around and said impatiently, "What are you talking about? Obviously they used 3D magic." The female students were still not satisfied with his answer. They explained, "It's strange. How can 3D holograms move differently?" Immediately, the entire school buzzed with activity. Students began enthusiastically debating among themselves. "I've been thinking about it ever since I realized they were fake, but I still don't get it. I think they used machines for holograms. But could they really do that across the entire school? That would require an enormous amount of data and energy." Anfis used his spiritual power to create a playful ghost. He smiled and asked Sienna, "What do you think?" Anfis wittily questioned Sienna, "Professor, can you explain the trick those children used?" Professor Sienna, she smiled helplessly, pushed up her glasses, carefully chose her words and said, "Those children's prank was quite sophisticated." On the roof, Sharon, standing behind N, smiled and thought to himself, "What mages value most is intelligence." They couldn't suppress their curiosity and were completely captivated. This fact was also concluded in the oldest ancient texts. The male students who had scoffed at N's team earlier were now seething with anger. "I was fooled by mere 5th-grade students. I'm absolutely furious." The light brown-haired student trembled with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead, yet he thought, "I still don't know what device they used." N's team's presentation was impressive, but it hadn't fully convinced Sienna. She frowned, turned to Anfis and said, "Though those children's trick was difficult to create, it's not enough for us to approve their research team." At her words, Anfis merely chuckled. He gently told Sienna, "Actually, this trick isn't what's important." Sienna was momentarily perplexed by Anfis's statement. Meanwhile, the students on the ground continued to criticize N's team. "They're still just fakes. There's no such thing as a soul." The light brown-haired student was the most agitated. He pointed at N and loudly cursed. "What do fake souls have to do with supernatural research?" N said with a laugh. "My goodness, you still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below all replied, "Of course not. What just happened was merely a stage trick." N said calmly, "Then let me ask you something. Why are you all here?" All the students froze at N's question. N continued to press, "What were you afraid of and ran from if souls and ghosts aren't real?" The students below stammered. Me and Serial also simply remained silent. At this moment N narrowed his eyes and said, "The feelings you have right now are the very core of the supernatural spiritual science research team." N's voice was slow, yet it precisely pierced the core of the students' hearts. "All of you who don't believe in souls, you felt fear as soon as you saw the ghosts. That's perhaps because the seed of doubt that souls and ghosts might exist is already within you." He gradually persuaded everyone with his oratorical skills. "We only showed you that small doubt. We don't know if they exist or not, but we are researching that very doubt. And that is precisely the meaning of research." While N was presenting, Sharon and Haruki silently nodded to each other. Below, a brown-haired female student covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "That's right, the information we knew to be correct. Now, in the past, it was considered a lie." From the school roof, N's voice resounded eloquently. "Because all of you have shown us that doubt, we have proven that our research team is valuable." And so, the supernatural spiritual science research team's presentation concluded. Upon saying this, Sharon, N, and Haruki simultaneously bowed to all the students and professors below. "Thank you very much." The students exchanged smiles. The light brown-haired student's lips curled upwards. Immediately thereafter, the entire school erupted with students' cheers. "That was amazing. I approve. If it's a special prank like this, we don't mind being fooled a few times." Behind the students stood the professors and Principal Anfis with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice was calm, yet it exuded the dignity of a leader. "Where do we come from and what future are we heading towards? Someone is exploring doubt, showing the invisible to everyone. What do the professors think?" Sienna remained silent, saying nothing. Anfis smiled brightly and commented, "I think this presentation is meaningful, don't you?" Tat, standing next to him, said politely, "Principal, I have no objections." Sienna sighed. "All right." Sienna stood solemnly and respectfully declared, "The professors have decided to recognize the supernatural spiritual science research team's presentation." Upon hearing this, the three members of N's team couldn't contain their excitement. "So it's done?" Sienna's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. She shouted angrily, "Instead, you're suspended for 3 days, you foolish rascals." Despite the suspension order, N, Haruki, and Sharon hugged each other and shouted with overflowing joy, "We did it! We succeeded! We pulled it off!" The students below also congratulated them, saying, "Congratulations, you did your best." Sienna, completely ignored, shouted furiously, "Are you listening to your professor? I said you're suspended." Maria turned to Mark and said, "Wow, Senior Sharon is really—" Mark immediately delivered a cool line. His eyes shone with respect. "Senior Sharon is a genius." Cyril also looked at Sharon's team with admiring eyes. "My goodness, that's truly amazing. Everyone would want to do that at least once. At least once, they'd want to surprise the world." Amy, standing next to her, simply remained silent. She thought to herself, "I really didn't expect this. When I should be focused on my studies to graduate, you're wasting time on such useless things." Seeing Sharon's bright smile, Amy pouted. She scoffed. Amy looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky and muttered to herself, "I'm a little jealous, just a little." In a corner, several dark-clothed figures, their faces obscured, seethed with indignation at Sharon's team's perfect success. One of them clicked his tongue. "Tisk, so the old camel is bigger than the horse? The graduating students actually entrusted the team to those arrogant brats." Another, with crossed arms, said unpleasantly, "Forget about making this place ours. My ant language research team will save it." Another person interjected, "They're still only 5th graders. Surely you're not thinking of tucking your tail and running, are you?" The man from the ant language research team suddenly flared up. "What, but they'll advance to the next grade and graduate soon." Someone who looked like a girl covered her mouth and scoffed, "If you don't want to face them next year, you'd better graduate this year." The man from the ant language research team trembled with anger and said, "Doll collection research team, you'd better shut up." With his anger exploding, the man from the ant language research team began to quarrel with the others. "2 hide-and-seek research team." Pai, who had been silently observing with his arms crossed, interrupted at this moment. His voice was calm and exuded the dignity of a leader. "Stop it, let's leave it at that. We'll attract unwanted attention." Pai's lips curled into a smile, and his words were cunning and enigmatic. "If all of us gather like this, we'll only harm ourselves. Let's wait for the opportune moment." From a distance, Sienna secretly observed Pai's team. She sighed and thought to herself, "Those petty fellows from that suspicious research team." Sienna wanted to burst into tears and shout, "For my sake, please grow up a little." Anfis reached out, using the magic Sharon had employed to manifest the evil spirits. He laughed heartily and exclaimed in admiration, "Truly beautiful." Anfis stroked his beard, smiled, and praised, "Even I, an expert in light magic, am surprised that it could be used in such a way. Truly astounds me." Looking up at the sky and admiring the mysterious beauty of the shining stars, Anfis said contentedly, "You handled a difficult mission quite well, Sharon. Back then I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. This child only has limits to that extent." But unexpectedly saying this, he looked down at the souvenir in his hand. Anfis whispered, "In the future, you might have the ability to fulfill my dream." After speaking, Anfis tightly clutched the souvenir in his hand. At this moment, Sharon lay sprawled on the grass, smiling happily. "This is truly enjoyable." N was lying next to Sharon. He patted Sharon's body a few times and asked worriedly, "But are you really okay? You're still fine, aren't you?" Sharon smiled and reassured N. "I'm fine." Haruki sat up. He teased Sharon, "You're truly insane. Who would risk their life for such a prank?" Sharon just grinned at Haruki's teasing. Haruki glanced at Sharon but thought, "Still, you're the best." En jumped up and agreed with Haruki. You're right, Sharon wouldn't have been able to do it if he hadn't used his innate ability, but risking his life for something like that is really… Haruki threw himself back down, lay down, and said with a laugh, everything just happened by sheer luck. He thought about how Sharon could have disappeared while using the immortal ability. Haruki affirmed once more, but you truly are a madman. Sharon's face turned red with embarrassment as his two friends showered him with continuous praise. He said, flustered, why are you only praising me? You're geniuses too. Haruki, someone who can predict the reaction behaviors of all the students in the school like you is truly amazing. Haruki, hearing the praise, looked elsewhere shyly. Sharon continued to praise En. You can build an enormous amount of machines, but that's just the beginning. Like Haruki, En also felt shy. His face turned red like a tomato, and all three felt flushed and awkward. Haruki said sheepishly, oh, so you know humility too? En said, flustered. You know, you two are making me terribly embarrassed. Sharon stretched out his hand as if to reach the twinkling stars in the distant sky. He said inwardly, I want to climb higher like those bright stars above. As he said this, Sharon's eyes shone with faith and hope. Haruki also raised his head and looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, would father agree? I've played quite a lot now, so should I start thinking about advancement? En heard that and jumped up, saying excitedly, yeah, good, all three of us have to graduate together. When we graduate and enter society, there will be many more interesting things waiting for us out there. Sharon raised an eyebrow and looked at En. He muttered, outside society, huh? Haruki immediately sat up upon hearing that. His lips curled into a smile. Sounds good, isn't it time for us to live comfortably and confidently? En enthusiastically reached out his hand. I promise, he declared forcefully. We'll all go together to the end. Sharon placed his hand on En's and replied, yes, we'll be the strongest. Haruki placed his hand last. He quietly asked, but what are we cheering for, our spirits and our promise now? En replied vaguely, who knows, we'll just use whatever we see. Suddenly, an idea struck En. All right, he pointed at the brightest star in the sky and shouted loudly, long live supernatural spiritual science. Haruki shouted after En, don't give up. 3 sheep. Sharon reached out his hand, forcefully demonstrating his resolve to graduate together with everyone. En suddenly pointed at Haruki and teased, what kind of lame cheer is that? Haruki scoffed. I was just saying we'd work hard like 3 sheep. Sharon sat in the middle laughing with tears and earnestly wished inwardly, together we'll become the strongest mages. The sky tonight was truly beautiful. Starlight poured down over the academy campus, promising such a wonderful future. The next day in the male dormitory, En called out to Sharon, Sharon, wake up. En shook Sharon and said, are you going to waste this precious suspension period like this? Let's go out and play. Haruki stood next to En and observed Sharon's face. He guessed that Sharon must have collapsed, truly exhausted. En didn't give up and shook Sharon a few more times. Sharon, but Sharon still showed no reaction. He lay still with his eyes closed. It wasn't that Sharon didn't want to wake up. He couldn't move at all, as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. He thought inwardly, that's right, I'm trapped in the nightmare again. And like last time, I was heading into an infinitely dark space, and with the movement of stars, my final destination was a giant galaxy emitting twisted light around it, waiting for me. But this time something was different. I always woke up at this moment. What Sharon referred to as something different was a mysterious and enchanting series of golden glowing particles. They were intermingled, and there was something like a shattered mirror. Sharon also couldn't tell what it was. He opened his eyes wide. Before his eyes, an indescribably mysterious and enchanting scene unfolded. Sharon's entire body suddenly disappeared. Sharon woke up abruptly, sweating, and quickly realized his dream had changed. He asked himself blankly, what is this? Did yesterday's experience bring about a change? The clock on the wall showed 1 p.m., and Sharon still lay motionless in bed, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, unable to fully regain his senses. But above his head, a dazzlingly beautiful band of golden particles continuously rotated in a circle around Sharon. He gripped the blanket tightly with both hands and asked in confusion, what on earth are these strange things? Sharon quickly got out of bed and picked up En and Haruki's note. The note read, we're going to the casino. Since we can predict Haruki's behavior, we'll keep getting rich. And below it, a drawing of their 2 smugly smiling faces. Sharon muttered helplessly, oh dear, the casino, they'll probably come back empty-handed again. Anyway, it's a 3-day suspension, what should I do? Sharon thought of his parents back home. He considered whether he should go home during this opportunity. He was sure his parents would be shocked after that. His parents would bombard him with countless questions, saying, what, suspended? You're being punished. At this thought, he resolutely dismissed it. Let's just forget it. I absolutely must keep it a secret. After a moment, Sharon neatly dressed himself. He stood before the mirror, smiling and carefully adjusting his sleeves. Sharon smiled joyfully. His heart was filled with vitality. I just remembered something I really wanted to do. For some reason, my heart is pounding madly. After finishing his thoughts, he turned and left. He completely failed to notice that the mysterious golden particles now mimicking his form had created a doppelganger of Sharon, standing proudly before the mirror, as if it were himself. Not long after, Sharon stopped in front of a grand bookstore. He reached out to grasp the doorknob, feeling his chest swell. I've been studying nonstop for the past few years, so now I want to buy a novel for myself. I miss those days so much. A painful stream of memories instantly flashed through Sharon's mind. The shouting, arrogant voice of the bookstore owner echoed in his ears as if it had just happened. No, where are you putting your dirty fingers? On that day, Sharon was still a poor child in rags. Although he was different from his old self now, the trauma of being disregarded still lingered deep in the boy's soul. Sharon worriedly asked himself, what if they tell me not to touch anything again? After hesitating for a few seconds, Sharon finally decided to enter the bookstore. It was still the same old bookstore owner. She still had orange curly hair and wore a blue dress, but her arrogant demeanor had changed into an incredibly kind and fawning smile. Oh dear, welcome, handsome customer. It's an honor to have you in this humble place. Or perhaps you've come to move some merchandise. Sharon was momentarily flustered by the owner's enthusiastic attitude. No, I just came to buy a book, the owner said cheerfully. Oh, is that so? Then please feel free to browse. Oh my, you're really handsome. Sharon was truly unaccustomed to such friendly treatment. He awkwardly replied, thank you. Could it be that she doesn't recognize me at all? It's only been 5 years. Watching the owner's back, he thought inwardly, have I really changed so much? Changed so much? Sharon chose a book he liked and then approached the owner to pay. Seeing the gold coin Sharon offered, the owner said fawningly, oh my, you're truly generous, thank you very much. Holding the book titled How to Raise a Dragon and Defeat the Demon King, this was the book he had always longed for since childhood. Sharon exclaimed happily, I finally bought it, my novel, my first book. Thinking that, Sharon, holding the book in his hand, excitedly spun around a few times and passers-by clucked their tongues. Tisk tisk, to drive a young master so mad. He hugged the book to his chest, smiling broadly, and thought, thankfully I saved the subsidy my family sent. Suddenly someone called him from behind. Sharon. A girl suddenly hugged Sharon's arm. She looked at him, smiling brightly, and asked, you're Sharon, right? Startled by the sudden hug, Sharon's face and ears turned red as he asked in confusion, who are you? The girl didn't answer his question, nor did she let go of his hand. She turned around and called someone. That's right, everyone, it's Sharon. After a moment of observation, Sharon realized with surprise that the girl before him was someone he knew. Her sweet voice was unchanged from before. She was the innocent little girl who always watched him intently whenever Sharon read books diligently. Sharon, are you reading a book again? When he was a child, a group of children always teased him whenever Sharon sat under a tree and read a book. Now that they met again, he could still recognize them. And they immediately recognized him too. The big burly leader of the children called out loudly to him. Sharon, is that really you? Sharon called out, his eyes wide. Anto. He turned to the girl next to him and correctly called out her name. Oh, so you're Lumina? Lumina was delighted that Sharon still remembered her and said, that's right, did you forget my face? Sharon hesitated and replied, I didn't recognize you at all, you're so pretty now. Sharon recalled his childhood. Lumina had the nickname Junios. Hearing his words, Lumina was slightly displeased. She raised her fist and said, what? You said I wasn't pretty when I was a child. Sharon immediately chuckled awkwardly. Ah well, not exactly. His childhood friends gathered around Sharon, all taking turns asking him countless questions. What's going on? You're dressed like a noble. Is it expensive? You've changed so much. Suddenly surrounded, Sharon couldn't help but feel flustered, and he replied confusedly. While Sharon was unsure what to do, Anto, the leader of the village children, greeted him. Sharon, long time no see, how have you been? He said he had asked Mr. Vincent but hadn't heard anything about him. Sharon looked at Anto. He didn't know how to explain. Ah, what should I say? Sharon hesitated for a moment. He thought inwardly, they'll find out about me eventually anyway. If I lie now, they'll be hurt. In the end, he decided to be honest. During this time, I've been studying at a magic academy. Hearing his story, everyone exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Magic? A magic academy? Anto's face suddenly clouded over. He thought inwardly, Anto. Sharon reminisced about old times. Since childhood, Anto, with his sturdy physique and boisterous personality, naturally became the leader of the children. Anto was 10 years old then, and as Anto and the village children went into the forest together, he suddenly looked into the distance and casually called out, Sharon. He then asked, are you reading a book again? Sharon, hearing the familiar voice, quickly turned around and replied, Anto. Words kept appearing in his thoughts, but is his weakness his pride? Their gazes stopped on the thick book in Sharon's hand, and they exclaimed in admiration, so many words, he must be smart. We don't even know how to read books like this. Hearing the whispered admiration of his two friends behind him, Anto merely stood silently and watched. Then he quickly approached Sharon, snatched the book from his hand, and loudly said, you don't even go to school. What are you going to do reading things like this? Faced with that powerful force, Sharon could do nothing but exclaim in surprise a few times. Anto, with a small axe slung over his shoulder, spoke proudly and spiritedly. You have to build strength to do useful things for society. In a small mountain village full of dangers, there are rules that must be known. Thinking this far, Sharon's small figure appeared before his eyes, and he softly smiled and quietly replied, that's right, I understand, Anto. The stream of memories seemed to pause but then continued. Returning to the scene according to the leader's words, Anto frowned, and seeing that reaction he fell silent, and he let out a long sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After a moment, Anto returned the book to Sharon and said, if you understand, that's enough. The leader protects the village and everyone follows the leader. This is how people here live, and it's the truth Sharon realized a long time ago. Then Anto smiled broadly, extended his hand to Sharon and said, I'm going to play soccer, want to come? Suddenly a loud shout came from afar. Anto, Lumina holding a mop in her hand, furiously ran towards them and confronted Anto. I told you not to bother Sharon. Anto was hit repeatedly by Lumina and shouted discontentedly, who's bothering who, you idiot? She paid no attention to his excuse and continued to say loudly, he just recovered from being sick. And you're telling me this isn't bothering him? Anto, being scolded so harshly, became slightly angry and shouted, "If you keep this up, no one will marry you." Finishing his recollection, Sharon smiled inwardly. "Ah well, those things are all in the past now," Anto then awkwardly spoke. "It's hard to believe, are you really going to school?" Lumina also couldn't hide her surprise and asked him, "Can you use magic?" The friend next to her also said excitedly and quickly, "Can you show us some?" Sharon saw their expressions and chuckled awkwardly, replying, "No, I just learned it so I'm not used to it yet. And using magic outside the academy is against the rules." Hearing this, the friend sighed with regret. "Damn it." Suddenly, Anto saw the book Sharon was clutching and laughed. "You always carry a book around like before," and he reached out to grab the book, saying, "Hey, show me what's written in that Magic Academy book." Startled by Anto's unexpected action, Sharon exclaimed, "Wait a minute." His mind was extremely flustered at this moment. "Oh no, this is just a recreational novel I just bought." Anto's grip grew stronger and stronger and he successfully snatched the book from Sharon's hand, but in his haste he let go, dropping the book. Seeing that, Sharon unconsciously cried out. The thought, "my precious book," flashed through his mind, and Sharon reached forward to grab the book. Just as Sharon's hand almost touched the book, images of memories instantly flashed through his mind like lightning. He was lucky and managed to grab the book. The stream of memories that flashed by was so vivid that Sharon felt a slight pain, clutched the book tightly and sank to the ground. Everyone around them asked very worriedly, "Sharon, what's wrong all of a sudden? Are you okay?" Lumina then turned to Anto and confronted him. "What's wrong with you again? You're not a child anymore. Why are you still bothering him?" He stammered in reply. "What did I do?" Sharon saw this and said, "No, it just happened by chance, don't worry." Lumina, hearing that, said in confusion, "How can I not worry when you suddenly collapsed? It wasn't this bad before." Anto watched the two of them talk, feeling an indescribable emotion surge within him. Seeing that he was okay, Lumina cheerfully spoke, "Don't just stand here now. Want to come eat something delicious with us?" Anto also chimed in from behind. "That's right, Sharon," he added excitedly. "We're going to have a party together at Lumina's place to celebrate the store-wide discount. Let's go chat. What do you guys think?" The other friends immediately agreed as soon as they heard that. "That sounds great." Seeing how excited they were, Sharon smiled and replied, "All right, let's go." At the same time, he secretly thought it would be fine since he didn't have anything particular to do anyway. A moment later, his chubby friend and another friend pulled a carriage and stopped in front of them. Anto cheerfully lifted Sharon effortlessly and said, "You sit in the front." Startled by the sudden action, Sharon exclaimed in surprise, "You can lift me?" Hearing that, Anto laughed heartily and replied, "Someone as light as you is no problem at all." Seeing his recent action, Sharon thought to himself, "Anto, this guy, he's become a monster since we last met. He's even running a business now." He stared at his friend, speculating, Anto will probably become the new leader of the village. And so Sharon and his friends headed to Lumina's house. A moment later, Lumina's mother's voice was heard. "Goodness, who is this? It's you, Sharon. You're getting more handsome by the day. Lumina might fall for you." Hearing that, Lumina's face turned beet red and she hastily exclaimed, "Mom, don't say such ridiculous things." After Lumina's mother's enthusiastic welcome, Sharon and his friends continued to have a good time. They raised their glasses and cheerfully said, "To our Sharon." Seeing the abundant food laid out before them, the brown-haired friend exclaimed, "Looks delicious." Lumina, holding a glass of water, said, "Eat a lot, Sharon." Sharon immediately replied, "Thanks, I'll enjoy it." At the same time, the brown-haired friend, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "But this water, surely it's not?" Before he could finish speaking, the chubby friend quickly denied, "No, it's just barley sparkling water." Meanwhile, Anto slowly took a large sip of water, quietly observing the entire situation. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly exclaimed, "Sharon, tell us about school. You must have been the most popular, right?" Hearing that, Sharon coughed repeatedly, and Anto also spat out the water he had in his mouth. The friend continued, "I'm dying of curiosity. Did you become a mage?" The other friends also excitedly chimed in. "I heard only nobles go to that school, so you're studying with nobles?" Hearing these questions, Sharon felt confused inside and earnestly wished, "Please don't praise me in front of Anto." Furthermore, with the slight alcoholic kick of the barley sparkling water, his friends kept chattering, "There must be many beauties among the nobles, right? Tell us, I'm dying of curiosity." Under their relentless assault, Sharon waved his hands and reluctantly replied, "How would I know? I'm busy enough just studying." As soon as he finished speaking, Lumina let out a long sigh, as if a great crisis had passed. Immediately after, Anto suddenly put his water glass down hard on the table and said, "Sharon, it's good that you're going to school, but have you made a plan for the future?" Hearing that, Sharon turned his head in surprise and exclaimed, "A plan for the future?" Anto continued, "Mr. Vincent is currently worried about the livelihood of the entire family. Next it will be your turn, and you'll have to get married too. After you graduate from school, will you be able to bear that burden?" Hearing this, Sharon fell silent. Graduation isn't even guaranteed. Seeing his reaction, Anto took a sip of barley beer and said, "Right, you need to face reality a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, thoughts surfaced in Sharon's mind. "Reality, huh? Now that I think about it, I've spent too much time studying and haven't deeply considered this issue. My friends are all helping with their family businesses, but my father is still struggling." He asked himself inwardly, "When will I be able to lighten my father's burden?" Seeing his expression, Lumina looked slightly worried. At this moment Anto spoke up. I didn't mean to bring the mood down. Then he challenged Sharon to an arm wrestle. Ah, Sharon, want to arm wrestle with me? You used to be good at it. Hearing that, Sharon was surprised. Arm wrestle? The chubby friend excitedly chimed in. Yeah, Anto and Sharon used to be evenly matched. The brown-haired friend also fully agreed. Sharon is stronger than he looks, come to think of it. Hearing this, Sharon recalled old times. That's right, we used to play a lot of games like that when we were kids. In that year's arm wrestling match, the brown-haired friend had exclaimed, Sharon, you're really good. Anto had consistently argued that the match was void and demanded a rematch. Again, but today, saving Anto's face was the right choice, even for the sake of this village. Thinking that, he took his stance and replied, all right, how about we make a bet today? Seeing his expression, Anto laughed cheerfully and replied, the loser pays for the drinks. Agreed, Sharon replied. With the two men's enthusiasm, the atmosphere heated up again. The surrounding friends excitedly cheered. A battle between a mage and a warrior, ready. Sharon gripped Anto's hand tightly and thought to himself, to save Anto's face I need to hold out for as long as possible before losing. Then a shout of start suddenly rang out. Immediately their two hands strained against each other. A loud noise was heard and even the barley beer cups shook. Lumina and her friends witnessed a dizzying sight. In the end, Sharon fell backward off his chair and smoke seemed to rise from his body. Things happened too quickly, and he asked himself what just happened. His friends asked worriedly, Sharon, are you okay? Lumina then spoke loudly. Anto, why did you use so much force? Anto hastily replied, I didn't expect this to happen. He wasn't this weak before. Lumina sighed helplessly. Oh, Anto. Seeing her expression, Anto felt a little guilty, and he said, I'm sorry, I'll pay for the drinks today. Sharon immediately refused. No, I lost today. Then he added with an awkward laugh, you've gotten much stronger than before. After speaking, Sharon took out gold coins from his pocket ready to pay. However, something unexpected happened, and he was utterly flustered. In his embarrassment, he accidentally dropped his wallet, and gold coins spilled out. His friends saw this and all gathered around exclaiming, gold coins, you have 5 gold coins. Lumina was no exception. She held a gold coin and asked him, Sharon, where did you get all this money? 5 gold coins is my monthly income from the store. Seeing Anto's expression, he thought to himself, no, I'm ruined. Lumina, holding the gold coin, asked Sharon, where did you get all this money? Hearing that, Sharon stammered, I'm receiving sponsorship. As he finished speaking, the brown-haired friend quickly interjected, what? So you're saying you can live without worrying about money from now on? At his friend's words, Sharon was startled and denied, oh no. At the same time, he thought to himself, oh no, this really agitated Anto. His face is flushed and there's a hint of indignation. But Anto soon let out a long sigh. A moment later, he sprang up like a cat and exclaimed, goodness, are we making such a fuss over a few gold coins? Seeing his expression, the chubby friend was startled and stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Lumina saw his reaction and thought to herself, ah, now I remember about Anto. His friends flinched at his expression and suddenly recalled the past. They all had the same thought. That's right, whenever we were next to Sharon since we were kids, Anto always got a little sensitive. Seeing their reaction, Anto also gradually tried to calm himself down. Then he lightly clapped his hands, breaking the current atmosphere. Oh right, have you guys heard this story? The chubby friend immediately picked up the conversation as if riding a wave. They say a carnivore has appeared in the mountains. The brown-haired friend also chimed in. I heard that too. Wild animals keep disappearing these days. Lumina saw this and rejoiced inwardly. Good, well done, kid. Thanks to this, people gradually returned to the initial atmosphere and excitedly discussed. My father said it's like a bear, is that true? Sharon was no exception, he hastily said. Yeah, I heard that story from my father too. But why did a beast from the north come all the way here? Hearing that, Lumina replied, I know, right? Is it something like breeding season? Anyway, they said they go hunting every day, so everyone needs to be careful. But since it's hidden deep in the forest, it won't necessarily be dangerous if you don't go in there. At this moment, Anto's eyes suddenly sharpened. He said about the matter, how about we go hunt it? Hearing this suggestion, everyone was startled and simultaneously exclaimed, us. He immediately affirmed, yes, we'll help the villagers. You all know my skills, right? Anto continued confidently, there's no need for the adults to step in for a bear. Let's go together and take it down. Seeing his fierce resolve, the brown-haired friend also excitedly replied, so you can finally hunt a bear by yourself, Anto. An ordinary bear should be easy. Sharon repeated in surprise as if he couldn't believe his ears. Goodness, really? A bear? Once again, seeing his friend's admiring reactions, Anto proudly decided, all right, let's leave tomorrow morning. Then he glanced at Sharon and said, Sharon, you're coming with us too, right? Hearing that, Lumina's eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed, Sharon too? Anto immediately affirmed, of course you came with us before, didn't you? Sharon also replied without hesitation, if I can be of help, I'll join. Seeing his expression, Anto cheerfully raised his glass and said, all right, let's meet in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning. Lumina, sitting next to him, exclaimed, got it. Then they all clinked their glasses and shouted loudly, bear hunt, going hunting with Anto. Sharon took a sip of barley beer, rejoicing inwardly, I can't wait. It wasn't in the plan, but it's really fun nonetheless. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye dawn began to break. Lumina opened the door and announced, Sharon, did you sleep well? We have to go now. Sharon fastened a dagger to one side of his thigh and replied to her, yes, I'm ready, let's go. The two left the house together. Lumina excitedly waved her hand forward and said loudly, side is all done. His friends also cheerfully waved back and replied, Ando looked at them and lightly reminded them, "It's been a while, so if you fall behind we'll leave you." Hearing that, Sharon laughed and replied, "Don't worry." Then they ventured deep into the misty forest together. A moment later they immediately began their work. "Put it there, good, flip it over." The chubby friend also busily secured the net to the branches at the same time. After finishing the work he signaled to his two friends below. Seeing how well they coordinated, Sharon exclaimed in admiration, "You set up nets and traps really fast. You guys are amazing." Hearing that, the brown-haired friend laughed and replied, "We only set up the traps. The most difficult part has to be left to Anto." He was observing the surroundings at this time, and he found scratch marks on a tree trunk, inwardly guessing the bear is probably nearby. Then Anto said loudly, "From now on we will search this area. If you find it, don't get excited. Retreat immediately and report to me." His friends heard the command and immediately replied clearly. Seeing this scene, Sharon admired inwardly, "Wow, he's a real professional. Truly cool." At the same time, Anto stared at someone and smiled. It was Lumina, excitedly humming a song, looking very cute. After walking a few steps, Sharon suddenly realized, "If I use my spiritual domain it might help with the search." He tightly closed his eyes, gathered his spiritual power and thought to himself, "I need to help Anto catch the bear faster. Let's see." A moment later, Sharon fell into a state of concentration, but what appeared in his mind was not the image of a bear but the carcass of a large beast, its flesh torn away. Sharon was surprised and asked himself what it was. He turned back, saw his friends and realized something was wrong. "I have a strange feeling." Guided by his senses, Sharon unconsciously moved forward. He covered his eyes with his hand, astonished as if he couldn't believe it. Sharon pushed aside the leaves in front of him with his hand, and in his mind the thought no way, repeated endlessly. Just as he was about to reach the image that appeared when he used his spiritual domain, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly and exclaimed, "Sharon!" It was Anto. He pulled Sharon's shoulder hard and questioned him. "What are you doing? Disappearing from our sight without a word," he continued loudly. "Because of you we—" But before he could finish speaking, Anto's mouth snapped shut at the sight before his eyes. At their feet the carcass of a giant beast and numerous animal carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Anto was startled and asked himself what all of these were. His friends behind them also caught up. The carcasses were not only on the ground but also hanging from the tree branches. The chubby friend asked loudly, "What is that?" Anto turned around and replied, "That's a—" But before he could finish speaking, Sharon interrupted, "Let's retreat. This isn't the work of an ordinary bear." Hearing that, Anto exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" he continued. "We need to inform the adults and blockade this mountain. We might even need to request soldiers from the city." Hearing this, Anto hastily grabbed his shoulder and stammered, cutting him off. Wait, Sharon, wait. "Soldiers," he immediately said. "We don't even know what it is yet." "Then what are you talking about? Can't we solve this problem ourselves?" Hearing that, Sharon turned his head and replied, "You just said it yourself. This isn't a bear we can handle." Seeing his resolute expression, Anto angrily exclaimed, "What do you know? I'm the leader, and giving orders is my role." Seeing the two of them in conflict, Lumina worriedly gripped her hands tightly and murmured, "Anto, Sharon knows this situation is serious and is desperately trying to stop it. No, listen to me right now." Anto ignored her and continued to scold loudly. "You were always like that. You never recognized me as the leader, did you? I told you not to treat me like a fool like before." Sharon was slightly flustered by his words. "Anto," but at the rustling sound from behind his body stiffened and goosebumps rose all over him. His friends felt it too. The chubby friend said in terror, "Guys, do you see them? They're coming this way." Anto reacted immediately, aiming his bow forward. He pulled the bowstring as far as it would go, taking a ready stance. The others, seeing this, immediately aimed their arrows at the source of the sound. The brown-haired friend was no exception. He drew the bowstring with trembling hands, but the arrow pointed increasingly upwards. The sight before his eyes filled him with extreme terror, and he stammered, trembling, "Anto, what on earth is that monster?" Before them appeared a large, fierce, bloodthirsty wolf. Sharon gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, "A monster, a mysterious creature that doesn't follow the laws of evolution." Thoughts constantly swirled in his mind. "I've seen that in a monster book I read before. That is—" At that moment, Anto shouted. He shot an arrow and exclaimed, "Die?" But the beast quickly turned its head and dodged. The brown-haired friend, seeing this, said in bewilderment, "It dodged the arrow?" Sharon's expression was no different. He realized it was a werewolf. After seeing that action, he was internally certain that it was an intelligent monster. As Sharon knew, monsters are generally stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. Some even possess quite high intelligence. The origin of monsters is still under research, but there's a hypothesis that they evolved differently from other creatures due to a completely different environment. People stammered in fear. "It dodged the arrow?" The wolf bared its fierce teeth, staring greedily at the people there. It observed with sharp eyes and quickly approached. The man, with a face full of terror, barely managed to say, "Run." The others, understanding the difficulty, retreated, and all hastily fled in the opposite direction. However, the most difficult part now was not knowing where to run, one of them said. "If we go down, the monster will—" At this moment someone shouted, go up the mountain." As everyone desperately sought a way to escape, Sharon remained motionless. With a weapon in his hand, he proudly confronted the monster. Though there was a clear difference in size, Sharon was not intimidated at all. His companion, seeing this, called his name loudly. "Sharon, you're not trying to be a decoy, are you?" Here, Sharon still fought with high concentration, and an arrow was fired. To the monster with its enormous size and rough hide, the small wound from the arrow had no effect. It counter-attacked with its claws, and Sharon successfully dodged the attack using his small size and agility. The monster growled irritably. Sharon panted, thinking, "Too fast and its skin is thick. There's only one way everyone can survive. I have to lure it somewhere else." Even while facing the giant monster, Sharon stuck to his original decision. Even if this was too dangerous, it attacked once more, but he luckily escaped. Sharon retreated far back, and as he continued to successfully dodge the monster's attacks, the monster lost even more control. Its eyes glowed with rage. What Sharon had not expected was that it suddenly lost interest in attacking him. Turning his head, he realized in despair, "I can't stop it." The monster just now rapidly charged towards the group. They still didn't know what terrible thing was about to happen. Following the leader's command, they quickly abandoned all their heavy burdens and hurried. The others wanted to escape as fast as possible, and Anto still hesitated. He said, "You guys go first." Lumina heard him and turned back, asking, "Anto, what are you doing?" Anto, with tears welling in his eyes and his whole body trembling, forced himself to answer, "Sharon, I can't leave him behind." Lumina, hearing the sudden news, burst into tears and was speechless. She called his name loudly. "Anto!" Now the monster was not far from Anto, and the boundary between life and death was extremely thin. Anto turned around and saw everything. But what he was interested in now was no way. If Sharon dies, the more he thought, the more he lost his composure, and Anto blamed himself. "It's my fault. I told him to come along. If I had listened to Sharon when he said to go down." Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone on the fierce monster. Anto couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes, but he could easily tell that the monster was in extreme pain from that beam of light. Lumina ran over happily, saying, "It's dead." The group, seeing this, were all curious. "That's magic, isn't it?" Sharon ran over, sweating, and barely managed to say, "Run, run, it seems not everything is over yet." The danger was still close, and only he could be so flustered. The monster, which they had thought was dead just a moment ago, slowly moved. It stood up, quickly regained its senses, and emitted an evil and poisonous aura all over its body. Lumina trembled. Could it be that it was just a beam of light? In an instant, its huge body rushed towards them at an incredible speed, and now it was too late to escape. Anto realized something was wrong. His body was frozen. He definitely tried to move his legs, but the result was the same. His body wouldn't move. Lumina tried her best to escape as fast as possible. Under the monster's claws, sadly, she could no longer stand upright. Lumina tried her best to escape as fast as possible. At the moment of death, she could have escaped, but she carelessly stumbled. Under the monster's sharp claws, Lumina seemed to have no more hope, and tears streamed down her face. Sharon never allowed his companions to get hurt, so he used every means possible to grab the monster. Anto called his name loudly. While Sharon was off guard, the monster swung its claws back and attacked Sharon. His face was filled with fear. Sharon hastily used his teleportation skill. The monster, seeing this, looked up in bewilderment. The beam of light from earlier reappeared with another loud explosion. Lumina called out loudly, "Sharon!" That beam of light condensed extremely strong energy. It came and deeply embedded itself into the monster's body. The monster's power decreased. Sharon was flustered. "Okay, what do I do now? After firing the luminous photons, I was going to throw him. But then he'll catch me. I can't put him in my situation either. Now both this monster and I are outside a clear range." An idea struck Sharon, a way to throw it and make it fall. The method he came up with was to use luminous photons, create gravity, and break symmetry. Sharon reached out his hand and gently touched his own hand from the other world. Sharon thought, "I touched it." As the two hands grasped each other, a dazzling light burst forth. This was the unknown omnipotent knowledge. The two-dimensional space disappeared, and now only Sharon stood there. He thought, "That's mass." The monster angrily stared at Sharon with confused eyes. Before it could even figure out what had happened, it was hit and sent flying far away. Not stopping there, Sharon continued to attack. The monster roared fiercely. During the few short seconds that Sharon affected the wolf, a small beam of light flashed in his mind. Why does this world exist? Questions constantly arose in Sharon's mind. What is existence? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He couldn't help but think. Before Sharon, a golden light gradually appeared and expanded, and the space he had seen in his dream appeared. "It's an unbalanced world," he said. At the same time, cracks suddenly appeared in the space of light. The beams of light moved even more violently. Sharon continued, "If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way all kinds of existence exist is to break the balance of the universe." He reached out his hand and touched a small crack in space. The crack spread rapidly, and the pieces of space shattered like glass, revealing a blurry space before Sharon's eyes. Mass does that and can be introduced into light photons. Let's return to when he affected the wolf, causing a thunderous sound and a strong aftershock that shook the cliff. In the thick smoke, a dazzling golden dot appeared in the air. From that glowing point, a beam of light flowed backward, and Sharon's figure, crouched on the ground, appeared with invisible speed. He quietly observed the scene before him, and the thud of the aftershock had not yet ended. Sharon waited nervously, breathing heavily with vigilant eyes, not letting his guard down. It's not moving anymore. He cautiously looked at the gigantic wolf lying completely motionless on the ground. Sharon's eyes widened, and he seemed to realize something in surprise. "Uncle Amin, I understand. Symmetry can be broken by a kind of spatial knowledge, also called unnamed knowledge, and there's a mechanism that gives mass to matter. Using that mechanism, I can give mass to light. Joy was clearly visible on Sharon's face. I finally understand. He stared at the beast before him. Why did such a dangerous creature appear in this mountain region? Though Sharon was deep in thought, why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar interrupted his thoughts. Wolves! Sharon quickly turned around and looked at the top of the cliff with suspicious eyes. I wasn't alone. At that moment, Ando and the others on the cliff all had terrified faces, and some were unconsciously shedding tears. Before them a pack of wolves was approaching step by step, and the eyes of the other alpha wolf leading them glowed with malevolent red light. Ando's group was cornered at the edge of the cliff by the wolf pack, and they all trembled, unconsciously using Anto's back as a mental support. Martini called Anto's name with a trembling voice, and Lumina sobbed in extreme fear. HMPH, HMPH. Anto's complexion was also not good. Suppressing the fear that rose in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to jump to the other side, you go down the cliff, the red-haired boy said in bewilderment. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Anto growled nervously. Now is the only way. He turned to look at his friends. Tears welled in his eyes. You must live. Only then will my and Sharon's sacrifice not be in vain. As the situation grew more intense and urgent, a light of hope flashed above their heads. Sharon flew down from the sky, a blue sky high above. He used magic to teleport just in time, surprising his friends. Are you okay? Everyone rushed to him, filled with joy and worry. We thought you were dead. Lumina beside him was so moved that she kept crying. Sharon quietly looked at his friend and then said, I'm sorry, Sharon. Anto's voice was heard. He bit his lip, trying to maintain a calm expression, but his face betrayed him. I'm sorry for worrying you, Anto. Sharon gently patted his shoulder. Leave it to me now. Anto watched in surprise as he approached the wolf pack step by step. Seeing him go towards the wolf pack, Anto shouted, Sharon, you run too. Sharon replied without any concern. It's fine, Sharon calmly answered. This isn't breaking the rules. He moved forward resolutely. With firm steps, he faced the danger. On the other side, the bloodthirsty wolf pack continued to roar. They rushed toward Sharon and his group at an unbelievable speed. The distance between Sharon and the alpha wolf narrowed as it charged madly at him. Sharon was not shaken at all. Instead, he very calmly gathered his energy and created a glowing orb in his palm. Light, Lumina exclaimed in surprise, and the red-haired boy was flustered but thought, he looks a little different than before. Before them, Sharon let his magic overflow. As he concentrated, a magic circle appeared on his forehead. Mass was introduced into the photons and the light orb in Sharon's hand grew larger and larger. When he felt enough magic had been concentrated, he leaned his body and Sharon instantly swung his hand, throwing the orb forward with force. The orb flew rapidly, leaving a long trail of light and a whirlwind in the air heading straight for the werewolf. Without time to react, the light orb directly hit its neck. Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the werewolf's body like an arrow, followed by a painful roar. Ando and his friends all gaped in surprise at the sight they had just witnessed. Sharon was no different from them. This is my magic. His eyes widened in shock. I could do it. Another werewolf, seeing its companion sent flying far away, growled in rage. In turn, each of them, agitated, targeted Sharon and charged. They fiercely extended their sharp claws, intending to tear him to shreds. But Sharon would never let that happen. He quickly concentrated his magic, unexpectedly dodged the attack and teleported upwards, causing the werewolves to stare at him in suspicion. Sharon created another light orb. For a moment his eyes glowed and several familiar forms appeared. Thud, thud, a series of light beams like a meteor shower poured down, piercing the werewolves' sturdy bodies, leaving them no chance to counterattack. In the thick smoke, the werewolves' painful and helpless roars echoed ceaselessly. This sight completely astonished Anto and his friends. One of them unconsciously said, he's a mage. Anto quickly completed the rest of the thought for them. Sharon moved flexibly in battle using magic, taking down the werewolves one by one. However, this magic heavily drained his mental power. Sharon gasped for breath but continued to endure. While he paused for a moment, a werewolf suddenly charged, attempting to ambush him from behind. Without hesitation, Sharon used magic to blast it away with light. The werewolf's body trembled slightly, and it let out a pained groan after being attacked. However, it quickly realized that the power wasn't strong enough to inflict serious injury as before. A momentary fear flashed in Sharon's eyes. The magic's power had weakened. From the other side, a cunning werewolf wore a triumphant smile. It quickly regained its composure, letting out a powerful roar to summon its companions. The other werewolves, having recovered, surged forward as if injected with a stimulant. This sudden change unsettled Anto and his group. Sharon, it's dangerous, Anto shouted a warning. Lumina yelled, run! Amidst his friends' screams, Sharon watched the werewolves charge menacingly towards him. Fatigue enveloped Sharon, making it harder to breathe. There was only one way left now. He frowned slightly. Giving up was not an option. Sharon gritted his teeth and refocused his mental power, preparing for battle. Can I do it? Sharon thought inwardly, gasping and frowning. There's still one more way. His eyes glowed with an emerald light. Seeing the vortex before him, he asked himself, but can I do it? Can I maintain balance amidst this swirling chaos? In front of him, countless monsters were madly rushing towards him. Anto and Lumina were terrified. Anto shouted, Sharon, it's dangerous, Lumina cried, urging Sharon, please run. She called his name loudly. Sharon, but Sharon seemed to ignore their words. He still stood firm, bravely confronting the myriad beasts charging towards him. His gaze sharpened. Sweat beaded on his face, unable to hide his tension, and his lips were tightly pressed together. Suddenly, a cold, sharp blue light burst from Sharon's pupils. In his infinite subconscious, he connected with the immortal energy. It was the ultimate power, as vast as an infinite black hole. An immense force erupted from the black hole, pushing even Sharon back with its pressure. He gritted his teeth and blocked with both hands, struggling to withstand the immense magic power. Under the force of the power, Sharon's body began to scatter into dust. Nevertheless, he persistently concentrated his mental power and used magic to fight the magical beasts in an instant. Supernatural power burst forth from Sharon's hands, the ferocious beasts still charged. Immediately, all of them were shattered by Sharon's abundant spiritual power. Sharon's power crystallized into blue beams of light, incinerating the werewolves directly. Despite the multitude of werewolves, they were halted by Sharon's power. They could no longer advance. Lumina and the village children, witnessing Sharon's immense power, could not hide their astonishment. Anto was also greatly shocked by what unfolded before his eyes. How can this be? He thought inwardly. Even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. Suddenly, a dark gray-furred werewolf used the preceding wolves to charge forward, extending its sharp claws toward Sharon. Fortunately, he was able to deflect it with magic just in time. But Sharon himself felt he could no longer hold on. My energy can't endure any longer. If I continue like this, my spiritual power and mind will scatter like the wind. He suddenly remembered something. That's right, like that time. Sharon recalled the time he infused immortal energy into the crystal orb. His power gradually transmitted through the tube. At that time, Sharon had almost disappeared too. He desperately tried to recall the movements he had made to escape the imminent crisis of death. When I placed my hand on the crystal orb, I had to pour out all the energy within me. Sharon suddenly shouted. With strong will, he shouted with all his might. I'll pour everything out with this technique. Sharon's hand stretched out and he resolutely unleashed his most powerful palm strike, attacking the werewolf pack. Sharon's power was so immense that surrounding trees shook. Sand and dust swirled like a whirlwind, and the fiercely charging werewolf pack was completely incinerated by Sharon's power. From Sharon's direction, a brilliant golden light shot straight forward, sweeping away everything in its path. A moment later, everything gradually became quiet. A single leaf gently fell to the ground, and the landscape before them became open and vast. Before them, the weakened and trembling magical beasts, having taken the full brunt of the recent attack, could not stand. One werewolf still stubbornly bared its sharp teeth. Sharon's form gradually became clear amidst the hazy dust. He stared coldly at the stubborn werewolf. His voice was laced with murderous intent. Begone! Sharon's eyes widened as he warned, never appear here again. The werewolves were instantly terrified. It turned and fled, running away with the few surviving companions. Not daring to look back, Sharon stood silently for a moment, but soon, exhausted, his body swayed. In the end, Sharon could no longer hold on. He fell backward and Anto quickly supported him. The village children also rushed over and surrounded Sharon. Lumina's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she gently stroked Sharon's forehead with her hand. Anto sadly told everyone, "Let's go back," looking at the gasping Sharon. He said, feeling ashamed, "This rookie hunt is over." As night deepened, faint lights emanated from each small cottage. Sharon, lying on the grass, looked up at the sky, admiring the twinkling mysterious stars. Anto slowly approached his side, a slight smile on his lips, and asked Sharon, "When did you come out here?" Sharon looked at Anto, smiled, and replied, "After falling into a deep sleep. I suddenly wanted to see the stars." Anto sat next to Sharon and nodded. Ah, Sharon recalled that it had been a very long time since he had slept so deeply. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept peacefully without nightmares or supernatural visions. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the village children huddled around his bed, crying profusely at his awakening. Sharon asked in bewilderment, "Where is this?" Lumina said tearfully. "I thought you'd never wake up again." Sharon was deeply moved. "I slept like the dead. No one left my bedside until I woke up." Thinking this, he turned to Anto. "Where are the others?" Anto said they were busy in the kitchen. Anto recounted the events that transpired after Sharon lost consciousness. "Anyway, it's a relief. No one got hurt except Lumina falling down. Still, they were quite shocked by your power." Hearing that, Sharon smiled faintly and said, "That's a real relief." Anto looked up at the sky and said nonchalantly, "Tomorrow the adults will handle everything. The hides and tusks of those monsters are quite valuable." Anto casually asked Sharon, "What did you say those were called?" Sharon replied, "Wart. I heard their tusks are very expensive." Hearing that, Anto chuckled in admiration. "Right?" After a moment of silence, Anto awkwardly told Sharon, "I'm sorry." Sharon was awkward and flustered by Anto's words. "Ha no, me too." Anto didn't look at Sharon, keeping his gaze distant, and said in a small voice, "The truth is I was just jealous of you." Sharon was bewildered. "Huh?" Anto remembered one winter day when snow was falling heavily. Sharon was engrossed in reading a book alone. Anto, Lumina, and the village children happened to pass by, and a boy with glasses said, "Hey guys, Sharon sometimes looks really cool. Why is that?" Hearing the boy's words, Anto also glanced at Sharon. His expression was thoughtful. Sharon's thoughtful demeanor clearly made others feel he was truly special, even to the point of arousing a little jealousy. Anto awkwardly told Sharon, "Your dream." Sharon asked blankly, "My dream?" Anto nodded. "Yeah, the dream you're pursuing." Having said this much, Anto's face flushed with embarrassment, and he avoided Sharon's gaze, awkwardly saying, "I hope you achieve it." Hearing Anto's sincere words, Sharon smiled brightly and happily said, "Yeah, thank you." The two sat side by side like that, with stars twinkling in the sky, creating a peaceful scene. The next morning in the small village, Lumina regretfully pleaded with Sharon, "You're leaving too soon, why don't you stay one more day?" Sharon shook hands with Anto, saying regretfully, "I'd like to, but there's still a lot of unfinished research at the academy." Anto understood his meaning and didn't hold him back any further. "Well then, see you next time, Sharon." Anto led the village children in sincerely wishing Sharon to become a great mage. Sharon smiled and replied, "I'll come visit you all next time. See you later." Lumina suddenly ran to Sharon. She hugged him, sobbing, and said, "You absolutely have to come back. If you become a mage and pretend not to know me, I won't let it slide." Sharon burst out laughing. "All right," he waved goodbye to everyone. "Take care." The village children waved goodbye to him. Anto placed a hand on Lumina's shoulder. He sighed and said, "Goodness." Seeing his sister's red, swollen eyes, Anto teased her, "If you miss him that much, should I go grab him for you?" Lumina wiped her tears with her hand and mumbled in a small voice, "What? He's not leaving forever, is he?" She looked up at Sharon's retreating figure and said in an admiring voice, "Sharon is so cool. Every time he pursues his dream." Lumina continued to watch Sharon's retreating figure until it completely disappeared behind the distant old trees. After leaving the village, Sharon took his bag and headed to a place called Ista's. He took out a book and looked at it. He recalled what he had asked N. "I'm curious about this. How do we find our research team's room in Building 89? N immediately explained, "Since you're the team's rookie, I'll tell you how to find your way." N pointed to a corner of the wall. "See the number on the ceiling?" Sharon replied, "It's 19. N continued to instruct Sharon. "And then you have to look at the color of the door." Remembering this, Sharon turned his head to the right where there was a yellow door. He quickly jotted down the prominent features and objects he saw, thinking carefully. "Room 19, yellow door is number 5. So he walked a few more steps and mumbled, "Then it should lead to a 3-way intersection." He looked left and right, concluding, "So 3 different passages connect at this point." He quickly jotted everything down in his notebook, made a few calculations, and then said, "After that you convert each to x, y, z and create an equation. The answer to that is what we call the key of totality." He still remembered his surprised expression when N guided him. "Who came up with something like this?" N said. "Rumor has it that one of the founding members had Sevon syndrome. That person created this equation. They recorded everything in a certain place." N narrowed his eyes and said, "When I first showed this equation to Haruki," he said. The momentary recollection ended. Sharon opened a purple door and looked inside. A hallway led to a room with 2 divergent paths on either side. Sharon exclaimed in admiration, "What a truly beautiful equation." He approached the room at the end of the hallway and a sign hung above the door. "Supernatural Spiritual Science Research Team." Before even entering the room, Sharon heard someone being loudly scolded, "Tuan, why are you revealing that now? Didn't I tell you there was a 57% chance of victory?" The person questioned didn't back down and immediately retorted, "Nonsense, I just wasted my time listening to you." Another immediately objected, "Don't you understand that accuracy increases with sample size?" Still another shouted angrily, "That's only possible if you have infinite money, you idiot." Sharon grasped the doorknob. He quietly turned the door, holding a notebook with equations written in it. He mumbled, "As if I gathered all the clues through Istas to find the research team." As the door slowly opened, he thought, "I also learned that I need the fundamental cause, precious connections, and every moment by my side. Through that I can advance step by step." Behind the door, N and Haruki were fiercely arguing. Sharon greeted the two. "So you've returned after losing everything?" As soon as Haruki saw Sharon, he quickly called out to him, "Sharon!" and immediately asserted his right to speak first, shouting, "Sharon, you'll understand when you hear what I have to say now." Sharon smiled faintly. As Sharon merely stood there smiling without a word, Haruki asked in confusion, "Why are you standing there blankly just smiling?" Infinite gratitude swelled in Sharon's heart. "Thank you, everyone." Thinking this, he smiled brightly. "I'm back in training room 48. Sharon condensed spiritual power with one hand, creating a shimmering golden magic orb, and clasped his hands behind his head and asked him with a curious expression, "So what you want to show us is luminous photons? Have you increased the output energy?" Haruki, standing next to N, shook his head. "No, it's something different." Haruki pointed out a peculiarity in how Sharon was transmitting the luminous photons. The luminous photons should have been emitted outwards, but they were being emitted inwards, and only now realized this fact. Suddenly, Sharon unleashed a palm strike, shattering the rock that blocked his way. At that immense power, N and Haruki's eyes widened and they exclaimed in surprise. He rushed forward, feeling the crack in the rock. "What is this? I can punch a hole with light. This is real magic, he exclaimed in surprise. Haruki asked, "Then what were the spells I used?" and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, those were just my pranks," Sharon stated. "This is a spell I developed," he slowly continued. "I call it luminous projectile." Haruki rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "As far as I know, photons are about fusion. Fusion is the perfect combination of 2 perceptions, and everything related to photons is extremely difficult." "What kind of spell is this?" Sharon suggested. "I'll explain." "But can we go somewhere else?" Sharon mysteriously added. "There's more I need to tell you." At a restaurant outside the academy, Haruki stammered with an incredulous expression, "Really? Is it true?" And sitting next to him was also astonished. He asked Sharon in surprise, "You added mass to photons? That's impossible. Can you do the same with electricity?" No longer felt like eating. He put down his fork and asked Sharon, "It's truly astonishing that you can add mass to massless molecular particles." En wiped the sweat from his forehead. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. My head is spinning. So did you really use that? Is it new knowledge? Sharon calmly replied. Thanks to that, the uncomfortable sensations have also disappeared, and I finally understand the meaning of the nightmares that plagued me. Hearing his words, En couldn't help but be overjoyed. He exclaimed, That's truly incredible. If knowledge and hypotheses can be restructured into reality, this would be a discovery that would shock the magic world. No, it would shock the entire world. Uruki still hesitated slightly. It's truly amazing, but understanding that theory doesn't mean you can use photon magic. Even if one reaches omnipotent enlightenment, making others understand it as you do is another matter entirely. En was sweating. This is much bigger than we thought, Sharon slowly said. So I want to ask you something. He smiled and shared his plan with En and Uruki. I want to delve deeper, but we can't go to the library now because it's vacation, can we? And I can't go to the noble library alone, so you two need to take me. En asked Sharon worriedly. No problem. But why can't you go in? Is it related to what you wanted to say earlier? Hearing En's question, Sharon lowered his eyes and remained silent for a moment. If I tell them the truth, will they treat me the same way as before? But if I keep it from them, they can't truly be my friends. He looked up at his two friends before him. Finally, after careful consideration, he made up his mind. No, I won't run away anymore. Sharon decided to tell En and Uruki the truth. I am not a noble, I am a commoner. Hearing this, En couldn't hide his surprise. Sharon's words struck Uruki, who was utterly dumbfounded like a bolt from the blue. I was abandoned in a stable as a baby and my current parents took me in and raised me. My father is an ordinary hunter. As Sharon spoke of his past, En, Uruki and Sharon himself all fell silent. No one spoke a word. After a moment, En broke the silence first. I was wondering why I've been feeling so depressed lately. So what about it? Uruki grimly cut him off. Why not? En shouted at Uruki. Uruki said coldly. So you don't understand what this damn guy just said? Veins pulsed on Uruki's forehead. He shouted in anger, whether it's magic or academics, it makes no sense that this guy has only studied for 1 year.